traversing the world of pirates. You inadvertently rescued the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Moreover, through close contact, you have acquired the opponent's swordsmanship and formidable presence. Additionally, one has acquired the talents of the floating fruit and the steel balloon through attendance. When you embark upon the boundless ocean, solitary in your vessel, you shall transform into the most feared creature in the eyes of all. At this moment, on a small island, you stand beside a grave, whispering softly, "Dear Mr. Shurchiao, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance over the past 2 years. You are a time traveler. 5 years ago, I found myself in the world of One Piece due to an unforeseen accident. Moreover, the body has returned to the age of 13. At first, you reveled in the joy of encountering the trend of time travel, yet soon you realized that you were merely an ordinary individual. There exists no extraordinary power, not even the strength to confront a venomous serpent. Under the weight of survival's oppression, one must inevitably seek sustenance and construct a refuge. It is at this moment that you come to realize your physique has become significantly more agile than it was before. On this island, amidst the relentless oppression of various ferocious beasts, you gradually acclimate to your surroundings and, through rigorous training, fortify your strength. Thus, 3 years passed, until an unexpected guest shattered the tranquility of your daily existence. The shores of the island. A tall figure, adorned with flowing golden locks resembling a lion's mane, lies unconscious on the shore. A ship's wheel is perched atop his head, and he is clad in a traditional Japanese garment of orange and yellow stripes. His legs, broken, are impaled by 2 swords. You were utterly astonished upon your first encounter with this man. It is indeed the Golden Lion, Shurji. After much contemplation, you ultimately resolved to rescue the Golden Lion, Shurji. Because the Golden Lion possesses the powers of the float fruit. Though the circumstances that led him to drift upon this island remain a mystery. Yet, if one could bring him back to life, one can harness the power of the fruit to depart from the island. Subsequently, under your meticulous care, the Golden Lion Shurji has also awakened. Gazing upon the one who saved him, Shurji found himself inexplicably compelled to propose taking you as his disciple. You undoubtedly acquiesced without hesitation. This is indeed the Golden Lion. If one could acquire the swordsmanship passed down from the Golden Lion, one may not claim to be invincible in the world, yet traversing through the realm of pirates would undoubtedly pose no insurmountable challenge. Under the tutelage of Shurji, your swordsmanship has progressed remarkably. In just a brief span of 2 years, one has attained the prowess of a master swordsman, having also begun to grasp the rudiments of armament Haki and observation Haki. Moreover, there has been a remarkable enhancement in physical capabilities. However, just yesterday, the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki passed away, succumbing to illness and suffering. After interring the Golden Lion, you spent a day recuperating on the island, preparing to embark on your own adventure. In the past, you lacked strength. Yet now, you yearn to savor the splendor of this vast sea. Old man Shurji, from today, I too shall embark on my own adventure. Having heard of the magnificent sights upon the vast ocean, I yearn to witness them with my own eyes. After speaking, you closed your eyes and took a deep breath, then gradually exhaled. Having spent 5 years here, I still harbor a trace of affection for this place. Yet, the exhilaration of setting sail remains difficult to quell. Ding! The sign-in system has been successfully loaded. A nearby grave of the notorious pirate, Captain Shiki, has been detected. Would you like to sign in to this destination? A series of system notification sounds resonated within my mind. You were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained your composure. I never anticipated that I would possess any utility. A quintessential attribute of a time traveler, the golden finger, has manifested within me, and it has been fully activated for an entire 5 years. 5 years, ah. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 5 years? I spoke with a voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Sign in. Ding. Reward for signing in. No side effects from the floating fruit. Acquire the swordsmanship experience package. Attaining the conqueror's Haki. A tremendous and boundless momentum surged forth from within you, akin to a tumultuous wave crashing violently upon the shore. In an instant, the heavens and the earth lost their hue. The ground shattered. This momentum sweeps through the surroundings like a horde of locusts passing by, obliterating everything in its path. All creatures in your vicinity, whether insects or small animals, suddenly become paralyzed in their movements. The pupils constricted to pinpricks. The body remained utterly still, as if a pause button had been pressed. Until you retracted that formidable aura. Step by step, all living beings succumb, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Is this the formidable power of Conqueror's Haki? You gaze at your own palm, sensing the surge of energy that has just erupted within you. Simultaneously, a profound comprehension of swordsmanship surged within my mind, as if I had personally engaged in extensive practice for an extended period. There has been a significant enhancement in the art of swordsmanship. You draw forth the withered branch and the cherry blossom from your waist. A golden slash, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, cleaved the ocean as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, extending for hundreds of meters. It took 3 seconds for the surface of the sea to gradually mend itself. You exhale a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing your face. Such a level of strike, though it may not rival the formidable powers of the vast ocean, is sufficiently formidable to navigate with ease across the eastern sea. As long as one does not encounter any concealed, formidable individuals, such as a certain elderly gentleman returning from a holiday. Given your current prowess, it is evident that you reign supreme over the East Sea. Even the smoke fruit user, Smoker, would find it challenging to contend with you. In addition to your mastery of swordsmanship, you have also acquired the application of armament Haki and observation Haki. Dealing with this yet immature user of a natural-type devil fruit could not be simpler. Now, allow me to put your capabilities to the test. You bend down, crouching with your palms pressed against the ground. Lion's might, earthquake of the domain. Suddenly, the entire ground was upheaved, giving rise to 4 colossal lion heads composed of earth and stone. The earth and stones gradually converged and merged, ultimately engulfing all the trees and creatures along the coastline, culminating in the formation of an even more colossal lion's head. You ascend gracefully, your hand gripping the long blade as it swiftly slices through the air. A few characters were directly engraved upon the back of the lion's head. The tomb of the Golden Lion Shiki. You retract the withered cherry blossom card, gently descending from the sky onto a small boat by the shore. The next check-in location is the West Luabu village in Donghai. Check-in will be available in 5 days. Please proceed to the designated check-in location to register. A smile graced the corners of your lips as you cast a backward glance at the roaring tombstone, and with a gentle wave of your hand, you bid it farewell. Farewell, old Mr. Ski. When I complete my adventures, perhaps I shall endeavor to become the king of the world, as you have spoken. You gently maneuver the small boat away from the shore, gradually drifting further and further into the distance. On the lion's head that gazes upon the sea, a faintly discernible, translucent figure is seated atop it. Ha 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 ha. Liang ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You little imp. Venture forth across this vast ocean, embodying my will and aspirations. Having spoken, the figure dissipates like a wisp of cloud, and the ocean returns to its tranquil state. The world has undergone a profound transformation with your arrival. A vehicle. In the blink of an eye. 5 days have elapsed. Wave slashing. A blade of sword energy cleaved through the ocean, creating a fissure. Within it lay a tumterlone fish, severed in twain. The head of the fish appears yet unaware of its bifurcation, still striving to wriggle forward. You extend your hand, forming a gesture of an imaginary grasp. Venomous serpent. The fruit's power activates, and the fish's body momentarily rises above the surface of the sea. The throat and mouth are nearly parched, as if on the verge of becoming as desolate as a barren bird. Consuming this monotonous fare daily, one wonders if there are no islands or vessels passing by. You slice a piece of raw fish and place it in your mouth, chewing it with an expression as blank as if you were gnawing on wax. It is truly unpalatable. I suppose I shall reheat it shortly. Turning around, I cast the fish flesh back into the sea, and then discarded the remaining half of the fish's body onto the boat. The system has activated my panel. You close your eyes and communicate with the system, and in an instant, a panel emerges within your mind. Host. Power. Agile. D. Spirit. C. Skills. Swordsmanship, C. Armament Haki, D. Fruit abilities. Float fruit, C. Equipment. Dry wood. Sakura 10. gazing upon one's own attributes. You cannot help but lament that in recent days, your self-cultivation has waned, resulting in your proficiency in observation Haki surpassing that of armament Haki. On the vast ocean, one can not only cultivate one's mind but also gradually refine the breadth of one's experiences and the extension of one's charisma. In recent days, you have been releasing observations daily, keenly surveying the surrounding waters in hopes of discovering vessels upon the sea. However, apart from sensing the fish in the sea, I was unable to perceive any other forms of life. The primary issue lies in the lack of suitable venues and equipment for you to showcase and refine your skills. It is hardly feasible to rely solely on the powers of the float fruit, drifting aimlessly through the air while aimlessly wielding a sword. You sit upon the deck. Close your eyes. And commence your daily cultivation of perceptive prowess and charisma. Time flows away, moment by moment. You suddenly open your eyes. Just moments ago, you expanded the realm of your perception, infused with the formidable essence of your insights. A multitude of life forms emerged within your awareness, and you even discerned the presence of shapes resembling individuals aboard the vessel. It appears that in the distance, two ships are sailing. As I gazed into the distance, I indeed discerned the presence of two small black dots. You were instantly filled with joy, for this was the first encounter with someone other than the Golden Lion in a long time. It would be splendid if these individuals could guide me to Zilabu village, as I am in need of directions. On this voyage, I find myself devoid of a compass and a map. Moreover, it is exceedingly challenging to ascertain one's position upon the vast ocean, especially since the intricacies of the map elude my understanding. At this moment of contemplation, you no longer hesitate. You immediately elevate the small vessel into the air and then accelerate towards the two ships ahead. Chairman Charlie, there are pirates approaching this way. A sailor hurriedly ran to the side of a man adorned in sumptuous attire. The man known as Charlie immediately turned pale, his expression one of disbelief. How is it possible? Naval patrols are typically present in this vicinity. Pirates usually do not navigate these waters. How could we suddenly encounter pirates? The sailor revealed a hint of panic, tinged with urgency, as he spoke. I don't know. The lookout had just spotted the pirate ship approaching from this direction. Richard composed himself and promptly analyzed the current situation before inquiring of the sailors. How far is the nearby naval base from here? The sailor promptly replied, the nearest naval base requires a day's journey. Charlie wore a decidedly grim expression. It is impossible for this merchant ship, laden with cargo, to shake off the pirate vessels and reach the naval base for assistance. Perhaps, if all the cargo were to be discarded, there might still be a chance to evade these pirates. However, all the gains from this journey have been rendered null and void, and a significant amount of capital has been lost. This is the most difficult reality for Charlie to accept. He has invested a considerable sum in these goods. A total loss would inflict a significant economic blow to his trading company. Notify the sailors below to prepare themselves. Do not take action just yet. I shall first converse with that band of pirates. Charlie gestured to the sailor, giving him instructions. The captain nodded in approval. The sailor promptly descended to inform his companions, leaving Charlie alone in the room, restless and anxious. On the other side of the pirate ship. Captain Sparrow. The target has emerged. A pirate henchman hurriedly dashed into the captain's quarters, exclaiming loudly. I have seen it. Do not be overly anxious. A man adorned with a captain's hat, his hair styled in unkempt dreadlocks, sits nonchalantly in a chair, his eyes accentuated with smoky makeup, meticulously tending to his nails with an air of irreverence. Upon hearing Sparrow's words, the pirate henchman suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his face contorted with fear. All right. Notify my subordinates to prepare thoroughly for a swift resolution. This is the Navy's patrol route, and I certainly wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Sparrow waved his hand, signaling his men to depart. Upon receiving the command, the pirate minions promptly informed the crew to set sail at full speed. Chloe hopes that your information is indeed accurate. Otherwise, regarding that little favor you desired, I shall not grant it as you wish. After the pirates departed, Sparrow revealed a sinister smile, his expression unconsciously transforming into one of cruelty. Soon, the pirate ship drew alongside the merchant vessel, and a throng of pirate henchmen surged onto the merchant ship, confronting the sailors in a tense standoff. Sparrow leisurely strolled to the forefront of the pirates, exuding an air of nonchalance and irreverence. He does not regard the individuals before him at all. Charlie discerned that the newcomer was undoubtedly the captain of the pirates, and he promptly stepped forth from the crowd to greet him with a warm smile. Esteemed Captain, we are prepared to offer a passage fee of 1 million Bailey. We kindly request your gracious consideration in this matter. Charlie's demeanor can be described as exceedingly humble. However, Sparrow across the way wore a playful expression, a visage adorned with a smile, yet remained silent. Seeing that the other party remained unresponsive, Charlie's heart immediately sank. At that moment, the sailor, having recognized Sparrow's identity, approached Charlie with a look of trepidation and whispered softly, "President, that resembles the fraudulent Spalo. With a bounty of 13 million berries. A pirate notorious for his cunning and cruelty." Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Charlie's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, and even his voice trembled with a hint of stammering. "Dear Captain Sparrow, I am willing to offer 3 million Bailey. In the hope of securing our escape." Sparrow did not visit Charlie instead, he whimsically toyed with his own nails, taking pleasure in their appearance. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. 3 million Bailey. Yet it cannot purchase your lives. A seemingly casual remark sent chills through the sailors present and Charlie, causing cold sweat to beat upon their brows. "Captain Sparrow, I am willing to relinquish all my provisions. I beseech you to spare both myself and my crew." Charlie wore a somber expression, struggling to find the words. Now is no longer a time to be concerned with material resources. Money can be earned again after it is lost, but once a life is extinguished, nothing remains. Observing the sailors who have steadfastly accompanied him over the years, Charlie found himself grappling with the difficulty of making this decision. He even caught sight of a newly joined young sailor whose legs were trembling. "Ha ha ha ha." Sparrow emitted a somewhat neurotic laugh, causing a chill to sweep over the assembled crowd. Even the pirates discreetly swallowed their saliva, for their captain was known for his capricious temperament. Anyone who dared to offend him would meet a cruel demise, including his own crew members. It is precisely this reason that instills fear in the crew of the pirate ship, rendering Sparrow incapable of entertaining the notion of betrayal. Suddenly, with a hearty laugh, Sparrow drew the pistol from his waistband and struck Charlie on the knee. Charlie lay on the ground, clutching his wounded knee, wailing in agony. "The captain!" the sailors exclaimed in astonishment, immediately surrounding Charlie. At this moment, Sparrow ceased his boisterous laughter and spoke coldly. "Eliminate all of you, and then wouldn't all the supplies on that ship rightfully belong to me? I certainly do not wish to let you escape. I implore the Navy for assistance, as it would indeed pose some complications for me." Sparrow drew the dagger from his waist and pointed it at the sailor across from him, declaring, "Little ones, slay all aboard this vessel. Then set sail with the ship without delay." Upon receiving the command, the pirates revealed their cruel smiles. The sailors, with solemn expressions, gripped their weapons tightly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a sudden sound emerged. "Does anyone know in which direction the village of Zilabu is located? It would be even more delightful if you could take me there." A few questions interrupted the atmosphere of impending conflict. Following the sound, I turned my gaze. Unbeknownst to anyone, a young man with golden hair and crimson eyes was seated upon the mast of a ship. Seeing that everyone was looking over, you scratched your head. The scene before us unmistakably suggests, even to the most uninformed observer, that pirates are in the midst of plundering a merchant vessel. Your own voice is intended to disrupt the offensive of these pirates. Rather than inquiring about the troubles that these pirates will subsequently face, you opt to question the sailors of those merchants. One must not allow this band of pirates to slay their own guiding light. We are bound for the merchant vessel heading to Zilabu village. The young sailor raised his hand and addressed you. You were instantly filled with delight and promptly spoke up. "That is splendid. Might you be able to convey me a distance?" The young sailor, upon being questioned, wore an expression of embarrassment, inwardly grumbling to himself. "Brother, do take a moment to observe the atmosphere around us. We are currently encircled by pirates, and you inquire if I can offer you a ride." You awaited the sailor's response in vain, only to be met with the arrival of a bullet. Sparrow, with a sullen expression, raised his left hand and discharged the firearm he held. The head shifts slightly. A bullet whizzes by. Yet it inflicts not the slightest harm. Evidently, you are in the state of activating your observation Haki. From the very moment Spalo raises his hand, his trajectory of movement is fully within your perception. You furrowed your brow. This fellow is indeed quite extraordinary. In the world of pirates, it is customary for individuals to engage in verbal sparring before a battle. However, this particular individual exudes a nefarious aura. Indeed, reality is vastly different from the world of animation. Here, there are far fewer adventurers. One cannot claim to harbor an intense disdain for pirates, yet when faced with those who stand in direct opposition, one is left with no choice but to condemn them to their demise. He shook his head and directly unleashed his conqueror's Haki upon the pirates below. With a resounding thud, all the pirate henchmen fell to the ground, their eyes glazed over in an instant. The sailors' eyes bulged in astonishment, their mouths agape as they beheld the pirates sprawled across the ground before them. This has already surpassed the limits of their comprehension. You surprisingly remain standing. Your strength is quite commendable. You gazed intently at Sparrow, who was struggling to stand below. I never anticipated that the casual encounter with a small pirate cruise captain would be able to withstand the impact of my conqueror's Haki. It seems that the potency of my great conqueror's Haki is still rather insufficient. At this moment, Sparrow's heart was already in turmoil, as his meticulously crafted plan had unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen obstacle along the way. Sparrow, with great difficulty, lifted his head and inquired, "Who are you? Are you a bounty hunter?" You tread the unhesitating path towards Sparrow. "You may consider me a transient Cayman rider." "Full-masked rider." Sparrow gazes at you with a look of utter bewilderment. The knight is aware of the existence of the masked rider. However, the young man before him is not adorned with a mask. You did not concern yourself with whether he comprehended. After all, in this world, it is only he who truly understands this nuance. Until he reached before him, he raised his long sword, poised to strike down. Suddenly, Sparrow retracted his previously haughty demeanor and, in a state of panic, fell to his knees to plead for mercy. "I am willing to barter a secret for my life." You gazed at Sparrow with keen interest. Before me, Sparrow is kneeling and prostrating. Thus, you are unable to discern his expression, nor can you fathom the ulterior motives that he harbors. However, regardless of how desperately the other party struggles, a fatal outcome is inevitable. Thus, I might as well listen to what this fellow has to say. Wait. At this moment, Charlie, supported by the sailor, managed to rise to his feet with great difficulty and spoke. This gentleman, Sparrow, is notorious for his deceitful ways, bearing the infamous title of a fraudster. He is a pirate with a bounty of 13 million berry. You must not be swayed by his words. Is this fellow truly a pirate valued at over 10 million? You gaze in astonishment at the man kneeling before you. Esteemed sir, I sincerely wish to share this secret with you. I would never deceive you. Sparrow did not lift his head, remaining in the same posture of kneeling and crawling. The corners of your lips curled slightly, and then you sheathed your long sword, standing before Sparrow. The sailor behind him exclaimed in astonishment. Sparrow pressed his face against the ground, a flicker of excitement illuminating his features, as the corners of his mouth gradually lifted in a smile, clearly having heard the sound of the sword being sheathed. "Speak." You casually returned. "Very well. The secret is, go die." As Sparrow abruptly picked up the that had just fallen to the ground due to the tremor, he fiercely thrust it towards your abdomen. I once believed this was the moment you could let your guard down, yet the reality is starkly different. The sound of metal clashing resonated. The spalato pupil earthquake. As if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The point of contact between the tip of the sword and your abdominal muscles has transformed into a shade of black. The activation of armament Haki. Beneath the astonishing resilience of the armament Haki, the piercing sword is utterly incapable of breaching your defenses. How peculiar. Sparrow trembled as he brandished his long sword before you, stammering with unclear words. Is this your final farewell? I expected you to have some tricks up your sleeve, yet this is all there is. Allow me to impart some wisdom to you. Upon this vast ocean, only strength reigns supreme. Any schemes or cunning plots are rendered utterly futile in the face of power. As your final words lingered in the air, one found themselves unaware of the moment when they appeared behind Sparrow, their longsword slowly sheathing itself. In the terrified gaze of Sparrow, the sword was shattered into 2 fragments. Gently bowing my head, I am unaware of when a slanting red line manifested upon my body. Amidst the crimson chaos, Sparrow collapsed directly onto the deck. You turned around and inquired of the astonished sailors who stood speechless. You just mentioned that this individual is a pirate valued at 13 million. Could you assist me in delivering him to the Navy in exchange for the bounty? Oh, and also the pirate ship over there, please take care of that as well. Charlie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and spoke up. Indeed, my esteemed lord. Subsequently, Charlie promptly instructed his subordinates. Please assist this esteemed individual in inventorying the supplies aboard these pirate ships, and kindly ensure they are delivered together shortly. A sailor immediately returned. Subsequently, accompanied by several companions, they made their way to the pirate ship. Charlie greeted with a smile and spoke, "My lord, may I inquire if it is convenient for you to reveal your name, so that I may remember it with utmost reverence? I call upon you." Merely an adventurer who has just set sail, devoid of any notable title. Are you contemplating a career as a bounty hunter? At present, I have no such intentions. However, I would not mind making a brief appearance as a bounty hunter in exchange for a pirate's head to collect some bounty. You and Charlie engage in casual conversation. Currently, your self-packaging has just set sail, and there is little of significance to commend each other upon. However, you gazed at the people on the boat and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, I just heard you mention that you are also heading to Zillibu village, correct? Are you going there for trade? To venture out to sea with such a scant number of personnel, lacking even a few competent warriors, is quite audacious. Upon hearing this, the sailors felt a sense of awkwardness, yet they found it difficult to refute your words. After all, what you have stated is indeed a fact. Among ourselves, there are no formidable individuals, we are merely ordinary sailors. Charlie said with a bitter smile. You may be unaware that this is a route we typically traverse, following the daily patrols of the Navy. Such routes are generally devoid of pirate activity. I never anticipated that this time I would happen to encounter it, and it just so happens to be that rascal Sparrow. If it had been any other pirate, perhaps after paying the fee, we would not have faced any unforeseen circumstances. Charlie then paused for a moment before continuing. As for Zillibu village, it is my hometown. I am a native of Zillibu village. This venture into trade is also aimed at selling the goods from my beloved homeland. Simultaneously, goods are acquired from other regions to sustain the daily necessities of Zillibu village. Upon hearing this, you are suddenly enlightened. So this is how it is. To put it simply, Charlie is merely a trader, engaged in the buying and selling of acquisitions. I see. Charlie seemed to recall something suddenly and spoke up. By the way, what brings you to Zillibu village? I have a modest reputation in the area. If you don't mind, you are welcome to visit my home. You shrugged nonchalantly. There is no reason. I am merely an adventurer who has just set sail, wandering through the East China Sea and then embarking on a journey along the great maritime routes to explore the world. Are you, esteemed one, intending to embark on the Grand Line? It is a realm fraught with peril, where even pirates like Spada are mere footnotes. One could say it is a domain teeming with formidable pirates. Charlie was immediately jolted and urged against it. Charlie, my savior, holds a special place in my heart.
Upon hearing that Rochas was preparing to venture into the Grand Line, he was informed about the conditions there. Rochas smiled faintly, expressing that it would be all the more intriguing. Without the thrill of battling formidable foes, this adventure will be far from perfect. However, prior to embarking on this journey, it was indeed necessary to seek out companions, for navigating the Grand Line could prove to be quite troublesome. Currently, in the East Sea, I had found my navigator, ship doctor, and chef. Charlie admired Rochas' fearless nature and immediately proposed when the subject of recruiting companions arose. My lord Rochas, would you like my assistance in recruiting crew members? We could head to the next town. Perhaps we might enlist some sailors. Rochas shook his head in refusal. No, I would prefer to find my own crew at my own pace. By the way, I still do not possess a ship. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in acquiring one, President Charlie. Rochas scratched his head in slight embarrassment, having just declared his intention to explore the world, yet lacking even a vessel. Charlie, however, did not mock Rochas. Instead, he smiled and agreed to help. Suddenly, an unexpected noise echoed around them. Ha! If my lord Rochas does not mind, would you care to join us for lunch aboard our ship? Rasha felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in his training that he had forgotten to eat, and now he felt quite embarrassed. That sounds good. By the way, my lord Rasha, do you not need to bring your belongings from your small boat? Charlie gestured towards the small vessel near the merchant ship. No, there is nothing of significance aside from some food. The small boat contained only the fruits, vegetables, and water gathered from the island, along with a solitary fish, which, in this weather, had likely begun to spoil. Very well. Then I kindly request my lord Rasha to proceed to the dining hall with the sailors. I shall first attend to my injuries with the ship doctor. Rasha nodded and followed the sailors to the dining hall. After a long absence from delicious food, Rasha feasted heartily. The chef was overwhelmed, as Rasha consumed an amount of food sufficient for at least 50 people. Ever since Rasha began his training, his appetite had grown significantly, as he possessed the ability to store all the energy from the food he consumed within his body. However, on the island, aside from grilled fish and meat, there were few other culinary options, and Rasha had grown weary of these offerings. I am full, Rasha exclaimed, patting his not overly distended belly. The chef stood in astonishment, murmuring, What a monster! Where does all the food go? Ignoring the chef's astonishment, Rasha rose from the dining hall and made his way onto the deck. The pirates who had previously been sprawled out on the deck were now all bound and transferred to the pirate ship, leaving the deck of the merchant vessel considerably more spacious. Upon regaining consciousness, the pirates aboard their ship, upon seeing their leader slain, began to plead for mercy. However, Rasha had little time to spare for them. Once they reached the next town, it would be the Navy's stronghold, and he intended to exchange all of them for a bounty. Just then, a sailor approached him. Lord Rasha, all the treasures of these pirates have been meticulously accounted for, totaling 15 million berries. Would you like to review them? Rasha shook his head. No need. Please inform Chairman Charlie to prepare the ship and place the treasures aboard. Certainly. Lord Rasha, Chairman Charlie has arranged a room for you. Would you like me to escort you to the lounge for some rest? The sailor respectfully inquired. That will be acceptable. Rasha followed the sailor to the room. However, instead of resting, he continued to meditate on the bed, honing his mastery of observation Haki. Time soon passed. The merchant vessel arrived near the naval base. Yet, when Charlie returned, he brought an unexpected development. A squad of naval officers approached, escorting a man who appeared to be an officer. I am Colonel Buck, the commanding officer of this naval base, Division 19. You must be Rasha. Would you be interested in joining our Navy? Upon their first meeting, Colonel Buck extended an invitation to Rasha. Chapter 5. Attention from the Naval High Command. The direct invitation left Rasha momentarily bewildered. However, Rasha had his own aspirations and could not contemplate joining the Navy. Such a commitment would impose significant restrictions on his freedom. Everything he had endeavored since traversing into this pirate world was to live life on his own terms. After a lifetime of being exploited, he had no intention of returning to a grueling 9-to-6 existence. No, I possess my own dreams and ambitions. The Navy is not my destined path. Rasha firmly shook his head in refusal. Colonel Buck furrowed his brow. Rasha's abrupt rejection seemingly left little room for further persuasion. During his previous conversation with Charlie regarding Rasha's formidable combat prowess, Colonel Buck had sensed that Rasha was no ordinary individual. Allowing such a powerful swordsman to roam the East Blue unchecked could pose a significant threat should he choose the path of piracy. Nonetheless, Rasha had not committed any heinous acts. Thus, Colonel Buck could only hope that he was indeed a fledgling adventurer. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Charlie promptly interjected with a laugh. "Ha! Colonel Buck, I had mentioned that Lord Rasha, being a young talent, harbors dreams of exploring the world. Moreover, his formidable strength is likely to surpass the limitations of such a small place as the East Blue. Should he join, it would be in service to the Navy along the Grand Line, perhaps even rising to the rank of admiral in the future." With Charlie providing an escape from the awkward moment, Colonel Buck merely sighed softly. "Very well, I shall not press the matter. Should you ever wish to join the Navy, do not hesitate to seek me out. The Navy would wholeheartedly welcome your enlistment." Upon concluding his remarks, Colonel Buck and his men departed for the Navy base. Rasha paid little mind to this minor episode. Back at the Navy base, Colonel Buck sat in his office chair, and one of the sailors could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Colonel Buck, shall we report this to headquarters?" Colonel Buck closed his eyes tightly, not immediately responding to the sailor. The emergence of such a powerful swordsman in the East Blue, suspected of having consumed an unknown devil fruit, was alarming. The ability to effortlessly defeat all pirates in an instant and to slay a pirate worth 13 million berries with a single stroke was remarkable, even by Grand Line standards, let alone in the relatively weak East Blue. Unbeknownst to Colonel Buck, what he perceived as a devil fruit was, in fact, Rochas' conqueror as Haki. With his limited experience, he could only attribute such extraordinary feats to the abilities granted by a devil fruit. Colonel Buck opened his eyes and turned to the sailor beside him. "Fetch the telephone. I will contact headquarters personally." "Yes, Colonel Buck." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a sailor was relaying the news to Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Sengoku, we have just received a report from the East Blue's 19th branch." Sengoku rubbed his temples. Having just completed his official duties, he had been looking forward to a rare moment of leisure with a cup of tea and some rice crackers, only to be met with yet another urgent report. Beside him, Garp continued to munch on senbei without a care in the world. Although accustomed to it, Sengoku found the sound increasingly irksome while attending to his duties. "Bring it here," he directed as a Marine delivered a report before turning to exit the Admiral's office. The more Sengoku scrutinized the report, the more his expression grew somber. Noticing the shift in Sengoku's demeanor, Garp leaned in curiously and inquired, "What's the matter, Sengoku? It's rare to see you so serious about something." Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose and handed the report to Garp. "You can read it yourself." Garp took the document and examined it closely. Before long, he burst into laughter. "Haha, a wielder of Conqueror's Haki? How extraordinary! It's been ages since I returned to the East Blue, and to think a swordsman capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki has emerged from there." Although Colonel Buck did not comprehend the significance of Conqueror's Haki, for seasoned veterans like Garp and Sengoku, this power was familiar, having faced it countless times. Whether it was Whitebeard, Shiki, or the Pirate King Roger, all possessed this formidable ability. In fact, both Sengoku and Garp themselves were users of Conqueror's Haki. "Sengoku, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I visited my grandson. Let me take a break and return to the East Blue. I'd like to see this young fellow, and if possible, bring him back to train at Marine headquarters," Garp said with a grin. "Do you dare to take a vacation? It's your grandson who has caused this chaos, and you wouldn't be so busy otherwise," Sengoku retorted, his irritation flaring at Garp's cheeky grin. "Hahaha. Besides, you're planning to recruit Ace as a warlord, so this matter doesn't concern me. I haven't had a day off in ages." Garp dismissed Sengoku's concerns, standing up and making his way to the door. "Garp, I am the Admiral of the Navy. Without my approval, you shall not go anywhere. With the 3 admirals currently on missions, Marine headquarters still requires your presence." Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, shouting at Garp once more. "Blah, blah, blah. I can't hear you." Garp pretended to be deaf, playfully digging in his ears. With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving Sengoku alone in the office. Clenching his fists, his mind raced with countless exclamations. Unable to contain himself, he pounded the table in frustration, bellowing, "Garp!" Sengoku's roar echoed throughout Marineford. Nearby, training Marines turned their heads toward the highest point of the headquarters. "Hey, what is going on with Admiral Sengoku?" One Marine in training asked a companion. "Who knows? Maybe Vice Admiral Garp has once again gotten on his nerves. This happens all the time," the other replied. "All right, focus on your training. If Instructor Zephyr catches us chatting, we'll be in for scolding." But as fate would have it, their fears materialized. "Were you 2 slacking off for over here? Today, I demand that you run 10 laps around the headquarters. You shall not partake in any meal until you have completed them." Zephyr bellowed from behind the 2 Marines, startling them into an immediate salute and bow. "Yes, Instructor Zephyr. Truly, what is Sengoku up to? This marks the umpteenth time this month." Zephyr, instead of watching the 2 Marines dash away, gazed quizzically towards the highest point of the headquarters. At this moment, Rochas remained oblivious, unaware that the Conqueror's Haki he had casually activated had drawn the attention of 2 high-ranking naval officers. Unbeknownst to him, Rochas continued to hone his observation Haki aboard the merchant ship, deaf to the world outside. He felt as though his extensive training had led him to a plateau. The rigorous exertion had seemingly placed his spirit on the brink of a significant breakthrough. Chapter 6. The Fragile Beauty of Koya. 5 days later. With a sigh of relief, Rocha finally broke through. Sitting on his bed, drenched in sweat, he raised his fist to appreciate the newfound strength coursing through him. The mental breakthrough left his mind remarkably clear. His observation Haki now extended to a radius of several hundred meters, and if he focused on one direction, that range could reach thousands of meters. His current level of observation Haki was comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral in the Navy. Although he could not match the mastery of a specialized rear admiral, it was still commendable. Rocha glanced at the status panel. Host, Rocha, strength, C-, agility, C-, mentality, skills, swordsmanship C, armament Haki D, observation Haki C-, conquerors Haki D-, devil fruit ability, float fruit C, equipment, withered wood. Sakura 10. Overall evaluation, naval major general level combat power. You are ready to traverse the East Sea, young man. Rocha nodded in satisfaction. The improvements in his observation Haki and mentality were as he had anticipated. After all, the intensive training over the past few days to extend his observation Haki's range had consumed a substantial amount of mental energy, leading to significant experiential gains. The training of armament Haki, however, was challenging to showcase in front of the sailors. During these 5 days, aside from honing his observation Haki, Rocha had also attached tow ropes to 2 pirate ships, swimming while dragging them along. This rigorous exercise had contributed to a noticeable enhancement in both his strength and agility over such a short period. Moreover, it had reduced the originally required 7 days of travel to just 5. Today, he would finally reach West Rob Village to check in. With eager anticipation, Rocha stepped onto the deck. The sign-in location had opened a week prior, but he had been unable to locate it and had to follow a merchant ship instead. As he gazed at the distant outline of the island, his heart swelled with excitement. After waiting for so many days, he would finally be able to check in again. He wondered what rewards awaited him this time. Lord Rocha, we will soon arrive at West Rob Village. You must come visit my home as a gesture of gratitude for saving my life. I have instructed my servants to prepare fine wine and delicacies. I hope you will not refuse, Charlie said, approaching with a beaming smile. With fine wine and food, I certainly have no reason to decline, Rocha replied with a grin. As he set foot on West Rob Village, the system's prompt echoed immediately. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the target has arrived at West Rob Village. Would you like a check-in? Check-in. Ding! You have received 10,000 cubic meters of storage space, not applicable for storing living beings. Ding! You have obtained 1 black chicken white phoenix pill. Ding! You have acquired basic navigation skills. Rocha was momentarily stunned. This time, the rewards were not combat enhancements. The basic navigation skills were quite useful, perfectly suited to Rocha's current needs. After all, it is essential for signing in at various islands. However, even without navigational skills, Rocha intends to seek out his appointed navigator, Nami. A storage space of 10,000 cubic meters is undoubtedly the most valuable asset, allowing for internal communication and the storage of items. Rocha requires a substantial amount of food daily, and this storage space is perfectly suited to hold sufficient provisions for his consumption. It can also accommodate treasures and various possessions, making it an indispensable item for any traveler venturing forth into a tumultuous world. Yet this jibbafing pill. Rocha retrieved the pill and examined it closely. According to the information provided by the system, this pill possesses formidable effects. Jibbafing pill cures all ailments, strengthens the body. From this brief description, its potency is indeed impressive. But why do I recall this pill being a common remedy for gynecological issues? Has it been drastically modified in this pirate world? With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he tossed the pill into the storage space, reasoning that it might prove useful should he fall ill later. Suddenly, Rocha sensed someone observing him. Instantly activating his observation Haki, he turned to investigate. Rustling sounds emanated from a bush, as if something was burrowing within. Through the heightened perception of his Haki, Rocha smirked. A mixture of malice and a hint of conqueror's Haki surged forth. A young boy with a long nose emerged from the underbrush, enveloped by this aura, and soon burst forth, shouting, "Pirates are coming! Everyone run!" This long-nosed boy was none other than Usopp, a crewmate of Luffy. However, at this moment, Usopp was still in his deceptive form, since Rochas merely intended to startle him, and the primary force was malice. Usopp was not rendered unconscious. Charlie, having heard the commotion, approached. "Is that the child from the Banshina family?" he inquired, gazing curiously at Usopp's retreating figure. "Did this boy cause any trouble for you, Lord Rochas?" "No, not at all. I merely find this fellow rather amusing," Rochas replied with a smile, shaking his head. Upon learning that Usopp was not the source of trouble, Charlie sighed in relief. The boy has had a hard life. His father set sail as a pirate many years ago, and his mother passed away 2 years prior. "Lord Rochas, please allow me to escort you to my residence," Charlie said, after briefly recounting Usopp's background, then shifted the topic as he led Rochas toward the grand mansion at the island summit. "Welcome back, sir." Before they reached the entrance, 2 rows of butlers and maids awaited Charlie's arrival. Among the crowd, a bespectacled man discreetly furrowed his brow. Rochas, observing the assembly, was surprised to recognize several familiar faces. A beautiful girl with golden shoulder-length hair, clad in a light blue gown, dashed out from the doorway. "Daddy!" the girl exclaimed, beaming with joy as she ran to Charlie. "Oh, it's Kaya. Have you been listening to your mother and resting well at home?" Charlie, smiling, gently stroked his daughter's head and spoke. "Well, Kia has always been very obedient. And who might this be?" After replying to Charlie, Kia looked curiously at Rochas beside her. "Pardon my rudeness. This is Lord Rochas, a formidable adventurer." "An adventurer?" Kia's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly captivated. "Lord Rochas must have traveled to many beautiful and wondrous places, right? Could you share some stories with Kia?" she entreated, her tone tinged with a hint of longing and playfulness. Rochas was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. "Ding! Recruitable crew member detected. Name, Kia. Strength, G-, speed, G-, mentality, G, skills, none, fruitability, none talent, medicine, exhibits remarkable effectiveness in learning medical arts. Evaluation, a fragile young girl, Lord Rochas." Kia's puzzled voice broke through once more. Well, I have only just set sail myself and know little about the outside world. However, I can certainly share some amusing tales from my island," Rochas replied, regaining his composure and smiling at Kia, though his focus remained on the panel before him. Chapter 7. The Pirate Kuro. Medical talent? Although other attributes were lacking and there were no skills to speak of, this particular talent was enough to captivate Rochas. Who could possibly resist the allure of a beautiful and enchanting ship's doctor, rather than seeking an original character absent from the narrative to serve as a physician? Rochas preferred to recruit a character from the original story to join his crew. "All right, let us all enter the house," Charlie suggested with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension as he made his way inside. "Wait, there is still one matter," Rochas interrupted, his voice cutting through the air. "Is there something else, Lord Rochas?" Charlie inquired, turning back with a puzzled expression. "How much longer will you continue to disguise yourself?" Rochas asked, pointing his sword at a butler sporting a slick-back hairstyle and round glasses. Charlie rushed forward. "Lord Rochas, has Clara offended you in some way?" Rochas remained silent, while Kuro, with an impassive expression, adjusted his glasses and spoke. "My lord, have I committed any offense? If so, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Kuro bowed, adhering to the formalities of a butler. However, Rochas was not swayed by such pleasantries. He unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Kuro. Kuro's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively leaped back to evade Rochas' strike. Unfortunately, the 2 butlers nearby were not so fortunate, as they were knocked back by the debris propelled from the attack. "I can smell the unmistakable scent of piracy emanating from you," Rochas remarked casually, flicking his sword. "With your agility and the way you adjust your glasses, you must be the pirate Kuro. Am I correct?" "I do not comprehend what you are implying. My name is Clarebartle, merely a butler taken in by Lord Charlie a year ago. I have no connection to any pirate Kuro replied, his composure unwavering. Indeed, Lord Rocha seems to be mistaken. Clara is simply the butler I took in a year ago and should have no ties to piracy, Charlie explained, his brow furrowed in confusion. Kuro readjusted his glasses, which had become slightly askew from his evasive maneuver. You speak convincingly, but if I were not familiar with the plot, I might have been deceived. However, if you wish to bring Koya aboard, then assist in saving these characters who should have perished before the narrative unfolds. Still in disguise, are we? I hope you can survive my assault. A wave of Conqueror's Haki surged towards Kuro. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the Haki, Kuro instinctively employed a silent step. Retreating to a safe distance, and unbeknownst to anyone, he had produced a set of claw blades. Rocha was taken aback. Where had this man concealed such weaponry? It was astonishing that he had not even realized it himself. Yet soon enough, he accepted the absurdity of the situation. After all, this was the world of pirates, where the unexpected was commonplace. The 5 razor-sharp claws glimmered ominously, undeniably revealing Kuro's true identity. The other butlers stood in stunned silence, witnessing Kuro's remarkable agility and the formidable blades in his grasp. Protect the master and Miss Koya. The butlers immediately reacted, surrounding the front. Kuro struggled to lift his head and inquired, "Who are you?" The overwhelming presence of Rashia's Conqueror's Haki had clearly affected him, momentarily paralyzing Kuro with fear. Although it did not render him unconscious, it significantly drained his spirit. There is no need for a dying man to know my name. The sword aura and the Conqueror's Haki were merely tactics to force Kuro to reveal himself. If taken seriously, Kuro would be incapable of countering his assaults. The outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. Though Rashia was formidable, Kuro possessed his own trump card, confident that once deployed, it would render him invincible. Yet, this was merely a narrow perspective. Regrettably, he was compelled to alter his previously tranquil existence due to the disruption caused by this individual. Next, I shall extinguish every life on this island and seize all its wealth, although it seems I will revert to my former pirate life. The blame lay solely with the old man who brought you back. The lenses of Kuro's glasses glimmered ominously, obscuring his gaze. Yet his chilling aura suggested that he was no benign foe. Rashia felt a flicker of intrigue. It appeared Kuro possessed a unique skill comparable to the Marine's 6 styles, known as shave. However, Kuro himself lacked mastery over this ability, resorting to erratic movements and wild slashes, completely oblivious to his own strikes. Rashia scoffed at this. How could one who couldn't even control their own techniques hope to grow stronger? Nevertheless, Kuro's bounty of 16 million was evidently understated. In terms of strength, Kuro far surpassed the East Blue's notorious Admiral Click. Speed is power, as the Yellow Monkey often stated, and indeed, there was wisdom in his words. Rashia was eager to experience this skill that mirrored the speed of shave. Come for, Rocha beckoned provocativity. TCH shave. Kuro cast a cold glance at Rashia before vanishing. Simultaneously, Rashia's figure also disappeared. The sound of clashing blades echoed in the air, while the ordinary spectators could only hear the tumult of combat without witnessing the combatants. Ugh! A pained cry erupted as Kuro was sent crashing into a large tree. How? Is this possible? You surpass my speed. Kuro stared incredulously at the 10 broken claw blades in his grasp. With such speed, do you really think yourself invincible? What had just transpired was merely Rashia toying with him. Kuro's speed while using shave was slightly faster than his previous D state. However, having now reached C agility, Rashia was several steps ahead of Kuro. Before Kuro could land, Rashia, having sensed his landing point with observation Haki, had already positioned himself in front to intercept the impending attack. The recent playful endeavors were merely to discern the nuances of the CLO's lethal stride. Should I master this skill, my velocity would undoubtedly increase. However, after several exchanges, Rasha has come to understand that this particular technique does not suit him. Nevertheless, the essence of the lethal stride has been grasped by Rasha, and, due to its striking resemblance to the shave technique, he successfully assimilated the lethal stride during this confrontation, evolving it into a variant that demands less stamina. Behold, this technique is not to be employed in such a manner. With those words, Rochas' figure transformed into an afterimage, manifesting in another location. After a few swift movements, he found himself directly behind CLO. Is this my lethal stride? This was CLO's final thought. His head soared high before plummeting to the ground. Indeed, the lethal stride possesses a speed akin to that of the Six Styles. Yet Rochas prefers the shave developed by the Navy, as it is less taxing on his vitality. Chapter 8. The Joining of Kaya. Charlie stepped forward to express his gratitude to Rochas. Thank you, Lord Rochas. If it weren't for you, Cloud's nefarious scheme might have succeeded. Rochas sheathed his sword and replied, no need for thanks. By the way, the bounty on this fellow's head amounts to 16 million berries. You can collect it as a reward. He hesitated, replacing the word reward with a more delicate term. Gift? Why would you give me a gift after helping me so significantly? Charlie inquired, puzzled. Clearing his throat, Rochas deftly diverted the conversation. It's nothing. Let's head inside. At the dining table, Rochas indulged himself without concern for decorum. Lord Rochas, not only have you saved my life, but you have also alleviated a significant threat to my family. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will help you with whatever it may be, Charlie remarked politely, sipping his red wine and smiling as he observed Rochas' satisfaction with the meal. Having eaten his fill, Rochas patted his stomach and subtly glanced at Kaya. Are you truly willing to assist me with anything? Of course, Lord Rochas, just say the word, Charlie assured him, beaming with confidence. Then, I would like Miss Kaya to join my crew. No problem. Lord Rochas, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Charlie readily agreed to Rochas' request, but suddenly became flustered, his speech faltering. Did Rochas just propose that his daughter join his crew? He repeatedly confirmed that he had not misheard. I meant to ask if Miss Kaya could join my crew, Rochas stated earnestly. His serious demeanor caused Charlie's eyes to twitch. Kaya, too, was rendered speechless, astonished that this dashing blonde gentleman, whom she had just met, was inviting her to be part of his crew. However, she felt she had no particular skills and was in frail health. Could it be, he is suggesting? As this thought crossed her mind, her face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, attempting to hide her embarrassment. Lord Rochas, Kaya is still quite weak and has no experience at sea. How could she possibly accompany you on your maritime adventures? Charlie stammered. Although he had initially agreed to Rochas' request so readily, the matter concerned his daughter, and he felt compelled to consider it further. You need not worry about Kaya's health. I can ensure her recovery and even enhance her condition beyond what is now. The effects will be immediate, and I will guide her to grow stronger in the future, so you need not be concerned, Chairman Charlie. Speaking of experiences at sea, I must confess I have not much to share. However, the prospect of sailing the vast ocean alongside Miss Koya is undoubtedly enchanting. Rochas' straightforward declaration feels akin to a confession of affection towards Koya. She can feel her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet, a yearning begins to blossom within her for the adventures Rochas described, to behold the world's myriad landscapes. What? Could it be that her physical ailments could be instantly cured? Is this truly the case, Lord Rochas? Charlie gazes at Rochas, his eyes wide with astonishment. He is all too familiar with Koya's health struggles. Having witnessed her frail constitution since childhood, Charlie has tirelessly sought physicians to aid Koya, yet all they prescribed was rest, urging her to patiently allow her body to adjust, alongside some tonics to gradually strengthen her. Thus, the notion that Rochas could swiftly liberate Koya from her fragile state astonishes him profoundly. Indeed, I possess a remedy that can immediately heal injuries and enhance the physical condition of a user, Rochas affirms with a nod. This miraculous potion is none other than the black chicken white phoenix pill, a treasure obtained during his island expedition. Although he has no personal need for it, if it could serve to recruit a future ship's doctor, Rochas would not hesitate to share. Charlie closes his eyes in contemplation, his expression a mix of conflict. After a moment of internal struggle, he seems to deflate, gathering his resolve anew as he addresses his daughter. Koya, Lord Rochas is inquiring about you, whatever decision you make. Your father will support you. Koya, blushing at being the center of attention, feels torn. The future Rochas envisions fills her with hope. Yet it also means departing from home and leaving her parents behind. For a young fledgling yet to mature, such a transition brings uncertainty. Miss Koya, Raka gently interjects, young birds must eventually leave the nest. I sincerely wish for you to join my crew on this voyage. He cradles his chin in his hand, smiling at her. However, as silence lingers, Raka sighs and continues, since you seem so conflicted, perhaps it would be wise to ponder your decision for a few days. Before he can finish, Koya rises, her gaze resolute. I wish to be your crew member, Lord Raka. Seeing her determination, Raka beams once more. Then henceforth, I shall be your captain. Take this pill. It will heal and fortify your body. He retrieves the black chicken white phoenix pill from his belongings. Without a hint of doubt, Koya accepts it and consumes it immediately. A moment later, she feels an overwhelming sense of ease wash over her, as though all her fatigue and burdens have evaporated. Moreover, she senses a newfound strength coursing through her veins. Grasping the edge of the table, she applies a slight pressure. The entire table was effortlessly lifted by Koya. Charlie stood in stunned silence, gazing at his daughter. In the past, Koya could hardly manage to move even a stool. Yet now she exhibited such ease. Surely, the pill that Rasha had just provided was extraordinarily precious, possessing remarkable properties that could enhance physical strength to such an extent. It seemed truly unparalleled in this world. With a sigh, Charlie rose solemnly and bowed to Rasha. Master Rasha, I kindly ask you to take care of my daughter from now on. Rasha gently waved his hand. You are too courteous, Chairman Charlie. Koya is now also my crew member. It is my duty to look after her. At that moment, Koya was still in disbelief, reveling in her newfound strength. The sensation was utterly marvelous. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a weakling into a powerhouse. Charlie approached Koya with a smile, ruffling her hair as he spoke. Koya, during these days, please spend quality time with your mother. Koya's heart fluttered as she looked up at Charlie. Yes, Daddy. Chapter 9. The Iron Balloon. A notification from the system resonated, announcing ding. Recruitment of crew member Koya. Reward. The talent of the Iron Balloon. Rasha was momentarily taken aback. The Iron Balloon must be the physical talent of the formidable Big Mom. To his surprise, the recruitment system's prompt offered rewards. This was indeed a delightful surprise. With a sudden explosion of power, Rasha's height surged to an impressive 2.5 meters, his physique transforming from an average build to that of a muscular titan. The garments he wore strained against his enlarged form, threatening to tear apart. Koya and Charlie stared in astonishment at the drastically changed Rasha, rendered speechless. Fortunately, his handsome visage remained largely unchanged. Apologies, I got a bit carried away and couldn't quite control the power within. Rasha sheepishly scratched his head. He then closed his eyes and slowly attuned himself to his body, gradually reverting to his original height of 2 meters. However, his clothes remained in tatters. The Iron Balloon talent truly lived up to its reputation. Rasha felt his newfound strength and an inexplicable array of abilities. He realized he could alter his physique at will. Should he desire, his body could instantly swell to 6 meters tall, though that form would undoubtedly be quite unseemly, resembling a mass of bulging muscles. Rasha had no desire to venture out looking like a hulking brute. How extraordinary! Not only can one freely control their size, but with such a marvelous pill. Lord Rasha is indeed remarkable, Charlie remarked, filled with awe. Ding! The next sign-in location is the Kingdom of Goa. The sign-in will open in 10 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in. The next sign-in point had been revealed. To Rasha's astonishment, it was Luffy's homeland, the Kingdom of Goa. This journey was becoming increasingly intriguing. With this thought, Rasha turned to Charlie and said, I shall take a stroll outside and procure a map. One cannot traverse the East Blue without a map and compass. With a wave of his hand, he turned to leave. 5 days later, Charlie had selected a small sailing vessel for Rasha and prepared all the necessary supplies, together with the bounty and treasure from the pirate ship. Along with a generous gift from his father-in-law, a total of 50 million berries was amassed. By the coast, Charlie and a woman watched tearfully as Koya boarded the vessel. Koya, please take care of yourself out there, the woman implored. Yes, I will, mother, Koya responded, waving a handkerchief in farewell as she too waved back. Lord Rasha, I entrust Koya to you. Charlie said, removing his hat and bowing respectfully. Do not worry. We shall return here once our journey concludes, Rocha assured, gently patting Koya on the head. Set sail. As Rocha's words fell, the power of the fruit was activated. The sailboat slowly departed the small island, charting its course towards the kingdom of Goa. Life at sea often proved monotonous. On the modest deck, Rocha reclined in a chair, leisurely perusing a newspaper. Two particular news articles captured his attention. Alabasta has descended into chaos, with Governor Nayana witnessing a surge of rebellious fervor among the populace. Discontent with King Cobra's actions has spurred a rebellion led by the insurgent leader, Kusha. It appears that Crocodile's scheme is progressing smoothly. Had it not been for Luffy's imminent departure 2 years later, Alabasta might have truly fallen into his grasp. However, upon reflection, Rocha surmises that the world government would likely intervene to keep the secrets guarded by the Nefertari family from falling into the wrong hands. Should Crocodile overstep his bounds, the world government would not hesitate to send CP0 to discreetly resolve the matter. Shaking his head, Rocha decided to focus on the more pressing news at hand. The captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, has defiantly refused to join the 7 warlords of the sea, boldly challenging the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward. He has engaged in a fierce battle against the current warlord, Knight of the Sea Jinbei, lasting 5 days and nights without a clear victor. This revelation has sent shockwaves throughout the world, capturing the attention of notable figures everywhere. The Emperor's Big Mom and Kaido scoff at this rookie pirate, while Whitebeard himself reveals a keen interest. How intriguing. It won't be long before Ace is defeated by Whitebeard and becomes the 2nd Division commander. In a year, Sachi will locate the dark fruit, only to be murdered by Blackbeard Teach in a bid to seize it. Although the dark fruit does not pique Rocha's interest, it remains a formidable power. If it could bolster the strength of his future crew, that would certainly be advantageous. The abilities of the dark fruit hold no effect on Rocha. Likewise, the float fruit, a reward from the system, bears no side effects. Not only does he possess immunity to the dark fruit, but the Sea Prism Stone and its properties are utterly ineffective against him. However, given his current strength, seizing the dark fruit from the Whitebeard pirates seems a daunting task. My Lord Rocha, I have succeeded, Kaya exclaimed, presenting a lively and adorable white mouse before him. Very well, Kaya. Once we arrive at the kingdom of Goa, I shall assist you in searching for more medical resources, Rocha said gently, gazing at her with tenderness. Kaya beamed with a charming smile in response. 5 days prior, Rocha had already procured numerous medical texts for Kaya to study. With her natural talent, she has managed to heal a sick little mouse in just a few days. Kaya, you possess remarkable aptitude in medicine. Do not squander this gift, Rocha encouraged. If I can be of assistance to you, my Lord Rocha, I will surely strive to learn diligently, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she shyly looked at him. It seems we are nearing the kingdom of Goa. It would be prudent to hasten our journey, allowing time for lunch there. Rocha activated the powers of the float fruit, causing the sailboat to gradually ascend from the sea. It then sped toward the target island at triple speed. In less than half a day, Rocha set foot upon the kingdom of Goa, with the time just approaching noon. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the arrival at the kingdom of Goa. Would you like to sign in? As the notifications chimed, you have received a swordsmanship experience pack. You have acquired a strength enhancement pack. And you have obtained a fruit experience pack. Rocha acknowledged the simplicity of the rewards, yet recognized their profound utility, enhancing his overall prowess. After assessing the newfound strength coursing through his body, he regained his composure and proposed to Koya beside him. Shall we first indulge in a leisurely lunch? Afterward, we can explore this place thoroughly. Indeed, she replied. Oh, here, take this, he said, producing a bundle of 100,000 berries from his pocket, while retaining a portion for himself. With that settled, Rocha took Koya's hand and strolled through the streets in search of the unique culinary delights this locale had to offer. As for the small sailboat, it had long been discreetly stowed away in his storage space after he had landed it in a secluded corner. The storage space was not limited to mere food. It could accommodate a vessel as well, alleviating the need for someone to guard it. In a nearby alley, A girl with short purple hair observed Rashia's generous expenditure with a glint of cunning in her eyes before retreating into the shadows of the alleyway. Rashia, possessing the ability of observation, sensed someone watching him. However, given the throngs of people in the kingdom, such attention was commonplace, and, as he was not particularly renowned, he dismissed it as inconsequential. After discovering a local restaurant and spending a staggering 500,000 berries, Rashia savored all the distinctive culinary offerings of the Goya kingdom. Walking alongside Koya, he marveled at the exotic scenery of this enchanting realm. Suddenly, a girl with orange hair, clad in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a cat print, collided with Rashia and Koya. My apologies, she exclaimed. Chapter 10. The Thieving Cat and the Enchantress. Ah, what a fortunate coincidence. The individual approaching is none other than the navigator Nami, appointed by Rasha. To her surprise, she has fixated on him. Rasha offered a subtle smile, choosing not to expose Nami's thievery. Instead, Kaya approached with genuine concern. Are you all right, miss? Have you sustained any injuries? Kaya's innocent and caring demeanor instilled a flicker of guilt within Nami. No, that cannot be. She has a mission to fulfill. Until she rescues the village she is tasked with, she cannot afford to show mercy. Moreover, this young lady appears to belong to a wealthy family. Thus, a mere sum of money would hardly matter to her. Nami consoled herself with such thoughts, despite the fact that her actions had already strayed from her initial intention of solely stealing from pirates. I'm Fine. I simply stumbled and accidentally bumped into you. My sincerest apologies, but I must take my leave now, Nami replied, forcing a smile. Kaya watched with concern as Nami walked away. Hey, Kaya, why don't you explore on your own for a bit? I have something to attend to, but I'll return shortly. Do not worry. As long as you remain on this island, I will be able to sense your location. With that, Rasha vanished, though he kindly slipped an additional 100,000 berries into Kaya's pocket, which she remained blissfully unaware had just been pilfered by Nami. Lord Rasha? Kaya gazed curiously at the spot where Rasha had disappeared, utterly perplexed by the events unfolding around her, and continued to wander through the bustling streets of the Goya kingdom. For Kaya, who seldom ventured out, this foreign town exuded a sense of novelty. At that moment, in a dimly lit alley, Nami was boasting to a girl with short purple hair. I told you those two must be wealthy. Karina, you lucky girl. How fortunate you are to have stumbled upon such a plump target. Nami praised Karina, the very girl who had fortuitously witnessed Rasha bestowing money upon Kaya. Speaking of that, little thieving cat, hand over my share. Here you go. Nami produced 50,000 berries and handed them to Karina. Why just 50,000? What about my other 50? Karina counted the money and immediately inquired, realizing the discrepancy. I stole the berries, so naturally I keep the lion's share. Nami replied cheerfully, but the information was mine to gather. I could steal on my own too. We merely collaborated for mutual benefit, and yet you wish to take the majority. In stark contrast to Nami's cheerful demeanor, Karina was fuming, her forehead adorned with angry lines. The money is mine to distribute as I see fit. Nami remained unfazed. Honestly, you are insufferable. I'll let it slide this time, but I shall not share any information with you in the future. By the way, are you truly that short on funds? Over the time we VE partnered, you've acquired quite a bit. Why not indulge in a more luxurious lifestyle? Karina let out a sigh, appearing utterly defeated. Upon hearing Karina's inquiry, Nami felt a deep sense of sorrow. Her village was being relentlessly ravaged by that group of miscreants, and if only she could gather the funds more swiftly, she would be able to restore her fellow villagers to their former lives. Today's task seemed simple, if she could secure a bit more. Her agreement to buy the village could finally be realized. Clenching the belly in her hand, Nami remained silent. Yet, a voice resonated from above them. Oh, so you're the little thief cat. What audacity you possess, daring to steal from anyone. Do you have accomplices nearby? Roa had followed Nami into the alley, seated atop a nearby rooftop, listening to the unfolding drama below. You are the very person from earlier. Nami looked up, only to find herself face to face with the target of her recent theft. Oh no, he had discovered her. This is bad. We must flee. Karina reacted swiftly, grabbing Nami's hand and racing toward the alley's exit. Once they mingled within the crowd, Karina was confident that Roa would not be able to locate them. Futile effort. I shall not allow you to escape so easily. With a mighty roar, a stone lion head sealed the alley's exit, with another looming behind them, closing in on both sides and encircling the two. What strange ability is this? This is dreadful. There is no way out. Are we to meet our end here today? The enemy's bizarre powers left Nami and Karina, who had never encountered such a situation, utterly bewildered. Roa descended from the rooftop with a whisper, yet both women still noticed his presence. No, if we can just deal with this guy, we may have a chance. Nami brandished a long stick at Roa, determination blazing in her eyes. Kokosai village still needed her. She could not afford to fall here. With no other options left, they found themselves facing a formidable adversary. Karina readied herself, grabbing a wooden stick. What had initially seemed like easy prey now stood before them like a dark lord. Huh, are you actually approaching me? Instead of fleeing, you choose to draw nearer? Roa struck a pose reminiscent of a villain, his aura radiating an unmistakable menace. We intend to escape, but you should drop those things. Nami roared, her voice echoing with the spirit reminiscent of her time with the Straw Hat Pirates. Unfazed, Roa continued to revel in his role as the villain. In that case, I shall ensure that you remain here forever. Nami and Karina swallowed hard. Forever entombed in this place? Indeed, I shall keep you on my ship as my little wives, dressing you daily in various maid outfits. Roa sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he threatened the two women. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Nami and Karina. How swift! They marveled, astonished by his extraordinary speed. Before they could react, Roa effortlessly hoisted them onto his shoulders, one on each side. As the two women finally grasped the situation, they vigorously patted Rasha on the back. What are you doing? Let's go. They struggled fiercely against his shoulders, but to no avail. Rasha's strength was overwhelming, leaving them with no choice but to continue their futile attempts to break free. For Rasha, their efforts were nothing more than a mere annoyance. However, maintaining the status quo was not ideal. Utilizing the powers of his fruit, Rasha ascended slowly into the air. Oh no, we're flying. Nami and Karina turned pale with fright, suspended high above the ground. Their struggles ceased as they feared a disastrous fall. Are you a user of the devil fruit? Karina, possessing a broader knowledge, quickly recognized this extraordinary ability as the fabled treasure of the sea. Indeed, I'm a user of the devil fruit, Rasha replied, regaining a calm demeanor. More specifically, I wield the power of the float fruit, allowing me to soar freely through the skies. Upon reaching the rooftop of a towering building, Rasha gently set the two women down. He was unperturbed by the possibility of their escape, fully confident in his ability to retrieve them instantly if necessary. What do you intend to do? If you seek money, we can return it to you, Karina stated, having regained her composure. The fact that he had chosen to spare them and not engage in violence suggested he had a particular motive, which also meant that she and Nami were not destined to meet their demise here. As I mentioned earlier, I wish for you to join my crew and become my companions, Rochas said, waving his hand nonchalantly, appearing quite at ease. Are you a pirate? Nami questioned, a hint of hostility evident in her tone. Rasha was acutely aware of the devastation pirates had wrought upon Nami's homeland, inciting her deep-seated hatred for them. To avoid leaving a negative impression, he promptly clarified, no, I am not a pirate, at least not yet. For now, I am merely an adventurer embarking on my journey at sea. Chapter 11. Strongly bound aboard upon hearing Roche declare that he was not a pirate. Both Nami and Karina sighed in relief. However, Karina, with a serious expression, promptly inquired, what will you do if we refuse? Roche lowered his head in contemplation, and Nami exchanged glances with Karina, both perceiving an opportunity. Yet, before they could act, Roche's words extinguished their hopes. It's futile. My observation Haki has already locked onto you. There is no escape. Although they did not fully comprehend what observation Haki entailed, they understood it as a form of marking. Instantly, they slumped to the ground, disheartened. After a protracted silence, Roche finally lifted his gaze towards the two. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to bind you both and take you back to the ship. You will eventually grow accustomed to sailing together. That is just like a pirate. Nami and Karina exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with indignation. Roche, unashamed, puffed out his chest and raised his nose defiantly, embodying a proud demeanor. What are you so proud of? The two women could not help but scoff at his antics. Long before encountering them, the system had already indicated that both were potential recruits. Not to mention Karina, Nami possessed exceptional talent, being among the finest navigators in the world. She not only had intermediate navigation skills, but also a gift for meteorological perception, qualities Roche could not overlook. Karina's intellect was equally impressive, showcasing a quick-witted aptitude, suggesting she was suited for a strategist or wise commander role. Coupled with her striking looks, Roche was determined to recruit her as well. Now, let me introduce you to my crew, Roche announced. My name is Roche, and I shall be your captain henceforth. Gently wrapping his arms around their waists, he utilized his fruit abilities to ascend into the air. Startled, the two clung tightly to him, which provided Roche with a delightful sensation. Guided by his observation Haki, he swiftly soared towards Kaya, landing in an isolated area before making their way towards her. Lord Roche, Kaya, having noticed them, waved and ran over. Who are you? The sister from earlier? As Kaya approached, she recognized Roche embracing the two unwilling young women. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that one of them was indeed Nami. Kaya, from now on, Nami and Karina will be our crew members. This is our ship's doctor, Kaya. Come on, greet her, Roche introduced, then gestured for the two women to respond. Wait, I haven't agreed to join you yet. Nami protested, clearly displeased. However, Kaya, brimming with joy, took both of their hands and exclaimed, Hello, Nami's sister. Karina's sister. Kaya's radiant and gentle smile, akin to a blooming flower, melted their hearts. Her pure and kind disposition was irresistibly charming, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace her. Do not be so heartless in your refusal. Rather than engaging in petty theft for a meager sum, it would be far more advantageous to join me at sea. Capturing a few high-value pirates to exchange for bounties would prove significantly more rewarding. Is that truly the case? Nami and Karina's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. Indeed, prior to arriving here, I had already captured several pirates with bounties in the millions. The speed at which wealth accumulates out there far surpasses any petty theft you might undertake here, Rochas proclaimed with a grin, spreading his arms in a show of bravado. Very well, we shall share the spoils. You must not withhold our share simply because we did not contribute physically, Nami and Karina chimed in, their banter light and playful. Rochas, undeterred, smiled and readily acquiesced. No problem at all. He then released the two of them, suggesting, let us first procure some fresh water and provisions before heading to the neighboring windmill village. After that, we shall set sail for new islands. With that, Rochas led the three women on a shopping spree. As the saying goes, a man who is willing to spend is the most charming. Rochas spent millions on meats, vegetables, fresh water, and various necessities. The bulk of his expenditure went toward procuring meat, and he also visited numerous restaurants, purchasing local culinary recipes. This left the two women astounded, particularly Nami, whose expression turned to one of anguish, as if the money were hers. You've bought far too much meat. When will we ever finish it all? She lamented, gazing at the mountain of meat that represented lost belly. If I were to use this for myself, it wouldn't be long before I amassed 100 million belly, she mused, a glint of inspiration sparking in her eyes. You cannot spend money so frivolously. Soon enough, you'll find yourself in an economic crisis. I think it best to entrust your funds to me for safekeeping, lest you squander it all. Rochas casually responded, Money? It is merely a means to an end, serving no purpose beyond providing me with ample sustenance. I harbor no interest in wealth. I have yet to truly touch it. Once it is spent, I shall simply continue capturing bounties to replenish my fortune. In that moment, Rochas appeared as a sage who had transcended worldly concerns. His gaze tranquil and his spirit serene, exuding an ethereal quality. Ding! The next sign-in location is Kokoshiya Village. Sign-in will open in 15 days. Please proceed to the designated location for check-in. The notification from the sign-in system finally re-emerged, but Rochas merely cast a fleeting glance at Nami. Never mind for now. I shall keep the destination to myself to avoid alarming Nami. Let us proceed to Windmill Village first. Rochas casually stored all the supplies in his storage space. This action astonished Nami and Karina, drawing exclamations from them as they showcased their characteristic expressions from the world of One Piece. Where have all the supplies gone? They were just here. I have stored them away. You will be even more astonished shortly. Once they reached a sparsely populated area, Rochas effortlessly lifted all three women into the air before summoning the sailboat. This enchanting power rendered the two women speechless, while Koya chuckled softly nearby. She had been equally astonished the first time she witnessed Rochas place a sailboat into his storage space, left momentarily dumbfounded. Now, witnessing the expressions of Nami and Karina, she found it difficult to suppress her amusement. Koya's laughter roused the two from their stupor, and soon Rochas found himself besieged with questions. Though he relished the attention, the cacophony of 1,000 quacking ducks in his ears was overwhelming. Thus, he attributed this phenomenon to the extraordinary abilities of his devil fruit. There are indeed several devil fruits capable of connecting to alternate dimensions in this world, yet Nami and Karina, lacking experience, believed Rochas' explanation. They could only marvel at the peculiarity of Rochas' devil fruit. Before long, the trio arrived at Windmill Village, where they spotted a familiar tavern. Chapter 12. Pirates of the Old Era Welcome. The sound of the door creaking open heralded the arrival of guests, and Marcy, as ever, greeted them with her characteristic warmth. However, this particular group was rather peculiar. A youthful man accompanied by three strikingly beautiful young women, each possessing a distinctive charm. "What can I get for you?" Marcy inquired gently, her smile radiating hospitality. "A beer for me, and 3 fruit juices," the young man ordered casually, taking a seat at the bar. What could be the purpose of their visit? Do not tell me it is merely for a drink, or perhaps you have taken a fancy to the lovely proprietress? Nami asked curiously. Rochas cast a glance at Marcy, but remained silent. Indeed, he was not there for the sake of indulging in spirits, nor to invite Marcy aboard his ship. A typical invitation would be met with refusal, especially considering Marcy's extensive background. It would be nearly impossible to simply whisk her away. To forcibly abduct her would certainly send the village chief into a frenzy, prompting him to contact Carp, and Rochas had no desire to be pursued relentlessly across the seas. Moreover, with Shanks in the mix, the situation would yield no favorable outcome for him. Besides, he had yet to hear the system's notification sound. It was best to refrain from any such actions. Suddenly, the tavern doors swung open with great force. A boisterous voice filled the air. "Meat. I want to eat meat. Marcy. Luffy." Marcy looked up gently at the exuberant boy, then reminded him, "Luffy, we have guests. Please keep your voice down and do not disturb them." "My apologies. Dear guests." Luffy can be rather exuberant. "I hope you do not take offense," she said politely, while still admonishing Luffy. "It's quite all right." Rochas waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will. Hee. Luffy, with an innocent and carefree smile, plopped down in the chair beside Rochas. "Here are your drinks," Marcy said, serving the beverages before turning her attention to preparing Luffy's meal. Impatiently waiting, Luffy's eyes caught sight of the dual swords adorning Rochas' waist, and his excitement surged. "Are you pirates?" Rochas turned to Luffy, amused by his keen interest, and replied with a soft chuckle, "Not quite. At present, I am merely an adventurer, primarily traveling the world to admire the beauty of each island." "Oh, wow, that sounds splendid," Luffy exclaimed, his gestures animated and lively. "Is this the protagonist of this world? How intriguing. It is no wonder he was chosen by the Nika fruit." Rochas observed Luffy closely. His personality remained unchanged, just as depicted in the original animation. Creak. The tavern door swung open once more, this time revealing an elderly gentleman. He was diminutive in stature, clad in a tattered top hat and orange-tinted sunglasses, his hair tousled. A pipe dangled from his mouth, and he held a hammer in his hand. "Luffy, did I not tell you to temper your impatience? In your current state, you would be swiftly overwhelmed by the sea," the old man chastised. "Mr. Nagley, what a rare sight to see you here," Marcy exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded the newcomer. "Nagley?" Rochas turned his attention to the elderly figure. This old fellow is quite remarkable. A figure from the era of the Pirate King, Roger, and has even clashed with him. Though he was defeated by Roger, his strength remains unfathomable. Suddenly intrigued, Rocha downed his beer in one gulp and rose to his feet. A wave of conquerors Haki surged towards Nagli. Oh, the youth of today are truly extraordinary. Nagli marveled at Rocha, who was adeptly emanating conquerors Haki without inadvertently harming anyone. Such control is indeed astonishing, Nagli thought to himself. However, little did he know that Rocha as conquerors Haki was bestowed upon him by the system. While its strength was not particularly high, he could freely direct it at targets or release it over a wide area. Rocha inquired, "Your strength is impressive. Would you be interested in a duel? Old as I am, I cannot compare to you young folks," Nagli chuckled, patting his waist. "What jest? With your strength? You must have been quite a notable figure in the past." "Not at all. Merely an old man who has stepped back from the era," Nagli replied humbly. "Since you wish to engage, follow me." He turned and exited the tavern. This young man is remarkably entertaining, having mastered conquerors Haki at such a young age. He must have also grasped armament and observation Haki, I presume. It's not ideal to showcase such skills in the town center. "Oh, a fight! A fight! I want to join!" Luffy exclaimed excitedly, snatching up the drinks and meat prepared by Machino, finishing them in a few bites before heading out. "Luffy!" Machino looked on with concern as Luffy rushed outside. "Don't worry, that guy isn't a bad person. But he is not exactly a good one either," Nami reassured Machino, the latter part of her thought echoing in her mind. The three of them then rose to follow Rocha. Soon, Nagli led Rocha to a secluded grove. Nami and the others stood at a distance, observing. Nagli removed his cloak and tossed it aside, gripping a wooden hammer tightly, then called out to Luffy, "Luffy, watch closely, for this is the true battle between pirates of the high seas." "Oh yes, master," Luffy responded with enthusiasm. Rocha drew his twin swords, an aura of intensity enveloping him as he entered a combat state. "Youngster, you may strike first," Nagli said with a smile. "In that case, I shall not hesitate," Rocha replied, immediately brandishing his swords. Wave slash. Two streams of sword energy swiftly shot forward. Nagli swung his wooden hammer downwards, shattering the sword energy into fragments that scattered in all directions. That technique resembles that of the Golden Lion, and those swords, dry wood and cherry blossom. "Are you a successor of the Golden Lion?" Nagli exhaled a puff of smoke, eyeing the familiar sword energy and dual swords as he inquired. "Indeed, Master Shurji has imparted his swordsmanship to me for 2 years, making me a worthy inheritor of his legacy," Roche acknowledged with a nod. "How formidable the younger generation is. Where is that old rascal, the Golden Lion, now?" "Master Shurji has passed away. I laid him to rest on a small island in the East China Sea." "Is that so? These old fellows have truly vanished, quietly departing this world without a sound. Ha! We have indeed been rendered obsolete by the passage of time." Nagli lamented upon hearing of yet another old acquaintance's demise. "Come now, young man, unleash your utmost power," Nagli beckoned Roche. As he activated his armament Haki, his twin swords gradually absorbed a dark hue. Roche's armament Haki had evolved beyond its previous strength, ever since he acquired the steel balloon talent. His attributes underwent a profound transformation. Host, Roche, strength, A dash, agility, B, mentality, C, skills, swordsmanship C, armament Haki C, observation Haki C, conquerors Haki D, Navy 6 styles, shave C, fruit ability, float fruit C, talent, steel balloon, equipment, withered wood, Sakura, 10 overall evaluation, naval vice admiral level combat power. His agility has reached a B rating, while his strength has attained an A level due to the enhancement. With the majority of his skills at the C level, Roche's prowess has already reached that of an ordinary vice admiral. However, should he reveal all his hidden cards, he is confident in engaging in a fierce battle with elite vice admirals. It is estimated that once Roche's skills reach all B levels, with some even attaining A, his strength will truly align with that of an elite vice admiral. Roche felt that if he could master the technique of Conqueror's Haki infusion, he would likely find few worthy adversaries among the elite vice admirals. Chapter 13. The Evolution of Combat with Nagli. Exercise caution. The robust physique of the iron balloon imbues Rocha with seemingly boundless strength, further augmented by the energy amassed from his copious consumption of sustenance. His stamina is beyond compare, allowing him to wield his armed color Haki without reservation, unleashing it to its fullest potential. The lion's 1,000 cleaves relentlessly assail Nagli. What a splendid attack! Nagli's wooden hammer is enveloped in armed color Haki. The ebony mallet, as unyielding and weighty as a true iron hammer, shatters all incoming slashes. However, Rocha remains undeterred, confident in his ample reserves of stamina. He executes several consecutive 1,000 cleaves, enveloping the battlefield in a torrent of sword energy. For a moment, Nagli finds himself unable to escape the onslaught, forced to defend continuously. Remarkable! Luffy exclaims in astonishment at the fierce clash between Nagli and Rocha. Nami and Karina are equally entranced. They had heard Rocha boast of capturing several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, yet never anticipated the magnitude of his strength. It exceeded their wildest imaginations. All that remains for Kaya is admiration. Nami, lost in a daze, finds her thoughts adrift. Is this all you can muster? Nagli swings his wooden hammer, shattering an incoming blade of sword energy, deftly sidesteps 2 more strikes, and then taunts Rocha. The relentless barrage of Rocha's sword energy is beginning to wear Nagli down. If he continues to passively defend, he risks exhausting his stamina and ultimately succumbing to defeat. Rocha, of course, possesses a repertoire of sword techniques far beyond these 2 moves. He has yet to employ his fruit ability, nor does he intend to in this encounter. He aims to rely solely on his swordsmanship, bolstered by the enhancements of his iron balloon physique, granting him monstrous levels of both defense and stamina. He aspires to discover the heights he can attain without utilizing his fruit ability. Currently, his strategy revolves around creating an opening. He is acutely aware that engaging Nagli in close combat head-on is not a viable option. The lion's 1,000 cleaves continue to rain down from Rocha, and at last, his efforts bear fruit. Nagli's movements slow, and he fails to evade in time, resulting in a direct strike to his calf. He falters momentarily, and a series of slashes send him hurtling through the air. An opportunity presents itself. Rocha's eyes gleam with determination as he adjusts his stance, crossing his black twin swords. The fierce dragon's Sky Slash. This technique, inspired by a move from certain game, although merely a semblance of its original form, possesses considerable power. His figure darts forward, a shockwave materializing into the visage of a golden dragon's head, roaring as it seeks to engulf Nagli. Master, Luffy, concerned for Nagli's predicament, leans forward, poised to assist, yet ultimately restrains himself. Consequently, he fails to notice the subtle smirk curling at the corner of Nagli's mouth as he flips mid-air, preparing to confront Rocha head-on. The wooden hammer in hand was once again drenched in black, this time adorned with crimson waves and tendrils of black electricity coursing through its body. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki enveloped it. Rocha, positioned across from him, witnessed this spectacle with utmost clarity. The black currents were undoubtedly the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Rocha felt the weight of his predicament. He could no longer hold back, compelled to accelerate his assault and unleash all his strength. Iron hammer, shatter, accompanied by Nagli's soft exclamation. The hammer, cloaked in armament and Conqueror's Haki, collided with Rocha's dual swords, which were infused with his maximum armament Haki. A violent shockwave erupted from the epicenter, transforming into a fierce wind that made it difficult for the 4 spectators outside the arena to keep their eyes open. This cataclysmic force was indelibly etched into their memories. At the very center, Nagli's expression turned to one of astonishment. The youth before him had managed to withstand his strike, and the power transmitted through their clash left him utterly astonished. To possess such prodigious strength at this age, alongside mastery over armament Haki and the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki with finesse, what an extraordinary being. Yet, Rocha, facing his opponent, felt a surge of frustration. This old man had deceived him into engaging in close combat. The level of force exerted was beyond comprehension, and Rocha found himself relying on sheer brute strength to counter the attack. He could only endure for a mere 3 seconds before his offense was shattered, and the hammer struck him directly. Though Nagli had tempered much of its might, the force still remained formidable. Boom! The ground was indented as if struck by a meteor, debris scattering through the air, enveloping the arena in a haze of smoke. Lord Rocha, Kaya's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her hands clasped tightly as she silently prayed for his well-being. Nami and Karina stood agape, utterly dumbfounded by the display of power before them. As the dust settled, Rocha's figure lay within the deep crater. Nagli exhaled a sigh of relief, rubbing his aching back. However, the subsequent sight caused his pupils to widen in disbelief. Rocha slowly rose to his feet, coughing up a few blood droplets before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Aside from some superficial scratches, he bore no visible signs of having suffered a heavy blow. Nagli understood that although he had mitigated some of the force, the internal damage caused by the armament Haki, coupled with the power of Conqueror's Haki, was undeniably real. This boy possessed a physique reminiscent of the most formidable beings he had encountered: Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and that young rascal Barrett from Roger's crew. Did this young man also possess a physique akin to those monsters? That blow truly stung, Rocha remarked, rubbing the red mark on his chest. However, I must express my gratitude. It allowed me to experience such an attack. Gradually ascending into the air, he declared, "Float. Float fruit." Nagli's eyes brightened with keen insight. He had not anticipated this little rascal possessed such a hidden skill. As a token of reciprocity, why don't you sample my newly developed technique? Rocha closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. When he reopened his eyes, his body had suddenly expanded. His dual swords were enveloped in the color of armament Haki, surrounded by a swirling red aura, interspersed with streaks of black lightning. Nagli had become numb. Since the commencement of this battle with Rocha, he had been subjected to numerous shocks. In that last strike, his opponent had astonishingly absorbed and replicated both his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. This remarkable aptitude for learning was truly terrifying. As Rocha gathered energy in the air, he slowly articulated the name of his technique: Wave Slash. Purgatory. 2 immense streams of black sword energy surged downward in a cross pattern. Hey, you little brat. Do you intend to destroy this island? Nagli's pupils constricted slightly, his mind tensing as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. This time, he did not hold back, but unleashed his most potent technique with all his might. Hammer of Destruction. The black hammer clashed against the 2 colossal sword energies. A stronger and more exaggerated gust of wind radiated across the entire island. Countless streaks of black lightning erupted at the point of contact. Kaya, we must retreat. Nami and Karina urgently pulled Kaya back, recognizing that such overwhelming power was far too formidable. Even if they attempted to control the released energy, it would still affect others. Rocha, aware of the situation, utilized the float fruit, executing Lion's Might. Earth Barrier. A massive earthen wall rose behind the 3 women, shielding them from the ferocious winds. Chapter 14. The Bounty Hunter's Hunting Plan. The clash of sword energies between Nagli and Rocha reached a stalemate, ultimately shattering Rocha's strike after exhausting the last vestiges of strength. A thunderous boom resonated as the air pressure created a deeper crater centered around Nagli. He slumped within it, gasping for breath, the location of his pipe now unknown, and his wooden hammer shattered in 2. Luffy swiftly dashed into the pit, assisting Nagli to his feet. Rocha also descended from the air, his chest heaving, clearly having expended considerable energy on that maneuver. The villagers of Windmill Village peered out, curious about the commotion, for the magnitude of the impact was witnessed by many, the noise too great to ignore. Marikino cast a worried glance in their direction. Rocha, Lord Rocha. Nami and Karina hurried over with Kaya. Lord Rocha, are you all right? Kaya's pale hand were tenderly resting on her chest, where Nagli's hammer had struck, leaving a red mark. I'm fine, just need to rest for a moment, Rocha reassured, grasping Kaya's hands in front of him. If you're hurt, you must tell Kaya. Kaya blushed, withdrawing her hands and lowering her gaze. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Nami and Karina exchanged glances, surprised by Rocha's formidable strength. It could be said that Rasha and Nagli were the strongest individuals they had encountered. Ahem, with your current prowess, very few in the Grand Line could defeat you. With Luffy's support, Nagli emerged from the crater, appearing somewhat weakened, his steps unsteady, his body clearly battered. Ha! The monsters of the Grand Line are as numerous as cattle. With my current strength, I would struggle to stand in the latter half. Rasha chuckled, scratching his head. In the future, you will not lag behind those monsters. Nagli firmly shook his head in response. Gurgle. A rumbling sound echoed as Rasha felt an intense hunger, having exhausted all his stored energy during the battle. I'm hungry. Let us head to the Goya Kingdom for a meal, he suggested, clutching his stomach. Huh? Didn't you just eat there not long ago? How can you be hungry again? Nami questioned, bemused. Isn't due to the excessive energy expenditure? Rasha smiled sheepishly at Nami. Thank you for your guidance, old man Nagli. Rasha waved farewell, lifting the three girls into the air as they soared towards the Goya Kingdom. Not wishing to reveal his storage capabilities before this relic of the old pirate era, he only released his ship after they had distanced themselves. Nagli watched Rasha's departing figure, reflecting, indeed, the number of monsters is ever increasing. Luffy, you must train diligently, with your current strength. It is still too early for you to set sail. Oh, Luffy raised his fist with enthusiasm. After witnessing this battle, Luffy became acutely aware of the insignificance of his current strength. This realization ignited his fighting spirit, instilling within him the aspiration to one day stand atop that pinnacle. Simultaneously, it solidified his unwavering resolve to seek a swordsman as a companion. Little did Rasha know that his clash with Nagli had sown a significant seed within Luffy's heart, prompting Luffy to later lament to Zoro about the latter's inability to unleash such impressive sword energy, much to Zoro's vexation. Rasha, having come to observe the protagonist Luffy's thoughts, found the experience rather unremarkable. Let me tread the path of the protagonist, leaving you with no avenue to escape. Nami and Robin, I shall claim you both. Upon returning to the Goya Kingdom, Rasha made his way directly to a hotel and sought out the manager. Through the allure of wealth, he compelled the hotel's chefs to prepare a feast for him, spending a staggering 10 million berries in the process. Naturally, the manager, eager to please such a distinguished guest, readily acquiesced to his demands. For the ensuing hours, waitstaff tirelessly transported dishes to the dining table until nightfall. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a pig? You've been eating incessantly. Where does it all go? Karina remarked, exasperated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Kaya, with a gentle smile, used a handkerchief to wipe the juices that occasionally splattered onto Rasha's face. Sir, we have exhausted all the ingredients in the kitchen, and the chefs are utterly spent. The manager, drenched in sweat, approached Rasha with a humble demeanor. Well, let it be. I'm nearing my limit, Rasha replied, releasing a belch and gesturing for the manager to cease further preparations. With a sigh of relief, the manager returned to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to rest. What had initially seemed like a lucrative order turned out to be a colossal challenge. Rasha's appetite could likely bankrupt any competitive eating contest. Nevertheless, as the manager reflected on the situation, he found solace in the fact that there was still some profit to be made, so he did not begrudge Rasha his indulgence. Rasha took the handkerchief Kaya offered, wiping the sauce from his mouth before speaking. I possess the unique ability to fully digest the food I consume, converting it into energy stored within my body to enhance my physical prowess. However, I have depleted this energy, which is why I find myself so famished. In truth, Rasha had not overeaten previously, but acquiring the steel balloon talent seemed to have unlocked his body's potential. He could ravenously consume food to store energy, which could be utilized at will, and in times of injury, he could accelerate the expenditure of this energy to heal himself. The endurance displayed during the earlier battle stemmed from this reservoir of energy. Nami stood nearby, her expression conflicted, clearly wrestling with hesitation as she contemplated speaking, yet ultimately refrained. Although the others remained oblivious, Rasha, with his keen perception, noticed her struggle. However, he chose not to confront it directly, as he was certain that a visit to Kokasia village was inevitable, and the dragon would undoubtedly meet its demise. Why not take a moment to observe Nami's conflicted little expressions. When she finally confesses, she will likely lean on herself even more. Rochas' lips curled into a smirk. The plan was afoot. At that moment, Karina's eyes sparkled as she proposed to Rocha, "Since you are so formidable, why not join me in hunting down the bounty criminals within the Goya kingdom? Look at you, consuming an extravagant meal that cost 10 million berries. If you lack funds, dining in the future will pose a challenge, and without means to earn, hunger will be your companion." Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up as well. Indeed, if Rocha could turn those pirates into bounties, and she could discreetly pilfer them, she would amass sufficient wealth to purchase the village. The villagers would no longer suffer under the oppressive dragon, and even if Rocha were to find her again and forcibly take her aboard, she would have no lingering worries. As this thought blossomed in her mind, Nami's anticipation grew, and her spirits lifted considerably as she echoed Karina's suggestion. Rocha felt the same way. He had already spent a third of the 50 million he had brought along. If he did not earn more, he would soon find himself unable to afford food. You have a point. Since you mention it, you must have a plan, right, Karina? Rocha gently rubbed his chin and turned to Karina. Leave it to me, she replied with a smile. In the ensuing days, the lawless territories of the Goya kingdom became a veritable whirlwind of chaos. Chapter 15. The Wolf's Demise. The uncertain terminus of existence, Rochester stood atop a vantage point, gazing down upon the mountainous heaps of refuse below. Is the final objective truly situated here? He inquired of Karina, who was beside him. Without hesitation, Karina rummaged through a thick stack of bounty lists, extracting one and handing it to Rochester. She proceeded to elucidate the details. Captain of the Wolf's Demise pirate crew, known as the Beast of Carnage, Ricky, boasts a bounty of 26 million berries, with a first mate named Nandel, who has a bounty of 8 million berries. It is said that they are pirates who returned defeated from the Grand Line and have since concealed themselves here, having lost the courage to challenge the Grand Line again. Their operations are shrouded in secrecy, thus evading attention. Had it not been for information gleaned from other bounty hunters regarding their presence in the kingdom of Goya, it would have been exceedingly difficult to locate their hideout. At this, Karina brimmed with pride. However, my brilliance shone through as I extracted clues from the mouths of those who collaborated with him, leading me to uncover his hidden lair. She pointed towards several secluded huts nestled among the refuse mountains. Rochester's observation, Haki, sensed the presence of approximately dozens of individuals in that direction, both inside and outside the dwelling. These pirates are not like the previous ones. They are veterans of the Grand Line. Are you certain you can handle them? Nami peered out from Rochester's right side, her concern evident. Rochester chuckled, tousling Nami's short hair until she became irate, her hair now in disarray, before withdrawing his hand. Have you not witnessed my strength over the past few days? They are merely the failures of paradise. They are no match for me. Now you all wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Rochester activated the powers of the float fruit and soared into the air. You better not die out there, Nami shouted in fury, then began to smooth her disheveled hair. Be careful, Lord Rochester, Koya cautioned, worry etched upon her face. Regardless of whether he faces the strong or the weak, Koya always felt anxious whenever Rochester ventured into battle. Rochester waved his hand nonchalantly behind him, signaling for Koya not to fret. Upon reaching the summit of a refuse mound, he made no effort to conceal his presence and leaped into the clearing before the hut. Instantly, the pirate sentinels surrounding the dwelling detected Rochester's figure. Hey, who is this brat? Who sent you here? How dare you approach the Wolf's Demise pirate crew's stronghold? Are you seeking death? The pirate thugs emerged, brandishing weapons and encircling Rochester. The commotion even stirred those within the hut. It appears this is indeed the place. Rochester surveyed the scene, dismissing the pirates entirely. What are you babbling about, you little brat? Are you underestimating us? Their anger ignited. They shouted furiously. Creak. The front door of the hut swung open, revealing two towering figures emerging from within. The leader's countenance was fierce, a prominent scar stretching from his eye down to his chest, his piercing and indifferent gaze sweeping over the pirates outside. What is all this commotion? He inquired in a cold tone. Captain Leaky, a reckless young brat, has arrived, reported a pirate lackey. Leaky's attention shifted immediately to Rocha, and noticing the absence of fear in the latter's demeanor piqued his interest. "Youngster, do you comprehend where you are?" he queried. "I do. Then what brings you here? Do you wish to join our pirate crew?" Leaky's intrigue, deepened upon hearing Rocha, was aware of their location. Their pirate crew was notoriously secretive, and it was rare for anyone to discover this place. It seemed Rocha had employed some special means to find it. This only intensified Leaky's curiosity regarding Rocha's intentions. "No," Rocha shook his head, provoking a chilling glare from Leaky. "Ah, so you have come to meet your demise." Leaky's icy voice resonated. "Extract who sent you, and then bring him before me." Growing impatient, Leaky casually commanded his subordinate and turned to leave. Suddenly, before he could take a step, a potent aura surged forth. This was Rocha's signature technique, the Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding pirates collapsed, leaving only Leaky and a burly man behind standing. It seemed the Conqueror's Haki required further amplification, as it failed to instill fear in these subpar pirates. Rocha mused, recalling how he had managed to incapacitate some renowned pirates with bounties in the millions. Yet, when faced with adversaries of even modest strength, the intimidation effect of his Haki diminished significantly. In fact, after the battle with Nagli, Rocha had elevated his Conqueror's Haki to AD level. Leaky, however, remained utterly unfazed, indicating he possessed considerable strength. "Ah, I see. You are the renowned dual-wielding swordsman making waves in the black market lately." "Quite the effortless discovery," Leaky remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise, though he shot a disapproving glance at his subordinate. "Nandel, you seem to have regressed. As my first mate, how could you be so easily frightened by this young brat?" Despite standing firm against Rocha's Conqueror's Haki, Nandel was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, his resolve was commendable, significantly stronger than many of those million bounty pirates. "I apologize, Captain Leaky. I don't know what's happening, but I feel my body is difficult to control," Nandel stammered, perspiration beading on his forehead. Leaky, observing the situation, began to understand. An unknown devil fruit ability seemed to influence others with such ease. Could it be a Paramecia-type ability? Leaky speculated, though this was merely a preliminary analysis. He had yet to encounter Haki, and thus remained unaware of its implications. Rocha merely smiled and offered no explanation. "However, it is rather unfortunate. I am quite different from those you have vanquished." Leaky's form gradually enlarged, and his appearance began to transform, for covering his back while sharp claws sprouted from his fingers. "I am a creature of the animal-type cat-cat fruit, in the form of a lynx, and your fruit's abilities cannot possibly affect me." Leaky cackled, proudly showcasing his newly transformed state, casually swiping his hand to etch a deep claw mark into the ground. "Oh, a user of an animal-type devil fruit? Such beings are rare in the East Blue." Rocha observed his opponent with keen interest, yet maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "Huh, you arrogant little brat. Soon I shall show you the cruelty that originates from the Grand Line. I am not like these simpletons of the East Blue." In response, Rocha unleashed a wave of sword energy with a flick of his wrist. The sharp blade of energy sliced through Nandel, cleaving him in two. To withstand the Conqueror's Haki was already a testament to some degree of strength. Yet it was this very determination that ultimately sealed his fate. Chapter 16. The Barrier Fruit. Indeed, the swiftness of the Zoan-type cat-cat fruit is commendable, and your ability to evade my sword strikes is certainly a source of pride. Standing with an air of arrogance, Rocha observed the scene. That insufferable brat, so utterly oblivious to the reality around him. Ricky glanced at his subordinate, now cleaved in two, his expression twisted with rage as he charged forward. "Humph, foolish, unable to comprehend the disparity in strength. Yet, I must admire your courage. Thus, I shall employ this technique to bring about your demise." Rocha retracted one of his long swords, gripping it with both hands to gather power, adopting the stance of a one-sword style. A crimson aura and black lightning enveloped him. To think you would present such a flawed posture. Your head shall be mine." Ricky laughed maniacally as he lunged forward, his claws aimed directly at Rocha's heart. In the fleeting moment before contact, Rocha transformed into an afterimage, leaving Ricky stunned as he passed through the illusion. Shave. At that moment, Rasha had already used the shave technique to appear behind Ricky, whose back was wide open, as if inviting Rasha to strike. Come, experience my new move. With a wicked grin, Rasha exclaimed, Armstrong Spiral Accelerated Jet Armstrong Spiral Slash. Reciting the tongue-twisting name, he swung his long sword without hesitation. The strike was unlike that of a mere swordsman. It twisted the very fabric of space with brute force, releasing shockwaves infused with the hardened, coiled, and emitted power of armament Haki, alongside the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The shockwave propelled Ricky, launching him through the refuse yard and carving a circular passage that extended for thousands of meters before dissipating. After mastering the first 3 applications of armament Haki, the fusion of these techniques allowed one to achieve the pinnacle of internal destruction. In the original narrative, Luffy learned the external emission technique during the Wano arc and swiftly grasped internal destruction thereafter. Rasha, having battled Nagri, personally experienced this power and mastered the coiling and emission of armament Haki, which enabled him to integrate the effects of internal destruction. In just a few days, he had learned to apply the highest level of armament Haki. The amalgamation of the 2 Haki forms, coupled with his ironclad physique, resulted in a sword strike imbued with a power reminiscent of Charlotte Linlin's Nation of Might. Alas, in my exuberance, I momentarily forgot to temper my strength. I hope I have not reduced him to fragments. Rasha smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had come to claim their heads in exchange for bounty. Should he obliterate them, what bounty would he receive? With several quick flashes, he arrived at the end of the dissipating shockwave. Phew, thankfully, the remaining half can still be redeemed for a bounty. Ricky's lower half was nowhere to be found, while the upper half bore a semicircular gash, the intense heat of the shockwave having desiccated the blood within. Truly, the resilience of a Zoan fruit user is no mere boast. To still remain half intact after such an assault speaks volumes of their physical strength. Rasha seized Ricky's head and, with a few more flashes, returned to the small dwelling. Karina and Nami have already observed the situation here and are hastening toward us. All I need to do is rummage through the treasures left behind by these pirates before they arrive. Casually discarding the wreckage, Rasha strides into the house. The interior is remarkably tidy, aside from a table and a few chairs, with a few scattered letters on the table. There's only a large iron chest in the corner. Ignoring the letters, Rasha makes a beeline for the imposing chest. Oh, what a bountiful find! As he opens the chest, a brilliant golden light bursts forth, revealing it to be brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, with a small black box nestled in the center. What could this be? Rasha picks up the small box and, with a slight exertion, breaks the lock. The contents within leave him gaping in astonishment. A devil fruit. To his surprise, this individual possessed a devil fruit, presumably having consumed one already and unable to eat another. If given to his subordinates, it might lead to betrayal, which explains its lack of use. Had he arrived even a moment later, Ricky might have sold this fruit. He considers himself fortunate to have intercepted it. Yet, the appearance of this fruit strikes him as rather peculiar. Its distinctly angular square shape, green skin adorned with bizarre spiral patterns. It resembles a paramecia-type fruit. Only such a fruit could bear such odd characteristics. Is there a devil fruit encyclopedia available for purchase? Ding! The devil fruit encyclopedia is valued at 30 million berries and has been deducted from the host's warehouse. A crimson book materializes before Rasha, emblazoned with the simple yet profound title of Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He picks it up, internally grumbling, I hadn't even requested a trade. Yet the amount has already been deducted. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that he requires this item at this moment. 30 million it is, which depletes his remaining funds. Rasha opens the book, eagerly searching for information on the fruit before him. Oh, so this is what the float fruit looks like. He becomes utterly captivated by the various strange forms of devil fruits depicted within the pages. After a lengthy search, he finally locates the entry that matches the fruit in his possession. The barrier fruit, a remarkable find indeed, among the paramecia types. The barrier fruit boasts the strongest defense. Fruits like the shiny fruit and stronghold fruit are not worthy to be compared. Originally, This fruit was meant to appear in 4 years on Bartolomeo, one of Luffy's subordinates. Now, it has fortuitously fallen into his hands, perfectly suited for use by his 3 comrades, who lack offensive capabilities. This will allow him to venture into battle with confidence. Bang! Rasha, what on earth are you doing? Such a commotion could attract the city defense team. Hurry and gather Ricky and Nandel's heads, along with the treasures. We must retreat, or we will find ourselves in deep trouble when the city defense team arrives. Karina burst through the door, shouting at Rasha. Hey, Greens. Oh, this time we have truly struck it rich. Roxa turned back to display the devil fruit in his hand to Karina and the 2 others. Could this truly be the legendary devil fruit? Gazing at the peculiar appearance of the fruit, the 3 women suddenly recalled the knowledge Roxa had shared with them regarding these enigmatic fruits. Indeed, it was none other than the Paramecia-type devil fruit renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, the barrier fruit. Who among you wishes to consume this devil fruit? Roxa casually tossed the barrier fruit to Karina. Hey, that S8 devil fruit worth millions of berries. What if it breaks when you throw it like that? Karina shot an irritated glance at Roxa. Such a precious item. Are you truly going to let us eat it? Nami inquired, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. In her view, such a valuable possession could fetch a handsome sum if sold. Yet Roxa was offering it to acquaintances he had known for only a short while. With this barrier fruit, I can venture into battle at will, no longer fearing that you will be attacked from behind. Thus, one of you 3 must consume this fruit today. Roxa replied with a smile to Nami's question. Chapter 17. Karina's Acquisition. Crew Training Room. I shall refrain, as Kaya only needs to hone her medical skills to tend to you all in the future. Combat is not within Kaya's expertise, so it would be better for Sister Karina and Sister Nami to partake. Kaya resolutely shook her head in decline. Well, that is quite all right. I will seek out a more suitable fruit for Kaya in due time. Rasha nodded, acknowledging that Kaya indeed lacked proficiency in battle. It would be prudent to search for a fitting fruit for the ship's doctor later. Nami and Karina exchanged glances. Don't look at me. I'm a navigator and would never recklessly consume a devil fruit. I have no desire to become a landlubber. Nami responded, shaking her head. Since learning that devil fruits could render one unable to swim, she had dismissed the notion entirely. Couldn't we sell it instead? This could fetch us a fortune in berries. After selling it, we could all share a substantial sum. Karina gazed at Rasha with a hint of melancholy. That is not an option. Money can be earned again, but your lives are singular and irreplaceable. I cannot bear to witness any harm befall you. Rasha replied with unwavering resolve. Both Karina and Nami felt their hearts flutter. No one had ever cared for them quite like Rasha did at that moment. Karina had grown up in an orphanage, and thereafter lived a solitary life, resorting to thievery until meeting Nami, who was also a thief, and they formed a partnership. Nami, although cared for by her mother Belmir and sister Nojiko in her early years, had survived through thievery after the harrowing events in the world of dragons. The appearance of someone, apart from her mother and sister, who genuinely cared for her well-being stirred something within her. I see you wish to bind me with these trivial emotions. Just know, if I choose to escape, you will not be able to reclaim this fruit. Karina declared with a haughty demeanor, as if challenging him to regret it. Haha, I shall secure you firmly aboard my grand vessel and offer you no opportunity to flee. Rasha laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Humph, considering the fortune you've amassed, I shall remain on your ship for a while. I happen to be quite weary and could use a respite to save her life. Karina averted her gaze, avoiding Rasha's triumphant expression. Ding! Recruit crew member Karina. Reward. Crew training room, huh? The sudden notification from a system chimed in Rasha's ear. Casting a glance at the proud Karina beside him, a smirk crept onto Rasha's lips. At last, you are willing to acknowledge your status as my crew member. I never anticipated that the barrier fruit would completely subdue Karina. What a delightful surprise. Once he composed himself from the pleasant revelation, Rasha spoke again. Go on, consume it. Doing so will grant you the powers of the devil fruit. After some coaxing from the others, Karina finally lifted the devil fruit and took a tentative bite. An indescribable flavor spread through her mouth, causing her cherubic face to contort into a deep shade of purple, clearly on the verge of retching. Don't spit it out. You must consume the entirety, Rasha urged. stepping forward to press the whole fruit into Karina's slightly parted mouth, covering it to prevent her from expelling it. Karina struggled furiously, slapping Rochas' shoulder. Gulp! With the entire fruit consumed, Rochas released his grip, and a ghostly white gas erupted from Karina's mouth. Hey, pull yourself together, Karina. Nami anxiously rushed over, shaking Karina's body. However, the latter swayed like a marionette, unresponsive to the shaking. It's all right, she's just digesting the fruit. Once she regains consciousness, she will be able to utilize the powers of the barrier fruit, Rochas reassured. Indeed, before long, Karina revived with full vigor, gripping Rochas' collar and angrily scolding him. Are you trying to choke me to death? Didn't you say just a bite would suffice? Why did you make me consume the whole thing? In response to Karina's inquiry, Rochas maintained a serious demeanor and solemnly explained. It is said that consuming the entire devil fruit results in a significantly stronger ability than merely taking a bite. To prevent any unforeseen consequences, it is best to finish the fruit entirely. That sounds like a fabrication to me. You just wanted me to taste that horrid flavor. Karina remained unconvinced, continuing to shake Rochas' collar. Nami, observing the scene, began to sweat nervously and hurriedly intervened. All right, Karina, calm down. Perhaps Rochas is telling the truth. After all, there is no harm in it. Karina's ire swiftly shifted to Nami. The next time we find a devil fruit, I shall stuff it into your mouth so you can experience the taste for yourself. Nami shuka dokwadli. Now, let us see the ability you've just acquired from the fruit. Rochas quickly diverted the topic. We shall settle this later. Karina huffed, then formed a gesture with her fingers. Barrier. A transparent square shield materialized. Rochas attempted to slash at it with his sword, but the barrier remained unscathed and smooth. The defensive strength is remarkably high. I doubt it could be breached easily. Of course, you better not think of bullying me, Nami, or Koya. Otherwise, I will certainly send you flying with my barrier, Karina declared with confidence. Now, stuff all this treasure and the heads of the bounty criminals into the spatial pouch. We need to collect our rewards. With her chest puffed out and hands on her hips, she commanded Rochas like a leader. Yes, Rochas shrugged, allowing Karina to bask in her moment of triumph. He collected the treasures and heads into the storage space. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he embraced the three women and used the float fruit to soar away from the location. Only after the silhouettes of the four had completely vanished did a contingent dressed in the garb of the Goya Kingdom's military arrive. They stared in astonishment at the pirates strewn across the ground and the scene that resembled a wasteland ravaged by monsters, unable to lift their dropped jaws for quite some time. After collecting the bounty from the naval base, several individuals returned to their hotel. They began to tally the treasures and rewards they had acquired over the past few days. Nami, what are you doing? Come and help us. Karina shouted at Nami from within the room. Such a situation was indeed rare. Ordinarily, Nami would be the first to rush forward to count the berries. Yet now she sat on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in a letter. Oh, my apologies. I stumbled upon something intriguing, she replied. What is so intriguing? It has a bit to do with Rochas. How is it related to me? Rochas, somewhat bewildered, did not grasp what Nami meant by it being pertinent to him. As he accepted the letter Nami handed him, he scrutinized its contents, while Karina and Koya leaned in curiously to observe. After a prolonged silence, Karina exclaimed, "The black market has already placed a bounty on you." In recent days, Rochas had stirred quite a commotion. Notable pirates within the Kingdom of Goya had been apprehended in exchange for bounties by the Navy, and not a single bounty criminal had survived in Rochas' presence. Thus his reputation as a dual-wielding swordsman spread throughout the black market. Numerous lesser pirates began to tremble at the mention of this seemingly sudden dual-wielding swordsman. While capturing bounty criminals, Rochas inadvertently encroached upon the interests of the local gangsters, leading to the black market and pirates initiating a bounty on him. Presently, Rochas' bounty on the black market had soared to a staggering 50 million berries, a sum unmatched by any other within the East Blue. Naturally, there were those who scorned the notion of pirates issuing bounties. Licky was among them. He believed that only the weak resorted to placing bounties on others, asserting that pirates should confront challenges in their own way. However, upon learning of Rochas' bounty, He was intrigued and began instructing his subordinates to seek out the dual-wielding swordsman. Little did he expect that Rocha would arrive first, targeting him as one of the bounties to be claimed. Chapter 18. Nami's Confession, 50 million berries. That's a staggering 24 million more than Village S bounty. Those folks truly hold you in high regard, Karina exclaimed. Hey, who is underestimating whom? Given my prowess, anything less than 500 million berries would be beneath my stature. If I were to venture out as a pirate now, the Navy would undoubtedly set my bounty at no less than 1.5 billion berries. Huh, you think you could command a bounty in the billions? Karina questioned, her skepticism evident in her tone. Lacking a frame of reference, she found it difficult to gauge Rochas' true strength. It would only be when they reached the Grand Line that Karina and Nami would realize that Rochas' current abilities amounted to nothing more than a cannon swatting a mosquito in the East Blue. Truly, it was akin to a high-level character bullying novices in a starter village. As for Nagli's past encounters with Roger, Rocha had chosen not to share that with Karina and Nami. Otherwise, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Believe what you will, once we reach the Grand Line, the truth will unveil itself, Rocha remarked, rolling his eyes as he casually tossed the letter onto the table and resumed counting his treasures. Hey, Rocha, aren't you going to confront them? Since they've already issued a bounty on you, why not pay them a visit and take them down? You'd surely acquire a wealth of treasure, Karina suggested, following closely beside him, her ulterior motives surfacing as she spoke. Not interested. We'll be leaving this kingdom soon. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Besides, we've already amassed quite a fortune, Rocha replied, tossing a handful of berries into the air. It must be said that the Navy branch near the Goya Kingdom operated quite legitimately, devoid of the corrupt schemes that often plague such institutions. Perhaps this was due to Garp's frequent returns to the East Blue. Being his hometown, the local Navy dared not indulge in corruption. For a complaint from the residents to Garp could spell the end of their careers. The operation against the bounty criminals proved remarkably successful. They swept through the Goya Kingdom, targeting the highest bounty pirates and plundering every treasure aboard their ships. In fact, the riches aboard most pirate vessels exceeded their bounties. This fortunate turn of events allowed Rocha and his companions to collectively amass approximately 700 million berries, a veritable windfall. Upon tallying their earnings, Nami and Karina embraced, their eyes sparkling with the shape of dollar signs, radiating an exhilarating glow. With a blissful expression, Karina declared, with this much money, we can truly savor life. I want to buy so many luxurious items. Nami, still somewhat dazed, realized that her modest aspirations had now multiplied into 7 before her eyes. Let us split all. Then, I'll keep my share on the ship to purchase provisions. After all, I don't need to spend much, Rochas stated nonchalantly. Money? It's merely an external possession. I have little interest in it. How can you say that? You devour the provisions worth 10 million berries in just a few days. If we were sailing the seas, how would you find enough money to buy food? Karina retorted, her exasperation evident. Given your previous contributions to our endeavors, this time you shall receive a mere 100 million. The remainder will be shared between Nami, Koya, and myself. It was better that Rocha remained silent. The moment he spoke, Karina was incensed and delivered a light punch to his abdomen, which, amusingly, caused him no harm. Their interaction bore the semblance of a playful couple engaged in light-hearted banter. Despite knowing it was futile, Karina could not restrain herself from acting thus. Is your body forged from steel? How can you be so unyielding? She exclaimed, shaking her hand in discomfort, her expression tinged with exasperation. Initially, she believed that the ingredients purchased for 10 million berries would suffice for an extended period, yet astonishingly, they had been consumed within just a few days. Fortuitously, they had avoided dining at a restaurant. Otherwise, the expenses would have escalated. However, the task of cooking had proven quite laborious for the group. Thankfully, Rocha's exceptional culinary skills made the preparation of raw ingredients effortless. In that case, I shall leave my share aboard for Lord Rocha to procure ingredients, Koya remarked gently, seemingly unfazed by the substantial sum involved. Huh, Koya, you are far too indulgent with this fellow. He ought to experience hunger for a few meals to learn some moderation, Karina commented with a hint of resignation. knowing well that Koya had always favored Rasha, potentially leading to his eventual overindulgence. Without Lord Rasha, I would never have ventured onto the sea. Money holds little significance for me if it can assist him, Koya responded with a radiant smile. Koya truly cares for me, Rasha said with a bashful grin. To this, Karina could only shake her head, lamenting, Hanavi, such an innocent girl will inevitably fall prey to the big bad wolf. Nami, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Do I truly have share of this money? I haven't contributed at all. She fidgeted restlessly, her expression a mix of unease. This money was significant to her, yet since boarding the ship, she had hardly been of any assistance. The prospect of dividing such a vast sum now left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. What are you saying? You have helped cook for this guy, haven't you? Since we are all on the same ship, of course, you deserve a share. Besides, do you genuinely believe you can escape his grasp? He has already wagered on us, showing no intention of letting us go. Life is quite agreeable now. We have ample funds without resorting to thievery. Karina, perceptive to Nami's inner turmoil, sensed something was amiss. She appeared conflicted, yet somewhat relieved. During their time together, Karina often felt that Nami bore some unspoken burden, frequently slipping into an emotional state without offering much explanation, silently enduring her struggles. Karina is right. You are a part of our crew, so whatever difficulties you face, just speak up and I will assist you. Rasha interjected as he approached the two, subtly suggesting to Nami that he would handle any formidable challenges should she ask. However, she was met with an indignant glare from Karina, who retorted with frustration, Isn't it because of you, who directly kidnapped both of us onto this ship? Don't think we will forgive you so easily. From now on, you must share half of your spoils with me and Nami. Turning her attention away from Rasha, Karina gently addressed Nami. All right, Nami, don't concern yourself with this fellow. Accept it as a fare for boarding. Thank you, Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening as she could no longer hold back her tears. She embraced Karina tightly. Sister Nami, everything will be all right as long as Lord Rasha is here. Kaya, sensing Nami's emotional turmoil, approached her side to offer comfort. Karina softly patted Nami's back, remaining silent. After a long moment, Nami, with her eyes still red from crying, finally released herself from Karina's embrace and managed to regain her smile. In fact, I am a member of the Dragon Pirates. My hometown is in the base of the Dragon Pirates' Kakoja village. Nami unraveled the bandage that had been tightly wrapped around her arm, revealing the tattoo of the Dragon Pirates. Kakoja village, I see, Karina exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder you, Nami, have been binding your arm with bandages despite not being injured. Previously, Karina had assumed it was merely a habit, as Nami showed no visible wounds. Having witnessed the darkness that pervades this world, Karina understood that the inhabitants of these islands and villages lived in dire straits, especially under the oppressive rule of the fishmen, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Karina pondered silently. Nami must be enduring immense pressure. Chapter 19. The crew's training room of my childhood. The Dragon Pirate crew seized the island of my hometown, coercing the villagers to pay a monthly tribute for protection. Failure to comply would result in execution. My passion for drawing nautical maps caught the attention of the Dragon Pirate crew, who insisted I join their ranks, promising that if I could amass 100 million berries, I could purchase the village and reclaim my freedom. At last, I have gathered enough to buy back the village, and with the surplus, we can reconstruct it. I am truly grateful to you, Rasha, Nami said, her voice choked with emotion as she deeply bowed before Rasha, revealing her fair and ample figure. Upon our return to Kokoshia village, I shall buy the village and join you. It has always been my dream to chart the maps of the entire world, and with your guidance, I am certain my dream will come to fruition. Since Belmir's passing, Nami had never felt such joy, surrounded by companions who genuinely cared for her. However, Karina's brow furrowed with concern. Nami, do you truly intend to trust the pirate's promise? Rather than purchasing the village, I believe it would be wiser to have Rasha assist you in reclaiming it from the dragon's grasp. She gestured towards Rasha. Indeed, the dragon has established such a stronghold in Kokoshia village for so long. It is likely he has colluded with local naval forces. Unless we eradicate both the dragon and those naval officers, The villagers of Kokoshia may once again fall into slavery, Rasha concurred, stepping forward. Feeling compelled to voice his thoughts now that Nami had opened the discussion. But if we attack the navy, you'll become a wanted pirate, Nami expressed her apprehension. Fear not. As long as we proceed discreetly, we shall be fine. Even if we do become pirates, we can continue our adventures. The navy cannot hinder us. Rasha's demeanor exuded nonchalance. Yet to Nami, he appeared both reliable and reassuring. Yes, Nami instinctively agreed with his comforting words. Karina wholeheartedly supported the notion. Indeed, if we are to act, we must eliminate any future threats. However, Rasha, you must ensure that your actions remain covert. Otherwise, the path of bounty hunting will be closed to us. Rocha chuckled, unless unexpected events occur. Now, enlighten me about the Dragon Pirate crew. How many members do they have? Are any likely to depart for other islands? There are a total of 60 members, including myself, all of whom are fishmen except for me. The Dragon Pirate crew typically operates as a unified force, and, barring any special circumstances, they congregate at Dragon Manor. Upon hearing Rasha's inquiry, Nami divulged details about the dragon's crew, but before she could elaborate on each fishman's abilities, she was interrupted by Rasha. That information is sufficient for now. Nami paused, taken aback. Is that all? Shouldn't we know their abilities to devise a plan? No need for specifics. The number of people will suffice. Anyone who dares to bully my navigator shall not leave the EC alive. And do you not comprehend my prowess? As long as their numbers remain intact, I can eliminate them in an instant. Rasha winked at Nami, signaling her not to worry. Thus, it is decided. Tomorrow we shall journey to Kokoshia village. Karina made the final call. Before we proceed, there is something I wish to discuss with you all. Seizing the opportune moment, Rasha revealed the reward for Karina's joining. The crew training room. Within this training chamber, one can achieve a remarkable one. 5 times enhancement. Whether exercising or studying, the benefits are amplified. For instance, Kaya's aptitude lies in medicine, which already yields efficient results. Now, she will experience a further one. 5-fold increase in proficiency. Rasha currently lacked means to elevate the capabilities of the 3 women, and the newly acquired barrier fruit requires time for Karina to master and develop its potential. With this one, 5-fold enhancement, Karina's grasp can be expedited. Rasha retrieved the crew training room from his storage space. It resembled Doraemon's Anywhere door, appearing both dignified and resplendent. Is this a door? Nami remarked, slightly perplexed by Rasha's solemnity, only to be presented with a rather ornate door. Hee, come with me. You shall witness its effects, Rasha said, grasping the doorknob and swinging the door open, revealing an expanse of white. This. The 3 women were rendered speechless in astonishment. Following Rasha inside, like curious children, they found themselves in a vast white space, with no discernible end in sight. It bore resemblance to the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball, though the effects differed. One slows time, while the other enhances efficiency by 5 times. This door has consumed a devil fruit, allowing for a 5-fold increase in training efficiency. If you find yourselves with idle time, you may come here to train. Rasha elaborated on the function of the crew training room, attributing its origins to the enigmatic nature of the devil fruits. Can a door really consume a devil fruit? Kaya inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, it is possible for a devil fruit to attach to inanimate objects. The exact method eludes me. Yet it is suspected that the world government possesses the technology to enable inanimate objects to consume devil fruits. What specific fruit this door has consumed remains a mystery. I have trained within for quite some time after acquiring it, which accounts for my strength. Rasha continued to explain the various settings he had incorporated into the crew training room, fabricating a narrative since he could not disclose that it was a reward for signing in. Good heavens, ever since I boarded this ship, my worldview has been gradually unraveling. Am I still dreaming? Karina exclaimed, clutching her head in shock, as everything before her affirmed the reality of her situation. Had it not been for my fortunate acquisition, I would never have believed that a place capable of accelerating one's cultivation speed could exist in this world. Roxa laughed heartily. finding amusement in the expressions of Karina and the others, whose worldviews seemed utterly shattered. Karina, be sure not to be idle. Take some time to hone your abilities with the devil fruit. Nami, you too must enhance your physical prowess. Once your bodies are sufficiently conditioned, I shall instruct you in the use of armament Haki and observation Haki. Karina and Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, for they remembered that fateful day when they battled Nagari, utilizing powers known as armament Haki and conqueror's Haki. The latter is an innate ability, irreplaceable and exceedingly rare, while the former can indeed be cultivated. Since that day, both Karina and Nami have developed an insatiable thirst for strength. You promised, once our physical capabilities meet the requirements, you will teach us how to wield Haki. They reminded eagerly. Of course, I am a man of my word, Rochas assured them, affectionately ruffling their hair. And what about me, Master Rochas? Poya puffed up her cheeks, a hint of annoyance in her voice, feeling somewhat neglected as plans were made for Nami and Karina, while she was left out. After all, I was here first. Do not fret, Poya. You shall join our training as well. I will devise a training regimen for you to ensure you possess the ability to defend yourself. However, your primary focus should be on mastering the healing arts. Once you have acquired the current knowledge, I will seek out skilled physicians for you to learn from. Rochas gently stroked Poya's hair, and she closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. Now, let's go and have a meal. Upon our return, we shall commence the training program. Chapter 20. The Devil Fruit Extractor in the quaint village of Coco. Rochas arrived precisely on the 15th day after the sign-in system had opened, having deliberately slowed his pace. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the target, Coco Village. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! You have acquired Navy 6 styles, Moonwalk. Ding! You have obtained an advanced cookbook. Ding! You have received the Devil Fruit Extractor. Initially, upon witnessing the first two rewards, Rochas had little hope for anything remarkable, but he was pleasantly surprised by the final offering. The Devil Fruit Extractor could be employed on a dying devil fruit user, allowing the fruit to be extracted from its host. Although it was a one-time use item, its utility was undeniable. The effect was straightforward, and Rochas began contemplating whose fruit abilities he could detach. Whitebeard? Perhaps not. He lacked the strength for such a confrontation, and the chaos of the Marineford War could turn disastrous if Whitebeard retaliated in his final moments. Blackbeard, however, presented a tempting option, with the powers of the Darkness Fruit being immensely formidable. Haha, the anticipation only grows. As for Navy 6 styles, Moonwalk, this technique holds no value for Rochas, who possesses the Float fruit. Its sole purpose would be to teach the crew on board. The advanced cookbook, on the other hand, was quite beneficial, as it contained recipes that would elevate the crew's culinary skills to an intermediate level and, with further study, potentially to an advanced standard. It would serve the entire crew well in the future. Under Nami's guidance, they arrived at a small cottage nestled in an orange grove. A beautiful girl with short blue hair, adorned with a red headband and dressed in a tank top and trousers, was bending down to water the flowers in front of the door. Rochas' eyes lit up. Here was yet another stunning beauty, characterized by her gentle and kind demeanor. A perfect choice for a wife. The blue-haired girl noticed their approach and turned, a smile blossoming on her face. Nico Robin. Nami's joy was palpable as she rushed forward, leaping into Robin's embrace. Hee, you've grown so much, yet you still act like a child, Robin teased, though the tightness of her embrace revealed her affection for her younger sister. It has indeed been a while. How have you been? Robin nuzzled her cheek against Nami's hair. I'm doing very well out here. Oh, by the way, these are my companions I met during my travels. This is Rochas, the captain of our adventure crew. And this is Karina, the ship's doctor, my dear sister Kaya. Nami joyfully introduced her newfound companions to Robin. Hello. Robin greeted them with a warm smile. Ahem. The beautiful Miss Nico Robin. Might I interest you in joining my crew to sail across the world with us? Rochas presented himself in a pose he deemed quite suave as he extended the invitation to Robin. Don't approach my sister like that. You letcher. Nami executed a swift kick that sent Rochas flying, her anger palpable. Oomph. Nami, your companions are truly amusing. No Kigo chuckled softly, having not witnessed Nami displaying her true nature in quite some time. suggesting she had indeed encountered commendable companions. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" Rasha winced, rubbing the spot where Nami had kicked him, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and as for someone as lovely as Miss Nokigo, I would certainly wish to invite her aboard. Moreover, you wouldn't have to part ways. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Rasha spread his hands, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Humph," Nami retorted, tossing her head dismissively, and turned to Karina and Kaya, saying, "Let us head inside first," allowing this fellow to ponder his actions outside. Rasha stood there, scratching his head. "What? Am I just being abandoned like this? I believe I am the captain here." With a resigned sigh, he decided to wander about instead. As he strolled through the orange grove, he occasionally picked a few ripe oranges. He had to admit, their flavor was delightful, which explained Nami's fondness for them. It wasn't until evening that Rasha returned to Nami's home, expecting to encounter a few fishmen to test his skills, but found nothing but silence. Creak. He opened the door to a chorus of laughter. The women were merrily engaged in preparing dinner. "Hey, I'm back. I picked some oranges from behind. I hope no one minds." Rasha greeted them, but no one acknowledged him, leaving him standing awkwardly in place. Fortunately, Nokigo noticed his discomfort and, with a gentle expression, said, "Ah, Mr. Rasha, we're still preparing dinner. Please have a seat for a moment. It will be ready shortly." "Oh, Nokigo is truly a wonderful woman, and she can cook too. I must find a way to get her aboard," Rasha thought, peeling his oranges while dreaming up schemes to entice Nokigo onto his ship. Before long, the meal was ready and served. After finishing their dinner, the group began to discuss the dragon pirate crew. "I did not see any sign of the dragon pirates while wandering outside today. Have they left this village?" Rasha voiced his concern. "They set sail periodically to nearby islands to collect protection fees. They should be returning soon," Nokigo replied, her expression troubled. "Are you truly planning to resist the dragon pirate crew? They are not like ordinary pirate crews. The strength and constitution of fishmen are inherently tenfold that of humans, and each fishman possesses unique abilities." Although Nami had mentioned Rasha's formidable strength, a hint of worry lingered in her tone. "If the constitution of fishmen is tenfold that of humans, then mine is 100-fold that of fishmen. So there is no need for concern," Rasha reassured them. "Instead, let's discuss the possibility of you joining my crew. I genuinely wish for Miss Nokigo to come aboard, but I am of no use. I would only hinder you at sea, and I must tend to Belmir's orange grove," Nokigo replied, providing her reasons for refusal. "Huh, you needn't worry at all. I possess my own methods to train you into formidable crewmates," Rasha exclaimed, his confidence unwavering as he continued to extend his invitation to Nokigo. "Moreover, Miss Nokigo's culinary skills are so exquisite that if I could indulge in her dishes daily, I would have no regrets in life." Rasha began to display his acting prowess, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Nokigo. However, Nokigo still hesitated when suddenly the sound of the door opening broke the silence. "Nokigo, if you wish to go, then do so. There is no need to remain in this small place like us old folks. I will take care of Belmer's orange grove for you." A man, battered and adorned with a windmill hat, entered, causing both Nokigo and Nami to gasp in surprise. Ajian turned to Rasha, his expression grave. "Young man, did you just assert that you possess the strength to vanquish the dragon pirates?" Rasha, intrigued, replied, "Indeed, I am fully capable of overpowering the dragon pirates. Even Karina could easily defeat them." "Wait, me?" Karina exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing her name mentioned by Rasha. "Karina, do not underestimate your devil fruit ability. In the East Blue, and even along the Grand Line, few can penetrate your defenses. After all, you have acquired the world's most formidable defensive fruit power." "Is it true that I am so powerful now?" Karina said, covering her mouth with a shy smile, her laughter uniquely her own. Chapter 21. The demise of the evil dragon. Upon hearing Rasha's affirmative response, Ajian exhaled a long, heavy sigh. He then turned to Nokigo and Nami. "You are still young. The world is vast and full of possibilities. You have a brighter future ahead of you. Go and explore the great ocean while I, an old man, can safeguard the orange grove for a few more decades." Ajian's expression was grave, perhaps due to his habitual demeanor, which made it difficult for him to convey his emotions. Yet, His words revealed a profound concern for Nami and Nokigao. Nokigao, he began, his tone tinged with melancholy. Yoshi, uncle, you can rest assured to entrust Nokigao and Nami to me. I shall take good care of them, Rasha exclaimed, throwing an arm around Ajian's shoulder and laughing heartily. Nokigao and Nami are merely accompanying you on your voyage. Just ensure you keep your hands to yourself, you little rascal, Ajian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Rasha. Hey, that would depend on my charm. It is quite normal for a handsome young man like me to attract the attention of the ladies. Who knows? Perhaps Nami-chan and Nokigao-chan might even develop feelings for me along the journey. Rasha teased, tousling his stylish golden locks, his gaze unwavering as he playfully challenged Ajian. You little scamp, your intentions are far from innocent. Nami, I suggest you leave him behind and head out to sea directly. He is better suited for work in the orange grove. Ajian shot back defiantly. You old man are just envious of my youth and charm, wishing you could travel with Nami and the others. The banter between the two men swiftly dissipated the earlier somber atmosphere, eliciting laughter from the women present. I won't argue with you any longer. Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. In the midst of their quarrel, Ajian suddenly halted, shifting from his previously irate demeanor back to his usual serious expression as he addressed Rasha. Rasha remained silent, following closely behind Ajian until they arrived at a cliff overlooking the ocean. At the edge of the cliff stood a grave. Ajian walked over and sat beside the grave. This is the resting place of Nami and Nokigao's adoptive mother, he stated flatly. He then began recounting the childhood experiences of Nami and Nokigao, while Rasha listened quietly. Once Ajian finished, he retrieved 2 bottles of wine from his storage space and handed one to Rasha. I never dwell on the past. The present is what matters. Although I may not fully grasp what you've shared, as long as they are aboard my ship, I will protect them with my life. Rasha declared after taking a hearty sip of wine. Is that so? What a reliable young rascal you are. It seems Nami has indeed found good companions. Ajian remarked softly, lifting the bottle to drink deeply. Such is the unspoken understanding between men, requiring no further words. As the dawn broke after a night's rest, a notification chimed. Ding. The next sign-in location is Rogatown. Sign-in will open in 20 days. Please proceed to the sign-in location. Upon awakening, Rasha received a prompt from the system, allowing him a leisurely 20 days before embarking on his journey. After finishing breakfast and while awaiting the return of the evil dragon, Rasha began the transplantation of the orange trees. Nami had a profound fondness for the oranges of this land. Thus, Rasha resolved to relocate some aboard the ship, so that when the oranges ripened, Nami could savor the flavors of her homeland. However, the current vessel seemed somewhat cramped, compelling Rasha to initially transplant the orange trees into the crew's training room, which offered more spacious accommodations. Upon reaching Water 7, he vowed to construct an enormous battleship, replete with various facilities. As for why he did not, like the Golden Lion, simply establish a few islands as his base, Rasha remarked that he was still on an adventurous journey, not yet a pirate, and such ostentation was unwarranted. If, in the future, circumstances led to him being wanted, he would certainly consider obtaining 2 islands to toy with at Marineford. After completing the transplantation of the orange trees, with the evil dragon still absent, aboard Rasha succumbed to a brief slumber, while the women merrily began preparations for lunch. Following their meal, the village buzzed with excitement, rife with chatter. It was rumored that the evil dragon pirates had returned and had collected substantial protection fees, though many likely met their demise for failing to pay. She'll keep it down. If they hear us, it will be our end, one companion cautioned, quickly covering another's mouth and glancing around anxiously, only releasing his grip once assured they were not overheard. At Nami's home, upon learning of the evil dragon pirate's return, the group gathered and made their way to the evil dragon's estate. Upon arriving at the entrance, raucous laughter echoed from within. The fishmen were boasting about their nefarious deeds, which they regarded with pride. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Karina stormed inside, demanding, "Do you not possess even a shred of humanity? Why do you consider the oppression and murder of others worthy of bragging rights?" In response to Karina's furious outburst, the fishmen merely smirked. What a foolish human, daring to intrude upon my territory, sneered a shark man with a serrated nose, fixing a cold gaze upon Karina. At that moment, Nami and Rasha emerged, standing resolutely behind Karina. Upon seeing Nami, the evil dragon's expression darkened with a flash of malice. Our cartographer Nami. Were these individuals brought by you? Nami, undeterred by the evil dragon's taunts, responded coldly, "Today marks your demise. I will not allow you to continue terrorizing the villagers of Kokokasia and the neighboring settlements." "Ah, so you have found a protector?" The evil dragon mocked. "Do you truly believe these few can defeat me?" His chilling laughter echoed menacingly. "Shout Ba and Krubi, eliminate those humans and bring Nami to me. It seems our cartographer has become rather unruly and requires proper discipline." "Very well, boss dragon." Upon receiving the command, the octopus fishman Xiao Ba and the soft-boned fishman Krubi immediately stepped forward, grinning menacingly as they charged toward Rasha and the others. Karina signaled, and a transparent protective barrier materialized before them. The dragon widened his eyes, about to shout a warning, but it was too late. Karina unleashed a punch-like strike, articulating the name of her technique. Impact barrier. The two fishmen were sent hurtling back with the same speed they had approached. The transparent shield collided with them, delivering a tremendous force that sent them flying. "Damn, it's a devil fruit user. Everyone, jump into the water and engage them there." The dragon bellowed. "Oh, you wish to dive into the water? Not a chance. You shall all perish here today. Lion's might, 6 great lion heads." 6 enormous lion heads encircled the fishmen, trapping them within. Chapter 22. Nami acquires. Colonel Mouse arrives to claim credit once again. A devil fruit user emerges. An infuriating situation indeed. When did the East Blue become home to such troublesome individuals? The dragon, drenched in sweat from the shock, realized that now was not the time for contemplation. If he could not escape, he might meet his demise here today. Jaws of the darts. The dragon surged forth like a released arrow, targeting one of the stone lions. The impact was akin to that of a cannon, creating a gaping hole in the statue. Yet, under Rochas' control, the wound was swiftly mended, rendering such attacks ineffective against Rochas' earthen domain. What a monstrous being! The creations of this devil fruit user are astonishingly resilient. The dragon's nose was nearly bent from the force required to breach that opening, only to witness it restored in an instant. A wave of despair washed over him. He was no stranger to the world. Having battled across the Grand Line with the Sun Pirates, he had ultimately been captured by the Navy due to his limited strength. It was only through Jinbei's agreement to become a warlord of the sea that the dragon was released. After his release, diverging from Jinbei's ideals, he fled Fishman Island to assert his dominance in the East Blue. He was acutely aware that he could not rival the monsters of the Grand Line, hence his choice to develop his power in this so-called weakest sea. However, to his dismay, he encountered 2 formidable devil fruit users in the East Blue. "There's no escape for you. You are wasting rice by merely existing. Perish." Rasha observed coldly from above, watching the struggling fishmen below. What a joke. Fishmen are a nobler species than humans. They cannot be vanquished by mere humans. The dragon, wielding a massive saw-like blade, roared in defiance. He could not accept being defeated by those he deemed inferior. Yet as Rasha's hand gradually tightened, the earth began to close in, enveloping all the fishmen in its grasp. Ultimately, the entire crew of the dragon pirates met their demise under this onslaught. Towering stone pillars loomed like vines. Some were suffocated as they merged with the earth, while others perished from relentless pressure. Unbeknownst to Rasha, a passing newsbird journalist captured the scene with a camera, documenting the dragon's nightmare unfolding before him. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Nami burst into tears, embracing Rasha as he touched down. "Thank you, Rasha." Rasha remained silent, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. He understood the hardships she had endured over the years. This was her moment to release her pent-up feelings. He needed only to wait as Nami found her own solace. After releasing the accumulated pressures of the past years in Rasha's embrace, Nami's countenance brightened with a smile. Ding. Crew member Nami recruited. Reward. Blueprint for a super battleship. A super battleship? Given her powers of the float fruit, she would eventually substitute it with an island. This seemed rather superfluous. However, gazing at the girl in his arms, it was worth it. Let us share this joyous news with everyone in the village. Shall we? Roxia smiled, gently stroking her head as she inquired. Are we not keeping the dragon's treasure? Nami shook her head. The money here has been extorted from the surrounding villages by the dragon. Let us entrust it to Aegean. He will ensure these funds are returned to the neighboring villages. I did not expect you to possess such awareness. I thought what? Is this how you perceive me? Nami, in a fit of anger, tugged at Roxia's cheek. No, I was merely jesting. Let Aegean handle it then. Roxia feigned discomfort from the pinch while secretly enjoying the moment. Noki, observing the interaction between Nami and Roxia, couldn't help but chuckle. Under Nami's eager lead, the news was swiftly relayed to the villagers. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers that echoed through the skies. That night, a grand bonfire was erected in the square, where the villagers celebrated their happiness with a feast. Songs and dances filled the air, and in that moment, Roxia keenly sensed their emotions, joy, contentment, and a sense of liberation from the dragon's demise. These villagers had endured relentless oppression, living in constant fear that they or their loved ones might be murdered for failing to pay the protection fees. But from this moment onward, they would no longer suffer such tyranny. They simply wished to revel in this newfound freedom, even if it felt like a dream. As their savior, Roxia was fervently toasted by the villagers. However, under the regime of the iron balloon, alcohol flowed like water and scarcely affected Roxia. Eventually, after intoxicated the entire square, Roxia began to feel drowsy and returned to Nami's small abode, collapsing onto the sofa and drifting into a deep slumber. Creak. After a night away, Nami opened the door, determined to sever ties with her past. First, she resolved to modify the tattoo of the dragon pirate crew, changing it to match the original design. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Roxia, she tiptoed over, her expression soft as she leaned down and gently pecked him. After completing her task, Nami, like a timid kitten, cast a glance around the darkened room before retreating to her own quarters. Meanwhile, Roxia, previously fast asleep, now bore a wicked grin, thinking, excellent, the plan is in motion. Roxia's slumber continued uninterrupted until midday the following day. However, an unexpected visitor arrived in Kokoshia village. I am Colonel Mouse, the highest-ranking officer of the 16th Navy Division. I have received intelligence indicating that this is the stronghold of the dragon pirate crew, and I have come to eradicate them. Hey, you there, villager. Do you know where the base of the dragon pirate crew is? Colonel Mouse commanded one of his sailors to drag a villager before him for questioning. Under the pressure of Colonel Mouse, the villager divulged the news that the dragon pirate crew had been defeated. Indeed, just as the intel suggested, Colonel Mouse murmured under his breath. He had learned of the dragon pirate crew's downfall and had come to claim the glory of victory, as well as to seize all the wealth they had amassed over the years. Early this morning, Colonel Mouse hastened from the naval base towards Nami's abode. He had received intelligence that Nami had vanquished the dragon pirates and amassed a substantial treasure. Soon, Colonel Mouse's forces encircled Nami's quaint cottage, laying siege to the premises. The commotion drew the inhabitants from their dwelling, their expressions morphing into astonishment upon witnessing the overwhelming naval presence. You must be the notorious thief, Nami. Hand over the plunder from the dragon pirates and all the stolen berries without delay. These are ill-gotten gains belonging to pirates, which I, Colonel of the 16th Division of the Navy, will duly confiscate. He sneered wickedly, his gaze fixed on Nami. Emboldened by his naval identity, he was confident that the villagers would not dare defy the orders of the Navy, providing him with a sense of reckless audacity. What utter nonsense! When we sought your aid at the naval base, you did not appear. Now that the dragon has been defeated, you come to claim the hard-earned money of the villagers? I will never relinquish the funds to you, Nami retorted, her voice brimming with indignation. What are you babbling about? I am utterly unaware of such matters. We have received no reports from the populace. It seems that you villagers are merely shielding the dragon pirates. Allowing a pirate to wreak havoc in your vicinity, truly a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. All naval personnel, seize these nefarious pirates and take back the plunder. Colonel Mouse shamelessly attributed the crime of harboring to the villagers of Kokoshia his insufferable demeanor inciting discontent in Rochas. The surrounding naval forces also displayed malevolent grins. Chapter 23. Capturing a naval base? Let me handle this, Nami said, as she stepped aboard the ship. It's futile to reason with these people. Rochas, standing behind Nami, interjected. Who are you to defy the orders of the Navy? Anyone who obstructs our enforcement shall be regarded as pirates and taken back. Who am I? Rochas retorted, his voice dripping with menace. I am the harbinger of your demise. Having grown weary of Colonel Mouse's mocking demeanor, Rochas took the initiative before the naval soldiers could encircle him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving through the ranks of soldiers, including the body of Colonel Mouse himself. The surrounding naval personnel, paralyzed by shock, found themselves unable to retreat from the presence of this formidable man. Their legs trembled, refusing to obey their commands. Without granting them a moment to plead for mercy, Rochas swiftly dispatched every last one of them in less than 3 seconds, annihilating the entire naval contingent led by Colonel Mouse. Nami, she gasped, rushing forward to witness the carnage that lay before her. Don't worry, Rochas reassured her, retracting his sword. Now that they have arrived, there is no avoiding this situation. The Navy must have come to claim their achievements. It is likely they will not report back to headquarters. And now they have been eliminated here. We are left with 2 options. Karina analyzed the circumstances, extending 2 fingers towards Rochas. Let us hear them. First, we could make a hasty escape, but we would likely face a Navy manhunt thereafter. That sounds dire. How do we become fugitives so quickly? What is the other option? Karina inhaled deeply, a complex expression crossing her face as she articulated the second possibility. The second option is to infiltrate the 16th branch and eliminate all the naval personnel within, ensuring that no one knows we were responsible. Rochas pondered this choice. While the second option was undoubtedly the most pragmatic, he was reluctant to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Not all within the Navy are villains, he thought, wishing to assess the situation further. Have you made your decision? Karina inquired, stepping closer. Not yet. Let us first investigate the 16th branch. I believe there may be valuable information there, Rochas replied, shaking his head, still uncertain about his course of action. Very well. I shall accompany you, Karina said. Nami, join us as well. Koya, you and Nojiko will remain here. Rochas turned to Koya and Nojiko before lifting the 2 women into his arms and soaring towards the naval base. Koya displayed a worried expression, prompting Nojiko to embrace her reassuringly. Do not fret. They will handle everything just fine. Soon, Rochas arrived at the 16th Navy branch, having carefully navigated past the station soldiers and made his way to the colonel's office. After dispatching the Marine Guard, Rochas and his companions began to rummage through the office. Within a short span, they unearthed a plethora of incriminating evidence against Colonel Mouse. It appeared that this naval base was not devoid of righteous souls. When nearby civilians sought help, they reported their plight to Colonel Mouse. However, these pleas were ruthlessly suppressed by him. A faction of morally conscious sailors, after enduring relentless oppression, could no longer bear the burden and chose to report the situation to the higher naval command. Unfortunately, this action was intercepted by an undercover agent planted by Colonel Mouse. Upon learning that these individuals sought to spare him, he relayed the information to headquarters, resulting in their expulsion from the Navy and branding them as deserters. Thus, those cast out could never rejoin the Navy, and their words would fall on deaf ears. Consequently, the entire naval base was left with only those sailors who colluded with Colonel Mouse. Such treachery was abhorrent. It was a veritable den of snakes and rats, devoid of virtue. Nami and Karina, upon reviewing the documents, were filled with indignation. Indeed, allowing this naval base to persist was a calamity for the surrounding civilians. Thus, it served no purpose to remain. With a steely resolve, Rochas no longer concealed his presence and boldly exited the office of the naval colonel. Who are you? An intruder has breached our defenses. Soon after, he encountered several Marines who aimed their rifles at him. However, before they could pull the trigger, Rochas vanished from their sight. With a swift and lethal strike, he claimed their lives, utilizing his spatial storage to conceal the bodies. What followed was a massacre within the naval base. In less than half an hour, Rocha had purged the base of its corrupt marines. With the keen perception afforded by his observation Haki, he sensed no lingering life. All corpses were cast into the sea. Attracted by the scent of blood, sea creatures swiftly approached to feast upon the remains. Why dispose of the marines in the ocean? Nami questioned, puzzled by Rocha's actions. I intend to take this naval base with me. That Colonel Mouse is a man of indulgence, having constructed many opulent facilities here. It would be a waste not to utilize them. I have no desire to leave such luxuries for the next navy that arrives, Rocha clarified. Yet, Nami remained somewhat skeptical. Take it away? To where? Haha, just watch, he replied, omitting further explanation and allowing her to witness the unfolding spectacle. Rocha then pressed his hand against the ground, harnessing the full might of his float fruit abilities. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the entire naval base began to tremble, and Nami and Karina felt as though their perspectives were being lifted. The ensuing scene shattered their worldview as they stared in awe at Rocha. It's flying. The entire naval base is ascending, Nami stammered, barely able to articulate her thoughts. Rushing sea waters surged into the space just vacated by the rising naval base, which had completely detached from the surface of the ocean. With a sigh of relief, Rocha acknowledged the adequacy of his stamina. Were it not for the considerable energy he had absorbed to sustain himself, lifting an entire naval base would have been a formidable challenge. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, reflecting on the exertion required to levitate the island using his devil fruit abilities, particularly in his current unawakened state. Fortunately, once his powers were activated, they no longer demanded his physical energy. How did you manage this? It's an entire island, Karina inquired, stepping closer. As a fellow devil fruit user, she had never envisioned such a feat was possible. It's primarily about possessing a sufficiently powerful ability and ample stamina. Just as with your strongest defense, if you push your powers to their limits, there would be no attack capable of breaching it, Rocha explained with a smile. I intend to elevate this island to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Let us transform it into our secret base, Rocha stated, gazing contentedly at the naval facility, although the sight of the Navy's flag was somewhat bothersome. We must find time to renovate this place and establish it as our stronghold. Let us return to Kokasia village first. Then, after a few days of rest, we shall set forth towards Rochtown, Rocha suggested. The two women, still in a daze, merely acknowledged him with a murmur and proceeded to lift the island into the sky. Together, they called upon Nami and Karina to search for the naval base's treasure trove. Colonel Rat had essentially siphoned the lifeblood from nearby villages, receiving substantial military funding each year, all of which he squandered on indulgences, evident from the opulence of the facilities. However, it was now all at Rocha's disposal. Upon exiting the naval treasury, Rocha grasped the extent of Colonel Rat's wealth. There were 30 billion berry in total, along with several exquisite swords. The windfall left Nami beaming for days, unable to contain her joy, even dreaming of the riches she claimed as her own. Upon returning to Kokasia village, both Nokigo and Koya breathed sighs of relief upon seeing that none of the three had sustained injuries. Thus, 3 peaceful days passed without incident. Nah, Nokigo, you wouldn't want Nami to be alone, would you? Hee. If you're sensible, come aboard with me, Rocha grinned mischievously, extending his hand to pull Nokigo closer. You foolish captain, what are you doing with my sister? Hurry up and get on the ship. Nami retaliated with a swift kick, sending Rocha stumbling back. I'm merely trying to ensure you two sisters remain together, Rocha pouted, feigning injury as he clutched his face where Nami had kicked him, looking at her with a pitiful expression. In truth, the blow had scarcely affected him. Nokigo chuckled at the warm interaction between Rocha and Nami. Then, with a gentle smile, she softly replied, all right. Did you just agree? Rocha was taken aback, believing he had misheard. Nami was also surprised. She had presumed her sister would remain in the orange grove, yet here she was, having succumbed to Rocha's persistent persuasion to join him at sea. Even I cannot consistently refuse such a sincere invitation, and I too yearn to venture out to sea. Noki winked playfully at Nami, her mischievous demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual image as a gentle and kind older sister. Wonderful. This is splendid. Rasha exclaimed as he lifted Nami and Noki high, spinning them around. The two women gasped in surprise, yet could not help but chuckle at Rasha, who appeared as exuberant as a child. Set sail. Our destination, the stars and the vast ocean, Rasha proclaimed with a spirited declaration, carrying both women as they soared into the sky. At the cliff's edge, Aegean gazed at the departing sailboat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Belmare, your daughter has found wonderful companions. From this day forth, they shall embark on their maritime journey. If you are still here, witnessing this moment would surely bring you immense joy. Chapter 24. Movements of the Navy. 2 days had elapsed since Rasha departed from Kokassia village. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku occupied the principal seat, flanked by the Admirals Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, along with Chief of Staff Crane. Following them were several renowned pillars of the Navy, Gecko Moria, Fire Fist Ace, and Mole, among others. Sengoku furrowed his brow as he addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts regarding the complete disappearance of the 16th Division and its members? Just 2 days prior, a dispatch had landed before him, a shocking report. The 16th Division had vanished without a trace. All personnel were unaccounted for. In the East, Blue's Dragon Pirates have been confronted by a swordsman named Rasha, a master of the dual sword style. Accompanying the report were images depicting Rasha's triumph over the Dragon Pirates, with indications that he wielded an unknown devil fruit that bestowed upon him the power to manipulate Earth. Furthermore, it emerged that Rasha had claimed bounties on numerous pirates, with several notorious figures worth millions, if not tens of millions, of berries meeting their demise at his hands. This revelation was disseminated by Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, who, upon receiving a photograph of Rasha vanquishing the East Blue's tyrant, the dragon, immediately dispatched his subordinates to investigate Rasha's exploits. Their inquiry revealed that Rasha had systematically eradicated nearly every well-known pirate in the East Blue, leaving only those who had yet to cross his path. Sensing a major story, Morgans publicized Rasha's deeds and accomplishments, elevating him to the status of a bounty hunter superstar in the East Blue. Sengoku swiftly notified Garp, who is still in the East Blue, to head to the 16th Division. Coincidentally, the 3 admirals, having just returned from their missions, gathered for an urgent meeting to deliberate on the East Blue incident. It seems quite evident that the affairs of the 16th Division are the handiwork of this dual sword-wielding swordsman, does it not? What a remarkable coincidence. Such a nefarious individual ought to be eliminated at once. Dispatch the Navy to cleanse the area. Akainu scoffed, harboring suspicions about Rasha's timely appearance near Kokassia village. Yet we lack concrete evidence linking him to the 16th Division's fate, do we not? Admiral Crane interjected calmly. It would be unwise to hastily thrust a powerful bounty hunter into opposition without substantiation. Akiji chimed in. The audacity of the youth is indeed alarming. Even the dragon pirates were dispatched with such ease. His swordsmanship is formidable, and the prowess of his devil fruit abilities appears exceedingly potent. Kizaru leisurely sipped his tea, bemusedly exclaiming, "How terrifying," completely oblivious to the fact that he had previously subdued and apprehended the dragon pirates with little effort. Meanwhile, Garp hastened to the base of the 16th Division, only to discover it devoid of life. Not only was there no Navy base, but even the land itself seemed to have vanished, leaving the navigators aboard Garp's ship in disbelief, fearing they had miscalculated their location. Upon further inspection, they confirmed that the division had indeed disappeared without a trace. With no leads to pursue, Garp reluctantly set his course toward the nearby Kokassia village. Upon arriving on the island, one could distinctly sense a joyous atmosphere. The local inhabitants radiated cheerful smiles. However, with the intervention of the Navy, the expressions of the crowd grew somber, and doors and windows were shut tight in every household. Garp found himself somewhat perplexed by this situation when a voice called out from behind them. "Excuse me, esteemed members of the Navy. May I inquire what brings you to Kokosha village?" Aegean asked with a calm demeanor. "Ah, finally someone who can converse. I am a rear admiral from the naval headquarters, here to investigate the disappearance of the 16th Division. Do you have any leads?" Garp responded, his broad smile returning as he finally engaged in conversation. However, Ajian's brow furrowed momentarily before he resumed his neutral tone. The 16th Division? I'm not quite certain, but a masked individual handed me a letter a few days ago, stating that if any Navy personnel arrived, it should be given to you. Ajian produced a letter from his pocket, which contained various pieces of evidence against Colonel Mouse that Rocha had left for him. As Karp took the letter and began to peruse its contents, his expression darkened with each passing moment. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the letter. These wretched scoundrels! I cannot believe that during my absence from the East Blue, this place has become so corrupt. Karp's voice erupted with fury, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite, his anger seeking an outlet. We owe an apology to the citizens of Kakoja village. I am truly sorry. Karp bowed deeply to Ajian, his face laden with remorse. Ajian stood in shock. The once towering navy, now humbling itself before a mere civilian? No, Rear Admiral, you're being too hard on yourself, he replied, assisting Karp to rise, urging him not to feel guilty. Karp sighed helplessly, lamenting his inability to prevent such occurrences, wishing he had been present at the time. I have one more question regarding the dual-wielding swordsman, Rocha. During the time of the 16th Division's disappearance, have you seen him? Was there anything unusual? Ajian's expression remained unchanged, but upon hearing Rocha's name, a smile broke forth, and he spoke with a tone of admiration. Rocha is our village's great benefactor. It was he who defeated the dragon pirate crew, liberating us and the surrounding villages. After the village's liberation, we celebrated for 5 continuous days, and Rocha stayed with us without any signs of abnormality. Just 2 days ago, he mentioned embarking on a new journey to continue exploring the world. Do you have any further questions, esteemed Navy personnel? With a knowing glance, Karp replied, No, we have a general understanding of the situation. We will dispatch new Navy personnel to guard this area and investigate the reasons behind the disappearance of the 16th Division. I assure you that such incidents will not recur. Kapu solemnly took an oath, then returned to the ship with his subordinates, promptly extracting a transponder snail to make a call. Brew, 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 brew. Kapu, do you have any news? At the meeting, Sengoku connected the transponder snail, amplifying the sound for all present to hear. Kapu then began recounting the situation regarding the 16th Division, mentioning that Rocha had remained with the villagers for 5 days without leaving, only departing 2 days prior. Bang! These scoundrels have truly overstepped their bounds, presuming themselves to be the emperors of the East Blue. How could such scum exist within the Navy? Sengoku exclaimed in fury, striking the table. He was astounded to discover that the once diligent naval base had devolved into a realm of extreme corruption, even deceitfully claiming excessive casualty compensation to embezzle substantial military funds. Immediately inform the division to rescind those deserter records and send personnel to apologize. If they are still willing to join the Navy, escort them back to headquarters for further training. Sengoku instructed the recorder beside him. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The recorder promptly dashed out to relay the orders to the soldiers waiting outside. Sigh. Alas, sighed Vice Admiral Tsuru, feeling helpless. The room fell into a heavy silence. If those rascals are still alive, they must all be tried and executed by a military court. Akainu could no longer contain his outrage, his voice resonating with fury. Such talk is futile now. The entire base is lost, and all are likely dead. Let us discuss Rocha instead and how to address him, Akiji's cold voice interjected, his frustration boiling over from Kapu's earlier revelations, leaving him in a particularly foul mood. Inform the Navy below that any encounter with Rocha should result in an invitation to grant him the rank of Brigadier General at headquarters. At this juncture, without any evidence implicating him, it is wiser to draw him to our side rather than create an enemy within the Navy. Tsuru spoke calmly, her extensive experience allowing her to analyze the situation with poise. Then it is settled. I will personally draft a message for the Gorosei, Sengoku declared, with no dissenting voices in the room. He immediately instructed his subordinates to monitor the situation closely and to invite Rocha to join the Navy upon any encounter. With that, the meeting was adjourned, and everyone began to exit the conference room. At this moment, Rocha, navigating the seas, remained blissfully unaware that the Navy had convened a meeting concerning the affairs of the 16th Division. How strange, someone must be thinking of me. I've sneezed several times today. Could it be a cold? Impossible with a physique like mine. How could I catch a chill? He pondered. Never mind. I shall seek comfort from Nami instead. With a cheerful demeanor, Rocha approached Nami, who had developed a profound sense of reliance and security towards him since the demise of the vile dragon. Moreover, having grown accustomed to Rocha's habitual closeness over the past few days, she no longer found his affectionate gestures bothersome. Chapter 25. Rewards from Another World. Due to the prolonged cool-down period for this signing in, Rocha did not head directly to Rogue Town. Instead, he meandered through the East Sea. In every city or village he visited, he indulged in the local delicacies at restaurants and sought to acquire the recipes from the proprietors. This pursuit led him to the floating restaurant, Baratai, where he lavishly spent 50 million berries to satiate his appetite, replenishing his energy entirely. Much to the dismay of Nami and Karina, who were left in tears over the expenditure. After digesting these culinary delights, Rocha experienced a significant transformation in his physique. Host, Rocha, strength, agility, mentality, beat dash skills, swordsmanship B dash, armament Haki C, observation Haki C, conquerors Haki C, navy 6 styles, shave C, moonwalk C, devil fruit ability, float fruit B, talent, iron balloon, equipment, withered wood Sakura 10, overall evaluation, elite navy rear admiral level combat strength. You have established a foothold in the Grand Line. Rocha felt that with each bite he took, his body grew stronger, as if the energy was gradually altering his constitution. Most notably, his strength, agility, and mentality had all advanced to a new tier, and his swordsmanship had steadily improved to B dash. When considering his other attributes collectively, he found himself capable of standing firm on the sea, though contending with the formidable powers remained beyond his reach. At present, Rocha was eager to enhance his conqueror's Haki. However, this skill could not be cultivated through practice, but rather grew alongside his own spirit. The stronger his will, the mightier his conqueror's Haki would become. He recognized the necessity to diligently work on improving his other skills as well. Nami, are the chefs at Baratai willing to sell the recipes for their dishes? Rocha pondered idly, watching Nami return from her outing. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and rested his head on her shoulder. That chef was quite easy to persuade. I merely expressed my desire to learn his culinary techniques, and he divulged all his insights to me. Nami responded with an approving gesture, winking at Rocha. He grinned back, giving her a thumbs up. Well done, Nami. You truly know how to take advantage of opportunities. During these past days, the women aboard the ship, aside from their training, were most diligent in preparing meals. They had yet to reach the requisite physical conditioning for practicing shave and moonwalk. Currently, the training for Nami and the others focused solely on physical endurance, but they were maintaining a commendable training regimen. He certainly did not wish for Nami, Karina, and Nojiko to develop bulky physiques. Interestingly, Nojiko displayed a keen interest in Rocha's swordsmanship. While ensuring Nojiko engaged in physical training, Rocha also allocated some time to practice his sword skills. To his surprise, Nojiko applied her newly acquired sword techniques to cooking, leaving Rocha at a loss for words. "Ah, I cannot endure you two," he exclaimed. "It seems it's nearly time to set sail for Rogue Town. Otherwise, we'll miss your schedule." Karina emerged from the cabin, noticing that Nami had returned. After receiving the culinary insights Nami had gathered, she commenced her studies. The women aboard the ship, including Rocha and Nokigao, had all diligently studied advanced culinary texts in the training room, elevating their culinary skills to an intermediate level. Nokigao, possessing a slightly superior talent and a solid foundation, experienced a remarkable leap in her skills to the advanced tier after a period of practice. She has now become the finest chef on the vessel and holds the esteemed position of the ship's cook, having acquired the culinary wisdom from the Baratai restaurant. It is indeed time for them to set sail. What about Nokigao and Koya? Rocha playfully nudged Nami, who was nestled in her embrace, only to receive a light punch from the blushing girl. Clearly, she has yet to develop the same emotional resilience as her original character. For the bold Nami in the source material would likely have been far less concerned. Nokigao was still in the kitchen, experimenting with new dishes, a passion she has recently embraced, while Koya was in her room, diligently taking notes on medicinal studies. Karina shrugged, visibly exasperated by the couple's current affection. Rasha, who occasionally wished for her companionship, often found her blocked by Karina's protective barrier, leaving him to gaze longingly at her. If I fly at full speed, I estimate we could reach Rotown within 2 days, Rasha remarked, releasing Nami from his embrace to address the two women. You should return to the cabin. I'll manage the sail. Do remember to ask Nokigao to save me a portion of her new dish, as I wish to sample it as well. 2 days later, they arrived at Rotown without incident. During their journey, they encountered a fierce storm, but thanks to Nami's keen weather sense, they avoided sailing directly into the tempest. After Rasha elevated the ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters, they successfully evaded the storm. Beep. The sign-in system has detected the target Rotown. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Beep. You have received an armament Haki experience package. Beep. You have acquired 1 ton of vibranium. Beep. You have obtained arc reactor technology. Wow. The rewards from this sign-in were somewhat beyond my expectations. If I remember correctly, vibranium and arc reactors are indeed products from the Marvel Universe. It was unexpected to receive technologies and substances from other realms. I had anticipated merely some modified items, like the black chicken white phoenix pill I previously obtained, or storage space. A thought flashed in Rasha's mind. He had already conceived a method to enhance Nami and Nokigao-esque combat prowess. The remaining armament Haki experience package would conveniently elevate Rasha's ability to A-B level. Each transition between tiers brings significant enhancements, and Rasha felt his offensive and defensive capabilities, empowered by the armament Haki, growing stronger. Even without having learned the techniques from Nagli, he estimated that he would automatically master these skills upon improving his proficiency. What are you standing there for? Karina shouted at Rasha, who was momentarily lost in thought at the port. Oh, I'm coming, Rasha replied, snapping back to reality and hastily catching up with the women. Nokigao and Koya intended to procure food. Where are you headed? Nami inquired. I plan to visit the execution platform of the Pirate King and then explore a bit. Rasha responded. What about you and Karina? Where do you plan to wander? Roxia lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, only to discover that he had no particular destination in mind. He replied, Nami and I are off to explore the clothing store. Since you have nothing else to attend to, I suppose it falls upon you to carry our things. Upon hearing Roxia's admission of having no plans, Karina displayed a triumphant smile and immediately embraced his arm, enticing him further. Unable to resist the allure, Roxia promptly acquiesced. However, he would soon come to realize the repercussions of his choice. Isn't this enough? Roxia lamented, feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. What are you saying? This is only the beginning, Karina responded, glancing back at Roxia in confusion. Upon noticing his disheartened demeanor, she stifled a laugh. All right, just hang in there a little longer, and I promise you a reward once we return. It won't be much longer now, she said, winking at him with a beguiling smile to reassure him. We really ought to upgrade to a larger sailboat. Let's visit the shipyard together later, she continued. The mention of a reward rejuvenated Roxia, restoring his spirit to its usual vigor. Yet, he truly wished to avoid the experience of accompanying women on shopping excursions once more. Chapter 26. A single strike to defeat Smoker after accompanying 2 ladies on a shopping excursion. Rasha made his way to the execution platform of the Pirate King. However, the scene appeared rather mundane. Unlike the profound resonance depicted in the animation, in reality, he could merely sense a faint trace of the lingering grandeur. Subsequently, he explored Logtown with the 2 women in search of records and pointers for the Grand Line. His efforts bore fruit when they finally procured several record pointers and a permanent pointer from a map shop. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Rasha selected a triangular sailboat comparable in size to the Going Merry. He spent 20 million berries, which, fortunately, was merely the cost of a few meals. Now, Rasha was a man of 37 billion berries, thanks to the contributions from Captain Mouse, which alleviated the need for him to exert much effort in accumulating wealth thereafter. While he was busy loading supplies onto the small sailboat, a contingent of Navy officers approached him. Among them was a familiar face, White Hunter Smoker, a genuinely justice-driven officer. Their familiarity stemmed from Smoker's frequent appearances in the web novels Rochas had read in his previous life, where he consistently faced defeat. Even in the animation, he ended up on the losing side, with no victories to speak of in later episodes. Following Smoker was a short-haired girl wearing red-framed glasses, Tutelage. In the later stages, she would emerge as a true champion of justice, but at this early juncture, the contrast was quite pronounced. Suddenly feeling a chill, Tutelage tightened her clothing as she approached Rochas alongside Smoker. "Are you the renowned, dual-wielding swordsman, Rochas?" Smoker inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke with a tone of certainty. "Indeed. May I ask what brings you here?" Rochas replied, slightly bewildered. He had read the recent newspaper from Morgan's gang and anticipated that the Navy might suspect him and issue a bounty. However, with the passage of time and no news from the Navy, he had assumed they were indifferent to someone of his relatively obscure reputation. "I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy stationed in Logtown, and I come bearing an invitation from the Navy headquarters." Smoker continued, "Should you choose to join the Navy, you would be granted the rank of Brigadier General and be able to promote your achievements in combating pirates in the East Blue. Given your prowess, it wouldn't take long for you to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral." Smoker slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his piercing gaze fixed on Rochas. Yet, Rochas felt somewhat dazed by the unexpected invitation to join the Navy. It became clear why the Navy had been quiet for so long. They had designs on him. "Thank you, but I yearn for a life of freedom. It is far more preferable to roam freely than to adhere to a rigid 9-to-5 schedule within the Navy." Rochas replied with a smile, declining Smoker's invitation. "However, should not those with power uphold the justice of the sea? A formidable bounty hunter like you, Sir Rochas, would certainly be valued within the Navy," Tutelage interjected, unable to restrain herself. "Tutelage," Smoker admonished. Smoker let out an impatient growl, causing the other party to tremble slightly in respect. "This is not a place for your words," he remarked, casting a helpless glance at Tutelage. "Hey, young lady, while it is commendable to possess a sense of justice, you cannot impose that upon my personal choices. I yearn for freedom, to explore the wonders of the world, to behold its beauty, and then to live a quiet life with my crew. That is my pursuit, so I must decline your invitation. But I have already stated that this is not a place for your interruptions." Tutelage seemed poised to speak again, but Smoker cut her off with another shout. "Are you truly not considering it?" He cast a meaningful glance at Rochas, who shook his head in refusal. "Alas, we have no authority to compel civilians to join us. Since Lord Rochas is unwilling, we shall not insist." Smoker's demeanor shifted as he posed a personal challenge. "Ha, I did not expect someone to come seeking a fight. Truly worthy of your title as the King of Hardships. Since you have ventured into the pirate world, it would be a shame not to give Smoker a taste of defeat," Rochas replied, immediately accepting the challenge. The Navy personnel withdrew, dispersing the nearby civilians and clearing a wide space for the confrontation. Smoker and Rochas faced each other, with Rochas drawing twin swords and assuming a stance. Were those the famed blades, Kirigane and Sakuraju? Though their condition appears rather poor, Tutelage exclaimed in surprise, her voice tinged with regret upon seeing the state of the swords. "Aren't these the legendary weapons of the infamous pirate, Gold Lion? How'd they end up here?" She gazed at Rochas with confusion. Hearing Tutelage's words, Smoker's expression sharpened, and he inquired in a tone laced with ice, "Rochas, what is your connection to Gold Lion? Why do you possess his twin swords?" Rochas showed no sign of alarm at being confronted about the sword's origins. Instead, he replied casually, "I acquired them from the corpse of a man who was impaled by them. I once drifted to a small island where I lived for 5 years. I often found supplies washed ashore until one day, a golden-haired man floated to the island. When I attempted to rescue him, I discovered he was already dead. In the end, I took the sword from his legs and buried him. Is there a problem with that?" Observing Rochas' unyielding demeanor and lacking any evidence to label him a pirate based solely on the swords, Smoker refrained from further questioning. However, he did glean a piece of good news. The notorious pirate Gold Lion was dead. No problem at all. Merely a matter of curiosity." Rochas gestured for Smoker to commence the attack. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area as Smoker transformed into a white mist and surged forward. The white fist, enveloped in a smoky haze, broke free from the constraints of the body, darting forth like a bullet. Rochas deftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. As the white fists began to swirl around him, the mist thickening ominously as if intent on consuming him. Rochas smiled, unconcerned. Such a maneuver posed no threat to him. In a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared behind Smoker, dual swords enveloped in the formidable Haki of armament and the intertwining presence of Conqueror's Haki. With a powerful slash, he unleashed a fierce shockwave. This technique was reminiscent of the Armstrong spiral jet Armstrong cannon he had previously employed to capture the pirate Leaky. However, this time, the buildup was much shorter and the Haki infused was minimal. Thus, he mentally dubbed it the Armstrong spiral slash. Given Smoker's awareness of the formidable Golden Lion and the likely existence of intelligence on him within the Navy, Rochas refrained from revealing his identity through the Golden Lion's sword techniques. With a resounding crash, Smoker was struck and transformed into a shadow, crashing through a building before falling heavily to the ground. "Captain Smoker," Tashigi exclaimed anxiously, bewildered by the situation. "How could this be? Captain Smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, should be impervious to ordinary attacks. How was he so easily dispatched?" Tashigi remained in shock over Smoker's unexpected defeat. Within the shrouded confines of the smoke-filled building, Smoker coughed up blood, but managed to rise with great difficulty. "That was Armament Haki, wasn't it? I didn't expect to encounter a newcomer in East Blue who possesses such mastery," Smoker remarked, laboring against the wall as he exited the building, his tone affirming. "Indeed," Rochas replied with a smile. "Do you wish to continue?" "No, I cannot match you. Continuing this fight would only lead to my defeat," Smoker replied after a moment of contemplation. "I hope you do not find yourself on the opposing side of the Navy." He cast a wary glance at Rochas before departing with his crew, to which Rochas waved farewell. Not only has he mastered Conqueror's Haki, but he has also acquired Armament Haki. Considering his recent evasion of my attack, it seems he has developed observation Haki as well. Mastery of all three forms of Haki, coupled with that monstrous strength, makes him a truly formidable individual. I must report this to Admiral Sengoku at once. Smoker touched the spot where Rochas had struck him. The pain was still excruciating, yet he maintained his composure. Meanwhile, after defeating Smoker, Rochas received a notification from the system. Ding. The next sign-in location is Alabasta. The sign-in will be available in 40 days. Please proceed to the designated location. Typically, the interval is an increase of 5 days. Why does this sign-in require a wait of 40 days? Rochas pondered, intrigued, yet coincidentally, he had intended to visit a certain place during this time. Chapter 27. The Germa Kingdom, North Sea. Rochas stood on the deck, holding a newspaper. The news reported today was nothing short of sensational. The curtain had fallen on the notorious pirate. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had met his demise on a small island in the East Sea. Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates had failed in his challenge against Whitebeard and had now joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the 2nd Division commander. The information from Morgans was surprisingly astute. Surely, there were infiltrators within the Navy. Rochas had already been aware of Ace's joining Whitebeard from the previous newspaper, which had also reported Ace's intention to challenge Whitebeard. "What about you, Rochas? Any discoveries?" Nami emerged from the cabin and inquired, glancing at Rochas, who seemed to be idling away. Rochas shook his head. "None. To be honest, the notion of a kingdom from a fairy tale is utterly ludicrous. Had I not experienced such matters with you, I would never have indulged in this folly." Nami looked at him with exasperation. 10 days prior, Rochas had expressed his desire to seek a kingdom called Germa in the North Sea. Initially, Nami and the others were oblivious to the situation in the North Sea and thought it would be enlightening to explore it. Only upon arriving and inquiring about the Germa kingdom did they discover that it was merely a fictional realm akin to a fairy tale. This revelation left the women astounded. How could Rochas possibly wish to locate a kingdom that existed solely in stories? They began to inquire about the Germa kingdom, and through Roxas' explanations, they learned that Germa 66 was a notorious family of assassins in the underworld. The so-called fairy tale was a comic series featuring Germa 66 as the archetypal antagonists. Consequently, Rochas commenced a campaign against the local gangs and, after cleansing several islands, finally located a gang that had recently collaborated with Germa 66. Following the information provided by this gang, Rochas arrived at their current location. Alas, it seems I must continue searching nearby. Those wretched gangs, if they dare to deceive me, I shall ensure their entire lineage is uprooted upon my return. Rochas seethed with anger. The address given by the gang was a place where Germa Kingdom had been 2 days prior, but since Germa was a mobile kingdom, tracking them down proved to be a formidable challenge. However, given its vast size, it would likely move at a sluggish pace. Rochas extended his observation Haki, scanning the skies in hopes of spotting Germa 66 below. "Suit yourself. I'm going back to catch some beauty sleep," Nami said, waving her hand dismissively as she turned to retreat to the cabin. "Don't be like that. It's quite dull for me to watch alone. Come over and chat with me." Rochas grinned mischievously, seizing Nami's wrist and pulling her into his embrace. "You wanted to find Germa 66, not me." Nami rolled her eyes, accustomed to Roxas' antics. Thus, as the hours passed, Nami eventually succumbed to Roxas' clumsy affections and made her escape. Sigh, still so young, not open enough, she mused. Roxas sighed, yet felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At the very least, his relationship with Nami had progressed. If only 2 years could pass swiftly to reveal the future Nami. Although the present Nami was already quite voluptuous, she paled in comparison to her future self. "Oh, what is that?" The bored Roxas began to gaze into the distance, and suddenly noticed something unusual. In his line of sight, a dark spot was slowly moving across the sea. Squinting to observe more closely, he realized it was indeed the target he had been seeking, the Germa Kingdom. Splendid. He had finally found it. Thankfully, that group had not deceived him. Roxas' spirits soared. Indeed, searching from the skies proved advantageous. He promptly turned and returned to the cabin to share this news with the women aboard. "What? You really found it?" Karina exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. She had held little hope for Roxas' venture, never expecting that he would stumble upon success. "Indeed, you all should stay on the ship. This time may be perilous." "Then why not take me along? My barrier fruit can also be of assistance," Karina protested, feeling somewhat underestimated by Roxas. The strength of the women had significantly improved since their initial encounters, particularly with Karina's barrier fruit abilities. She believed herself to be a valuable asset in combat. Yet Roxas' insistence on her remaining aboard felt dismissive. "Be patient. The enemy this time is different. Germa 66 possède aérial combat capability, and I fear they may attempt to capture others. You must remain on the ship to protect everyone," Roxas reassured her, gently patting Karina's head before exiting the cabin. The sole reason for seeking the Germa Kingdom was the arc reactor. Many individuals in the world possess the capability to construct such a device, yet all were exceedingly difficult to locate. Coincidentally, the Germa Kingdom was known for its ability to manufacture the arc reactor. Additionally, Roxas planned to have the Germa royal family forge battle suits for himself and the women, while also upgrading his sword. Although the Kuroki Sakura was already classified among the great swords, the properties of Sea Prism Stone were remarkable, possessing the ability to absorb impacts. If he could infuse Sea Prism Stone into his twin blades, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Furthermore, if he could incorporate Sea Prism Stone into the battle suits, the material's impact-absorbing qualities would prove invaluable. Dreaming of a splendid future, Roxas hastened his pace. Upon reaching the skies above the Germa Kingdom, alarms began to blare below. It was evident they had been discovered, but this was precisely Roxas' intention. Rather than stealthily infiltrating and then engaging in a fierce battle before negotiations, he preferred to confront them first and then discuss matters afterward. The Germa were not to be trifled with. Cooperating without equivalent strength would lead to certain doom. Roxas' first priority was to demonstrate his formidable prowess. Only by making them aware of his strength could he deter any underhanded schemes. Before long, a multitude of soldiers emerged from the castle, followed closely by 5 figures clad in combat attire of varying colors. The ruler of Germa, Vince Smoke Judge, along with his 4 children, stood before the intruder. "What brings you here?" Judge inquired, noting the stranger's formidable demeanor, which suggested he was no ordinary individual. I seek the assistance of the German kingdom to forge some battle attire and to reforge my sword, replied Rocha, a playful tone in his voice. Oh, and if it pleases you, could the lovely lady over there accompany me on my ship? I find myself quite smitten. Are you jesting? Do you presume Germa to be your servant? How dare you come here to provoke us? It seems you are seeking a swift end, Judge retorted, fury igniting within him, a vein throbbing upon his forehead. Please, do not take offense. I come with sincere intentions. I possess a blueprint for a technological advancement that I can share with you. In exchange for an upgrade to the battle suits, Rocha responded, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Regardless of the technology you bring, the fate of one who dares to challenge Germa is death. Judge declared vehemently. Yes, I understand the procedure. First, we must engage in combat. Very well, let us begin. Rocha chuckled resignedly, having anticipated that an immediate agreement was unlikely. Everything could be negotiated after the battle. Vinsmoke Judge was, in truth, a man of considerable cowardice. When faced with peril, his weakness would emerge, making negotiations far more favorable, provided one possessed greater strength. Fortunately, Rocha's current prowess was indeed formidable. Chapter 28. My dear miss, I advise you not to move Legio and Eg. Let him witness the might of Germa. Gaji commanded with an air of calm, and upon receiving the order, Legio and Eg immediately assumed battle stances, swiftly encircling Rocha from either side. Aren't you going to attack together? Rocha inquired of Gaji. Do you underestimate us? Upon hearing Rocha's words, Eg felt a twinge of disdain, yet his emotionless demeanor betrayed no feelings. If you do not attack together, you will lose your capacity to resist. Rocha replied, shaking his head, his tone as serene as one proclaiming an inevitable truth. Ah, you may withdraw now. Rocha utilized the shave technique to appear behind Eg and, with a powerful kick, sent him crashing into the kingdom's forest. This kick was merciless, infused with both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, coupled with Rocha's monstrous physique, nearly breaking Eg's waist. How swift! The onlookers could only think this, their confidence shattered, all entering a state of combat readiness. Yet, they were still far inferior to their future selves, with Gaji being the only one capable of forming any real combat strength. However, even Gaji's prowess barely reached the level of Marine Vice Admiral. His technical shortcomings, relying on technology, prevented him from attaining the standards of 4 years hence. Your strength is still too inexperienced. It would be wise to retreat for now. As he spoke, he had already positioned himself next to Niji and Yanji. When? The two were drenched in sweat, but before they could move, their heads were seized. With a force akin to cracking walnuts, they were pulled inward, causing them to convulse and collapse. Rocha's strength was no jest, although the genetically modified beings boasted formidable physiques. Even they could not withstand the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki infused into them. Niji, Yanji, Legio shouted in worry. Fear not, dear lady over there. They are merely unconscious, nothing more. However, I strongly advise you not to move, for I would rather not turn my hand against you. Rocha said with a smile, his tone casual and relaxed. Damn it, Legio, withdraw. This fellow is unlike the others. Gaji's expression hardened as he commanded Legio to retreat, and without hesitation, she complied. The genetically modified beings, enhanced by their lineage factors, were powerless to resist Gaji's commands. You are indeed different from the rest. No wonder you had the audacity to invade Germa Kingdom. But if you believe that Germa possesses only this strength, you are gravely mistaken. Copy Soldier Brigade, advance. Gaji revealed a sinister grin, convinced that, despite the opponent's strength, they had yet to reach the level of the 4 emperors, and that sheer numbers would overwhelm them. He awaited the moment they showed signs of fatigue, which would signal the optimal time to strike. Yet, his calculations were flawed. He had not anticipated that Rocha would possess a physique akin to Charlotte Lean-Lean's, with stamina being the one resource he lacked. A tactic of sheer numbers, is it? Engaging in futile endeavors. Yet since I am but a clone, I shall not hold back. Do not seek me out for wasted human resources in the future. Rocha unsheathed the twin swords he had yet to employ, having dispatched Eg, Niji, and Yuji solely through sheer strength and speed. The clones charged recklessly forward, devoid of fear or emotion. The intimidation of Conqueror's Haki had negligible effect on them. With a swift motion, Rocha unleashed a series of razor-sharp sword energies, capable of severing steel, slicing through the ranks of clones like a tempest. The clones fell as easily as fruits in a game of Fruit Ninja, helpless against Rocha's swordplay. What was that? Armament Haki? In a place like the Four Seas. Possessing such abilities, coupled with techniques reminiscent of the Golden Lion style. Who exactly are you? Gaji's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had been momentarily incapacitated by Iji's kick, unable to discern the fleeting use of Haki. However, now, as Rocha wielded his twin blades, the armament Haki enveloping them was unmistakable, its strength formidable, exhibiting mastery over hardening and external release. Me, the old man Shiki, could be considered my mentor, though our time together spanned merely 2 years. Rocha's eyes glazed over in reminiscence, recalling the lessons imparted by Shiki during that time. Ah, I see. The heir of the Golden Lion. I remember now. You're the bounty hunter Rocha, the one featured in recent news, right? The reports of the Golden Lion's demise originated from you, did they not? Oh, I am surprised you have heard of my name. I thought I had concealed myself quite well, unnoticed. Indeed, it is ironic that no one would suspect a renowned bounty hunter to be the successor of that legendary pirate, even managing to outwit the Navy. Gaji grew increasingly wary of Rocha. This man had remained hidden, yet now laid everything bare before him. What was his true intention? Unbeknownst to him, Gaji's demeanor softened, shedding the initial arrogance he had displayed. Have you regained your composure? Then perhaps we can converse now. Noticing Gaji's change in attitude, Rocha smiled. If you seek to recruit Germa 66, I advise you to abandon that thought. Even with all my effort, I could never acquiesce to such a proposal. Gaji, pondering deeply, could only conclude that Rocha aimed to recruit Germa 66, for it was improbable that such a patient man would reveal himself merely for a few suits of armor. In Gaji's eyes, Rocha had become an exceedingly adept puppeteer, shrouded in secrecy. Ha! I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. I am not here to recruit Germa, but rather to propose a collaboration. First, take a look at this. Rocha laughed heartily, then tossed a schematic of the arc reactor to Gaji. As Gaji picked up the blueprint and scrutinized it closely, his expression shifted to one of shock. Where did you acquire this? If this energy design could be integrated into the battlesuits, their power would increase at least 5-fold. The design presented by Rocha is truly exquisite. Even he, who has dedicated years to research, finds certain aspects difficult to comprehend. However, this does not hinder his understanding of the purpose of the creation. If one wishes to delve deeper into the matter, let us relocate, for this is not a suitable venue for discussion. Rather than addressing the question of value, Rocha suggested that they move to a more appropriate setting for a thorough conversation. Come with me. Reiju, you too, he beckoned. After a moment of calm contemplation, Kaji made his decision. Reflecting on Rocha's earlier words, he turned to Reiju and spoke once more. Kaji commanded the replicant soldiers to carry the fallen Iji, Niji, and Yuji back for treatment. And then he proceeded with Rocha towards the grandest castle. Chapter 29. Asmal gift for those who dare to betray now. Tell me, how will you be persuaded to relinquish this blueprint? In a grand hall within the castle, Gaji sat at the head of the table, inquiring of Rocha. Did I not just say that I am here to collaborate? If King Gaji continues to question my sincerity, then this conversation becomes rather pointless, Rocha chuckled, finding humor in Gaji's attempts to obtain the blueprint through barter. The value of this document was indisputable, especially for a nation like Germa 66, which relied on technological advancements to bolster its military might, a veritable treasure. Alas, I can hand over Reiju to you, and I can craft the battle attire you require, including reforging the sword you seek. Will that suffice? Gaji exhaled deeply, conceding. Fata? Reiju was taken aback, having been curious as to why Gaji had summoned her for this discussion, only to realize she was merely a pawn in this exchange. Rocha shook his head, speaking up. Not quite enough. What more do you desire? Gaji's irritation flared. He had complied with the previous conditions, only to find them reneged. Yet, recalling the significance of the blueprint, he managed to temper his frustration. Do not be vexed. I merely have a few minor stipulations. I am willing to collaborate on the arc reactor technology, but in return, whenever I require new battle attire, you must assist me in its creation. Fear not. It shall not be excessive. Moreover, I have heard that those modified with bloodline factors cannot resist your commands, so I need you to revoke that directive concerning Reiju. Rochas supported his chin with one hand, observing Gaji's response with keen interest. Reiju was astonished. Rochas' words seemed devoid of jest. Was it possible that his initial declaration of love was genuine? This thought caused a blush to rise on her cheeks. She was one of the few modified beings from the Vinsmoke family who retained emotions. Simultaneously, she harbored a distaste for remaining in Germa Kingdom, bound by her father's orders, unable to escape, yearning for the sea and the freedom it represented. She had once aided Sanji in his flight from this realm during her childhood. Upon hearing Rochas' words, Gaji gradually regained his composure, contemplating the implications. If those are your only demands, I can acquiesce. After a moment of heavy, thoughtful silence, Gaji relented. Reiju, from now on, you need not heed my commands. Simply follow Captain Rasha. Gaji issued a command that, despite its contradiction, acted like a switch. Reiju felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. The notion of defying Gaji faded, as the revocation of the command against her rebellion hinged solely on his utterance. Yes, now this is as it should be. Here is the complete blueprint. Rasha produced the design for the arc reactor and handed it to Gaji, who reverently accepted the precious document for examination. How long will it take to infuse the arc reactor into the battle attire? Rasha inquired. Uncertain, perhaps a month, perhaps 2 months, or maybe a year. Everything will depend on the experiment. Gaji did not look up at Rasha, but meticulously scrutinized the documents as he responded. Subsequently, Rasha retrieved a small piece of vibranium and tossed it over, finally capturing Gaji's attention. Rasha did not present all the vibranium at once. Instead, he utilized the system to divide it into 4 segments. What is this? Gaji inquired, puzzled as he picked up the metallic piece and examined it closely in his palm. This is a special alloy, remarkably hard. Do you have any means to integrate it into my sword and battle suit? Rasha refrained from explicitly stating the properties of vibranium, merely highlighting the alloy's exceptional hardness. Known as sound-absorbing steel, vibranium is among the hardest substances in the Marvel Universe. While it may not be the hardest, its ability to absorb kinetic energy renders it unparalleled in defensive capabilities. Absolutely no problem. I possess the finest equipment for crafting gear. I can melt any material, no matter how hard. And how long will it take to forge my sword? Leave the sword with me. I will have it ready within 3 days. Also, here is my communication device. I will notify you when it is completed. Upon hearing this, Rasha drew the twin sword from his waist and tossed them, while Gaji reciprocated with a communication device of his own. Very well. I shall await your completion in 3 days. Please expedite the matter concerning the battle suit. With that, Rasha wrapped his arm around Reiju and made his way toward the conference room's entrance, pausing just before reaching the door. Oh, by the way, you must be aware that I am the user of the float fruit, Rasha remarked with a knowing glance, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had not concealed his presence upon infiltrating this place, so Gaji must have witnessed his airborne form. Coupled with his identity as the inheritor of the Golden Lion, Gaji would surely deduce that he had consumed the powers of the float fruit. What do you mean? Gaji furrowed his brow, perplexed by Rasha's insinuation. Although I do not quite understand why the old man of the Golden Lion rarely engages in such matters, I must emphasize, the float fruit grants me the ability to lift this entire island into the sky at any moment, or to send it crashing down simultaneously. Thus, no matter where you hide, I will find you, even within the territories of the 4 emperors or the Marine headquarters. Surely, you do not wish for me to drop these little gifts from above, do you? Therefore, remember not to include any additional surprises in your battle suit. I will have someone inspect it later, and should anything be discovered, do not blame me for not sparing you out of consideration for Reiju. With a wink at Reiju, Rasha concluded his statement. At this moment, Gaji was unaware that this was a veiled threat, but he merely scoffed in response. Since I have agreed to collaborate with you, I will certainly not create any obstacles. When the time comes, the results will speak for themselves. That is reassuring. I am pleased to embark on this fruitful collaboration, King Gaji. Should any new technology arise in the future, I shall seek you out again. Roxia waved with a smile as he stepped out, tightening his hold on Reiju's hand, drawing her closer to him. He then utilized the abilities of the Moku no Mi to soar towards the triangular sailboat in the sky. Once Roxia had departed, Gaji revealed a look of obsession and madness. Such exquisite energy technology was undoubtedly more sophisticated than that of Vegapunk. It was technology that surpassed contemporary imagination, a marvel that could only emerge a millennium ahead of its time. Gaji murmured, captivated by the design schematics of the arc reactor. Meanwhile, Roxia returned to the sailboat with Reiju. As soon as they landed, the women rushed forward to inquire about Roxia's well-being. "Are you all right, Roxia?" Nami was the first to dash over, anxiously checking him for any injuries. "I'm fine. No need to worry. Didn't I say that with my strength? I have nothing to fear from anyone in the four seas or paradise." Roxia replied gently, his gaze softening as he looked at Nami. Over the course of their time together, Nami had transformed from a reluctant passenger to someone who trusted him, and now she regarded Roxia as one of her cherished family. "Wait, who is she?" Nami suddenly noticed Reiju in Roxia's embrace. Initially preoccupied with her concern for Roxia, she had overlooked the presence of another woman. Now, upon regaining her composure, the sight of Roxia holding another woman stirred her irritation. She shot a disapproving glance at Reiju and clasped Roxia's waist, her eyes conveying a silent message. "How could you, Roxia? I've been worried about you all this time, and you go off to find another woman. Hello, I am Vinsmoke Reiju, and I shall henceforth be Captain Roxia's companion." Reiju spoke with an affectionate tone, her demeanor exuding a flirtatious air as she leaned her head against Roxia's shoulder. "What do you mean, Roxia's companion? Crew are crew, and you, little one, should take a step back." Reiju's words seemed to provoke Nami to a boiling point, igniting her fury instantly. Chapter 30. Women, truly enigmatic. Captain Rocha, upon our first encounter, professed an instant infatuation with me, even insisting that I join his crew. Leitio, with a hand resting on her chin and a bashful smile, continued to provoke Nami without a hint of restraint. "What? You scoundrel Rocha, always eyeing others while indulging in your own desires, right? Don't bother seeking me out again," Nami exclaimed furiously, attempting to push past Rocha towards the cabin. Yet, Rocha dared not let her go, enveloping her in an embrace to offer consolation. "That is not true. I was merely concerned for you, Nami. I thought to bring in a few more companions for some diversion," Rocha said with a wry smile, soothing her with sweet words for a considerable time. Ultimately, the youthful Nami succumbed to Rocha's relentless charm. Her cheeks flushed as she retreated to the cabin. Acutely aware of her sister's presence in the public eye, her modesty prevailing. "Leitio, you too. Such behavior doesn't suit you. Once you spend some time with Nami, you'll realize she is not so bad," Rocha remarked. "And what kind of demeanor does Captain Rocha believe would be fitting for me?" Leitio countered, her allure intensifying. "Just your usual self will suffice. For now, why don't you explore the surroundings? I shall escort you back to our base later, as we are to remain here for 3 more days," Rocha replied, reluctantly releasing Leitio, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of whisking her away to his captain's quarters. "Indeed, Captain Rocha," Leitio responded with a light laugh. "Greetings, Sister Leitio. I am Kaya, the ship's doctor. I look forward to your acquaintance," Kaya said with a smile, approaching to shake Leitio's hand. "So you are Kaya. Rocha mentioned you earlier, referring to you as his little angel. Whenever anyone falls ill, they can seek your help," Leitio said warmly. Kaya and Nokigo did not harbor the same animosity towards Leitio as Nami did, and they quickly became familiar with one another. It is evident that Leitio, with her gentle demeanor, graceful conduct, and social prowess, possesses the qualities of a true noble. "Hey, you wouldn't actually be smitten with her, would you? Is that why you traveled all this way to the North Sea to find her?" Karina inquired, nudging Rocha with her elbow, her voice lowered in curiosity. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? I did once abduct you for the very reason of being enamored," Rocha replied, a mischievous grin on his face. "I knew it. You are indeed incorrigible. With so many beautiful women on board, You remain unperturbed, yet seek companionship from elsewhere, Karina remarked, exasperation evident on her face. Hee, are you referring to yourself? Speaking of which, I recall someone promising me a reward for accompanying her on shopping spree. Yet it seems someone has forgotten that agreement. Rochas teased, a playful glint in his eye, leaving Karina blushing and unable to retort. Oh, it's merely a reward. What is there to fuss about? I'll make it up to you later, she said. No, I want it now. Huh? The newly acquired vessel boasts a rather spacious bathtub in its bathroom. However, bathing alone has grown rather solitary. How about we indulge in a bath together as a modest reward for myself? With that, he effortlessly hoisted Karina onto his shoulder. Hey, perhaps we should reconsider the reward. And besides, it's still broad daylight. Let us postpone the bathing for the evening, Karina murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her voice was barely audible, lost in the air. Ignoring her words, Rochas strode directly into the cabin. Nearby, Nokigao observed the unfolding scene, chuckling lightly as he watched them depart. An hour later, Rochas opened the bathroom door, and a fog of warm steam enveloped them as they emerged. Karina rubbed her sore jaw, her complexion a rosy hue tinged with shyness. I can't fathom where you picked up such peculiar notions, she remarked. Had I not noticed your fatigue, I would have been inclined to linger in the water for hours more. Karina rolled her eyes at him and turned back to her room. In truth, with his ironclad physique and the ability to absorb energy from food, he could easily endure a 10-day battle against even the 4 emperors or a marine admiral without breaking a sweat. In such a scenario, it was likely that the admirals would be the ones exhausted first. Content with himself, Rochas changed his clothes and made his way to the hall, where laughter and merriment filled the air. Reiju, Nami, and Nokigao were engaged in animated conversation, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility. Rochas was taken aback by the sight. Just moments ago, Nami had been at odds with Reiju, yet now she was smiling and conversing amiably with her. What on earth is happening? He pondered, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. It was Reiju who first noticed his arrival, winking at him playfully. Well, you truly are a social butterfly. Nami is no match for you, she teased. At that moment, the others also recognized Rochas' presence. Rochas, you're back. Where have you been? We couldn't find you or Karina. Nami exclaimed joyfully as she approached him. Oh, me? I just felt a bit warm and took a bath. Karina likely returned to her room to rest, he explained. I see, is it hot today? It feels rather pleasant to me, Nami replied, a hint of curiosity in her tone, though she brushed it off with a smile. By the way, how did your relationship with Reiju improve so suddenly? Upon hearing Rochas' inquiry, Nami's face turned crimson as she playfully shoved him toward Nokigao. It's nothing. You don't need to concern yourself with girls' matters. Confounded, Rochas took a seat beside Reiju and leaned in to whisper, what did you discuss with Nami? How did you manage to win her over so swiftly? Reiju smiled mysteriously and replied with a sentiment similar to Nami's. It's best if you steer clear of girls' secrets. TCH, if you want to share. You want to share, Rochas said, turning his gaze away in feigned annoyance. Brother Rochas, do try my new pudding creation. Kaya pushed a small food cart toward them, carrying a plate of pudding that appeared quite delectable. Thank you, Kaya, said Rochas, who immediately took a fork, speared a piece, and popped it into his mouth, subsequently revealing a blissful smile. Sister Nami, you all should try some too. Kaya handed the pudding to the other girls. Kaya, your culinary skills have certainly improved. The dessert is becoming increasingly delicious, praised Nokigo. Indeed, it is the most exquisite dessert I have ever tasted. Riku enthusiastically chimed in after savoring it. Oh no, I'm still far from your level, Nokigo. After all, Brother Rochas mentioned that Nokigo has reached an advanced culinary standard, while I am still at an intermediate level. Kaya modestly replied, feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments. By the way, I am curious. Were you all originally chefs? Riku inquired with intrigue, having gleaned from previous conversations with Nami that everyone shared a passion for cooking. I would say we are more like amateur chefs. Rochas has quite an appetite, which compelled us to learn cooking skills. Otherwise, it would be exhausting for Nokigo to cook alone, Nami responded after enjoying a bite of pudding. I see, Riku pondered thoughtfully. All right, it's time to prepare dinner. Let us return to the island. After finishing the pudding, Rochas stood up, stretched, and headed toward the ship's exit. Are there other islands nearby? Are we returning to the Jelma Kingdom? Riku asked Nami, her curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough. It will surely leave you astonished. Nami replied mysteriously, wearing a smile. As Rasha navigated the ship higher, soaring through thick clouds, they eventually arrived at the pinnacle of the clouds. Upon stepping out of the ship, Riku was utterly astonished by the sight before her. This is a naval base. Chapter 31. Nami's awakening. Before them loomed the naval base of the 16th Division, elevated above the clouds. Indeed, it was you who orchestrated that incident reported a few days ago, Reiju stated with certainty. If you refer to the events concerning the East Blues 16th Division, then yes. It was indeed our doing, Rasha replied with a subtle smile. But why undertake such an action? Are you not concerned about potential retaliation from the Navy? Reiju inquired, puzzled. From her perspective, it would suffice to seek out a deserted island. Why target such a conspicuous naval base? It's a long story, but those naval officers are hypocritical. They have indeed obtained the intelligence, yet chose not to disclose it. Subsequently, Rasha recounted Nami's tale and the motivations behind their confrontation with the Navy. I see now. It is for Nami-san's sake. Captain Rasha, you truly are considerate captain for your crew. Is this what they call a furious charge for a beloved? After hearing his explanation, Reiju's understanding deepened, and she teased, indeed, anyone who dares to bully my crew shall face my relentless vengeance. Even the Navy shall be of no consequence. Should I be provoked, I would not hesitate to command a dozen colossal islands to sink their headquarters. No one could impede me. In response to Reiju's jest, Rasha calmly uttered a chilling declaration. At that moment, Reiju profoundly sensed the protectiveness emanating from the man before her. Ah, what a responsible captain you are. I shall certainly pay more attention from now on. Reiju's lips curled into a slight smile as she extended her hand. Rasha paused for a moment, then grasped her hand and smiled back. I thought it would take longer for you to truly come aboard. In truth, I had intended to wait for a chance to sneak away once we landed. Reiju held her right hand to her mouth, laughing softly, entirely unperturbed by Rasha's potential reaction. Then why confess now? Rasha asked, somewhat astonished, uncertain of what he had done to prompt this admission from the young lady before him. There is no special reason. The atmosphere aboard is delightful. This sense of freedom embodies the life I desire. Cooking and conversing with companions, exploring the world's wonders, living freely. Reiju approached the ship's edge, leaning against the railing, taking a deep breath as she gazed through the clouds at the ocean below, her expression softening. Moreover, I have nowhere else to go. Rather than drifting aimlessly upon the sea, being by your side is not so bad. Rasha walked over and wrapped his arm around Reiju's waist, winking at her and giving a thumbs up. Captain Rasha, do you treat your crew this way regularly? Reiju laughed, pointing at his hand resting on her waist. Indeed, this is ex-harassment. Reiju smiled as she gently removed Rasha's hand. What ex-harassment? This is my affection for my crew. I treat each crew member equally. Rasha proclaimed with righteous indignation, crossing his arms. I finally understand why Nami-chan said you could be quite unbearable at times, Reiju said with a hint of exasperation. What? How did Nami-chan speak of me? Rasha's expression was one of dismay, provoking a series of light-hearted chuckles from Reiju nearby. Before long, the sailboat descended upon the harbor. Welcome to our secret base, Dragoness Island, Rasha exclaimed, opening his arms in a flourish towards Reiju. Huh, what did you come up with a name? Nami inquired in astonishment, not even aware that this base had acquired a new title. Hahaha, just a moment ago. We can't keep calling this island the Navy branch. Can we? So I thought it fitting to give a name. Rasha laughed heartily, then took Reiju's hand to lead her on a tour of the island. Actually, I would like to cook with Nami and the others. It sounds like it would be quite enjoyable. Reiju hesitated before expressing her intention. Cough. There's no need to rush. We will have ample time for that later. For now, let me familiarize you with this island, Rasha responded. When the time comes, I will teach you how to cook. Captain Rasha can cook too? Reiju inquired with curiosity. You might not know this, but Nami and Karina are both chefs trained by me, Rasha declared proudly, crossing his arms and attributing the credit of their culinary skills to himself. Reiju regarded Captain Rasha with newfound admiration. Wow, she clapped and chuckled. The man before her was quite charming, a touch narcissistic, and somewhat pretentious, yet decisively adept in battle. Fiercely protective of his companions. I must also add a hint of LSP to his character. Nevertheless, he is truly a commendable captain, Reiju mused internally, her smile growing ever more radiant. As Rasha held her hand, he began to elaborate on the facilities of the island. However, when he introduced the crew training room, Reiju could not suppress her astonishment. "Is this the key to your strength?" she asked, incredulously reaching out to touch the door, finding it hard to believe. Indeed, currently Nami, Noki, and Karina train here, and apart from her daily studies of medicine, Kaya also engages in training here. Starting from tomorrow, you will be a part of this as well, and I will dedicate myself to teaching you how to grow stronger. As he spoke, Rasha's demeanor shifted to seriousness, for he was always strict when it came to training his crew. That sounds truly promising. Haha, Reiju, your physical capabilities surpass those of Nami and the others, so the training opportunities will be plentiful. I will personally instruct you in the application of armament Haki, observation Haki, as well as the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, Soru and Jeppo. These are skills that will prove invaluable in future combat. Rasha outlined his training plan for Reiju. Oh, and regarding culinary skills, you can also learn here, as it promises to be highly effective. Later, Nami will lend you the advanced cooking book for your studies. Suddenly, Riku recalled her keen interest in cooking and kindly reminded herself of it. The remarkable effectiveness of this devil fruit power is truly astonishing, Riku murmured to herself. Having nearly completed her introduction to the island's facilities, she thought it was time to return and savor the grand feast prepared by her companions. Rasha, cradling Riku in his arms, soared towards the dining area. The grand table was already laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Rasha's eyes sparkled as he dashed toward the spread. "Hey, you need to wash your hands before eating," Karina admonished, seizing Rasha's cheek. At that moment, he resembled someone who had consumed the rubber fruit, his face stretching, yet his eating speed remained unaffected. "Isn't it because you all have prepared such delightful food that I couldn't resist sampling it beforehand?" Rasha mumbled with a mouthful of sea beast meat, his words barely intelligible. A vein appeared on Karina's forehead, and Rasha felt a chill run down his spine as the world around him swayed violently. "You was trying to sneak a bite. Wash your hands properly and wait for us to finish," she retorted, promptly tossing him in front of the sink. In response to Karina's outburst, Rasha swallowed the morsel in his mouth, stood up, and washed his hands before quietly taking a seat at the table. Observing this scene, Riku chuckled softly, then washed her hands and sat beside Rasha. This atmosphere was the life she had always yearned for. Yet it would forever remain unattainable within the confines of the German kingdom. As Nami presented the final dish, she announced the commencement of dinner. Rasha launched himself towards the delectable offerings on the table with the veracity of storm. The girls beamed at Rasha's evident enjoyment of their culinary creations. After dinner, Rasha proposed a swim in the pool, which received unanimous approval from the others. In the dead of night, the door to Rasha's room creaked open quietly. A petite figure stealthily entered from behind the door, making her way to Rasha's bedside. Several times she hesitated, eager yet timid. Finally, seemingly struck by a thought, she mustered her courage and leapt forward. Chapter 32. The Navy's 6th instruction. In the early morning, Rasha awoke from his slumber, finding Nami still peacefully asleep beside him. A gentle smile crept across his face as he stroked her hair. "Ah, Reiju, is this what you refer to as the secrets shared between girls? I must say, splendidly done." Nami, in her slumber, seemed to sense something, murmuring softly, "No, Rasha, go find Karina and Nojiko. I truly can't anymore." "Huh, you little rascal. Showing such bravery before, and now you're afraid?" Rasha grinned with a sense of pride before donning his clothes and stepping out of the room. Upon reaching the hall, he discovered that the other girls were already awake, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Reiju, sipping her coffee at the dining table, greeted Rasha with a radiant smile. "Awake at last? You and Nami slept in quite late today," he remarked, casting a playful glare her way. Karina approached, carrying a platter of breakfast. her face brimming with curiosity. Who would T want to indulge in a little extra sleep? Nami is probably still enjoying her slumber, she suggested. Rasha, with an air of indifference, continued to eat, while Reiju merely chuckled in silence. Is that so? How unusual, Karina mused, scratching her head. It's about time for your training to advance to the next stage. After breakfast, I shall personally guide you in your practice. Rasha quickly changed the subject to avoid discussing Nami. By the way, Reiju, does the Germa kingdom have any craftsmen? He inquired, suddenly recalling something. Yes, the Germa kingdom possesses its own guild of craftsmen. Why do you ask? Reiju questioned, her curiosity piqued. Well, since we will be here for a few more days, it would be ideal to have the island refurbished. We need to dismantle some of the Navy's equipment and remove that bothersome naval insignia as well. You might need to discuss this with my father, but I doubt he will refuse. Not a problem. I shall go right away. Rasha swiftly finished the food on the table and dashed outside. Hey, there is still plenty of breakfast left. Aren't you going to finish? I'll eat when I return, Rasha called back, his figure rapidly descending toward the Germa kingdom. Upon arriving at the castle gates, the sentinels immediately recognized Rasha and hurried in to inform Judge. Moments later, Judge emerged, his eyes red-rimmed. What brings you here again? You weren't up all night studying the arc reactor, were you? Rasha inquired, observing Judge's disheveled appearance, reminiscent of a scruffy old man. With bloodshot eyes and unkempt hair, he looked as though he had just emerged from a refuse heap. If that is all you came to see, I need to return to my research, Judge replied, visibly annoyed, turning to head back to his laboratory. He had little time to spare for Rasha, as the deeper he immersed himself in the study of the arc reactor, the more he felt its allure. Currently, he is fully immersed in his experiments. However, wait. There is something I need your assistance with. Luoxia immediately blocked his path, grinning broadly as he clasped Jiaji's shoulder, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. What is it? Jiaji replied with impatience. I heard from Ligio that you have a craftsman guild here, right? Conveniently, my island requires some renovations, and I would like to borrow a few of your craftsmen to enhance my island's architecture. Is that all? Yes, just that. Jiaji sighed and subsequently instructed the replicated soldiers to summon the Craftsman Guild. Unless there is a significant matter, do not disturb my research. For any issues, simply let Ligio come down and arrange it. With that, Jiaji turned and resumed his engrossing work. Luoxia shrugged, taken aback by his straightforwardness. It seems the allure of the arc reactor is indeed substantial. Very well, since Ligio will handle the arrangements, I shall not be modest. Luoxia extended his observation into the sea, detecting no life forms before lowering the island. Ever since the incident at the Evil Dragon Park where he was captured by the newsbird, Luoxia has been exceedingly cautious about such matters. If he were to be photographed again, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Once the replicated craftsman boarded the island, Luoxia elevated it once more to avoid lingering too long. After he finalized the design, Nami had already risen. After breakfast, she returned to the sailboat to commence today's training. Yet, Nami's cheeks were still tinged with crimson, evidently bashful about her bold actions from the previous night. Nevertheless, Luoxia paid no mind to her shyness, continuing as usual to be close with her. Upon entering the training room, Luoxia released Nami, and his demeanor grew serious, a reflection of his customary approach to teaching. All right, since the time has come, I shall begin. Observing Luoxia's solemn expression, everyone else also shifted into a serious mode, attentively listening. First, let us discuss the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Soru and Jeppo techniques. The Navy's 6 styles can be regarded as an exceptionally effective physical training regimen that is intricately linked to the mastery of Haki, serving as an introductory tutorial. Unfortunately, I only possess knowledge of 2 techniques, Soru and Jeppo. Soru allows for rapid movement through the rebound force generated by swift, successive steps on the ground. At this point, Luoxia paused to demonstrate for the women. Whoosh! In an instant, Luoxia's figure appeared elsewhere, leaving only a fading afterimage in its wake. The principle, though remarkably simple, requires exceptional control over posture and the timing of exertion. Next comes Jeppo, which can be seen as a variant of Soru, yet its training demands considerably more complexity. Luoxia again demonstrated the application of Jeppo, This technique involves using the speed of Soru while jumping to tread upon the air, thereby altering one's trajectory mid-flight, and it can also be employed for aerial combat. Generally speaking, once one has mastered the technique of shave, they're typically capable of utilizing moonwalk as well. However, mastering the latter requires a keen sense of direction and rhythm while airborne. As for the remaining techniques of the 6 forms, I am not well versed in them. Nevertheless, I can impart some insights into the principles behind the other 6 techniques. First, we have Raging Foot, which employs rapid kicking techniques to create a vacuum around the user, thereby generating an air slash. It is akin to blowing through a straw, with air being expelled forcefully from the opposite end. As I spoke, Rocha was already preparing to demonstrate the kicking stance. Whoosh! His legs seemed to produce a sonic boom, unleashing a tremendous air slash. Huh! Even Rocha himself was taken aback, turning to glance at the women, as if to convey, "Is this what you claimed I couldn't do?" Coughing lightly, he explained, "Perhaps it's due to my physical prowess being sufficiently developed. Since both Shave and Moonwalk primarily focus on leg techniques, it became relatively easier to learn Raging Foot after mastering the first 2. However, as you know, I'm a swordsman, and typically I do not utilize my feet to unleash sword energy." Rocha cleared his throat awkwardly after showcasing a technique he had just claimed he couldn't perform, feeling somewhat like he was engaging in a display of extravagance. Ultimately, it was Rocha's exceptional physique that enabled him to grasp these techniques effortlessly once he understood their principles. Now, let us discuss the remaining techniques. Finger Gun concentrates the body's blood flow into the fingertips, rendering them incredibly hard, with power comparable to that of a handgun. However, it is rather impractical and not advisable to learn. Iron Block, akin to Finger Gun, accelerates blood circulation within the body, enhancing muscle movement and fortifying them. Yet, one must remain stationary while employing this technique. Using it during the Grand Line is tantamount to courting death. It is a move that spells doom for its user. Paper Drawing is particularly intriguing. It allows an individual to relinquish all their strength, rendering them as light as paper, drifting with the wind. This technique necessitates the ability to sense the airflow of an opponent's attack for effective evasion. However, mastering Paper Drawing requires an essential aspect of Haki, known as Kinbunchika Haki. This involves the perception of surrounding air currents, akin to the perception required for mastering Kinbunchika Haki, which entails sensing all things. Upon hearing Rocha mention Haki, the women listened intently, fearing they might miss any crucial detail. Kinbunchika Haki is indeed a remarkable power, enabling one to perceive nearby life forms and discern the location and trajectory of an enemy's attacks. Some advanced forms of Kinbunchiku can even sense human emotions, and those who reach the pinnacle of this skill may attain the ability to foresee the future. Foreseeing the future, the women exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Rocha's description of the profound capabilities of advanced Kinbunchika Haki. Indeed, there are practitioners in this world who have attained the ability to predict the future through Kinbunchika Haki, Rocha stated calmly, while Reiju appeared contemplative. Chapter 33. The mastery of observation Haki. The formidable being you mentioned, capable of predicting the future, must be Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Iyanko, Charlotte Linlin, correct? Indeed, there are few who possess the ability to foresee the future through observation Haki, and, among the Yonko, it is likely that only one person can wield this power. Luo Xia nodded in affirmation. The Yonko? The other women, except for Reiju, expressed curiosity about these figures, wondering why Luo Xia and Reiju held them in such high regard. Reiju, wearing a puzzled expression, looked at Luo Xia, as if she believed he must have shared insights about the Yonko with the others. To her surprise, the women were unaware of the legendary Yonko of the Grand Line. Coughing lightly, Luo Xia explained, "The Yonko are 4 legendary pirates. After the death of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, chaos engulfed the seas, and the Grand Line became a hotspot for pirates. Countless individuals sought to venture forth in pursuit of the One Piece, and eventually, the world government, unable to quell this rampant era, forced the pirates into the latter half of the Grand Line. This region is now referred to as the New World. In the New World, powerful warriors abound, but among them are 4 of the mightiest pirate emperors, collectively known as the Yonko. Luo Xia then recounted the origins of the Yonko, and the women listened with wide-eyed amazement, finally grasping the vastness of the ocean. They were aware of Whitebeard, having heard tales of his legendary status in their youth. His name was often invoked by adults to frighten children. Over time, the reputation of Whitebeard became widely known, and they were astonished to learn that he was one of the Yonko in the latter half of the Grand Line, hailed as the strongest man in the world. The great pirate they heard about in their childhood, Whitebeard, was indeed a Yonko. Karina expressed her newfound understanding, marveling at the revelation. Enough of that. These matters are not for you to ponder at present. Focus on honing your strength. Once we reach the Grand Line, I will find a devil fruit that is exceptionally suited for Nami, Luo Xia interjected, redirecting their thoughts. A devil fruit? Perhaps it's best to forego that. Right now, I feel quite content with my physical training. If I were to consume a devil fruit, I might become a landlubber. And who would rescue me if I fell into the water? Nami recalled the moment Karina consumed a devil fruit, a cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she forced a smile. Not at all. My devil fruit possesses no adverse effects. And the fruit I have chosen for you is the most powerful among the three major types, Luo Xia clarified, shaking his head in explanation. How can that be possible? Those who consume devil fruits are cursed by the sea. No one can escape the sea's curse. How do you intend to make the fruit free of side effects? Reiju gazed at Luo Xia in shock, his words shattering her previous understanding. It is widely recognized that devil fruit users are weakened in seawater, and no one can consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously without facing certain death, a universally accepted truth that no one dares to challenge by attempting to eat 2 fruits. This is my secret. There will be no other soul in this world capable of wielding the powers of the devil fruit without any drawbacks. Rochas smiled mysteriously, refraining from elucidating the origins of his unique ability. At that moment, Karina could no longer contain herself. It dawned on her that she was the only one in the crew affected by the sea. She rushed to Rochas' side and clutched his arm. Captain Rochas, do tell me, I'm the sole devil fruit user in our crew. What would happen if I fell into the sea? Karina implored in a teasing tone. This made Rochas shudder, as he truly could not handle such a sound from Karina. All right. Even if I tell you, there is nothing you can do to eliminate the drawbacks of the devil fruit. It is merely due to my constitution, which erases the curse of the devil fruit. He replied. Disheartened, Karina returned to her original spot. She understood Rochas' physique. His formidable strength and stamina allowed him to fight tirelessly for days on end, a trait she did not possess. However, Leichio seemed somewhat skeptical, though she refrained from probing further. Let us commence our training. Leichio, I shall instruct you on the use of Haki, while the others can practice shave and moonwalk. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. With that, Rasha led Leichio to another open area. Do you wish to train in observation Haki or armament Haki? Rasha inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Leichio responded, Observation Haki, please. Observation, you say? It is quite challenging. Mastery of observation Haki requires innate talent, but in the training chamber, you will succeed one day, Rasha chuckled, offering a gentle reminder regarding the difficulty of her choice. He then retrieved a white cloth from his space and approached Leichio to blindfold her. Captain Rasha, what kind of game are you playing? Leichio asked, tilting her head in confusion. Rasha sighed, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Ahem, this is a prerequisite for training observation Haki. You must sense my attacks and evade them, he explained, brandishing a small twig as he circled around her. Ah, I see. The blindfold is to enhance my bodily awareness of incoming attacks. Incoming, Rasha said, leisurely swinging the twig. The twig struck Leichio, who gritted her teeth and remained silent. Thus, they trained throughout the day. Thud! The attack missed, Rasha exclaimed, noticing that Leichio had begun to grasp the concept. Panting slightly, she replied, I owe it all to the captain's guidance. They exchanged smiles. Let's go. Nami and the others must be preparing dinner. I did not expect you to endure for so long. It seems that the genetic enhancements of the Germa indeed possess remarkable qualities. The formidable constitution that one possesses inevitably demands a modicum of sacrifice. After all, I am not endowed with the innate monstrous physique akin to that of Captain Rasha. Nevertheless, it seems that this burden has now been alleviated by your grace. Hehe, I shall take this as your compliment. As we continued our walk, Rochas suddenly grew a bit unruly, pulling Reiju close and inquiring with a playful intimacy, I trust one did not inflict any pain upon you just now? Would you care to join me in my quarters this evening for a soothing massage? No need, Captain. You are well aware that my modified physique is akin to steel and iron. Such an assault would be but a fleeting discomfort, Reiju replied with a smile, declining his offer. Oh, when urging Nami, you showed no signs of trepidation, yet now you find yourself apprehensive when alone. Rasha persisted, employing a teasing tactic. Captain Rasha, your words are entirely incomprehensible to me. Reiju feigned ignorance, turning her head away. Very well, I shall not hold this against you this time. He conceded as they returned to the dining hall. Indeed, Nami and the others had prepared a sumptuous feast. Captain Rasha, we have nearly exhausted the provisions prepared earlier. We shall need to resupply, Noki said, approaching Rasha with a hint of concern. Not to worry. I shall hunt a few sea kings shortly, and then procure additional supplies from the Germa kingdom. Reiju, I shall rely on you to handle the procurement. As you are more familiar with Germa, Rasha said, patting Reiju's shoulder. Gaji did mention that you should be directly informed of any matters requiring your attention. Surely, there is no harm in acquiring some resources without monetary exchange. Chapter 34. Entering the Great Route on the third day in the North Sea. A swift strike from Rasha was deftly evaded by Reiju. Your comprehension of observation Haki is progressing swiftly. You can now sense my attacks. Rasha remarked with a smile as he observed Reiju skillfully dodging his strikes. However, that is merely a beginning. If the captain were to unleash his full strength, my current grasp of observation Haki would be insufficient to keep up. Nevertheless, this is commendable, although I have the advantage of a training room. Mastering the fundamentals of observation Haki within 3 days is no small feat. With ongoing practice, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. The first phase of training Reiju in observation Haki had concluded, prompting Rasha to retract the twig he had been using. Sensing Rasha's cessation of movement, Reiju removed her blindfold. Shall we commence with the training of armament Haki now? A confident smile graced Reiju's face. The past few days of rigorous training had afforded her a tangible sense of improvement, one that transcended the mere enhancement of combat prowess through her battle attire. She felt herself becoming inherently more formidable than before. Yes, we can conclude the training for observation Haki for now. We can gradually hone our skills further. Perhaps engaging in combat practice with Nami and the others, Rasha said, gazing at Reiju with satisfaction. Suddenly, the tranquility of their training was disrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail. Hello, kid. Your sword has been forged and is ready for you to collect, came the voice of Germa, tinged with a hint of fatigue. I'll be right there, Rasha replied, exchanging a glance with Reiju before they descended from the refurbished Dragon Island. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, they found Germa waiting. Without delay, he tossed 2 twin swords towards Rasha. Rasha caught the withered wooden blade, Sakura, drawing it forth to inspect its gleaming edge, sharp as autumn frost. The sword retained its original form, and wielding it felt entirely natural. Thank you. Truly, the craftsmanship of Germa is unparalleled, Rasha praised without reservation. Upon hearing Rasha's commendation, Germa stood a bit taller, pride evident in his demeanor. Germa's technology is among the finest in the world. Crafting swords is a mere trifle. However, the metal you provided is quite extraordinary, possessing the unique ability to absorb energy. Ordinary flames are utterly ineffective against it, Rasha remarked, retrieving a piece of vibranium and tossing it to Germa. This material is not easily obtained. It is a celestial artifact, refined from meteorites. Will this piece, along with the others, suffice for the creation of the battle attire I require? Germa picked up the vibranium, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It should be sufficient. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that one of the battle suits needs to have the capability to store electrical energy. While Germa had previously designed suits with energy storage capabilities, such as NIGS, he found it perplexing. The design for energy storage would conflict with that of the Arc S reactor. If one possesses an arc reactor, why incorporate a design for energy storage as well. Niji struggled to grasp Rochas' intentions. It is indeed possible. However, the arc reactor you provided inherently possesses the functionality to supplement energy. I see. Then let us maximize the energy storage capacity of this suit of armor, for it holds great significance for me. Is it intended for your use? Gargi inquired with curiosity. Not at all. Understood. Since it is not for Rochas, it must certainly be intended for the women aboard his ship. No matter, I shall conduct my own research. The results are likely to take some time. Gargi turned away, showing no sign of reluctance. Has your father always been such a state of scientific obsession? Rochas turned to Riku beside him. Gargi appears to have gone 3 days without bathing, his hair in utter disarray, coupled with the strain on his eyes. They are riddled with blood vessels. This is quite uncommon. Perhaps the items you provided possess sufficient allure to engross him so thoroughly. Riku shrugged in response. Well then, having lingered for 3 days, it is time to set sail once more. We are finally bound for the Grand Line. Rochas returned to Lonyu Island, informing the other women of their impending departure. The new objective is none other than the Grand Line. Upon receiving the news, the women were filled with excitement, promptly gathering their belongings and boarding the ship. With Rochas' command, the sailing vessel set forth once again. 5 days later, under Nami's exceptional navigational skills, they arrived at Reverse Mountain. Is this truly the entrance to the Grand Line? How magnificent! Observing the waters flowing upstream, the group could not help but express their awe. The currents here are quite swift. Some streams crash against the mountainside only to retreat, while the seawater entering the channel surges skyward. Rochas and Riku remained unfazed, the former having watched the animation, while the latter had already visited this place. By the way, do you all harbor any dreams about entering the Grand Line? Nami inquired with a smile. As for me, my dream is to chart a world map. I aspire to become the finest ship's doctor in the world. Kaya said gently, clasping her hands together. Dreams, you say? Karina pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling with ambition. I wish to become the wealthiest person in this world and then enjoy a life of luxury. Hee. Such a cliché dream. Mind your own business. And you, Rochas? Nami turned to him with curiosity. Me? Haven't I mentioned my dream before? Rochas scratched his head in confusion. I wish to journey around the world, savoring the culinary delights of every corner of the globe, to challenge all the formidable masters of this world and seek the elixir of immortality, ultimately spending a long and joyous life with all of you. Rochas grinned widely, articulating his grand aspirations. Huh? The women gasped in surprise, their mouths slightly agape upon hearing Rochas' dream. That is no small feat. Riku chuckled, covering her mouth. But I am determined to make it a reality, Rochas declared with a confident smile. Upon hearing Rochas' confident words, the crowd emerged from their astonishment. Dream. My purpose for setting sail was merely to explore. It seems my aspirations have now shifted towards becoming the finest chef aboard this vessel. Noki, resting her chin on her hand, pondered thoughtfully before breaking into a radiant smile. As for me, I yearn for a life of unbridled freedom, and I have already attained that. The forthcoming arrangements now rest solely in your capable hands, Captain Rochas. Leiji revealed a gentle smile, articulating a dream she had long kept buried within her heart. Yet, that dream had transcended into her reality. Haha, since one dream has been fulfilled, let us seek another, Rochas proclaimed with fervor, pointing toward the entrance of the Grand Line. The Reverse Mountain. Nami deftly maneuvered the ship toward the towering mountain, with the rushing waters leaving them no option to turn back. However, her trust in Rochas was unwavering. She believed he could resolve any challenges that might arise. The sailboat surged forward with the swift current. Quick, stow the sails. The waterway is too narrow. We might collide with the walls. Nami calmly issued her commands. Rochas approached the mast, grasped the ropes, and pulled with determination, causing the sails to gradually fold. Subsequently, under Nami's adept guidance, the vessel navigated into the narrow channel. Woo the Grand Line, here we come, Rochas shouted from the bow, feeling the fierce winds whip around him. The rapid ascent of the waters propelled the ship upstream. At this moment, Nami's navigational skills had advanced far beyond her original capabilities. Coupled with her formidable physique honed through training, Maneuvering the sailboat was a trivial task. As the vessel neared the pinnacle, Nami swiftly adjusted the helm, preparing to steer the ship onto the path leading to the Grand Line as they surged toward the summit. Chapter 35. Twin Cape, Crew of the Pirate King. With a resounding whoosh, the sailboat surged forward, slicing through the waves. Suddenly, a deafening cry echoed, piercing the mist at the bow of the ship, startling everyone aboard. Hearing the sound, Rochas paused momentarily before recalling the whale Laboon from the original tale. Was it a whale's call just now? Nami inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Indeed, that was the voice of the island whale from the West Sea. Once you encounter it, you will find it quite fascinating, Rochas replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the expressions of Nami and the others. As the ship emerged from the fog, the magnificent ocean unfolded before them, eliciting smiles from the crew. However, Nami soon noticed something amiss. A colossal shadow loomed directly ahead, causing her to cry out in alarm. Rochas, why is there such a massive rock at the exit? You never mentioned this. Ha! That is not a rock. Regardless of what it is, use your powers to lift the ship. At this speed, we're bound to collide. Nami shouted in panic, her heart racing. The ship's descent was beyond her control, and a crash would surely spell disaster. While she trusted Rochas, the sudden surge of fear was overwhelming. Leave it to me. Rochas commanded the ship to ascend, gently guiding it to a safe landing beside the lighthouse, before leading the women ashore to rest. Phew, we're saved. Nami wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression one of relief. Ha! No need to be so tense. Rochas approached, embracing the girl and affectionately ruffling her hair. What you just called not a rock? What is it then? Nami asked curiously, gazing at the enormous creature before her, having regained her composure. It's an island whale. Island whale? Upon hearing Rochas' response, Nami and Karina were so startled by the sight of the massive, island-like whale that they couldn't help but make comical faces. However, Kuya and Nojiko maintained their composure, merely widening their eyes in astonishment. Creek. Ha! Island whales are unique to the West Sea. This particular one was brought here by a certain pirate crew. Rochas then recounted the tale of the island whale Laboon. Just then, the creaking sound interrupted Rochas' narration as the small door of the lighthouse swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman dressed like an indigenous Mediterranean tribesman. Oh, are you new pirates who have arrived in the Grand Line? It's remarkable that you're aware of Laboon, he exclaimed, astonished by the group at the lighthouse and the ship below. To think that you managed to control the ship so expertly without crashing into Laboon at such speed. Your sailing skills are truly impressive. The old man mused internally, unaware that Rochas had merely flown over using the powers of the float fruit. Otherwise, he would have recognized the ability immediately. No, we're not pirates. We are merely an adventurous group passing through. Cloacas gazed in astonishment at the group surrounding Rochas. In this day and age, adventurers had become a rare sight, and to encounter one who was not a pirate was indeed remarkable. Over the years he had stood guard at Twin Cape, he had met all manner of individuals, each driven by dreams, greed, and desire, venturing into the vast sea. Yet, in the eyes of this young man, he discerned a purity of spirit. Perhaps he was truly just an adventurer setting sail for the thrill of discovery. With this thought, Cloacas smiled. The weather on the Grand Line can be quite unpredictable. I trust you are prepared with your log pose? Indeed, Nami responded, producing a round sphere from her bosom, which contained the special compass utilized on the Grand Line. Then I wish you smooth sailing, Cloacas said with a warm smile. Wait a moment, Mr. Cloacas, Rochas interjected. The old man looked at him, puzzled. Young man, is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, I would like to test the strength of one who claims to be a crew member of the Pirate King. A flicker of surprise flashed in Cloacas' eyes, but he maintained a calm demeanor. What crew member of the Pirate King? I am merely a reclusive old man, guarding the entrance to the sea routes. You must have mistaken me for someone else. But denial is futile, Rochas replied with a slight grin. Old Shiki himself has spoken to me about the identity of the Pirate King's crew. In the next instant, Rochas unleashed a wave of sword energy from his blade. Cloacas, enveloped in armament Haki, swiftly kicked aside Rochas' attack. The techniques of the Golden Lion? You are his successor, Cloacas exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, You are indeed the successor of the notorious pirate, Golden Lion? Nami and Karina gasped in surprise, not waiting for Rasha's response. Did you not know after all this time? Reiju looked at Rasha with a questioning gaze, as if reproaching him for not sharing this information with his crew. Did I not mention? I lived on a deserted island for 2 years, and later encountered old Shiki who had drifted ashore. After rescuing him, I became his disciple and trained in swordsmanship for 2 years, setting sail only after his passing. Rasha explained with a smile. You never mentioned that part. You only spoke of the first half. The latter part was completely omitted. The two women exclaimed in frustration, realizing how much Rasha had kept hidden from them. I thought it best not to mention it, fearing it would upset you. Nami-chan, Rasha chuckled. Upon hearing that Rasha had withheld this for her sake, Nami felt a twinge of emotion. She understood her past disdain for pirates was why he had concealed his identity from her. Regardless of your identity, do not think you can shake me off in the future. Do you hear? Nami declared, her tone a mix of irritation and pride. Yes. Rasha laughed heartily before turning his attention back to Cloacus. To my surprise, the likes of Gold Lion have departed this world in utter obscurity. It is indeed a poignant realization. Crocus sighed, and upon noticing the eager expression on Rasha's face, he quickly added, If you have come seeking a duel, I regret to inform you that you shall be sorely disappointed. I am but a retired ship's doctor, and this vast Grand Line is teeming with formidable opponents who would be far more suited to your aspirations. My abilities pale in comparison to yours. Crocus shook his head and promptly raised his hands in surrender. Alas, your demeanor extinguishes any desire I might have had for battle, Rasha lamented, withdrawing his longsword. He had anticipated a chance to gauge the prowess of the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, to ascertain whether the crew of the Pirate King was indeed comprised of strong individuals. However, he was taken aback by the latter's swift concession. After all, I am merely a ship's doctor, ill-versed in combat. That last exchange left my legs trembling. If we were to continue, I might very well meet my demise, Crocus chuckled, unashamed of his admission. Tsh, how dull, Rasha remarked as he turned and leapt onto the ship, beckoning Nami and the others to set sail. The women promptly reboarded the sailing vessel, ready to embark anew. The chaos of these seas is about to intensify. Who would have thought that the successor of Gold Lion would emerge? Given this lad's temperament, the Navy is likely to face considerable headaches in the future, Crocus mused aloud, gazing at the departing sailboat with a bemused smile. Chapter 36. A True Man Faces Natural Disasters. Shortly after departing from Twin Cape, the weather began to darken ominously. What is happening? Why has a storm suddenly arisen? Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Although she was well aware of the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, she did not anticipate such dreadful conditions before even sighting the first island. Consider this merely an appetizer, a welcoming ceremony, if you will, Rasha chuckled, a sense of eagerness blooming within him as he gazed at the brooding skies. Having read numerous novels in his previous life where characters often engaged in unexpected feats, he felt an overwhelming desire to emulate such boldness. With determination, Rasha strode to the bow of the ship and drew his twin swords. Hey, Rasha, what are you planning? This is not the time for such antics. Come help us, Nami urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Nami, fret not. Leave the rest to me. Rasha reassured her, laughing heartily as he faced the impending natural calamity without a trace of fear. A powerful aura surged from his being, his Haki enveloping him in a formidable embrace. Dark blue energy coiled around him like a storm, crackling with electricity. With a slight exhale, he channeled his energy into his swords, feeling the air around him warp as he concentrated. Let me see whether nature's wrath is truly insurmountable, or if my strength prevails, he declared, his laughter echoing with a hint of madness in his eyes. Should Rasha have glanced at his status panel at that moment, he would have been astonished to find his conqueror's Haki elevated from AC to AB-, leaping over 2 minor stages. By choosing to confront the calamity head-on, the long-accumulated spirit within him flourished, revealing its true potential. With a mighty swing of his swords, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the ominous storm clouds. The wave merged with the dark mass, and as he withdrew his blades, he gasped slightly, feeling the toll of his exertion. Boom! The storm clouds erupted as if scattering like ants, the potent energy creating a fierce gust that swept away the darkness before him. A fierce whirlwind engulfed the sea, waves crashing incessantly against the vessel. Ugh, what on earth are you doing, Rochas? Nami shouted in shock, curling up defensively while hurling curses at him. Such overwhelming power. Is this what they call conqueror's Haki? Reiju stood on the deck, her disbelief palpable. As the tempest gradually subsided, the once tumultuous sea returned to calm. Ha. Regardless of the outcome, it has been resolved. Forward, toward our grand line, Rochas proclaimed, raising his arm in triumph. By nightfall, they finally reached their destination island. Before even approaching the shore, a lively welcome echoed from the coastline. This familiar scene, coupled with the distinctive cactus-shaped town, was unmistakably the path that Luffy had traversed, Whiskey Peak. To my astonishment, the pointer indeed directs towards Whiskey Peak. Welcome. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. How peculiar it is that the inhabitants here greet arriving ships with such fervor, Nami pondered aloud, observing the bizarre residents on the shore. This island, known as Whiskey Peak, serves as a stronghold for the Baroque works, a veritable haven for bounty hunters, teeming with numerous mercenaries. They often extend a warm welcome to inexperienced young pirates, only to slay them in their slumber and claim their bounties, along with any treasures aboard their vessels, explained Rochas. But our flag bears no pirate insignia. Why would they welcome us? This is the grand line. One cannot apply conventional reasoning to understand the minds of these people. I suspect they aim to engage in a bit of nefarious dealings, regardless of whether one is a pirate or not. The fate of all who set foot on this island rarely ends well. Should we still disembark? It matters not. These bounty hunters are quite feeble and pose no threat to us. Rochas shrugged, smiling dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the bounty hunters. These miscreants are only capable of capturing minor pirates in the four seas. Without the protection of Baroque works, they would hardly stir up any significant trouble. They can only deceive inexperienced young pirates. Even a novice like Luffy possesses the strength to wreak havoc upon this town. Kulme, let's ascend and see what tricks they may have up their sleeves. With Rochas' explanation, Nami also wore a mischievous grin. Since they wish to rob us, why should we not seize their riches? Welcome. Are you esteemed pirates just arriving in the Grand Line? A robust man in a suit with curly hair greeted them with a beaming smile. No, we are merely passing bounty hunters, Nami replied with a smile, both harboring ulterior motives while wearing cheerful expressions. Bounty hunters, you must have some bounties for capturing pirates, muttered a disguised bounty hunter among the crowd, unaware that Rochas overheard his words. This place is famously known as the Town of Welcomes. I am Icolum, the mayor of this town. A banquet has already been prepared for you. Esteemed bounty hunters, please follow me, Icolum invited with a benevolent smile. The bounty hunters masquerading as townsfolk behind him greeted them with enthusiasm. Kulme, one must not refuse a free meal, Rochas gestured, while Nami stifled a laugh behind him. How audacious they are to invite Rochas to dine. These fellows are blissfully unaware of his appetite. I hope they do not come to regret this later. Karina also bore a sly smile, albeit hidden well, and as she turned, her expression softened into one of gentle warmth. That night in the tavern, the bounty hunters gaped in astonishment at the towering stacks of plates beside them. Rochas, still unsated, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Ikalem's countenance darkened as he gestured towards a girl with azure hair beside him. Instantly understanding, she approached Rochas with a large mug of beer in hand, her face radiant with a cheerful smile. Dear bounty hunter, why indulge solely in food? Come, let us share a drink, the girl suggested with a hint of flirtation, leaning enticingly against Rochas. A slight smirk danced upon Rochas' lips as he regarded the blue-haired maiden. He welcomed her advances with open arms. Accepting the beer, he pulled the girl into his embrace, his gaze deepening with affection as he inquired, Beautiful lady, what is your name? Shall we toast together? Vivi, caught in his embrace, briefly displayed a flicker of panic in her eyes before responding with reluctance. Esteemed sir, I am Vivi, the mayor's daughter. I am not particularly adept at drinking, so I shall abstain. Attempting to break free from Rochas' hold proved futile, leaving her helplessly glancing at Ikalem. Since Miss Vivi has brought the drink, It would be rude not to share a cup. If you are not skilled in drinking, then just a sip will suffice, Rocha replied with a playful grin, seemingly pondering an amusing notion. He then raised the cup to his lips and tilted his head back. Vivi's eyes widened in despair. She felt as though she were on the brink of tears. Oh no, I have only just begun my undercover mission here, and now I am surrendering my first experience. Captain Rocha appeared genuinely fond of beautiful women. Reiko observed the sweet-faced Vivi, noting her delicate figure before glancing at her own physique and nodding in agreement. Indeed, she seems to be the type Captain Rocha fancies. Meanwhile, Ikalim's expression grew frantic, nearly exclaiming Princess Vivi. Instinctively, esteemed sir, my daughter is not skilled in drinking. If you require company for your drink, I shall accompany you instead, Ikalim stammered, stepping forward, visibly sweating and anxious. Do not rush. Allow me to collect some interest first. I presume you have laced the food with something, haven't you? It truly affects the flavor, Rocha replied, raising his head and smacking his lips in appreciation. This beer has a delightful princess flavor. What? Sir, you jest. We would never resort to such tactics. Ikalim feigned a smile, attempting to conceal his distress. I am not a novice pirate. Your deceit cannot ensnare me, Rocha countered with a smile, directly exposing the ruse of Ikalim and his associates. Since the meal is nearly concluded and I have collected my interest, there is no harm in tearing off the facade now. In an instant, the banquet fell silent, the bounty hunters revealing their predatory gazes. Ikalim's demeanor shifted, a sinister grin forming as he spoke in a chilling tone. Since you have uncovered our plans, there is no turning back. I had hoped to eliminate you in your slumber. All of you attack. First, subdue his crew and capture them all. With Ikalim's command, the bounty hunters sprang into action. Nami and the others remained unfazed, regarding them with the eyes of spectators observing a clown. Boom! A vast and boundless force, imbued with malicious intent, surged forth from Rocha's body. The bounty hunters' movements abruptly halted, their eyes glazed over, and bubbles formed at their lips as they collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Ikalim and Vivi gazed in horror at the fallen bounty hunters, perplexed by how this boy had managed to incapacitate everyone in an instant. Rocha's conqueror's Haki swept past them, so they merely sensed the boy's astonishing aura without being directly impacted by its overwhelming power. You are of the royal family of Alabasta, are you not? You are Princess Vivi? Rocha inquired, looking down at Vivi, who was so astonished that she had forgotten to break free from his grasp. How do you know our identities? Vivi's expression darkened. Rocha's words undoubtedly revealed their identities while she remained oblivious to who he was. As for how I know that, you need not concern yourselves with it. However, I am also privy to the information you seek, including the identity of the owner of Baroque works and their intentions. Chapter 37. Vivi's plea. What is the true identity of this man? Not only does he possess knowledge about me, but he is also aware of details regarding Baroque. What could his intentions possibly be? A look of trepidation crossed Vivi's face, rendering her momentarily perplexed about his motives. Enough with the games. I hold the information you seek, and I can assist you. However, I require a favor in return, Rochas stated, releasing Vivi and tidying his attire. What favor? Vivi, now free, took a cautious step back, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired about Rox's request. Princess Vivi, we still lack clarity regarding this individual's identity. Is it wise to trust him so readily? Ikalim cautioned, his tone laced with concern. Vivi did not turn away, but fixed Rocha with a resolute gaze, to which he responded with an amused smile. At that moment, Nami and the others approached, curiosity evident in their expressions as they observed the confrontation. What's this? Have you taken a fancy to this young lady? Karina inquired playfully as she sidled up to Rocha. Nami, however, turned away, no longer allowing herself to be riled by him as she had in the past, having been schooled by Rocha during their recent interactions. Fancy me? Vivi's cheeks flushed as she noticed Roxa's lingering gaze, prompting her to retreat a few steps, though she quickly regained her composure. Since infiltrating this organization, she had uncovered an alarming increase in the ranks of senior staff within the Baroque works. The individuals she had encountered thus far were of a lower echelon, and the capabilities of the higher-ups were likely unfathomable. Thus, she recognized the necessity of power. The man before her possessed extraordinary strength. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi resolutely lifted her gaze, her eyes firm as she addressed Rochas. If you can aid my country, I am willing to grant you any request. She had made her decision. She must save her homeland. Therefore, she needed to place her bets on this man before her. Princess Vivi, you cannot stake your future like this. Please, trust us. The kingdom's soldiers will protect both the king and you, Icolum urged, his anxiety palpable. In his view, Vivi's willingness to gamble her fate was a stark indication of her distrust towards them. No, Icolum, I've made up my mind. The more I investigate, the more I realize that the members of this organization are immensely powerful. If the enigmatic boss is indeed the person we suspect, then we lack the strength to safeguard Alabasta. Vivi's voice grew increasingly somber. Recently, while undercover within Baroque works, she had inexplicably received messages from an unknown source, likely conveyed without her awareness. Faced with this mysterious informant, she had approached the information with skepticism. Ultimately, she arrived at a breathtaking conclusion. The mastermind behind the studio was, quite possibly, the hero who had emerged in Alabasta in recent years, Crocodile. Due to insufficient information, she needed to further enhance her position within the Baroque works to gather intelligence. However, the recent situation had deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. Not long ago, news broke out about Governor Nyana, who was surrounded by an overwhelming number of dancing fans. This incident ignited public outrage, leading to the formation of a rebellion led by her childhood friend, Kusha, with the aim of toppling King Cobra and halting his reckless actions. This compelled Vivi to urgently seek the truth, intending to reveal it upon her return to the kingdom. In other words, her time was running out, and she was willing to take a gamble on Rochas. If it meant saving her country, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. The seriousness and determination in Vivi's gaze did not go unnoticed by the few women behind Rochas. Rochas, please enlighten us. What exactly is happening? Nami stepped forward, inquiring with an indifferent tone. Nothing much, just the reckless nation-stealing scheme of a certain Shichibukai, Rochas replied casually, showing no concern for Vivi overhearing him. Indeed, Vivi displayed a look of realization. Based on the intelligence they had previously gathered, Crocodile was the most likely individual behind this plot. But what did a nation-stealing scheme entail? Furthermore, to refer to a Shichibukai as reckless indicated a complete lack of respect for their authority. This young man appeared to possess considerable confidence in his ability to defeat Crocodile. Alternatively, he could simply be naive, viewing Crocodile through the narrow lens of ignorance. However, judging by his audacity, the former seemed more plausible, which gave Vivi a glimmer of hope. Shichibukai, are you referring to the same group you mentioned earlier? The 7 pirates recognized by the world government? Could their involvement in this matter lead to complications? Karina furrowed her brow. Previously, Rochas had briefed them on the dynamics of the sea, including the 3 major powers of the Grand Line, the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the Shichibukai. Being classified as one of the 3 major powers indicated formidable strength, prompting Karina to proceed with caution. If Rochas' safety were at stake, she would unhesitatingly refuse and advise him to steer clear of this perilous situation. However, this made Vivi anxious. She sensed Karina's intentions and immediately interjected, "Esteemed lady, I implore you, please assist us in defeating Crocodile. We can offer you 1 billion berries upon success." In previous times, Nami and Karina would have eagerly accepted such an offer, their eyes lighting up at the mention of 1 billion berries. Yet, with over 3 billion berries in their possession, they had become seasoned individuals. Although tempted, they maintained their composure. "Very well, I can help you defeat Crocodile and forego the 1 billion berries, but I require you to join my ship." Rochas responded with a smile, causing Vivi, who was internally anxious, to breathe a sigh of relief. "What? Do you realize what you just said, you insufferable captain?" Nami and Karina could no longer contain themselves. They leapt forward, furiously grasping Rochas' collar and shouting at him, as if demanding an explanation with unwavering resolve. "Enough of this. Surely, you do not believe that the royal family of Alabasta possesses such wealth to bestow upon us," Rasha replied, gently removing their hands from his attire before embracing the two women in a soothing manner. He elaborated, Alabasta is a land of desolation, primarily consisting of arid deserts and barren rocks, devoid of any valuable resources. Even if the royal treasury were to boast a fortune of 10 billion berries, extracting it would spell the demise of this nation. Rasha tenderly caressed their hair, calming their tempers somewhat. However, their ires swiftly redirected towards Vivi. So you are indeed lying, are you not? Seeking to benefit without cost? They exclaimed with laughter. Caught off guard by their accusation, Vivi felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched her head awkwardly. Her initial intention had been to gain something for nothing, to offer a mere verbal promise before formulating a plan. Well, if you can defeat Crocodile and thwart his schemes, I shall join your crew, Vivi stated earnestly, bowing deeply in supplication to Rasha. Her eyes were tightly shut, uncertain if he would acquiesce, her heart racing with anxiety. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Ikaram had no choice but to prostrate himself on the ground, imploring Rasha for assistance. Chapter 38. Capturing a lookout with ease. All right, look up. Since you have agreed to become my crew member, I shall assist you in resolving these matters. Rasha stepped forward, extending his hand towards Vivi. Yes. Vivi beamed with joy, grasping Rasha's outstretched hand. Who would have thought that during this mission we would uncover such a monumental secret? The Princess of Alabasta, Vivi, reporting this to the captain will surely earn us great merit. Suddenly, a sinister laughter emanated from a shadowy corner nearby. To think our boss is none other than Crocodile, one of the legendary warlords of the sea. What an honor. Following this, a deep male voice resonated. A man and a woman emerged from the shadows. The man, resembling a rock singer, donned a thick coat adorned with the number 5, while the woman held a parasol and wore a short dress. The laughter having escaped her lips moments before. That is a senior member of Baroque Works, Mr. 5 Geminimus. Valentine Machida. Why are they here? Vivi recognized their identities, her expression shifting to one of panic. However, the hand grasped by Rasha seemed to instill courage within her, allowing her to regain her composure. Princess Vivi, there is no need for futile resistance. Come with us quietly if you wish to avoid harm. Gem stepped forward, his demeanor arrogant, completely disregarding Rasha's presence. Ignoring Rasha by Vivi's side, he approached, casually picking his nose as he spoke. Rasha had noticed these two long before, but had refrained from commenting. Yet seeing their current behavior left him exasperated. How utterly filthy. Would you kindly move away? Rasha swiftly executed a technique, appearing before Gem, delivering a kick imbued with Haki. Boom! Machida felt a gust of air rush past her and stiffly turned her head, only to witness Mr. 5 being sent flying several hundred meters away, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. What a waste of such a fruit's potential, Rasha mused, having somehow positioned himself before Machida, stroking his chin as he scrutinized her. 10,000 kilograms of pressure. Machida, startled, leapt up and aimed to suppress Rasha. Oh, the view here is quite lovely, Rasha remarked, shielding his eyes as he effortlessly caught Machida with one hand. The ground beneath them began to crack, not due to Rasha's lack of strength, but because the earth could not withstand the weight. He tossed Machida gently into the air before catching her repeatedly, reflecting, "You're rather light. Your fruit's development is quite lacking." Upon hearing Rasha's words, Machida, who had been in a daze, finally came to her senses, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Monster. There's no need for flattery. Your abilities are commendable. From now on, you should be my crew member, and refusal is not an option, or else." Rasha grinned wickedly, concluding with a tone that carried an air of threat. "I am sorry, I will join you." Terrified, Machida immediately released her gravity and knelt before Rasha, pleading for his forgiveness. At that moment, she was utterly stunned, tears welling in her eyes. The fate of Mr. 5 was no longer her concern. Her only desire was to ensure her own survival. "Excellent. Henceforth, you shall serve as our lookout aboard the ship." "Wonderful. Finally, I won't have to keep watch anymore," Rasha declared, hands on his hips, a joyful smile adorning his face. "Is it that you wish to avoid keeping watch?" Or perhaps you are simply enamored with the lady. Nami, observing Rochas' indiscretion in recruiting yet another beautiful crew member, approached him with disdain, playfully punching him in the abdomen. Still no sign of weakness, but I suppose Nami needs an outlet for her frustrations. That's not the case. It's merely that watching the sea alone can become quite dull. Having a lookout ensures I am promptly informed of the conditions upon the water, Rochas chuckled, attempting to placate Nami. Ha. It's already late. Let us return to the ship and rest. He lifted Nami onto his shoulder and, with his other hand, scooped up Machida as if she were a small chick. All right, it's time to regain focus. Karina waved her hand in front of Vivi, signaling her to snap back to reality. Impressive, with a single move, you took out 2 senior officers. It seems I have indeed placed my bets wisely. This man is exceptionally strong. Icolum, please return and report to my father. I will accompany this man on his voyage. I have faith that he will confront Crocodile, Vivi declared with resolute determination, following in Karina's footsteps. Princess Vivi. Icolum sank to the ground in despair. He now comprehended Rochas' strength, but felt powerless in his own inadequacy, unable to assist in any meaningful way. On their way back to the ship, Rochas cast a fleeting glance at the building atop Whiskey Peak. What's the matter, Rochas? Nami, perched on his shoulder, inquired with curiosity, having noticed his sudden halt. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it was not yet the right moment to invite her aboard. That could wait until after Crocodile was defeated. Upon returning to the ship, Rochas unceremoniously tossed Machida into the adjacent room before carrying Nami back to his quarters. What? You're going to leave me here? Machida rubbed her sore backside, her face flushing as she listened to the commotion from the neighboring room. To be abandoned like this is quite the opportunity. I must make my escape swiftly. After listening for a while, without any sign of cessation, and noticing that others had also returned to their rooms, she realized it was the perfect moment to slip away unnoticed. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and Machida collapsed, unconscious. This little girl actually thinks she can escape. She shall be thoroughly educated tomorrow, remarked Luoxia with a grin. In the early morning, Luoxia awakened from his slumber, stretched lazily, and after covering Nami with a blanket, he stepped out of the room. He also lifted the still slumbering Machida from next door. Really? Sleeping on the floor could lead to catching a cold. He completely forgot that it was he who had knocked her unconscious on the ground with his conqueror's Haki last night. Hey, wake up! Luoxia shook the sleeping Machida gently. Where is this? Machida opened her eyes groggily, looking somewhat bewildered. It was only when she saw Luoxia's face that the events of the previous night flooded back to her memory. Please don't eat me. Machida cried out in a panic, clutching her hat tightly and curling up. Why would I eat you? Or do you wish for me to devour you? Luoxia quipped, playfully lifting her chin. No, please don't eat me. Tears welled up in Machida's eyes once more in fright. I'm not scaring you anymore. It's morning now. Time for breakfast. Luoxia laughed heartily, finding the girl truly amusing. She was indeed a character from the early days of piracy, exuding a certain peculiar charm. With a sigh of relief, Machida followed Luoxia outside. Chapter 39. A desperate desire. Rochas escorted Machida into the hall. Oh, how sumptuous the breakfast appears today. Sigh. You didn't tea-wake Nami, did you? Karina gazed at Rochas, who had only brought Machida, and let out a slight sigh. After days of interaction, they were well aware of the dynamics between Rochas and Nami. Ha. Nami likely overslept. She must have been exhausted last night. Well, you should exercise some restraint, you know. Karina playfully punched Rochas on the head. Then next time, lend a hand to Nami, will you? Rochas shook his head and made his way to the dining table, beginning to eat. Oh, is this a new dish you've created, Nokigo? Nokigo leaned against the bar, propping her chin with one hand, smiling at the man before her. Yes, I've been experimenting lately. I've prepared plenty. There's no need to rush. Nokigo wiped the sauce-covered face of Rochas with a napkin. You should join us for a bite as well. Kuya presented a plate to Machida, signaling her to take a seat. Oh, thank you. There's no need to be formal. We're all crew members on the same ship now. Kuya's gentle smile made Machida feel as though an angel had descended upon her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, and she bowed her head, fervently indulging in the food. Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Kuya watched this scene with a smile, suddenly reminded of all that had transpired on their journey thus far. Upon reflection, it seemed that, apart from herself and Nokigo, all the girls had been forcibly brought aboard by Roxa. As the first crew member to join, she had quietly fulfilled her duties, hoping to assist Roxa in any way she could. The subsequent crew members each possessed their unique skills. Nami was adept at navigation. Karina acted as a strategist, frequently devising solutions to various problems, while Nokigo was a culinary virtuoso. Reiju excelled in the use of poisons and assisted in medical research, boasting the highest combat prowess after Roxa. Machida, now positioned as a lookout, would surely receive guidance and training from Roxa. Creak. The dining hall door swung open once more, and Vivi emerged, her expression troubled as she approached Roxa, observing everyone still enjoying breakfast. "Thank you," she said, accepting the breakfast Nokigo offered. "Captain Roxa, when shall we set sail for Alabasta?" Though savoring flavors she had never experienced before, her heart was heavy with concern. Her thoughts were consumed by her homeland, fearing that if Crocodile's plans unfolded, her father would be in imminent danger. She couldn't bear to witness her countrymen turn against each other, which darkened her spirits. "We shall depart today, making a brief stop at Drum Island before heading to Alabasta," Roxa replied, finishing his meal and wiping his mouth with Nokigo's napkin. "Drum Island? What is the purpose of your visit there?" Karina inquired with curiosity. "There exists an exceptionally skilled physician whom I wish to visit, and in doing so, assist Koya in acquiring some medical texts." Upon hearing Rasha's words, Koya was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. "It was unexpected that Brother Rasha still remembered the words I had once spoken. Do we possess the eternal pointer to Magnet Island?" "Hee, I have been prepared. I procured numerous pointers while in Logtown." Rasha retrieved a multitude of pointers from his spatial storage and laid them upon the table, thoughtfully labeling each one with the location it indicated. Truly a dependable captain. Leiju picked up the pointer marked for Magnet Island and turned to exit the cabin. On the deck, Rasha unfurled the sails while Leiju took the helm. The sailboat gradually glided out of Whiskey Peak, charting a new course. Whiskey Peak is less than half a day's journey to Little Garden, and according to the original narrative, Nami left Whiskey Peak at night, contracted an illness in Little Garden, and sought medical help at Magnet Island, all within 3 days. Thus, it can be inferred that the journey to Magnet Island would likely require 2.5 days. Rasha brought the finished meal, Machida, out and instructed her to keep watch from the crow's nest atop the mast, attentive to the weather and conditions at sea. He then settled into a lounge chair to bask leisurely in the sunlight. Once Leiju had secured the sailboat's course, she joined him at his side. "Captain Rasha, is it truly wise to involve ourselves in this matter?" she inquired. Rasha adjusted his sunglasses and responded without a moment's hesitation, "It matters not. He is merely a warlord, posing no threat to us." "You know I do not refer to that," Leiju replied, her expression grave. "The Germa Kingdom, as a formidable member of the world government, holds the privilege to convene the World Assembly in Mariejoa every 4 years. At this assembly, the world government's approach towards Alabasta is markedly different from that towards other nations, suggesting that there are hidden motives at play. Coupled with Rasha's prior assessment of Crocodile, Leiju sensed that Rasha was concealing something significant. The royal family of Alabasta is, in fact, one of the 20 royal families rumored to have established the world government. However, the Nefertari family of Alabasta ultimately declined to relocate to the holy land of Mariejoa. Rasha spoke in a calm tone, revealing a fact that could astound the world. "So, does this mean she is, in fact, one of the celestial dragons?" Even Leiju could not help but be taken aback by the intelligence Rasha divulged. "No, since their ancestors chose not to move to the holy land of Mariejoa, they have forfeited their rights to become celestial dragons. The Nefertari family has long safeguarded a secret that pertains to the celestial dragons and the lineage of the D. The lineage of the D. Gol di Roger. Does it harbor some extraordinary secret? I do not know, but the world government will undoubtedly prevent the Nefertari family's secret from being exposed, should Crocodile overstep his bounds. The 5 old geezers of the world government will surely dispatch CP0 to intervene." Leiju, curious, pondered if the world government is to intervene. It would seem even more prudent not to get involved. Why do you insist on involving yourself in this matter? Is it solely for the sake of that young girl? Not entirely. Crocodile possesses a talent I desire, someone capable of translating historical texts, which piques my interest significantly. Leiju cast him a glance. A woman? He. Rocha sheepishly scratched his head. After all, it's not his fault that the talents he seeks are all female. Blame it on the system. I'm beginning to doubt the veracity of your earlier statements to me, wondering if you have uttered similar sentiments to every female who boarded the ship. Leiju rolled her eyes at Rocha, having gained a clear understanding of his character, reckless and audacious. That's not the case. With individuals like Nami and Karina, I simply had them bound to the ship. The others followed suit naturally. Leiju glanced at Machida, who sat alone in the lookout tower, choosing not to refute Rocha's words. Well, I must thank you for not binding me directly to the ship, but rather negotiating with my father as a condition. Haha, primarily because Miss Leiju aligns perfectly with my aesthetic in every regard. Otherwise, under those circumstances, I could never have entrusted the technology of the arc reactor to Gaji for research. Leiju smiled, choosing not to respond further. However, with her presence, Rocha found the time spent on the deck far from dull, as they engaged in conversation and basked in the sunlight until the afternoon. Chapter 40. The Son of the Golden Lion? Something is amiss. On the horizon, it appears there's a ship. Machida widened her eyes, scrutinizing the vessel ahead. Is it a pirate ship? Or perhaps a navy vessel? Rocha reclined leisurely in his chair, remaining still, yet his observation Haki extended outward. It doesn't seem to resemble either. It feels more like the ship of a king from some distant kingdom. Rocha opened his eyes, removed his sunglasses, and approached the bow to gaze into the distance. A grand, opulent ship was sailing across the sea. A royal fleet? The only kingdom nearby should be that of Magnetic Drum Island, right? Could it be that rascal Walpo? No need to concern ourselves with them. We shall continue our journey towards our destination. Losing interest, Rocha returned to the deck, sensing that these individuals did not pose a significant threat. I believe our course aligns with theirs, Machida remarked, glancing at the trajectory of the massive sailing vessel. Upon comparison, she found their maritime routes were indeed identical. Rest assured, nothing will transpire. Should they dare to act, we shall eliminate them all. Rocha waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. Before long, the two vessels drew nearer, as Rocha's smaller craft sailed at a swifter pace. Hey, who are you? Upon encountering me, King Walpo, you should halt and pay your respects, offering your treasures. Walpo's words were cut short as Rocha, growing impatient, unsheathed his sword and with a swift slash, obliterated the entire sailing ship. Indeed, it is this fellow, yet he remains as bothersome as depicted in the original tale. Rocha absently cleaned his ears, entirely oblivious to Machida, who was now trembling in fear. Thankfully, he hadn't resisted yesterday. Otherwise, that might have been her fate. Watching the remnants of the shattered ship slowly sink into the depths, Machida swallowed hard. In these vast waters, without a vessel, one could only await death, particularly for those possessing devil fruit powers. The moment Walpo fell into the water, his demise was inevitable. The next 2 days of travel proceeded remarkably smoothly, aided by Nami, the human weather gauge, who expertly navigated around impending storms. As for the other minor pirates, a single strike from Rocha was enough to ensure their ships and lives were lost. He showed no mercy to those who dared to approach and rob them. At last, they arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. Rocha gazed upon the snow-covered isle and couldn't help but exclaim. Due to the unique geographical circumstances of the Grand Line, this place is perpetually blanketed in heavy snow, transforming the entire island into a realm of white. Kaya, come with me, the others shall wait here. With that, Rocha lifted Kaya and set forth towards the highest peak of the island. Amidst the blustering winds and swirling snow, Rocha floated in the sky, observing the towns below, blanketed in snow, and the rabbits frolicking in the outskirts. Soon, he reached the pinnacle, where a castle stood majestically atop the mountain. Dr. Kureha furrowed her brow as she watched the two descend from the heavens. Sigh, Trouble has come knocking at the door. Subsequently, Dr. Kureha slowly rose and exited her study. Where are you going, Dr. Kureha? Chopper paused his preparations and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Chopper. Continue with your work and don't come out, Dr. Kureha replied, not elaborating further as she closed the door behind her and approached the entrance. Rashia's observation had already detected a presence at the door, which opened without a knock. Doctor. Kureha cast a glance at the twin swords at Rashia's waist and then at his golden hair. Are you the son of the Golden Lion? The unexpected remark left Rochas momentarily speechless. No, I'm a disciple of the esteemed old Shiki. The resemblance was undeniable, yet Rochas found himself at a loss for words. Is there something you need from me? Dr. Kureha was the first to broach the subject, intrigued by the Golden Lion's apprentice's presence. Surely, he did not come seeking a remedy for an incurable ailment. Rochas, aware of Dr. Kureha's remarkable longevity of 139 years, was not surprised by her knowledge of the Golden Lion. In fact, it would have been peculiar had she not heard of his renown. Ahem. My ship's physician possesses remarkable medical talent, yet she struggles to progress with ordinary medical texts. I wish to acquire your medical insights, Dr. Kureha, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Rochas said, bowing slightly, demonstrating his respect for the doctor, especially given his prior connection to old Shiki. It seemed likely that this esteemed physician was someone old Shiki had sought due to her expertise. Dr. Kureha glanced at the petite and charming Kaya, who also offered a slight bow and a gentle smile in return. What a polite little girl you are. 100 million berries. If you provide it now, you may enter, she stated, setting a straightforward target. Rochas looked at Kaya beside him and, without hesitation, retrieved the sum from his space and presented it to her. Oh, young man, you are quite affluent. You readily handed over 100 million berries. It seems you hold this little girl in high regard, Dr. Kureha chuckled, shaking the stack of 10,000 berry notes in her hand. Young lady, you should cherish this. Otherwise, it may be taken from you, she teased, placing the berries into her pocket as Kaya's cheeks flushed. Come inside, she instructed, effortlessly lifting the box containing the bounty, appearing far from her age of 139. Clearly, this elderly woman was a formidable individual. Once inside, Rochas immediately spotted Chopper peeking out from the end of the corridor, revealing himself and half his face, unaware of how poorly he was hiding. Upon seeing Rochas, he quickly retreated back to the study in fright. Dr. Kureha covered her face in exasperation. What on earth is that little fellow up to? Mr. Tanuki seems quite adorable, she remarked with a chuckle. Koya stifled a giggle, knowing full well that had Chopper been present, he would have erupted in a fit of anger. Doctor. Kureha did not correct Koya's manner of address, but instead guided Rochas and the others to her study. The moment the door creaked open, Chopper, who had been hiding behind a cabinet, silently observed Rochas and the others. However, his hiding skills were woefully inadequate. Chopper, bring me the medical books I recorded, called Dr. Kureha. Responding to her command, Chopper instantly shed his previous timidity and stood to attention, saluting. He then hurriedly rummaged through the shelves, and before long, a stack of over 20 books lay scattered on the floor. All of Dr. Kureha's medical texts are here, Chopper exclaimed, his face alight with joy. What do you think? Chopper looks splendid, doesn't he? He is my apprentice, having inherited my medical expertise. Would you consider taking him aboard? Dr. Kureha remarked, gazing at the jubilant Chopper, a sudden thought striking her as she addressed Rochas. What are you saying, Dr. Kureha? I would never embark with other humans, Chopper retorted, his previous cheerfulness evaporating as he regarded Rochas and the others with disdain. Rochas shrugged. At that moment, Chopper still harbored a dislike for humans, and he did not possess the charisma of Luffy, nor did he require Chopper on his ship. Look, I already have the delightful Koya on my vessel. If Chopper truly wishes to set sail, there will surely be companions in the future who genuinely desire to invite him aboard. Indeed, it seemed that the plan to rid themselves of this troublesome reindeer had once again faltered. Dr. Kureha, that is rather harsh of you, Chopper lamented, his face drawn in dismay. Well then, as I have achieved my purpose, it is time for me to take my leave. Rochas and Koya gathered the medical texts, offered a bow, and proceeded toward the door they had entered. Chapter 41. Alabasta, Saint Island. 2 days later, Rochas finally arrived at Saint Island, the very land where Alabasta resides. After a round of resupplying in the port city, he remarked on the sweltering climate of Alabasta. "Is there anyone who wishes to join me in this endeavor against Crocodile?" he inquired, surveying the scorching landscape. "You shall go." Vivi was the first to step forward. The fate of her nation was at stake, compelling her to partake in this mission. "I want to join as well." Both Nami and Karina chimed in, eager to seize the opportunity to plunder the treasures of a warlord of the sea. "I, too, wish to witness Captain Rochas' battle against the warlord," Leiju added with a smile, raising her hand to express her desire to join. "Is there no one else?" Among the remaining few, Nokigo and Koya showed no interest in the fight, thus opting out. Machida, however, had retreated into her shell, remaining silent and withdrawn. "Machida, do you not wish to bid farewell to your former boss?" Rochas asked, pulling the reluctant Machida from her hiding place. In recent days, he had dedicated time to training her devil fruit abilities. He believed that the lightweight fruit held tremendous potential for development. If she could awaken her powers to manipulate gravity freely, it would significantly enhance her combat capabilities. Imagine the ability to control an individual's weight within a given space. The implications of such power are profound. By increasing or decreasing one's weight in an instant, it would greatly affect their mobility and strength. Gravity is indeed forceful, but can the notion of lightness diminish a portion of someone's strength? Furthermore, the lightweight fruit could synergize remarkably well with a Marine's 6 powers technique of shave, which involves perceiving airflow to evade attacks with the grace of paper. Now, with the inherent lightness of the user, evading assaults would become even more effortless. Typically, devil fruits possess certain limitations. For instance, Rochas' fruit can only affect inanimate objects. Machida's fruit solely impacts herself, and Karina and Robin's abilities require specific stances to activate. Similarly, as illustrated in the original narrative, Law's Ope no Mi can only operate within his room. Consequently, unless these powers are developed to the point of awakening, they remain bound by their limitations. Returning to Machida, who was now reluctantly drawn into the conversation, she wore a despondent expression. "And no, I think I should pass. My strength would not be of any assistance to you," she stammered, her body trembling slightly. The thought of joining Rochas in a confrontation with Crocodile filled her with dread. If Rochas were to lose, she would have no choice but to confront her betrayer, and that path could only lead to death. Although she had grown fond of the adventurous atmosphere in Rochas' crew during their journey, she felt unprepared to reach the point of risking her life to protect it. After all, unlike Luffy's pirate crew, the bonds of friendship formed within this crew reached an unbreakable level in less than 2 months. Remarkably, Luffy's sailing time during what could be considered a 2-year training period did not even exceed a year. It is somewhat incredulous to think that such camaraderie among crew members was achieved in just 2 months. However, one must honor one's former employer. It would be remiss not to pay a visit, and I must, with great integrity, bring you along," Rochas asserted with conviction, offering no opportunity for Machida to object as she hoisted her up. Poor Machida felt as though she were merely a piece of cargo. "Well then, my sister Koya and I shall remain on the ship, awaiting your return." Noki waved her hand, departing slowly under Machida's tearful gaze. Rochas harbored no concerns for Noki and Koya's safety. They had already learned the techniques of shave and moonwalk, significantly enhancing their abilities, and were recently beginning to train in Haki. In the Paradise, pirates with bounties below 50 million would not pose a threat to them, should any exceed that amount. Rochas had provided the two with a transponder snail, allowing them to return and address any intruders at a moment's notice. "Let's make a trip to Rain Base, Vivi. Do you know the direction?" "I have a rough idea. I believe we should head south from this city," Vivi replied, pointing in a direction, considering the swirling sands. It seemed that reaching Rain Base would take at least half a day. However, if Rochas utilized her float fruit, the journey would likely only require 1 or 2 hours at most. Rochas glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was high above, indicating it would already be evening upon their arrival in Rain Base. Adhering to her principle of efficiency, Rasha promptly acquired a small sand vessel, modest in size yet sufficient for their party. After constructing a sunshade, a petite airship was completed. Rasha reclined amidst a pile of beautiful companions, leisurely sipping juice while enjoying the comfort of Reju's lap. What a delightful indulgence. After more than an hour, they finally arrived in Rain Base, the city renowned as the City of Dreams. Is this truly Rain Base? It appears quite prosperous, Nami remarked, her spirits lifted as she surveyed the bustling streets. Captain Rasha, I have always been curious. What brings you to Rain Base? Aren't we supposed to be searching for Crocodile? Is he hiding here? Vivi inquired, her anticipation palpable as she was eager to conclude this matter. Yes, indeed. This city serves as Crocodile's headquarters. The Rain Feast is an establishment he operates. Locating the main figure might prove troublesome, so it would be more practical to wait for him here while also enjoying ourselves, Rasha revealed to Vivi without reservation, confirming that Crocodile's whereabouts were indeed here. A casino? Surely, it must house a great deal of wealth. Nami and Karina's eyes sparkled with excitement, for they had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. Aside from assisting Rasha in dealing with the minions, they aimed to plunder the treasures contained within. Their objectives now clearly defined. Rochas, accompanied by several companions, made a direct course toward the Rain Banquet. The intelligence network of the Baroque works was densely woven throughout Alabasta. Upon their arrival at the port city of St. Island, Crocodile, stationed at the Rain Banquet's headquarters, received reports from his subordinates. Sitting in his executive chair, with a somber expression, Crocodile contemplated the implications of Rochas' presence. What could the rising star of East Blue's bounty hunters possibly seek here? Is it my head they desire? And what of Princess Vivi of the Alabasta royal family? Could she have surmised my intentions? Impossible. The Baroque works have always thrived on secrecy, and no one knows my true identity. Unless... Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at Nico Robin beside him, then shook his head. It is implausible. Robin would not stake her fortune on an inexperienced newcomer. Currently, my grand vessel is the most fitting place for her. She has no reason to betray me. Moreover, should this bounty hunter truly be aware of his purpose and meet his demise in the rain, Robin would gain nothing from such an outcome. Even the infamous son of the devil, known for betrayal, would not engage in such foolishness. He commanded his subordinates to closely monitor the bounty hunter's movements and, if necessary, to dispatch Mr. One to eliminate him. Crocodile, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke nonchalantly. Boss, the opponent has defeated numerous bounty hunters with bounties in the tens of millions. I doubt Mr. One could match Rochas. Robin replied with an air of calmness, her enigmatic smile gracing her lips, her alluring voice soft yet resonant. Are you questioning my judgment, Nico Robin? Crocodile shot her a glance, his tone exuding an unmistakable authority. Not all. If it is your decision, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Robin replied with a mysterious smile, turning to exit the room. Crocodile's expression darkened. He began to harbor suspicions regarding whether Nico Robin had divulged any of his information. Should he investigate further, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 42. Today, I shall win the Rain Banquet with 10,000 berries. Inside the Rain Banquet, the atmosphere at the gambling table was vibrant and lively. Rasha, clad in a suit and smoking a cigarette, exuded an air of nobility, accentuated by his handsome features. He was flanked by the stunning Karina and Nami, with Vivi, Reju, and Machida trailing behind, resembling a young aristocrat from a foreign land. Drawing several high-denomination chips from the table, Rasha carelessly placed his bets on the higher outcome. Karina and Nami lounged comfortably in his embrace, reveling in the thrill of gambling, as money flowed in faster than through robbery. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, Rasha had exchanged 10,000 berries for a single chip and began to utter nonsensical phrases to Nami and the others. He proclaimed that, much like Chunda Ozi, who turned 20 into 37 million, he intended to win the Rain Banquet with his 10,000 berries. Surely, that was not too much to ask. Though Nami and the others could not comprehend his words, they understood his intent. Rasha aimed to seize the Rain Banquet with that initial stake, provoking Crocodile to reveal himself. The table was already piled high with countless chips, some spilling onto the floor. Lacking knowledge of gambling strategies, he opted for the simplest bet, big or small. This was also the easiest game to cheat, as his observation Haki allowed him to perceive the subtle movements of the dice. The dealers had changed several times, transitioning from ordinary croupiers to skilled cheaters. Whenever a dealer attempted to manipulate the game, Rochas would deftly use his conqueror's Haki to adjust the dice's outcome before the reveal. Beads of sweat adorned the dealer's forehead as he trembled, unveiling the dice only to be met with a staggering result. Big. With a quavering voice, he announced the outcome. In the wake of this revelation, some rejoiced while others despaired. Most patrons at the table followed Rochas' lead in betting, with only a few skeptics opting to bet against him. As the dealer's complexion paled and his eyes rolled back, he ultimately succumbed to the pressure and fainted. TCH, and they call you skilled cheaters? Rochas scoffed, disdain evident on his lips. In the face of absolute power, your feeble tricks are hardly impressive. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a bald giant approached Rochas, speaking in an emotionless tone. Our boss wishes to see you. The speaker was Mr. 1, Das Bones, the top assassin of the Baroque works. The surrounding onlookers sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere and hastily exited the rain banquet. They were acutely aware that the proprietor of this establishment was none other than Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta. Fearful that this young man had resorted to some unknown method of cheating and had now drawn Crocodile's ire, they speculated about Rochas' fate as they departed. To openly oppose one of the 7 warlords meant certain doom. However, this no longer concerns them. At least they cannot witness the battle of the 7 warlords firsthand. Escaping is of utmost priority. Oh, what if I choose not to? Rochas remarked with a semblance of a smile as he gazed at Das Bones. Das did not respond directly to Rochas' words, instead turning to Makita and asking, "Is this your choice?" Makita shuddered, but, mustering her courage, retorted, "You will never comprehend Captain Rochas' strength. I advise you to surrender sooner rather than later." "Ah, I see. Having chosen treachery, be prepared for the reckoning from Baroque works." Das closed his eyes, his hands and elbows gradually transforming into sharp blades. At this moment, the guests of the rain banquet had fled, leaving only the casino's thugs along with Das and Rochas' group. "Let us start with you," he declared as he lunged forward, aiming to strike Makita with a handblade. "Ah, Lord Rochas, save me." Makita crouched down, covering her head and screaming desperately. Just as Das was about to close in within 5 centimeters of Makita, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared before her. A devil fruit user, Das discerned immediately that the barrier was conjured by Karina. Moments before, Rochas had patted Karina, who understood the cue, stood up, and struck a pose, manifesting the barrier in front of Makita. "You don't actually believe that following these few will thwart us, do you?" Das spoke with a calm tone. A seasoned killer in the underworld, he had faced numerous devil fruit users and held confidence in his ability to defeat those before him. Suddenly, hands sprouted from Karina's body, disrupting her gesture, and the barrier dissipated. To oppose Baroque works and attempt to save the nation's princess is truly foolish, a figure perched on the second-floor railing interjected. It was Nico Robin, resting her chin on her hand, observing the scene below with keen interest. To think a mere handful would dare invade the stronghold of Baroque works is indeed naive. Accompanied by Mr. 3, Galdinino, donned in glasses and sporting a 3-shaped hairstyle, descended from above. "Such courage! Truly remarkable!" he exclaimed. Mr. 2, Bon Clay, adorned in a swan coat resembling a ballet dancer, approached with an odd gait. At this juncture, all executives and partners above Mr. 4 had assembled within the rain banquet, encircling Rochas and his companions. Vivi, her complexion pale, took a step back but steeled herself against the Baroque works executives. Meanwhile, Rochas' attention was captivated by the system's notification. Beep detected a recruitable crew member. Nico Robin, strength, speed, mentality, skill, literary proficiency, ability to read historical texts. Fruit ability, flower fruit, talent, archaeologist, evaluation, a woman possessing the power to overturn the world. Such remarkable attributes. Through years of solitary cultivation of the flower fruit, she has attained AC level. The prominent mental acuity likely stems from the extensive experience gained over the years of utilizing the fruit, while other attributes are merely adequate. However, her skills and talents are truly unparalleled. You're the recently famed strongest bounty hunter of the East Blue, Rochas, are you not? Robin gazed at the calm Rochas with keen interest, perplexed by the man's unwavering composure as he sat there. Although she had previously witnessed his prowess on Whiskey Peak, those displays alone did not suggest he could rival Crocodile. Indeed, I have yet to properly greet you since our last encounter on Whiskey Peak. Now, I wish to formally extend an invitation. Would you consider leaving Baroque Works to join my ship? Rochas looked up with a smile at Robin, though her crossed legs obscured his view. He chuckled, well, if you manage to leave here alive, I might ponder the idea. Robin smiled slightly, revealing a breathtaking grin. Then it is settled, she replied playfully. Rochas, with a smile, caressed Nami in his arms, gesturing with the other hand for her to release the grip she had on his waist. Humph. Nami tossed her head back and stood up from Rochas' embrace. This little one is quite the jealous type. Rochas sighed inwardly, before unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki. All present, except for those ranked 123 and the two with fingers raised, fell to the ground, also scattering the petal-formed arm around Karina. The former knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat and fear etched on his face. Naturally, Robin was spared from feeling this overwhelming aura as Rochas had bypassed her. Even your subordinates cannot withstand your power? Truly terrifying, Robin remarked, her interest in Rochas' abilities piqued. She had previously witnessed his capacity on Whiskey Peak, where he effortlessly incapacitated all the bounty hunters on the island in an instant. However, this display had stirred Crocodile deep within the rain dinner. This is the same Conqueror's Haki as that old man, Whitebeard. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He now understood Robin's words. Indeed, the members of Baroque Works were no match for Rochas. It seems I must see this for myself. Crocodile rose from his boss chair, transforming into sand as he sped towards the rain dinner casino. Are you interested in testing the strength of the remaining few? Rochas inquired of the eager Karina and Nami. Chapter 43. The difference between a man and a useless fish currently. Among the crew aboard the Rochas, the only combat-capable members are Reiju and Karina, with Nami being a mere half. However, they can still manage to contend with these novices. They appear exceedingly weak, save for that bald-headed individual who piques my interest. Reiju gestured towards Daz, who was half kneeling on the ground. In reality, even if all present were joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Reiju. Yet, eager to test the efficacy of her observation Haki in evading attacks, she chose the opponent who intrigued her the most. I shall select that gentleman over there, she declared, pointing at a fighter who seemed to rely on martial arts, a perfect opportunity to assess her recent training. Since you both chose formidable opponents, I am left with no choice but to select this rather feeble-looking Mr. 3, Galdino, Karina remarked, gazing at her companions as they had already made their selections. Nevertheless, Galdino's wax fruit possesses remarkable abilities akin to those of a Logia type, with its malleability and the unique properties of wax. This fruit can be deemed superior to the Machi fruit, as it offers greater potential for development through the stickiness of melted wax and the hardness of its solidified form. In the original narrative, the properties of wax were utilized to neutralize the capabilities of Magellan's poison fruit, yet regrettably, this fruit fell into the hands of the inept. Were it to be wielded by a powerful individual, it could surely reach unparalleled heights. Such a troublesome fruit is safest in the hands of the weak, thus preventing the emergence of yet more formidable foes upon the seas. How infuriating to be underestimated and pitted against mere women, Galdino muttered in protest. Enough with the idle chatter. These women are not to be taken lightly, Daz replied, his expression grave. The moment the women assumed a serious stance, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Makita, do you have any interest in that remaining woman? Rochas inquired, pointing towards Ms. Sarah. Makita, who had initially felt relieved, straightened up and vigorously shook her head. Sigh, these past few days I have assisted you in training your fruit abilities, yet you remain so timid. Captain Rochas, please refrain from such remarks. I was merely a mid-level officer. The gap between me and the higher-ups cannot be bridged in just a short time. Makita lamented. resigning herself to despair as she hid behind Rocha, gripping his clothing tightly with closed eyes. Alas, your cowardice is still so pronounced. This cannot continue. Upon our return to the ship, I shall have to thoroughly educate you, Rocha asserted, his expression exuding exasperation. Now, release your grip. If you do not, I shall toss you into the fray against her. Rocha's bemusement was palpable, revealing his frustration with Makita's demeanor. However, his words frightened her into loosening her hold, for she had no desire to be thrown into battle. Meanwhile, the other three had already engaged with their opponents. Reiju refrained from launching direct assaults, instead employing her observation Haki to evade Daz's attacks, a commendable method for accruing experience. Nami and Von Clay found themselves embroiled in a fierce confrontation, with Nami having honed her martial arts skills significantly during this period. She was reluctant to fall too far behind Karina, so she tirelessly trained, and with Rocha's meticulous guidance, her progress was nothing short of astonishing. Although Von Clay's martial skills were commendable, his speed was significantly inferior to Nami's, leaving him to merely defend and retaliate. Yet he could hardly graze the hem of Nami's skirt, quietly enduring the onslaught. On Karina's side, it was a one-sided domination. The power of the barrier fruit was insurmountable, and with Galdino's fruit development abilities, he could not even inflict a scratch on her. He was even ensnared in a sealed space conjured by Karina's outdated abilities, and no matter how he struck, he could not breach her defenses. Ultimately, he was forced to transform into a liquid candle within the constricted space. But as the area shrank, the oxygen dwindled, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. Observing the remaining two, who faced minimal pressure, Rocha diverted his attention. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Sarah. Regarding the slender yet fruitful Sarah, he instinctively reached out to gauge her weight. At that moment, Sarah felt a blur before her eyes, and the man vanished from her sight, only to feel an unsettling sensation at her chest. Looking down, she immediately shrieked in alarm and leapt away from her position. "You fiend!" Sarah exclaimed, startled to see Rocha behind her without her noticing. His speed was astounding. He had appeared behind her in an instant, clearly on an entirely different level. Sarah smiled wryly, her eyes filled with trepidation. Little did she know, Rocha simply gave her a thumbs up. "Quite impressive, but unfortunately, you do not quite align with my aesthetic, and there is no place for you on the ship. Let's consider that moment just now as your reprieve." With that, his conqueror's Haki surged towards Sarah's forehead, and this time, she truly could not withstand it, collapsing immediately. "Haha, what an intriguing man. Do you truly have such a fondness for the Risku?" Robin observed the dramatic scene from the second floor, but the next moment, she found herself in a predicament. Rocha utilized Shave to instantly appear beside Robin, unabashedly wrapping an arm around her. Indeed, if a man is not audaciously flirtatious, what difference is there for being a mere fish out of water? Rocha declared this with unwavering conviction, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. "What an interesting man. I hope you can indeed defeat Crocodile," Robin replied, unfazed by Rocha's sudden appearance, maintaining her serene demeanor accompanied by a hint of a mysterious smile, reiterating her previous statement. Then, she gently disentangled herself from Rocha's grasp, dissipating into petals that scattered in the air, only to reconstitute herself elsewhere, a transition Rocha did not impede. "Oh, is this what they call a tenfold enhancement through darkening and a threefold weakening through purification?" Rocha mused, somewhat astonished by Robin's abilities. Her level of development was already quite remarkable, and she did not adopt the crossed arm gesture. In the anime, Robin had to assume a pose to utilize her flower fruit abilities. Only for the sake of maintaining an air of mystery did she refrain from doing so upon her initial appearance. Could it be that the power increases after striking that pose? Does this imply that in the future, she may wield her abilities without needing to gesture? Rocha cast a meaningful glance towards Karina, who, like Robin, required certain conditions to activate her fruit abilities. The gesture of Common's fingers, even if Bartolomeo had consumed it, could only be executed with one hand, resulting in a barrier enveloping his fist. Should she advance to an awakened state, it is conceivable that the cumbersome gesture would become unnecessary. As Rasha contemplated the potential development of Karina's fruit abilities, his observation Haki detected a living entity moving swiftly. Reiju, Nami, we have a significant appearance here. Rasha promptly alerted the two below. Don't say such flippant things. Can't you see I'm putting in effort? This person is no weakling. Nami retorted angrily, turning back. He. Do you require my assistance, Nami? Karina chuckled, covering her mouth from a distance. No. Nami instinctively refused without a second thought. Meanwhile, upon hearing Rasha's words, Reiju opened her eyes. She had kept them shut during the earlier skirmish. Daz felt an increasing sense of dread with every attack, realizing that this woman was battling him with her eyes closed, deftly evading all his strikes. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead as he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the pressure Reiju exerted. However, once she opened her eyes, he was no longer her concern. Shave. Venomous palm. Reiju executed a shave to appear directly in front of Daz, her palm infused with purple toxin aimed squarely at his heart. Simultaneously, a surge of quicksand burst through the entrance of the second floor, racing towards Reiju, its form coalescing as it charged. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Yet, this attack was already anticipated by Reiju's observation Haki. She performed a backward leap followed by several backflips to evade the assault, then leaped powerfully into Rasha's embrace on the second floor, wrapping her arms around his neck. Captain Rasha, I was nearly struck just now, and you remain so composed, Reiju remarked, tapping her lips with a seductive tone. Seeing Crocodile's arrival, Nami and Karina ceased their skirmish with Von Clay, promptly retreating back to where Mikey was. Crocodile. Vivi observed the imposing figure of Crocodile in the hall with a grave expression, clenching her fists. Hey, is Mr. One still alive? Crocodile inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Rasha on the second floor, without turning back. Cough, barely alive, but it seems I've been poisoned, Des managed to say, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. TCH, useless fool. Mr. Two, take him down. I'll handle the rest, Crocodile declared with an air of authority, loosening his collar. At this moment, despite his head being bandaged, Von Clay remained full of vigor. Understood, boss. Daz-chan, let us make our escape. Von Clay exclaimed, executing a peculiar ballet-like step to hoist Daz and make a swift exit, not forgetting to take Sarah with him. As for Mr. 3, Galdino, I initially disregarded him due to our lack of compatibility. It was you who just unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, wasn't it? The dual-wielding swordsman from the East Blue. Crocodile's expression turned grave, yet his tone was exceedingly arrogant. Heh, Crocodile, I have high hopes for you. How about working under my command? Rasha remarked with an air of admiration. What a jest. He is merely a newcomer to the Grand Line, thinking that mastering the Conqueror's Haki makes him invincible. Crocodile's temples throbbed with fury. Rasha's words had undoubtedly provoked him. Having achieved fame long ago, he could not fathom how a mere bounty hunter, just setting sail, dare to speak so boldly. The desert sword transformed his arm into a sharp blade of sand, hurtling toward Rasha as a mere probing strike. Chapter 44. In the presence of the 1.0 version of Old Sand, a feeble figure emerged. The protective barrier manifested as a colossal shield, erected immediately by Karina. As the sand blade collided with the barrier, it merely reverted to sand, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Humph, you possess some skill, but with such trifling abilities, you think you can eliminate me? You are far too premature in your ambitions. Crocodile, having reformed his arms, conjured a diminutive sand tornado, which he then hurled towards Karina. Are you planning to obliterate your own casino? There's still so many of your subordinates down there. Roxa released Lachio from his embrace. She deftly leapt aside and swiftly unsheathed her dual swords, unleashing 2 arcs of sword energy that shredded the swirling yellow sands. These ineffectual fools are of no consequence. Upon encountering Roxa's sword strikes, Crocodile discerned a distinction in the energy emitted and opted not to resort to elemental transformation. Instead, he employed his golden hook to parry the blow. So you possess the advanced application of armament Haki. It seems I have underestimated you. You do not appear to be a mere novice setting sail for the first time. Crocodile frowned at the scratches on his golden hook. Huh. There are no regulations stating that a fledgling cannot wield Haki, are there? In my view, Those who venture out to sea without mastering their skills are merely courting death. Rochas chuckled, recognizing that this version 1.0 of Old Sand was also devoid of Haki expertise. It would only be when he evolved into the 2.0 version, Sand 5.5, that they could engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Mere bravado will not secure your victory. Do not assume that mastery of armament Haki grants you an assured triumph, Crocodile sneered. He possessed his own strategies to counter Haki users, having previously held his own against Barrett. However, his combat instincts had dulled with time. Let us change locations. You surely do not wish for your plans to be laid bare before the citizens. Rochas gestured towards the outside. Crocodile indeed preferred not to prematurely reveal his identity, and the expansive sandy terrain outside was undeniably his domain. Since Rochas had suggested it, he saw no reason to decline. Transforming into flowing sand, he surged outward, untroubled by the prospect of Rochas and his companions fleeing. After all, these individuals had initially come in pursuit of him. Karina, I will rely on you to safeguard Vivi and the others, Rochas instructed before vanishing in an instant. While Lachio and Nami hastily accompanied Vivi and Machida using their shaving technique. In the desert expanse beyond the city, Crocodile reformed his body, and Rochas promptly materialized before him. Very well, let this be your grave, Crocodile remarked with a cold smirk. It remains to be seen whose grave it shall be. Yet, it is quite lamentable that after being bested by Whitebeard, you chose not to enhance your strength, but rather sought to rely on external means. Do you truly believe that relying on Pluto will enable you to become the Pirate King of the East Sea? Rochas chuckled softly, then began to engage in verbal sparring. Crocodile's expression darkened. This fellow was indeed aware of his desires and his purpose in this land. Such awareness only intensified the necessity of preventing his departure. Though I am uncertain how you discern my plans, I cannot permit you to leave this place alive. Crocodile exhaled a cloud of smoke, his demeanor growing increasingly sinister. He began to concentrate a larger sand tornado in his hands. Prepare yourself. Heavy sandstorm. He hurled the tornado forth, instantly engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of yellow sand, obscuring even the sun above. The scene resembled an apocalyptic event. Within this sandstorm, Crocodile held an undeniable advantage, which fortified his audacity. Few could contend with him here, let alone a novice fresh from the seas. Rochas' observation Haki immediately sensed the direction of the impending attack, and he swiftly drew his sword to counter. The clash of sword energy against sand transformed into a hurricane, dispersing the storm. Following the guidance of his observation Haki, he instantaneously teleported to the perceived location. Crocodile, taken aback by Rochas' sudden appearance before him, gritted his teeth and swung his golden hook from above. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, each trading blows with remarkable speed. Rochas, trained in the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, skillfully targeted Crocodile's vulnerabilities. In contrast, Crocodile, relying on his extensive combat experience, preemptively turned to sand to evade some of Rochas' strikes, deflecting the ones he could not avoid with his hook. Yet, the relentless barrage of slashes forced him to continuously transform and defend. Had this been the original Crocodile, he would have likely succumbed long ago. It was Rochas' domineering presence that instilled caution within him, preventing the overconfidence characteristic of his original self and allowing him to gradually reclaim his former prowess during the skirmish. He was now evolving into a 1.5 version of the Old Sand. Boom! As the intensity of their battle escalated, the aftershocks grew more formidable. With a resounding explosion, sand and debris flew, obscuring the scene. The epicenter of the conflict had formed a significant depression. Meanwhile, several women at the periphery observed the turmoil with astonished expressions. Truly, are such monstrous powers attainable by humanity? Nico Robin pondered darkly as she arrived at the scene. The Grand Line is teeming with monsters. Yet these two are among the very elite. Captain Rochas has yet to reveal his full might. He is relishing the thrill of combat, Reiju commented, eyeing Robin with a smile. To her, Robin's joining the crew seemed an inevitability. Since Rochas had already declared his intent to include her in his team, he would undoubtedly ensure her place. Especially with such a uniquely charismatic beauty, Rochas was certainly not inclined to relinquish her. She was acutely aware of how she came aboard. Had she not yet exerted her full strength? Robin widened her eyes in disbelief. To her, the notion that this caliber of battle did not encompass full effort was astonishing. Reflecting on her various provocative actions and Rochas' words, a bead of cold sweat formed on her brow. Fortunately, she had refrained from truly confronting his crew at that moment. Otherwise, escaping from this man would have been impossible. Yet, what Robin did not realize was that even if she had taken action, she could not have inflicted any harm upon Karina. Karina's physical prowess already surpassed the strength of the arms conjured by her devil fruit, and it was utterly futile to attempt to bend her joints. So, are you beginning to worry that you might be killed should your captain be defeated? Fear not. Since Rochas has promised to allow you aboard, he would not turn against you. Nami, wearing a cheerful smile, offered this reassurance, mistakenly interpreting Robin's reaction as fear. If Mr. Rochas truly vanquishes Captain Crocodile, then joining your crew would undoubtedly be the superior choice. I could even divulge the whereabouts of Crocodile's treasures to you. Robin replied with a smile. If, as Nami suggested, Rochas had yet to unleash his full potential, then Crocodile, in his current state, could barely hold his ground and was certainly no match for him. Therefore, joining Rochas' ship was not out of the question, as long as she could fulfill her dreams. Crocodile's treasures? Splendid. I find you agreeable, Nami exclaimed, momentarily elated at the mention of treasure, before she began to scrutinize Robin more closely. Chapter 45. Let us discuss this again when you reach version 3.0. At the heart of the battle, a metallic clang echoed once more. The dust and smoke were instantaneously swept aside by a powerful shockwave. Crocodile used his golden hook to parry the descending sword strike. Subsequently, both combatants retreated a short distance from one another. Their clash had persisted for a considerable duration. Crocodile was now panting heavily, a streak of crimson staining his arm. Appearing far more disheveled than at the onset, his stamina had significantly waned. In stark contrast, Rochas maintained a steady breath and composed demeanor, his attire unblemished by even a speck of dust, revealing the disparity in their strengths. A monstrous newcomer indeed. I never anticipated the emergence of such a being upon the vast ocean. Crocodile's expression turned grave, as the recent skirmish had unveiled the formidable prowess of the young man before him. If this stalemate continued, victory would be utterly unattainable. However, the opponent's combat experience and the intensity of his Haki were formidable. Crocodile's every attack had been evaded with ease. Now, aside from utilizing large-scale techniques, he could scarcely conceive of any means to surpass the prowess of this youthful adversary. I truly appreciate your assessment. Perhaps you should reconsider my previous proposition? Rochas replied with a smile, radiating calmness. His current state stood in stark contrast to Crocodile's. Do you expect me to work under someone of your ilk? Absolutely not. Who do you think I am? Ha. This great sea makes no distinction between newcomers and veterans. It merely acknowledges strength. If I am powerful enough, what would prevent you from joining my ranks? Arrogant little brat. Let us see if you can establish your footing in the latter half of the Grand Line before we continue this discussion. Though your strength is commendable, dragging along those women to navigate this perilous sea teeming with monsters is far from sufficient. With that, Crocodile transformed his arm once again into a blade of sand and struck forward. Desert King's blade. In response to the assault of the sand blade, Rochas' lips curled into a slight smirk as he gradually ascended into the air. Lioness might, Imperial domain. Several lion heads formed from sand surged forward in relentless succession toward Crocodile. The sand blade scattered under the onslaught of the lion heads, engulfing Crocodile in a tumultuous quake. Crocodile, do not hide. The sand's assault is of little consequence to you, is it? Rochas, now exuding arrogance, had altered his demeanor, having gauged Crocodile's current capabilities and lost interest in prolonging the encounter. Crocodile's figure reformed amidst the grains of sand. Float, fruit. Damn it, whose fruit is that? I had just received news of that old fool's demise, and now his powers resurface so swiftly. What a farce. What is your connection to him? Crocodile bellowed, his expression dark and furious. If you can withstand this attack, I might just reveal the answer, Rochas retorted, choosing not to address Crocodile's inquiry. Instead, He began to channel his Haki through his dual swords, his aura steadily escalating. Below, Crocodile sensed the formidable aura and clenched his jaw, refusing to retreat. His arm transformed into a colossal sand sword. The gigantic sand sword erupted from the ground, its tip aimed directly at Rochas' body. Just in time. The technique, Wave Slash, Purgatory, once employed against Nagli, was wielded once more by Rocha. Two massive streams of sword energy surged forth, dark blue and crackling with electricity. Your captain is about to lose, Nami remarked with a playful smirk as she observed Crocodile preparing to clash with Rocha, having witnessed this move before. Even Nagli had claimed it could obliterate a small island. Though somewhat exaggerated, the power was undeniable. While it might not wreak havoc upon Alabasta, this area would surely be unable to withstand such force. Whether Crocodile could survive facing this technique was uncertain. After all, not everyone possessed the formidable Haki of Nagli. It appeared that Mr. Rocha was indeed the stronger of the two. Robin watched as the desert sword was gradually pressed down by Rocha's sword energy, marveling at the sight. At that moment, Crocodile was exhausting all his strength to repair the damage to the desert sword, desperately trying to fend off Rocha's sword energy. What nonsense! How could I possibly be defeated by a mere child in this place? Crocodile's aura surged as he raised his arm toward the sky, relentlessly gathering sand. Yet, this was merely his final struggle. The sword energy descended relentlessly, gradually tearing apart the sand-formed sword, ultimately crashing down to the ground. Boom! The deafening sound resonated as if the earth had been cleaved into 4 pieces, revealing 2 immense gashes. The shockwave roared uncontrollably. Karina had to activate a defensive barrier to shield herself from being blown away by the turbulent winds. It's over, Nami stated flatly as she beheld the scene before her. Rocha exhaled deeply, and, as the dust settled, he slowly descended to the very center of the sword energy. Crocodile bore 2 enormous gashes, blood gushing forth, staining the sand beneath him. Even breathing had become a Herculean task. Once a great pirate, he had become ensnared in the glory of his past, neglecting his training. It was truly a pitiful sight. Observing the fallen crocodile, Rocha couldn't help but reflect. Cough! Enough with the nonsense, kid. Since you've won, this head is yours. Blood still trickled from his mouth as he spoke. Yet his defiant demeanor earned Rocha a measure of respect. I have no interest. Rocha sheathed his sword. What do you mean? Didn't you come here to kill me? Crocodile managed to utter with great difficulty. Yes and no. I primarily came to test your strength, but it seems the warlords are not all that impressive. Waving his hand dismissively, Rocha replied casually. How arrogant, kid. You, of all people, are not even a pirate. It is merely a temporary situation. Once the conflict encroaches upon the interests of the Navy, it is likely they will no longer be able to tolerate it. By the way, I must take my leave from Robin and Machida. Additionally, Alabasta does not possess what you seek. The king of the underworld resides in Wano. Should you possess the courage to challenge Kaido, you may well attempt it. With that, Rocha turned and made his way towards Nami and the others. He was unperturbed by the potential repercussions of divulging the information regarding the king of the underworld, knowing that when he truly attained the power to claim it, his strength would already be sufficient to dominate the world. Rocha, if you do not slay me now, I assure you that you will come to regret it. One day, I shall defeat you. Crocodile managed to turn his head with great effort, his voice strained. Perhaps we shall speak again when you evolve to version 3.0. As you are now, you are far too weak. Rocha flicked his hand dismissively without looking back. Curse that little brat. Though he longed to rise and engage in a fierce battle, his body informed him that he had reached his limits. Returning to Nami and the others, Rocha casually remarked to Robin, I have bested your captain. I have also claimed him, and he promised to take good care of you, Robin-chan. Robin offered a faint smile, choosing not to reveal the truth, for Crocodile would never utter such words. Then I look forward to your guidance, Captain Rocha. Chapter 46, The Hairspray Hand Ding. Recruit crew member Nico Robin. Reward skill, Hairspray Hand. Hairspray Hand? What kind of skill is that? Luo Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had received such a reward, neither a combat skill nor a talent, nor even a useful item. Was it meant for me to unleash my ultimate form as a villain in the final showdown using Hairspray Hand? Shaking his head, he dismissed those thoughts and stretched lazily. That had truly been an exhilarating battle. Since Luo Xia's debut, aside from his all-out fight with Nagli, he had effortlessly dispatched nearly all other foes he encountered. Although Crocodile's strength had not pushed Luo Xia to his limits, the intense battle, suppressed by the use of Conqueror's Haki, had been thoroughly enjoyable. I am hungry. How far is Vivi from your capital? If we fly, it will probably take a few hours. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi calculated the distance. It seemed they would have to return to the ship tonight and set off for the capital of Alabasta in the morning. Luo Xia glanced at the sky. Noki Gao and Koya were still aboard the ship. If they returned to the ship and then headed to the capital, it would likely be evening by the time they arrived. Thus, they retraced their steps, with Nami leading Robin to search for Crocodile's treasure from the rain banquet. Satisfied after thoroughly looting Crocodile, they returned near the docking area, and it was nearly evening. A rhythmic sound echoed, reminiscent of the training noises from students in a dojo. Following the sound, they discovered a large group of martial arts manatees had gathered on the shore. Noki Gao was smiling on the ship, observing the manatees training below. As Luo Xia and the others approached, the martial arts manatees noticed their arrival and instantly formed a wall. Gerugeru, the leader of the manatees, with a serious expression, gestured animatedly before crossing its arms and staring at Luo Xia and his companions. What's going on? Luo Xia asked Noki Gao, a bit confused. I'm not sure either. Shortly after you all left, this group appeared on the shore and seemed to want to communicate something. I thought they were hungry, so I prepared some food for them, but they just kept training here, Noki Gao replied, equally puzzled since there was no one aboard the ship to translate for them, as Chopper could not speak the language of beasts. Upon hearing Noki Gao's explanation, Luo Xia had an epiphany. Could it be that these little guys stayed here to protect you because you fed them? Do they see us as villains? He chuckled softly at the sight of the adorable creatures. I don't know, but I can't communicate with them. What should we do? Noki Gao placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Ha, it's fine. We just need to knock them all down, Luo Xia declared, rolling up his sleeves in a readiness to fight. The martial arts manatees, angered by his demeanor, also rolled up their sleeves, preparing for a showdown. With a casual flick, several charging kung fu manatees were sent sprawling, followed by a one-sided beatdown. All the manatees lay defeated at Rochas' feet, yet, as he had not exerted himself too vigorously, their lives were spared. Just as Rocha was about to return to the ship, the very first kung fu manatee, trembling, reached out to grasp the hem of his trousers. Rocha looked down in astonishment, surprised to find one that had not succumbed. It seemed to possess commendable physical resilience and willpower. The manatee struggled to rise, then solemnly bowed to Rocha. This was unexpected, a kung fu manatee wishing to take him as a master. Vivi, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, glanced at Rocha. She had heard whispers of such creatures' customs. Rocha recalled that in the original tale, Luffy had taken a whole host of kung fu manatees as disciples. Could this be the same group? He further remembered that these sea beasts could indeed learn the techniques of Haki, armament, and observation, potentially becoming formidable allies in battle. Bending down, Rocha inquired of the manatee, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" The manatee met his gaze with unwavering determination and nodded. "Interesting, but I have no intention of taking on disciples," Rocha replied with a chuckle. The manatee gazed at him with endearing, large eyes, a sight that could soften anyone's heart. Nami, unable to resist, approached Rocha and clung to his arm, adopting a pleading tone. "Just agree to him. He genuinely seems eager to learn from you." The manatee nodded in affirmation. "Captain Rocha, I believe you should accept them. After all, their strength is commendable, and they could serve as sailors on the ship and fight alongside us at sea," Robin suggested with a smile. She found the adorable creatures delightful, but having recently joined, she felt hesitant to voice her thoughts until Nami spoke up. With a sigh, Rocha conceded, "Well, since both Nami and Robin have expressed their thoughts, I suppose I shall accept you." The kung fu manatee leaped for joy, feeling a surge of renewed energy. "In that case, I shall teach you a technique. You can practice it gradually." Rocha's demeanor shifted to seriousness, reflecting his usual teaching style. The manatee, sensing the change, also adopted a serious stance, placing its fists on its waist in a martial pose. Rochas' fist was enveloped in armament Haki as he slightly bent his knees and unleashed a powerful punch toward the sea, creating a path through the water surface. The Kung Fu manatee, filled with admiration, leapt to Rochas' side and wrapped its flippers around his feet. "This is armament Haki," Rocha explained with a smile, "which accelerates blood flow to harden muscles. At a higher level, it can be used to coat attacks and weapons, and even further, to project outward. Once you master the techniques of coding and projection, you will achieve the effect I just demonstrated." The manatee eagerly nodded and began practicing punches on the spot. "Isn't that the method for cultivating the iron block of the 6 styles that you mentioned?" Reiju vaguely remembers that this principle was articulated by Rocha, who described the iron block's training technique to herself and others. At that time, the skill was derided as a technique that would lead to one's demise, rendered utterly worthless. Indeed, the iron block represents the most rudimentary form of armament Haki. If one could execute any action while in motion using the iron block and infuse it with one's energy, one would have already reached the hardening phase. Rocha recalls this well. As for the evaluations of the iron block, it is known that everyone who has utilized it has met with unfortunate fates. After all, whether in the main storyline or the films, those who resorted to the iron block invariably suffered dire consequences. It appears this is the foundational training for armament Haki. Reiju ponders this at this stage. Rocha has yet to impart the knowledge of armament Haki to her. However, this energy seems to be the most critical element. For mere hardening cannot capture the corporeal form of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Chapter 47. The capital of Alabasta. What has happened to the manatees? Are they all intoxicated? At that moment, Koya emerged from the cabin, her face lighting up upon seeing everyone return. However, as she stepped outside and beheld the sea of sprawled manatees, she gasped in shock. Without delay, she grabbed a medical kit and descended to check on the fallen creatures. After a thorough examination, she discovered that they were merely unconscious, which brought her a sigh of relief. From others, she learned that their predicament stemmed from a challenge against Rocha, who sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment. "Haha, Koya, I am famished. Have you prepared dinner?" Rocha chuckled, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere as he jumped onto the ship. He then instructed the manatees below, "Please keep an eye on the ship today and remember to practice diligently." With that, he turned and returned to the cabin without a glance back. "This fellow certainly knows how to delegate tasks," Koya mused, shaking her head in resignation as she followed him back aboard. Gurgle, gurgle. Only the manatees remained, their excited calls filling the air. In the pirate world, while there are numerous forms of entertainment, few are suited for the confines of ship. After relishing a delectable dinner, Rocha languidly reclined on the sofa in the hall, watching various programs on the image snail. Yet, there was little of interest to behold, although Noki and Koya were thoroughly engrossed. With no other options, Rocha summoned Karina and Nami to play a game of Dodiju, a card game he had introduced from another world, one that had yet to be played in this realm. As time passed, Rocha led Karina and Nami back to their quarters to continue their game. During their earlier play, encouraged by Nami, Karina had lost a few small wagers to Rocha, and now it was time for her to repay that debt. Completely disregarding her opponent's apparent struggles and ambivalence, Nami, unable to tolerate Karina's usual bravado, sought to ensure Karina experienced a moment of humiliation. A night passed. The morning unfolded as usual, though the hall was notably missing 2 individuals. The others were unfazed except for Robin, who had recently joined the crew and observed the situation with thoughtful contemplation. After breakfast, seizing the moment while everyone lingered in the hall, Vivi declared, "I wish to return to the palace to rally the common folk and expose Crocodile's schemes." She slammed her hand on the table, her expression serious. Rocha glanced at her, noting that there were still several days until the scheduled arrival in Alabasta. It seemed that staying here was their only option, as time was insufficient for any other endeavor. "We will likely remain in Alabasta for at least another 10 days. During this time, you can spend quality moments with your father at the palace," he replied nonchalantly. "Really? That's wonderful." Vivi's face brightened at Rocha's words. her excitement palpable upon learning they would be staying in Alabasta for a while longer. In Alabasta, there are still matters I wish to uncover. Rochas cast a fleeting glance at Robin, who responded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Rochas rose and stepped out onto the deck of the ship. Gaga the Kung Fu manatees were diligently practicing their punches along the shore. Upon noticing Rochas' emergence, they rushed over, their eyes filled with admiration. "Ah, you're truly diligent. Training hard so early in the morning." Rochas leaped off the ship, instantly surrounded by the enthusiastic manatees, their sparkling eyes gazing up at him, each one only reaching the height of his thigh, appearing quite adorable. "Gagu!" A serious shout, distinct from the others, snapped the Kung Fu manatees back to attention. They immediately retreated and formed an orderly line, saluting Rochas, transforming from their initially cute demeanor into a model of discipline. Rochas counted a total of 35 Kung Fu manatees, and among them, the one accepted as his disciple the previous night stepped forward, bowing deeply. Rochas approached, crouching down to pat its head. "Well done. We must enhance your training. Today, I shall teach you a technique that enables rapid movement in battle." Amidst the adoring gazes, Rochas commenced his lesson on the shave technique. The physical attributes of these manatees were commendable, making the practice relatively simple. Despite their differing anatomy, it did not hinder their ability to learn. As Rochas instructed them in their training, several women emerged from the cabin. Observing Rochas earnestly teaching the Kung Fu manatees, they exchanged knowing smiles. Should Rochas remain for an additional day? Nami inquired playfully of Rochas, who was diligently instructing below. "Oh, are you all prepared? If we stay, it would be unnecessary. It is better to head to the royal capital and finalize subsequent matters, allowing for a few days of respite." Rochas wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sun now high in the sky. The climate of Alabasta was exceedingly hot, and he preferred the comfort of the royal palace over lingering here. Gagu, upon hearing Rochas' intention to depart, the Kung Fu manatees displayed expressions of reluctance, their adorable eyes shimmering as they pressed closer. "Alas, every gathering must come to an end. If you truly wish to see me again, put in the effort to train diligently. We shall meet again somewhere in this vast ocean." Rochas smiled, gently patting their heads. Ultimately, the Kung Fu manatees could only wave their tiny handkerchiefs, tears glistening as they bid farewell to Rochas and his companions. Due to the uncertainty of their departure location, Rochas stored the sailboat in his dimensional space. Once everything was packed, they made their way toward the royal capital of Alabasta. Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. The time had reached midday. With her status as Princess Vivi, she navigated the palace effortlessly, soon arriving at the Grand Hall. "Father." Upon seeing the king of this nation, Cobra, Vivi's face lit up with joy. "Vivi," Cobra stepped forward, gently caressing her head with palpable concern. "You must have endured considerable hardships outside." "No," Vivi shook her head, embracing her father. "For Alabasta, these sacrifices are necessary." At that moment, she finally realized her long-awaited dream, to thwart Crocodile's sinister plot and restore the nation to its former peace. "Father, summon the people of the nation. We must unveil Crocodile's conspiracy. This way, the rebels will cease their chaos." Cobra nodded in agreement, having heard from the captain of the royal guard, Ikaram, about Vivi's quest to gather a formidable group of allies. They were preparing to challenge Crocodile, and should they succeed in defeating him, his scheme would unravel without further effort. Now, seeing Vivi standing before him unscathed, it was evident that the powerful swordsman had indeed triumphed over Crocodile. He turned his gaze to Rochas, a notably youthful and handsome young man. "You are the renowned bounty hunter from the East Blue, Rochas, whose fame has recently spread across the world. I have heard of your exploits. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Without it, this nation might have fallen into Crocodile's grasp." Cobra bowed respectfully. "Father," Vivi said, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at him. "There is no need for such formalities, King Cobra," Rochas replied, raising Cobra to his feet. "This was a pact between Vivi and myself. Now that the agreement is fulfilled, I must honor my commitment to defeat Crocodile." Rochas shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chapter 48. The Crimson History. Upon hearing Rochas' words, Kabura's expression flickered with embarrassment, and he hesitantly replied, Your Excellency Rasha, I understand this is a transaction between you and Vivi, but could we perhaps discuss an alternative request? Father, please refrain from such statements. Captain Rasha has aided our nation, and since I initially made a promise to him, I shall honor my commitment. Vivi interjected, her demeanor turning serious as she positioned herself protectively in front of Rasha. But, Vivi, Kabura began, but she cut him off. No more, my dear father. Faced with Vivi's resolute stance, Kabura found himself unable to counter her decision and ultimately acquiesced. Vivi's expression brightened once more. Rasha gently ruffled her hair before turning to Kabura with a query. King Kabura, I have a request that may require your assistance. Haha, Your Excellency Rasha, you are a benefactor and hero of Alabasta. Whenever you need our help, we shall respond without hesitation. Kabura replied heartily. Indeed, I have a companion who is quite eager to observe a historical text. Might we have the opportunity to view the buried history of this nation? I am aware that Alabasta has long safeguarded a secret concerning Queen Nefertari Lily from 800 years ago, a secret you have preserved. Kabura's countenance shifted dramatically. He was taken aback by how this man had come to possess such knowledge. Your Excellency Rasha, how do you know this? Kabura was perplexed as to why this outsider was privy to the secrets his lineage had protected for generations. Robin's eyes sparkled with interest. Her own motivations for joining the Baroque works were intricately tied to this historical text. She had consistently betrayed others to ensure her survival, and her current alliance with Rasha was no different. She had merely chosen him for his formidable strength, while Rasha had expressed an interest in the historical text. To her, such words were merely a means to draw her in. If her life were ever truly threatened, she would not hesitate to betray once more. Now, however, Rasha was genuinely negotiating with Kabura on her behalf, stirring feelings within her that she had not anticipated. What astonished Robin most was that Rasha possessed such extensive knowledge of this nation, including its historical narrative. What had Queen Lily entrusted to her descendants to guard for 800 years? The intrigue was palpable. Unbeknownst to her, a smile began to form at the corner of Robin's mouth. Regarding this, I am quite informed about many aspects of this world, including portions of the historical text and matters pertaining to the Crimson history. As for how I came to know this, it all originates from my master, Rasha stated calmly, attributing the knowledge to the Golden Lion. After all, no one truly knew the extent of what the Golden Lion understood, but it was certain that a notorious pirate would be privy to many secrets. Your Excellency's master? Kabura was somewhat puzzled, and, subsequently, Vivi began to elucidate the matter of the Golden Lion to him. Captain Rasha, what exactly do you mean by the red history text? Robin inquired softly as she stepped forward, although she harbored doubts regarding the veracity of these matters. The notion of the red history text that Rasha spoke of piqued her curiosity immensely. The red history text refers to the navigational markers leading to the legendary final island of One Piece, Raftel, Rasha casually stated as he locked eyes with Robin. What? The marker for Raftel? The revelation of this monumental secret left the girls in awe once again. Does that mean if we acquire the red history text, we could obtain One Piece, the greatest treasure in the world? Nami and Karina reverted to their former greedy selves. It wasn't that the current treasures no longer stirred their hearts. Rather, the meager riches had failed to capture their interest, unless it involved characters of Crocodile's caliber. The treasures of lesser foes were merely trifles. Do you know where the red history text is located? Nami and Karina gazed at Rasha with eager anticipation. Indeed, it is divided among the 4 emperors, with each possessing a piece. As for Whitebeard's fragment, it appears to be situated in the land of Zou. Formerly under the command of his 2nd Division Captain, Kazuki Odin, Rasha revealed with a smile, imparting a rather daunting piece of information. What? The 4 emperors. The excited expressions of the 2 girls instantly dimmed, for they were well aware of the formidable nature of the 4 emperors. Even Rasha admitted that he was not currently a match for them. The prospect of seizing the red history text from their grasp seemed utterly impossible. Ha! I have stated that we shall traverse the world, and I am determined to set foot on the final island, Raftel. Thus, the red history text of the 4 emperors is also my objective, although I cannot contend with them now. Once I have grown stronger, the 4 emperors may not be my adversaries, Rasha declared with great confidence. Nami, Karina, and Robin's previously dim eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Initially, Robin had lost hope upon hearing of the four emperors, but Rasha's assertion that he would eventually attain such strength reignited her spirits. For what she had gathered since boarding the ship, Rasha possessed an exceptionally robust physique. If he continued to develop, he might indeed realize his ambitions. However, I must caution you, One Piece may not be the treasure you envision. What Roger referred to as treasure before his demise could very well be something entirely different. Rasha cautioned the two girls, preemptively tempering their expectations. Is this information something you gleaned from the Golden Lion? Nami asked with curiosity. Absolutely, Rasha replied with conviction. Ultimately, any blame must be attributed to the Golden Lion. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't make sense. The Roger pirates, as I understand from my past life, would not have left any actual treasure on the final island. The treasure that incites the most speculation is likely the great treasure left by Joy Boy, which may be connected to the liberation of the world. However, in Rasha's eyes, what does liberation of the world even mean? As long as one's strength is sufficiently formidable, the liberation or transformation of the world is entirely achievable, without the need to rely on the fabled treasure of Joy Boy. Rasha turned once more to Robin, sincerity etched upon his features as he spoke earnestly. Robin, I am aware that your heart is not entirely set on joining this adventurous crew at present, yet I assure you, it shall be the most extraordinary team you have ever been a part of. I will aid you in realizing your dreams. With a light chuckle, Robin feigned anticipation, saying, Well then, I look forward to witnessing Captain Rashia's performance. I have great faith in you. At the sound of his heartfelt words, a smile graced Robin's lips, and she adopted an expression of eager expectation. In her eyes, Rasha was shrouded in an air of enigmatic allure. If the Golden Lion truly possessed such knowledge, he would have long since pursued his ambitions. Thus, she concluded that this secret must have been gleaned from some hidden source, known only to Rasha. Meanwhile, Rasha privately rolled his eyes, amused by the woman's theatricality. She was certainly a master of performance, even now indulging in her act. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, confident that one day she would wholeheartedly embrace her place in his crew. Chapter 49. Vivi, come with me. Lord Rasha, you are the savior of this nation. If this is your request, I shall acquiesce. After hearing Vivi elucidate the background of the situation, Kabura pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Rasha possessed formidable strength. Should he choose to force his way into this place, we lack the means to withstand him. The military? Such forces are merely instruments to suppress the commoners. When it comes to a high-stakes battlefield, armies are of little use. A single display of the conqueror's Haki could render the weaker soldiers of the army senseless. Not to mention, he is a formidable adversary who has vanquished Crocodile. Even one of the 7 warlords could wreak havoc upon their nation. They could hardly afford to endure the rampage of someone even stronger than a warlord. After careful consideration, it seemed prudent to comply with Rasha's request. A gesture of goodwill, particularly since, from Vivi's account, he had come to understand that Rasha was not a malevolent individual, which offered him some reassurance. That is splendid news. King Kabura, Rasha smiled faintly. The fact that the other party agreed would certainly alleviate many of his troubles. Should he have refused, Rasha would not have resorted to force, but would have covertly investigated the matter under the cover of night, perhaps even inadvertently trespassing into the forbidden grounds to copy the historical texts. Such a minor act, if discovered, would likely not incur any punishment. This was Rasha's perspective, yet had Kabura known his true intentions, he would surely have taken up a stick to chastise him. Are you suggesting that an 800-year-old secret guarded by royalty is a trivial matter? Father, I shall instruct the soldiers to gather the citizens. You can take Rasha and his companions to view the historical records. Vivi raised her hand to propose, eagerly wishing to disclose Crocodile's conspiracy to the people, thereby dispelling any misunderstandings and swiftly dissolving the rebel forces. Very well, go ahead, Vivi. I have faith in your capabilities. Kabura nodded, having witnessed Vivi's growth. She had become more self-assured and discerning than ever before. Alas, if it were not for her departure with Rasha, Vivi would undoubtedly be his ideal successor, a wise queen. Kabura watched as Vivi exited the palace, giving instructions to the soldiers to gather the citizens. Sigh, if only Vivi could remain in Alabasta. She would undeniably be a wise queen, and I would gladly pass the throne to her, he murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, yet also to Rocha. Ha! Fret not. One can always have another wise child. Rocha chuckled, patting him on the shoulder with an entirely unpretentious demeanor. Ah, Lord Rocha, you may not be aware, but my wife mysteriously disappeared long ago and has yet to be found. Thus, I have no plans to have more children, Kabura replied with a wry smile. Why not simply take another wife? What is there to worry about? Rocha found it peculiar. Is it not normal for a king to have multiple wives? Behind Rocha, several women rolled their eyes at him. This fellow was a quintessential flirt, enamored with every beautiful face he encountered. This ship, apart from him, boasted no other males, leaving them puzzled about the environment that could have shaped such a lecherous character. Little did they know, Rocha was originally from another world, having suppressed his desires for so long in his previous life. Upon entering this animated realm, how could he resist the urge to live freely? Naturally, one of his passions was to win the affections of the captivating women from the original story. I am unlike you. My heart belongs solely to my princess. Beyond her, I have no intentions of taking another wife. Cobras shook his head, unwilling to pursue the matter further. Rocha, feeling the awkwardness, could only offer consolation. Fear not. Once we navigate this world, I shall return with Vivi to claim the throne. Perhaps I might even bring you an heir. The latter remark was a private thought of Rochas. However, his closest companions, Nami and Karina, had already discerned his intentions. Yet, they no longer sought to deter him, for Rochas' physical prowess was far too formidable for them to challenge. In response, Rocha could only think the steel balloon ability is truly remarkable. It is this talent that allows Big Mom to bear so many children. Upon hearing Rocha's plan to return with Vivi to assume the throne, Cobras nodded in agreement. If Vivi were indeed destined to inherit the throne, then accompanying Rocha on this maritime adventure would be quite enlightening. This thought eased his mind considerably. Everyone, follow me. The historical records lie within the tombs of the royal lineage in Alabasta. Without my guidance, entry to the inner sanctum is impossible. Cobras led the way out of the palace, with the others closely trailing behind. After navigating a labyrinthine path, they arrived at the entrance of a grand palace, where Cobras gently pushed a cat-shaped statue beside the door. In an instant, a subterranean passage appeared before them. Ah, so cleverly concealed. It would be quite difficult to find if one were truly searching, Rocha mused, his words inadvertently caught by Cobras, who felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. This underground chamber was the true royal tomb, vast in space and reminiscent of ancient Egyptian sepulchres. Wow, what a grand mausoleum! Even Nami and the others couldn't help but marvel at the magnificence of the tomb. Upon reaching the far end of the chamber, a colossal stone lay before them, inscribed with numerous incomprehensible characters. Robin, her expression filled with excitement, stepped forward to caress the stone and began interpreting its contents, while the others watched her in rapt attention. They were astonished to discover that someone in this world could indeed decipher such ancient script. Cobras reflected on this revelation, having initially believed their group was merely there to observe the historical records. He was pleasantly surprised to find that they had someone capable of understanding the historical texts among them. After all, a woman who was bountied at the tender age of 8 for 80 million berries must possess some extraordinary skills that the Navy would find daunting. O'Hara, you say? I have indeed heard whispers of that tale, the infamous extermination order issued by the world government years ago, under the pretext of O'Hara scholars attempting to subvert the world. Cobra fell into a reverie, realizing that she was the sole survivor of that world-shocking O'Hara incident, the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin. Just as Cobra was still in awe of Robin's identity, Robin, having finished reading the historical text, approached. Captain Rocha, please refrain from jesting about my identity. Compared to my title as the daughter of the devil, your revelation as the heir of the Golden Lion would likely stir global commotion, Robin remarked with an air of indifference. Upon returning to Rocha's side, she began to diligently transcribe the words of the historical document. Chapter 50. The Origin of the Devil Fruit and the Method of Inheritance. The heir of the legendary pirate, Golden Lion? Kabura gazed at Rochas with a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that this handsome young man possessed such a remarkable identity, which explained his formidable strength. This was information that Vivi had not disclosed to him, and he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Since Vivi had already accepted this truth, what more could he say? Well, it is not exactly a prestigious identity. If it could be concealed, I would prefer not to reveal it prematurely, lest my delightful adventures be disrupted by those naval officers. Rochas scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly, deftly shifting the topic. So, have you finished analyzing everything? Captain Rochas, do you wish for me to share the contents with you? Robin closed her notebook, revealing a knowing smile directed at him. No need. I'm already somewhat aware of the historical text contents. Oh, Captain Rochas knows what is recorded here? Robin was genuinely surprised, not expecting Rochas to possess such knowledge. Well, it likely pertains to the location of the Pluton, situated on an island in the latter half of the Grand Line, a place we shall visit in the future, Rochas replied nonchalantly, stroking his chin. He had previously mentioned a location of Pluton to Crocodile, but he was uncertain of its exact whereabouts in Wano. However, if Crocodile truly had the audacity to venture into Kaido's territory in search of Pluton, he would regard him with a newfound respect. Rochas was untroubled by the prospect of Crocodile collaborating with Kaido, for Kaido, being one of the four emperors, viewed the Shichibukai as nothing more than a joke. Even a partnership would render them subordinate. A man like Crocodile, who dared confront Whitebeard, would certainly not submit to another. So Rochas was confident that Crocodile would not ally with Kaido. Indeed, I cannot believe Captain Rochas truly knows the contents. It is quite astonishing. This time, Robin was genuinely taken aback, realizing that Rochas was not boasting and indeed possessed knowledge of the contents. In fact, I am aware of many hiding places of historical texts and some of their contents. Our next destination will also house a historical text, if I recall correctly. It pertains to the hiding place of the Sea King. Upon hearing this, Rochas put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, his expression tinged with pride. Robin's eyes sparkled. It was indeed an exciting journey ahead. Oh, by the way, I have one more question I would like to ask King Kabura. Rochas suddenly recalled something and turned swiftly to Kabura, almost forgetting the inquiry he truly intended to make. Your Excellency Rochas, please feel free to ask. Actually, I would like to know how the Alabasta royal family managed to transfer the abilities of the previous generation's devil fruit to the fruit itself. It is rumored that Alabasta has long been protected by two great guardians, namely the bird fruit in its falcon form and the dog fruit in its jackal form. I am curious about how, throughout the extensive history of Alabasta, these two devil fruits have consistently manifested here. Rochas posed a question that had long perplexed him. Blackbeard possesses the ability to transfer other devil fruit powers through the dark fruit. Yet, how does Alabasta, devoid of such a fruit, continue to see the emergence of devil fruits? Cobra appeared somewhat troubled, his words becoming hesitant. If this topic burdens you, Your Majesty, perhaps we should set it aside. We are already immensely grateful for the opportunity to delve into the annals of history. This question is merely my personal curiosity. Observing Cobra's discomfort, Rochas felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from pressing further. After all, this was merely a lingering curiosity regarding the world of One Piece, and he did not wish to impose on his future father-in-law. However, as one who has saved Alabasta, if you wish to know, I can reveal the secret here. Cobra said, seemingly resolved, his gaze firm and no longer shrouded in secrecy. In truth, the location where a devil fruit user is reborn after death is controllable. Cobra's revelation stunned everyone present, their expressions reflecting collective astonishment. Controllable? This was the unspoken reaction within each heart. It is currently understood that upon the death of a devil fruit user, their powers are reincarnated in the form of a devil fruit on a fruit somewhere in the sea. This phase does not require the fruit to grow. Instead, the devil fruit directly attaches itself to the fruit, bestowing its demonic powers. The devil fruits are, in essence, the manifestation of humanity's pursuit of evolution, born from the obsessions within the human heart. Cobra articulated truths that even Rochas was unaware of, and it was the first time the assembled company had heard of the origins of the devil fruits. Humanity's obsessions give rise to these unnatural powers, yet they are met with the rejection of the mother of nature, the sea. Each devil fruit user is constrained by the sea stone factor found within the ocean, which is why even the finest sailors cannot swim after consuming a devil fruit. But how does this relate to Alabasta's inheritance of devil fruits? Although surprised by the revelations surrounding the genesis of devil fruits, Rochas remained inquisitive about the method of their inheritance. As I mentioned, devil fruits are born from human obsessions. Upon the death of a user, their devil fruit power, along with their soul, returns to the place of their deepest obsession. Each devil fruit carries with it some of the previous owner's obsessions and soul, which explains why some can utilize unique techniques immediately after consuming a devil fruit. These abilities may stem from the powers developed by the previous devil fruit user. If the user has no place of obsession, only then does the devil fruit randomly generate somewhere in the vast ocean. The guardians of Alabasta, throughout the ages, as they approach the end of their lives, have a cherished fruit placed beside them. Upon their demise, their devil fruit is destined to be reborn in this land, a place to which they are deeply bound, and it is likely to manifest nearby. Cobra lifted his gaze to Rochas and revealed a long-buried secret that had lingered in Alabasta for ages. It is truly astonishing to discover that the origin of the devil fruit's power stems from such a practice. Even Robin, the most erudite member of the team, could not help but express her astonishment. Although this method of inheriting the fruit's abilities is controllable, is there truly a place of deep attachment for most of the powers at sea? Only those like the guardians of Alabasta, who have lived on this land and remained loyal to its royal lineage, could ensure that each fruit wielder is born here. Rochas articulated the essence of this inheritance. Chapter 51. Vivi's speech having obtained the answers he sought, Rochas took the lead in departing from the royal tomb. This journey was not in vain. He fulfilled his promise to Robin and uncovered the secrets of the devil fruit. However, the method proved somewhat challenging to employ. They arrived at the Grand Hall in the capital, Alyabarna, where numerous soldiers had gathered to maintain order. The residents of the capital below murmured among themselves, questioning why the king had summoned everyone. "Father, Rochas, you have come," Vivi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them return, sheltered by the soldiers. "Yes, I have seen all that I needed to. How are you? Are you prepared?" Rochas approached her slowly, noticing her nervousness. "Indeed, this is my first time speaking before so many citizens, but I shall do my utmost. The entire populace of the capital has gathered. With this evidence, if we expose Crocodile's conspiracy, we should be able to restore peace to Alabasta," Vivi replied, her heart a mix of excitement and apprehension. Clutching the incriminating evidence she had found in Crocodile's office, Crocodile has established a criminal organization, Baroque Works, and there is proof of his intent to usurp the Alabasta Kingdom's power by purchasing dance powder on the black market, she continued, determination building within her. "Vivi, go forth, you have grown. I believe in you," Cobra said, standing beside her, gently stroking her hair. With his encouragement, Vivi's gaze steadied, and she resolutely stepped onto the podium in the hall. "Dear citizens, I have summoned you here to unveil a conspiracy that has plagued Alabasta for 4 years." As she uttered these words, the murmurs among the commoners intensified, yet Vivi remained unfazed, continuing with unwavering resolve. "The man hailed as a hero by the people, Crocodile, is in fact a usurper. He established the criminal organization Baroque Works and, for an entire year, unleashed dance powder upon the capital of Alyabarna, rendering cities outside the capital barren. The recent surge of dance powder in Hahaha was part of his scheme to incite rebellion, masquerading as palace guards to stir unrest among the people. Crocodile's true aim is to foment rebellion and seize power for his dark plans." Vivi's passionate oration incited doubt among the populace, pitting the hero Crocodile against the ruling royal family. Soon, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Princess Vivi, what evidence do you have to prove that this was the doing of Lord Crocodile?" inquired a young man who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of pirates, saved by Crocodile, who had vanquished all invading marauders. Now, Princess Vivi's words plunged him into a state of confusion. A hero who had once saved his life, and a beloved princess, He found himself at a loss as to whom to believe. "I possess the incriminating evidence against Crocodile," Vivi proclaimed, raising the criminal documents obtained from the Baroque works before the public. "This is the complete record of Crocodile's crimes. I have been undercover in Baroque works for a year, tirelessly seeking evidence of their misdeeds and information about their leader, yet to no avail. It was only a few days ago that I encountered the Honorable Captain Rocha of the Adventurers, who aided us in defeating Crocodile and unearthed this damning evidence within his stronghold. It details all of Crocodile's criminal activities, sufficient to prove him a traitor to the nation." Vivi's words struck the crowd like a stone cast into water, stirring a tempest of murmurs. "I always knew the king would never resort to using dance powder. So it was that wretched pirate who deceived our trust. Bah, what hero! Merely a traitor." Some were elated, relieved that their merciful king had remained unchanged. Others lamented, regretting their gullibility towards external rumors. People of a nation, the key figure in exposing Crocodile's conspiracy is none other than Captain Rocha, who vanquished him. Compared to Crocodile, Captain Rocha truly deserves the title of Hero of Alabasta. Vivi gestured towards Rocha, igniting fervor among the masses. "Hero! Hero!" The crowd's cheers made Rocha feel somewhat bashful, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his nose. Having arrived in Alabasta with ulterior motives, now being hailed as a hero felt rather embarrassing. Yet, it was also his first experience of the crowd's adulation, leaving him momentarily elated. "As we unveil the truth, I implore the rebels outside to cease their futile actions. Continuing down this path will only plunge our nation into greater chaos. I understand that Crocodile's schemes have incited your rebellion, and I once again promise that no punishment will befall you," Vivi declared, patting her chest, fully aware that spies from the rebel faction were likely present. This approach might bridge the divide between them. Surely, Kusha would comprehend. Vivi reminisced about her childhood companion, now the leader of the rebellion, Kusha. As her last words resonated, applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual, culminating in a fervent ovation from the entire populace. "I believe in you, Princess Vivi. Gracious Princess Vivi. Thank you for your mercy." Countless voices erupted in cheers, while some knelt in repentance. In that moment, the conspiracy that had unsettled Alabasta for 4 long years finally began to unravel. Vivi descended the stage gracefully and immediately fell into Rocha's embrace. "I did it. I finally did it. I'm truly grateful to you, Captain Rocha." Tears of joy shimmered in Vivi's eyes, for it was this man before her who had aided her in reaching this pivotal moment. "All is past. What matters now is the present," Rocha gently reassured her, caressing the head of the woman in his arms. With the conclusion of this speech, the internal strife of Alabastan was declared over. The leader of the rebels, Kusha, personally brought all his subordinates to the capital to plead for Cobra's judgment. Furthermore, Vivi had fulfilled her vow to forgive every individual who had instigated the rebellion. Chapter 52, Achieving Renown, making a name in the world in the latter half of the Great Line, upon an uninhabited isle within the widely acknowledged mightiest sea, the New World, lay the clandestine headquarters of the enigmatic World Economic News. Extraordinary news. Astounding revelations. The formidable warlord of the sea, Crocodile Sir Crocodile, has been vanquished by a burgeoning bounty hunter hailing from the East Blue. Morgan Gans clutched the materials from Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Learning of Crocodile's defeat, an undeniable affront to the prestige of Mariejois and the warlords of the sea. The so-called third power among the great forces was so easily bested by a newcomer. Notify all branches. Expedite the dissemination of this monumental news. Morgan Gans, with his avian visage reflecting fervor, commanded. "But President, if we publish this report, we may face repercussions from the world government," a trembling staff member, adorned with spectacles, cautioned. "Bang!" Morgan Gans retorted, "To withhold such a significant news story would be my disgrace. Far worse than any threat from the world government. Over time, I shall pen the headline myself. Inform all departments to work late today." With a swift blow, he rendered the timid employee unconscious. Such a subordinate, lacking the courage to challenge the authority of the world government, was unworthy of a news agency. Thus, under Morgan Gans' impassioned influence, countless newsbirds worldwide embarked on their arduous overtime. Across the seas, paradise, the New World, and islands characterized by treacherous climates and desolate winds, all received the momentous headline personally crafted by Morgan Gans, president of the Economic News Agency. The warlords of the sea attempt to usurp the Alabasta throne, defeated by the East Blue's supernova bounty hunter, Rocha of the Twin Swords. A wave of astonishment swept across the vast ocean. The legendary warlords of the sea, bested by a bounty hunter from the weakest sea. Is this true? Hahaha, the dogs of the Navy. What legitimate pirates, the warlords of the sea. Merely jesters. Their reputation is but a fa-ade. Next encounter, I shall demonstrate my prowess. The East Blue's supernova, Rocha, had recently made headlines for hunting down numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, a swift ascent to the Great Line, culminating in such sensational news. How will the world government manage this predicament? Attempting to seize a member state's throne, Alabasta. Their own underlings striking at a nation under their protection. What a farce the world government is. What right do the defeated warlords of the sea have to contend with the other two great powers in maintaining balance over the seas? What entitlement do they possess to enjoy the privilege of sanctioned plunder? Far away on the Moby Dick in the latter half of the New World, a fascinating piece of news has just arrived concerning a newcomer from the EC. Marco sauntered over to the old man with the white beard, presenting him with a newspaper he had recently purchased from Newsbird. Upon receiving it, the old man burst into laughter at the headlines and content. That little crocodile has actually been defeated by a man from the EC? He appears to be quite the formidable opponent. Should we extend an invitation for him to join us? Marco wore a languid smile, clearly intrigued by Rocha. The old man chuckled. No need for that. He is merely a fledgling who has just set sail. Let him prove himself by standing before me in the latter half of the Grand Line. As he gazed at Rocha's image in the newspaper, he laughed heartily. This scene unfolded across various factions within the Grand Line. Doflamingo, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks all began to take an interest in this man from the EC. Shanks, there's yet another intriguing newcomer on the horizon. Would you care to take a look? Ben Beckman waved the newspaper in his hand. What? Another interesting newcomer? Let me see. Shanks immediately leaned in closer, eager to catch a glimpse. Fool, don't get too close. Ben Beckman disdainfully tossed the newspaper to him. How amusing. The 7 warlords have been bested by a newcomer. What a remarkably powerful individual, Shanks exclaimed, lifting the newspaper from the ground and laughing heartily at its contents. Is the tumult of the seas about to commence anew? The EC, how nostalgic. I truly hope Luffy sets sail soon, emerging in this chaotic era to make his mark in the New World. Suddenly, Shanks recalled Luffy, who was far away in the East Sea, the man who inherited the will of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, and for whom he had wagered everything. Recently, Luffy's brother, Ace, had visited him, expressing a desire to meet the man Luffy had spoken of so often. They held a banquet, during which Ace revealed that Luffy would not set sail for another 2 years. On this day, the entire world was abuzz with discussions and evaluations of Rocha, the one who had defeated Crocodile. From the common folk to the nobility, including the 4 emperors, the navy, and even Mariehua, Rocha had undeniably made a name for himself through this battle. However, what the denizens of the sea remained unaware of was that Rocha had triumphed over Crocodile without exerting his full strength. Had they known this, Rocha's reputation would undoubtedly have soared even higher. Thus, Rocha stood atop the 7 warlords, firmly establishing himself on the grand stage of this world, garnering a fame that rivaled that of the warlords themselves. This development ignited the imaginations of countless nefarious individuals across the seas, as they began to plot their own attempts to defeat a warlord, dreaming of achieving fame through a single battle and ascending to the pinnacle of this grand stage. However, these feeble beings remain oblivious to the fact that such actions merely propel themselves towards the abyss. The 7 warlords have also been incessantly plagued by the disturbances caused by these petty pirates due to this incident. Chapter 53. The Green Pheasant Strikes. At the conference table of the Marine headquarters, a significant assembly of high-ranking naval officers convened, including Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, Kazan, Garp, and numerous esteemed vice admirals. With a resounding thud, Sengoku slammed his fist against the table, seething with rage. The audacity of Crocodile, who dared to usurp the allegiance of a member nation of the world government and tarnish the Navy's reputation, was utterly intolerable. Sengoku could scarcely fathom the boldness of the seven warlords. Despite possessing legitimate rights to plunder, they had the audacity to set their sights on one of the allied nations. Alabasta. He shuddered at the thought of what would transpire should Alabasta fall into Crocodile's grasp, and how the pirate would treat its citizens. Pirates, driven by malevolence, seldom exhibit benevolence towards the innocent. The world government had already revoked Crocodile's title as a warlord and issued directive for his capture, redefining his bounty at 350 million berries. After a brief bout of fury, Sengoku regained his composure. As a strategic mind, he understood the necessity of maintaining clarity in thought. The threat posed by Crocodile warranted a bounty of 350 million berries, yet the Navy found itself lacking the manpower to apprehend him. Following the exposure of his schemes, Crocodile had vanished without a trace, leaving no clue to his whereabouts. Admiral Toru maintained an impassive demeanor, resting her chin on her hands in a characteristic pose. Given Crocodile's current capabilities, her concern lay not with him, but rather with the formidable Rochas, who had triumphed over Crocodile. Intelligence gathered from Colonel Smoker stationed in Lowtown indicated that Rochas not only wielded both armament and observation Haki, but also possessed an extraordinary physical prowess, marking him as a youth of exceptional constitution. If left unchecked, he could pose a significant threat in the future. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation, pondering the troublesome nature of these two individuals who continually stirred chaos. He then elaborated on Rochas' current situation. Previously, Rochas had not conflicted with the Navy, even acting as a semi-partner. However, reports from the Navy's informants in Alabasta indicated that the son of the devil, Nico Robin, was now aligned with Rochas, likely having joined his crew. At the mention of Robin, a flicker of intrigue crossed Kazan's deep-set eyes. Nico Robin had long been a focus of his interest. Years ago, he had chosen to spare her life, honoring the wishes of his dear friend Saul, with the hope of witnessing how her life would unfold and to ascertain whether Saul's beliefs had been justified. What is paramount now is to comprehend the intentions of the other party. What exactly motivates Rochas to harbor the survivors of O'Hara? If his aim is to ascend to the throne of the Pirate King with the assistance of Nico Robin, then dispatching a vice admiral for negotiations would undoubtedly be futile. Only an admiral-level force could effectively suppress him. Vice Admiral Tsuru succinctly articulated the potential threat Rochas poses to the Navy. The only remaining individual capable of reading the poneglyphs is Robin. Thus, her assistance is indispensable for anyone aspiring to claim the title of Pirate King. This is precisely why the world government placed a bounty of 79 million berries on the 8-year-old Robin. It is not as if Garp, that fellow, has been on leave for so long without locating Rochas. Otherwise, he could have invited him to the Navy long ago in the East Blue. Sengoku, seething with frustration at Garp, who was indulging in donuts during the meeting, exclaimed furiously, "Hahaha, Sengoku, you can't blame me for this. I had no idea where Rochas had hidden himself after the events at Lodestar. It was only upon receiving news from Alabasta that I learned of his whereabouts." Garp replied nonchalantly, devouring his donuts. "Since that is the case, allow me to take the lead." Kazan, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, stood up and volunteered to search for Rochas. "Very well, Kazan. The primary objective is to ascertain Rochas' intentions. If he indeed harbors aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, we must not hesitate to capture him. However, if he is willing to deliver Nico Robin to join the Navy, we can grant him the rank of Rear Admiral and allow him certain freedoms." Sengoku contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to Kazan's request. Since Rochas desires the freedom to sail, joining the Navy would afford him this privilege. Rochas' combat prowess could potentially escalate to that of an admiral. Having already defeated a warlord at such a young age, one can only imagine the terrifying strength he might possess in the future. Currently, 2 of the 3 admirals are away on missions. Kizuru and Akainu have recently been dispatched, leaving only Kazan at headquarters. Although Garp is capable of handling this task, His carefree nature raises concerns about potential missteps. Thus, Kazan is indeed the most suitable candidate for this mission. Based on his sailing trajectory, it is likely that his next destination is Gaia Island. I shall dispatch a warship to accompany you. That won't be necessary. If a confrontation arises, ordinary soldiers will be ineffective against someone with Conqueror's Haki. I can manage on my own. With that, Kazan turned and strode toward the door. Let us hope everything proceeds smoothly. This cursed era of great pirates has seen a surge of new contenders emerging recently. Sengoku wore a troubled expression. The pirates have once again become active, with the three admirals frequently deployed on missions. Akainu and Kizuru have just returned, only to be sent out again. Sengoku has been tirelessly managing affairs, while Garp seems to live a carefree life. Hahaha. Rest assured, Sengoku. Ultimately, that young lad is merely a novice who has recently set sail. Are you not aware of Akiji's prowess? He is more than capable of handling this matter on his own. The ever-boisterous Garp chuckled heartily, his donut never leaving his hand since the meeting commenced. Alas, I hope that is the case. A flicker of concern crossed Sengoku's visage, though it was not for Akiji's safety. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Rochas, as if a significant detail had been overlooked, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, Rochas remained blissfully unaware that a formidable admiral was blocking his path, continuing to revel in the joys of life aboard the ship with his crew for yet another delightful day. Naturally, his training was not neglected. Chapter 54. The Fire of the Abyss. Beep. The sign-in system has detected the target Alabasta. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Beep. Obtain Strong Walk Potion X10. Beep. Acquired Haki Experience Pack. Beep. Acquired Skill. Sinful Fire. Beep. The next sign-in location is Sky Island. Sign-in will be available in 15 days. Please proceed to the designated location for sign-in. Upon witnessing these rewards, Rochas felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His patience had not been in vain. The system's sign-in rewards never failed to impress him. The Haki Experience Pack, as before, had directly enhanced his Haki capacity, and with the training he had undergone during this period, he had ascended from C to B rank, bridging a small stage of progress. One must admit, the improvement offered by the Experience Pack was substantial. Rochas took out the Strong Walk Potion to examine its effects. The memory of the previous Wuji by phone pill was still fresh in his mind, having cured Koya's illness and significantly enhanced her physical constitution. Strong Walk Potion, a potion that prevents fatigue for a certain period, allowing for sustained sprinting. Rochas' eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid item, never tiring, continuous sprinting. A marvelous potion indeed. Truly, it was a product of the system. However, it was regrettable that he only possessed 10 vials. If only there were more. System, why do you lack a shop function? Other systems allow for reward exchanges with points, yet you only provide a sign-in feature. Rochas lamented inwardly, but soon his gaze shifted to another reward. Sinful Fire? It does not sound like a benevolent flame. Sinful Fire, a flame tainted by the abyss, burning the souls of all evildoers, an eternal fire that shall never be extinguished. Tainted by the abyss? What manner of place is the abyss? System, are you certain this will not pose a problem? I hope it does not tame me as well. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Rochas' forehead. The description suggested this was something best left untouched, seemingly a product from a rather chaotic realm. Beep. All sign-in items are free of side effects. Please use them with confidence. Remarkably, the system had personally addressed Rochas' concerns. Phew. Rochas exhaled in relief. Initially, he had felt elated to acquire yet another skill, but upon reading the skill's description, his spirits had dampened considerably. Nevertheless, possessing a flame of such nature would undoubtedly make for a striking display. Suddenly, a black and white flame enveloped Rochas' hand, the flames writhing as if they were the anguished cries of tortured souls, twisting within the blaze. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be an ominous entity, truly a product of the abyss. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, this flame could only coil around his own body, and when Rochas attempted to condense it into a fireball for launch, he found himself unable to do so. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he endeavored to attach the black flame to the blade. Instantly, the black flames surged forth like creeping vines. enveloping the sword in a layer of burning black and white fire. Rocha casually swung the sword a few times, the air around him seemingly retaining the heat of the flames, distorted ever so slightly. A premier enchanting buff indeed. In this era, who wouldn't know how to wield fire? After a few swings and testing skills, the long sword was sheathed, and the dark flames enveloping him gradually dissipated. Hey, Rochas, why are you just standing there? Are we setting sail or not? At that moment, Nami's voice came from behind, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at the grinning Rochas. Since this morning, Rochas had appeared quite exhilarated. Although they were initially scheduled to depart today, he kept insisting on waiting a bit longer. Thus, the women had boarded the ship to prepare for departure, only coming to call Rochas when everything was finally ready. Okay, Nami, has the magnetic energy for the next island been fully stored? It was completed 10 days ago, Nami replied, shaking the log pose in her hand. Then let us follow the course indicated by the log pose. The next island should be Gaia Island, or rather, it should be referred to as Sky Island. Rochas lifted Nami and leaped onto the sailboat, subsequently giving a thumbs up to the others. Robin, understanding his intent, used her flower fruit abilities to raise the sails, while Reiju took the helm, steering the ship. Do Sky Islands truly exist? It seems rather astonishing to have islands floating in the sky. Nami also recalled Rochas mentioning their next destination would be a Sky Island. Initially surprised and skeptical upon learning of its existence, she reflected on the myriad of incredible experiences they had encountered along their journey, leading her to believe Rochas' words. Indeed, the sky current has swept half of Magu Town's land into the sky, creating the only land-bearing Sky Island. So, there are more such islands? Absolutely. This world harbors numerous Sky Islands, and the devil fruit I have prepared for you is located above one of them. Enel's fruit ability is undoubtedly the most suitable for Nami, being the most ferocious among the natural-type fruits, the Rumble fruit. It possesses not only formidable offensive power, but also unmatched speed, rivaling even the light fruit. This natural-type devil fruit can be considered the most perfect of its kind, embodying strength and speed in a dual enhancement. Captain Rochas, the historical texts you mentioned are also located on the Sky Island, correct? Robin recalled Rochas' earlier words about the Sky Island and suddenly thought of what he had said regarding the whereabouts of historical texts. Yes, the historical text on that Sky Island records the location of the Sea Kings. With a chuckle, she remarked floating islands in the sky. Along with historical texts, my curiosity about our upcoming journey is only growing. Hahaha, this is merely the beginning. Future adventures will prove even more intriguing. Having spent considerable time with Robin over these days, their relationship had gradually improved, and their conversations felt less awkward. It seemed Robin also enjoyed the atmosphere aboard the ship. Captain Rochas, with your knowledge of historical texts and the matter of the red poneglyph, do you intend to become the Pirate King? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued about Rochas' aspirations. As the heir of the Golden Lion, she believed Rochas must also have inherited the ambitions of that great pirate. Indeed, Captain Rochas has now attained a notable reputation. His presence is known across the vast ocean, and he has truly become a celebrated figure of the seas. Are you contemplating embarking on the path to become the Pirate King? Makita from the lookout tower chimed in, noting that after spending so many days with Rochas, she has grown less fearful of him. However, he did impart a lesson, advising her to refrain from emitting peculiar laughter, and she now speaks in a much more composed manner. With my prowess, it is only natural to seek recognition throughout the world. As for the title of Pirate King, I have no interest in such a position. If I were to ascend to royalty, it would be as the sovereign of the world. The mere title of Pirate King holds no allure for me, Rochas proclaimed with an air of dominance. Chapter 55 Encounter with Admiral Akiji. What? King of the world? Are you out of your mind? Nami remarked, lightly touching Rochas' forehead and then her own. No fever here. So how could you utter such nonsense? Rochas found himself both amused and bewildered. The notion that Captain Rochas dared to challenge the authority of the world government was indeed astonishing. Robin, too, covered her mouth, feigning shock, but given her character, it was likely an act. What an ambitious captain, Reiju commented as she approached after securing the ship's helm. Well, whether you believe it or not, one day I shall prove it to you, Rasha murmured to himself, noting the skepticism etched on their faces regarding his aspirations of becoming the king of the world. The reverberations of Rochas' shocking declaration continued to spread. The Navy announced measures against Crocodile, stripping him of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The long-quiet bounty on him surged to 350 million berries, primarily due to Crocodile's defeat undermining the deterrent power of the warlords and the Navy. The distance between Gaia Island and Alabasta was not vast. After merely 2 days of sailing, they reached their destination. Upon arriving at Gaia Island, Rasha did not rush to ascend to the Sky Island, but chose instead to gather intriguing intelligence in the town of Magic Valley. Indeed, the island exhibited unusual magnetic properties, with the compass needle pointing skyward, confirming the existence of the Sky Island above. Nami, observing the incessantly trembling compass needle, expressed her thoughts. Have you heard the tale of the great storyteller Rolando? The fabled land of gold, Shandora, is indeed real, and it lies above us on the Sky Island. Rasha pointed upward. What did you say? The land of gold, Shandora. Nami and Karina immediately perked up, their interest piqued by the mention of wealth. After all, the legendary land was said to be overflowing with gold, a treasure coveted by countless pirates across the seas. Why are you only telling us now? If we had known sooner, we could have come here earlier. Speak. Are you concealing anything else from us? The realization struck them. They recalled how Rasha had only mentioned the Sky Island previously, neglecting to mention the land of gold. Nuting mura. I simply wish to linger in Alabasta a few days longer. After all, the gold above won't vanish, so I thought it best to enjoy a couple of days here. Rasha replied nonchalantly. The 2 women, unimpressed with Rasha's reasoning, dismissed him with a shake of their heads. Rasha shrugged, feeling that if he had revealed this sooner, Nami and the others would have rushed off to Sky Island, barely allowing him the chance to sign in. By the way, do you feel that this town seems rather quiet? Robin cast an odd glance at the eerily quiet village, where an unsettling aura pervaded every corner. Rasha also sensed something amiss. Logically, Magic Valley Town should be a bustling haven for pirates, teeming with activity. Yet, the present desolation felt rather unnatural. Rasha activated his observation Haki to encompass the island, striving to sense the life forces within. Given the island's modest size, his current level of observation Haki was sufficient to cover the entirety. What on earth has transpired here? As he scanned the small town, he discerned that only a scant few life forces remained vibrant. Moreover, these living beings were located on the opposite shoreline, presumably the Mont Blanc Culicat who had aided Luffy in the original story. Aside from that, the nearest location was a tavern not far away, where a solitary figure resided. What's wrong, Rasha? Reiju was the first to notice Rasha's peculiar demeanor and inquired. As she spoke, the others too began to sense that something was off with Rasha, who wore a furrowed brow and a serious expression. It appeared that a formidable presence had arrived. All the pirates on the island had been eliminated, leaving the town with but a single inhabitant. Who could have orchestrated such a feat? Nami asked anxiously. I'm not certain, but it's highly likely that this individual in town is the one responsible, who possesses the power to eradicate all the pirates on this island. Karina, be prepared to activate the barrier to ensure everyone's safety. We shall confront this individual. Understood. Karina responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, and with Rasha leading the way. They made their way to the tavern. Creak. Rasha pushed open the tavern's door, revealing a nearly 3-meter-tall man sprawled across the bar, fast asleep. The sound of the door opening failed to rouse him. He continued to snore peacefully. Rasha observed the unfamiliar figure, yet a sense of familiarity washed over him. Thud thud. The sound of footsteps on the wooden floor seemed to awaken the slumbering giant. Despite his earlier indifference to the door's creak, he instantly became alert upon sensing the approach of another. Ah, that was a splendid sleep. Are you here for a drink? I'm afraid the owner of this establishment won't be opening for a while. The man, Akiji, yawned heavily, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and waved dismissively at the newcomers. As Akiji turned to face the entrance, Robin's eyes widened in shock, her face paling, and beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. How is this possible? Why is he here? As she spoke, her body involuntarily recoiled. trembling uncontrollably until she stumbled and collapsed to the ground. "Robin, what's wrong?" Nami and the others expressed their concern. "Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Are you here for me?" Rochas discerned Robin's peculiarity, and upon recognizing the familiar aura of the man before him, he instantly recalled the Admiral Akiji. "What? Admiral Akiji?" The women gasped in astonishment, gazing at the languid man who had just been wiping drool from his mouth. His demeanor seemed utterly incongruous with that of an admiral. "Ah, indeed, I have come to see you, but primarily I am here to meet the remarkable rookie who has vanquished Crocodile, the rising star of the East Blue, the bounty hunter Rochas." Akiji appeared nonchalant, yet his full attention was devoted to Rochas. "Is this the man who defeated Crocodile? He appears remarkably youthful, just as the rumors suggested." Chapter 56. Akiji, I am but a youthful 45. "Oh, you wish to see me? Is it yet another invitation to join the Navy?" Originally, Rochas had assumed that Akiji had come to meet Robin, yet he was taken aback to find that the visit was intended for him. Indeed, Akiji sought to extend another invitation for him to join the Navy, but he was also curious as to why a former bounty hunter like Rochas was now in search of a pirate to serve as a crew member. Akiji was eager to comprehend Rochas' thoughts and to ascertain whether this place was truly a haven for Robin. It seemed as if Rochas fell into contemplation due to Akiji's words, stroking his chin in deep thought. The answer was quite simple. It was because Robin is exceedingly charming. After a brief moment, Rochas provided his response. "Huh?" Akiji's mouth slightly parted, his eyes betraying a hint of perplexity. He had anticipated a more intriguing answer from Rochas, but this one was unexpectedly amusing. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Upon closer inspection, Rochas, it appears your crew consists of stunning beauties. Ladies, would you care to join me for a drink?" Akiji cast a glance at the young women behind Rochas and raised his hand in greeting. Upon reflecting on his earlier statement, it suddenly made sense. "Who would want to drink with an old man like you?" Nami retorted without reservation. "Ah, dear lady, your words wound me. I am merely a youthful 45. Akiji feigned a wounded expression, though Rochas suspected it was merely an act. A distinguished admiral of the Navy should refrain from such antics. "My stance on your invitation to join the Navy remains unchanged. I have no interest in it. Now, hold on, Rochas. This time I come bearing conditions. Should you decide to join the Navy, we shall grant you the rank of Rear Admiral, and Nico Robin may accompany you as well. I will rescind her bounty. As an admiral, I can assure you of her safety, and you will not be restricted in your freedom. You would only be required to assist in the event of an emergency along your route. What do you think of this offer? Quite appealing, is it not?" Akiji spoke in a somewhat tempting tone, though his demeanor remained relaxed. "To be honest, this offer sets a precedent. I doubt Sengoku could propose such terms. It is likely that this admiral before me is providing personal assurances. However," Rochas cast a glance at Robin, who was seated on the ground. "That said, your Navy has laid waste to Robin's homeland. Is it not a bit unreasonable to expect her to join you?" Robin's delicate form shuddered, as if haunted by memories of O'Hara. She raised her gaze to the man standing resolutely before them, unperturbed even in the presence of an admiral, and felt a twinge of gratitude. Yet, as soon as Rochas spoke those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted, with Akiji's demeanor transitioning from nonchalance to a more serious tone. "Pray tell, Rochas, do you intend to decline my invitation?" Indeed, the atmosphere began to cool gradually as Akiji slowly rose to his feet, while Rochas' hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Karina sensed the tension and prepared to wield her fruit abilities at a moment's notice. "If that is the case, might I request you to vacate this place, Rochas? I am here on a mission, and since you refuse to join the Navy, I shall have no choice but to return the wanted criminal Nico Robin to prison. I regret to inform you that Robin is now part of my crew, and I shall not relinquish my comrades to your custody." Rochas' long sword slid slightly from its sheath, poised for battle. "Alas, Rochas, are you aware of the consequences of striking an admiral of the Navy? You would find yourself a wanted criminal." Observing the tense standoff, Akiji felt a pang of exasperation. He had not anticipated such complications. It would have sufficed for Rochas to acquiesce, after which his voyage would remain unaffected. He could have justifiably protected Nico Robin. After all, becoming a pirate was preferable to surrendering Robin to the Navy. Indeed, we shall never hand Robin over to you, Nami and Karina echoed fervently. Everyone, tears shimmered in Robin's eyes. Since the events of O'Hara, she had never experienced such concern from others. Now, these individuals stood before her, willing to safeguard her, stirring emotions within the heart of someone who had dwelled in the shadows for so long. Ah, this is rather troublesome. I initially believed this to be a simple task, yet it has escalated into a battle. However, I am here on a mission, and as an admiral of the Navy, I cannot turn a blind eye. Akiji sighed, his expression one of weariness. In that case, I kindly request you to lie down first, Rochas, before I take Nico Robin. With that, Akiji launches attack, a chilling aura swiftly enveloping the room in ice. The moment Akiji made his move, Karina activated her fruit ability, conjuring a circular barrier that shielded the women behind her from the freezing blast. Outside the barrier, Rochas began to freeze from his feet upwards, the situation appearing dire. Yet, Karina was unperturbed. She knew Rochas would not be easily subdued by Akiji. A smirk played upon his lips as a swirling black and white flame ignited around him, the intense heat melting the ice from his feet in an instant. The malevolent fire, emanating from the depths of the abyss, enveloped him, bestowing upon Rochas an almost sinister air. Such a flame I have never encountered before. It appears quite perilous, Akiji remarked, astonished by the burning black and white fire. How intriguing. Since my debut, I have seldom fought with my full might. I wonder if you, as an admiral of the Navy, can compel me to unleash my entire combat prowess. Rochas brushed his bangs up from his forehead, and with a deft application of hair gel, the disheveled strands transformed into a sleek pompadour. Coupled with his mischievous grin and the ominous blaze of determination emanating from his very being, he embodied the quintessential villain. Karina, take the others back to the ship and wait for me. I shall confront this pinnacle of naval strength. As Rochas stood before the assembled crowd, Karina nodded, lifting the incapacitated Robin to her feet before gradually retreating with the group. This battle was beyond their capability to intervene. Remaining here would only serve to complicate matters for Rochas. It was far wiser to return to the ship and await further developments. Chapter 57. Engagement. Although Karina felt a twinge of reluctance, having diligently practiced for many days and having consumed the devil fruit to acquire her newfound powers, she distinctly sensed her considerable growth in strength. Yet, in the face of such formidable opponents, she found herself unable to assist, her only recourse being to erect a barrier for the protection of her companions. Despite her desire to stand and fight alongside Rochas, the current circumstances were not conducive to her impulsiveness. Possessing the talent of wisdom, Karina was acutely aware of the situation and promptly discerned that the optimal choice was to safeguard the others and retreat. Once Karina and the others had departed, Akiji slowly began to speak. Were it not for the mission I am on, I would truly prefer not to engage in battle with you. That flame of yours appears quite troublesome, and I have not previously witnessed you utilize it. Akiji manifested an ice blade formed from his chilling aura. In response, Rochas unsheathed his twin sword from his waist. He was unperturbed by the presence of the Marine Admiral. After all, while each admiral possessed commendable swordsmanship and physical prowess, their primary reliance remained on the abilities bestowed by their respective devil fruits. Among the three admirals, it was only Kizaru, often mentioned by Zephyr, who truly wielded the sword with finesse. He would draw his Amatsukami sword whenever he faced a skilled opponent, while Akainu and Akiji primarily depended on their devil fruit powers in combat. Ah, if I were to reveal all my cards, wouldn't I lay myself bare before you? Rochas remarked with a smile. It is indeed frightening. Even during my confrontation with Crocodile, I did not exert my full strength. It seems I must take this more seriously. His previously languid tone shifted to one of earnestness. With that, both figures vanished from sight simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. In that fleeting moment, Akiji's ice blade and Rochas' twin swords had already exchanged numerous strikes. When they reappeared, the ice blade and swords faced off in a tense stalemate. So this is the extraordinary physical prowess Smoker spoke of? Remarkably, you managed to hold your ground after those initial exchanges, Akiji mused quietly. Suddenly, Rasha flashed a smile, prompting Akiji to heighten his vigilance as an overwhelming force surged through his hands, compelling him to swiftly retreat. Rasha stood still, merely observing him with a smile, refraining from pursuing further. Akiji glanced down at his ice blade, noting that a portion had melted away. An unexpected occurrence, given that the hardness of his ice blade was sufficient to withstand the clash with a renowned sword without losing a single shard. The fact that it had inadvertently melted during their confrontation raised questions. Was it due to that peculiar flame? Contemplating this, Akiji activated the powers of his ice fruit once more, reforming the ice blade with an even denser elemental force than before. This troublesome flame ability. This mission has indeed become quite vexatious, he murmured to himself, once again colliding with Rasha. The two engaged in rapid, slashing exchanges, but after several exchanges, Akiji heard a distinct crack. His ice blade had splintered into two pieces. He retreated again, this time with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why did this enhanced ice blade shatter once more? Rasha, is this flame your devil fruit ability? I'm deeply intrigued by which fruit could sever my icy blade twice. A hint of irritation flickered across Akiji's face as he scratched his head. It seemed that swordsmanship was no longer an option. The flames were overwhelmingly effective against ice, and even bolstering elemental power would not withstand these peculiar flames for long. Who knows? Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. Rasha shrugged, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would not divulge any information. After all, they were amidst battle. How audacious of an opponent to expect his rival to share knowledge. In that case, I shall have to discern the truth for myself. In an instant, half of Akiji's body was enveloped in frost, indicating that he had already attained elemental transformation. With a gentle wave of his ice-encased right hand, he unleashed a wave of frigid air forward. In that moment, an icy breath surged forth, an unparalleled freezing force that crystallized the moisture in the air, extending from that point all the way to the sea. Half of the town and the expanse of ocean for dozens of kilometers were instantaneously transformed into a vast white expanse of ice. Akiji's extraordinary ability, freezing moment, not only immobilized everything before him, but also allowed for precise targeting while autonomously avoiding his allies. His mastery over the ice fruit was evident. The spectacle on the sea was not lost on the women aboard the ship, who witnessed the ice spreading outward from the tavern, freezing the ocean itself. Is this the power of a marine admiral? Karina's expression shifted to one of concern, and she found herself deeply wary of Akiji. Meanwhile, Rasha faced the imminent threat of this expansive freezing skill. At his current speed, evasion was utterly impossible. Since avoidance was not an option, he would have to endure the attack head-on. The sin fire began to creep up from beneath his feet, soon enveloping his entire body. Following closely was Akiji's chilling power, capable of freezing even magma. With a whoosh, there was no doubt, Rasha was encased in ice, becoming a frozen statue. Yet almost immediately, the ice began to crack and shatter with a cacophony of sounds. In less than a second, the frost was shattered by his sheer force. Is this the capability of a marine admiral? To develop a natural fruit to such an extent, it was clear that each admiral was a formidable being. Rasha shook off the ice beads that had not yet melted under the sin fire, reflecting on the situation. On the other side, Akiji furrowed his brow. He had achieved a direct hit on his target. The anticipated effect had not materialized. If he had simply utilized armament Haki to negate the freeze, it would have been understandable. However, it was evident that Rasha had resisted the freezing through sheer strength and the influence of that unusual flame. After reapplying armament Haki to his body, Rasha surged toward Akiji with blinding speed. He could not allow Akiji to play at range. Given the latter's endurance that could withstand battles with a Kainu for days on end, Rasha was uncertain if he could contend with him effectively. Akiji raised his hand, preparing to unleash another skill. Not a chance to execute such a broad attack again. With a strike imbued with armament Haki, Rasha launched an assault aimed at Akiji's waist. I had anticipated that I could interrupt Akiji's skill with my slash, but to my astonishment, it merely passed through his body. The sword's aura had already elementalized before making contact with Akiji, and after the slash, it swiftly reconstituted. The admirals of the Navy are not merely adept at utilizing their devil fruits. Their mastery of observation Haki is equally formidable. In high-stakes encounters, success relies heavily on the ability to perceive the trajectory of attacks and elementalize in advance to evade them. During the Marineford War, Aokiji had employed this technique, elementalizing half of his body to evade the shockwaves created by Whitebeard. Ice block, two-pronged spear, 4 frozen spears surge forth. This is not a wide-range technique. Observing the oncoming ice spears, Rochas raised his hand and executed a flying slash, unleashing 6 streams of sword energy. Lioness Might, Thousand Cuts Valley, 4 streams of sword energy shattered the spears, while the remaining 2 pierced through Aokiji. However, he still evaded the attack thanks to his advanced elementalization aided by observation Haki. Ice block, storm of ice rain. Aokiji intoned the name of his technique in a deep voice. Chapter 58, The Absence of Chivalry, Deception, and Surprise Attacks. As Aokiji called out the name of his technique, Rochas immediately sensed an anomaly above him. Looking up, he saw a dense array of ice spikes suspended in the air. His pupils widened slightly, in the brief moment it took to unleash a sword strike. Aokiji had already conjured such an extensive skill above him. Boom! The ice spikes, exuding a bone-chilling cold, rained down upon the area where Rochas stood. The sound of ice shattering echoed continuously as the frigid air and shattered ice gradually enveloped the targeted region. This barrage persisted for a full 30 seconds. Aokiji, observing the mist that filled the sky and obscured his vision, chose to sweep through it with his observation Haki. A vibrant life force manifested in his perception, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand once more to launch another ice spike barrage. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within Aokiji, prompting him to halt his attack and distance himself as far as possible from his previous position. Bang! A colossal, spherical energy projectile shot out from the mist towards Aokiji. The intense heat obliterated the buildings and earth in its path, while a tempest engulfed the entire town, only calming once the energy disappeared from sight. In that critical moment, Aokiji had unleashed his utmost speed to evade the blast radius. Now, drenched in sweat, he gazed at the scorched earth that had just been struck by the energy, an involuntary chill coursing through him. Had he been caught in that attack, even he would not have emerged unscathed. He could distinctly sense the armed Haki and Conqueror's Haki entwined within that energy. Rochas had just emerged from the center of the ice spike bombardment, his upper garments nearly obliterated, revealing his robust and well-defined muscles. His trousers had transformed into shorts, and if not for his careful shielding, he might have lost half of them as well. He marveled at the quality of Luffy and his companion's clothing, which seemed impervious to any form of devastation. Hey, where's your sense of chivalry? You were about to launch a sneak attack, right? At least in a fight, there should be a round system. I can't just stand here and take the hits. Rochas gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. Of course, it was merely talk. Who would grant you a moment's respite in battle? Those who could strike would undoubtedly do so. Rochas, you were aiming to kill me just now, weren't you? That was truly dangerous. You nearly succeeded, Aokiji remarked, glancing at the scorched marks on the ground, his lips twitching slightly. If Aokiji had frozen half of Magic Valley Town as if to part it down the middle, then Rochas' attack had carved a deep trench through the very island, allowing the sea's waters to gradually flow in and fill it. The fierce wind cleared the mist, revealing Rochas' current state. His clothing had vanished, and aside from a few scratches, he bore no wounds. This truly astonished Aokiji. His attack had inflicted no harm. What formidable defense! According to Aokiji's recollection, there are only 3 individuals in the vast ocean possessing such formidable attributes: the illustrious Emperor Big Mom, the equally renowned Emperor Kaido, and the monstrous Barrett, who remains imprisoned and impelled down. The salient point is that all of these figures are notorious pirates of great repute. This implies that should Rochas continue to develop his prowess, there exists a possibility of witnessing the emergence of yet another pirate on par with the Emperor's. Presently, Rochas' stance is exceedingly ambiguous, and Aokiji cannot guarantee that allowing him to navigate the seas for a time will not lead him to embrace piracy. With immense strength and a crew capable of deciphering the annals of history, Akiji's expression turned somber. He could no longer permit Rochas to sail freely upon the ocean, as the threat to the Navy was simply too great. Haha, the strength of an admiral must surely extend beyond this, right? After being cooped up for so long, it has truly been ages since I experienced such exhilarating combat. Allow me to witness the true might of a Navy admiral. Following their recent skirmish, Rochas' fighting spirit was ignited, and he yearned to unleash his pent-up battle fervor through this grand confrontation. He retrieved a powerful potion from his inventory, uncapped it, and consumed it in one swift motion. During this brief interlude, Akiji perceived an opportune moment for an assault. Harnessing the elemental power in his grasp, he leaped into the air and, observing Rochas below as he drank the potion, unleashed his freezing technique. Ice orbs erupted from Akiji's palm, 5 icy pillars hurtling towards Rochas with astonishing speed. The chilling gust enveloped Rochas, encasing him in a crystalline sphere of ice. Upon landing, Akiji did not relent. His right arm became encrusted with frost, half of his body transforming into an elemental state. Concentrating the frigid energy within his right arm, he prepared to launch his ultimate attack. Icebird, with a thunderous shout, his arm morphed into a bird of ice, soaring towards the now encased Rochas. The ice bird radiated an excruciating chill, enveloping the surroundings in a veil of mist as moisture in the air crystallized into frost. Meanwhile, Rochas, trapped within the ice, grinned as he enveloped himself in armament Haki. He crushed the empty vial of the powerful potion, shattering both the bottle and his frozen prison, unleashing a torrent of wild energy. As the ice bird hurtled toward him, he drew his sword, channeling his armament Haki to unleash his most potent sword wave. Blade wave, purgatory. At this moment, Rochas was unconcerned with the adequacy of his Haki. Having consumed the potion, his stamina was boundless. The clash of 2 jet-black sword waves against the ice bird resulted in a violent explosion, shattering the ice bird like glass. The fragmentation of the ice bird diminished the force of the sword waves, and a flurry of ice shards rained down, obscuring the battlefield in mist. Nevertheless, both combatants remained acutely aware of each other's presence. Rochas chose to strike first, his dual black blades crossing as a golden dragon silhouette materialized, propelling forward with explosive speed. The dragon's descent is a technique that Rochas developed while learning swordsmanship, inspired by a game from his past life. Though it may appear superficial, it is currently his swiftest move. His figure raced forward, the roaring dragon's head piercing through the mist with great intensity. Faced with Rochas' fierce advance, Akiji hesitated to confront him directly. Just as he intended to pivot and leap away, he discovered that his ankles had been ensnared by a layer of colossal stones. The force at his feet felt as if the stones had melded with the earth itself, rendering him momentarily unable to break free. Observing Akiji's bewilderment, Rochas could not help but grin wider. The lion's might, earthquake had been prepared the moment he charged forth. Akiji, fully concentrated on sensing Rochas' movements, had failed to notice in that fleeting moment that his feet were ensnared by the stones. Chapter 59. Identity exposed. The winds howl at the moment when their figures intertwined. The blue pheasant found himself unable to evade entirely, opting instead to pivot his body. The golden dragon's head viciously severed his arm, which shattered into ice fragments scattered upon the ground. The sword that had aimed for his neck transformed into a strike that severed his arm instead. Thanks to the advanced observation Haki and the prior elemental transformation, Rochas' slash inflicted no harm upon him. As Rochas barreled past, he twisted his body and unleashed another strike, a blend of brute force and Haki. Armstrong's spiral slash. Lacking the time to gather strength for a full-fledged attack, Rochas could only execute a relatively weaker spinning slash. Facing the roaring shockwave, the blue pheasant did not attempt to evade, but confronted the onslaught head-on. The icy gauntlet on his right hand morphed into a colossal ice fist, enveloped in Haki, and it met the shockwave with a powerful strike. This shockwave was not as formidable as the previous attack. Its power significantly diminished. The point of contact between the shockwave and the fist crackled with dark lightning, and the gauntlet emitted a series of piercing, crackling sounds. However, this rapid release of energy was still insufficient for the blue pheasant. Under the influence of the frigid air, his fist solidified even further. Ultimately, the shockwave was obliterated by a single punch, dissipating into a fierce gale. What was that ability just now? The capacity to manipulate stone for binding. Along with this dual-wielding swordsmanship, I can't help but feel that Rochas bears the shadow of a certain individual. Did you learn your swordsmanship from some pirate? The blue pheasant exhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with seriousness as he began to scrutinize Rochas. Golden hair, dual-wielding swordsman. The ability to manipulate objects. Rochas' figure gradually aligned with the impression of the Golden Lion from his intelligence reports. He ultimately arrived at a rather unwelcome conclusion. Previous intelligence from Smoker had mentioned that Rochas' twin swords originated from a Golden Lion. However, it appeared that the information might have been flawed. It was not merely the twin swords. The swordsmanship he employed was likely that of the renowned swordsman, the Golden Lion. Even the devil fruit he wielded bore an uncanny resemblance. Who knows? Perhaps I've simply delved into my studies, he mused. Upon hearing Rochas' ambiguous reply, the blue pheasant displayed an expression of realization. The prior intelligence was misleading, wasn't it? The tail of the corpse washed ashore, the twin swords dismantled from him. You are the inheritor of the Golden Lion, aren't you? Be it swordsmanship, the twin blades, or the binding abilities you just displayed. You deceived the entire world in Lowtown, didn't you? What is your true purpose in concealing all this? In the face of the blue pheasant's inquiries, Rochas merely shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the accusations. Regarding the question of his purpose, Rochas simply wished to convey that he harbored no ulterior motives. He sought only happiness. Indeed, so it is, the successor of wickedness. In that case, I cannot allow you to escape. As Rochas remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his identity, Akiji's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Not only did his attitude shift, but his expression turned frigid as well. With the revelation of his own identity, Rochas ceased to conceal his powers. Unleashing a flurry of sword energy with the technique known as Chinjitsu, Akiji exhaled a chilling mist, frost spreading from his feet as if summoned by his will. The ice age descended upon the city, the ground encased in ice, while a formidable ice wall rose before Akiji. Concurrently, a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the earth beside Rochas, yet they failed to pierce his defenses. The sharp tips shattered upon impact with Rochas' form. But this was not Akiji's primary objective. The fragmented ice spikes did not cease. Instead, they grew larger, ultimately ensnaring Rochas completely, as the ice wall before Akiji inched closer. In mere moments, a towering iceberg materialized, encasing Rochas in stillness. Nevertheless, the sin flames enveloping his body did not extinguish. They continuously melted the surrounding ice. Yet, in his unwavering seriousness, Akiji relentlessly infused the iceberg with frigid energy, causing the melting ice to oscillate between dissolution and solidification. Despite the heat emanating from the sin flames, Rochas felt an overwhelming chill. Is this the true strength of an admiral? The extent of this freezing power far exceeded previous encounters, and he could no longer afford to play around. If the effects of the stimulant wore off, he would lose the ability to wield his Haki freely. Encased in ice, Rochas calculated the remaining duration of the stimulant's effects. Although it wasn't explicitly detailed, he could certainly sense its waning potency. Seizing the opportunity while the effects still lingered, Rochas resolved to make his escape. He had come to a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. While he could engage with an admiral, sustaining the battle indefinitely was uncertain. The ice that had once imprisoned Rochas transformed into roaring lion heads, hurtling towards Akiji. With the iceberg now vanished, Rochas ascended into the air, revealing his fruit powers without further concealment. In response to the lion heads crafted from his own ice, Akiji raised his hand, summoning an even larger iceberg to freeze them in place. Meanwhile, Rochas did not remain idle in the air. He unleashed several Jayas no Tachi, sending dozens of stone ice sculptures crashing towards Akiji. However, the elemental Akiji deftly evaded each attack. The ice lacked the armament Haki necessary to bind Rochas' strikes across the distance. TCH, utterly ineffective. Observing Akiji below, reconstituting himself, and scathed, Rochas' expression began to darken. The effects of the stimulant were nearing their conclusion, and he sensed his Haki reserves dwindling alarmingly. He had yet to inflict any true harm upon Akiji, who possessed top-tier observation Haki, likely rated at A or higher. It was probable that his armament Haki also surpassed A, while Rochas' own Haki level barely registered at B. Continuing this battle would only deplete him further. The winds of fate were turning against him. Below, Akiji, perceiving Rochas' intent to retreat, summoned towering ice pillars that shot upwards into the sky. The icicle extended with astonishing speed, arriving before Rocha in an instant. The icy fist of the right arm surged towards him, intent on knocking him down to the ground where he could not stand. Aerial combat was not his forte. With a clang, facing the formidable punch from Akiji, Rocha could only raise his sword in defense. He vaguely sensed that his strength paled in comparison to Akiji's. His physical prowess had yet to be fully realized. While he could endure Akiji's previous state, he now found himself at a disadvantage. Akiji's left hand began to envelop in frost, while his other hand transformed into a colossal fist of elemental energy. Rocha's pupils widened. He shifted from wielding two swords in defense to a single-handed grip, unleashing a sword aura that severed the icicle beneath Akiji's feet. With the loss of gravity, Akiji leaned back slightly, his power diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Rocha utilized his fruit's ability to ascend higher. Akiji, regaining his composure, immediately activated the moonwalk to pursue, but he could not match the soaring speed of Rocha's flight. Chapter 60. Listen to me. Thank you. To his astonishment, the strength of the Admiral was indeed formidable. As Rocha wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the diminishing Gaia island below, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had initially thought that the Sin Flame could effortlessly meld away Akiji's icy elements. However, under the continuous infusion of cold air from the opponent, he found that the Sin Flame itself was showing signs of freezing. Akiji's fruit ability had undoubtedly reached an S-grade level, reminiscent of the original tale where he battled a Kainu for 10 days and nights, altering the very environment of the island. The development of such a fruit ability must have reached the point of awakening. S-grade awakening? It appears that my current strength is still insufficient. Rocha utilized his observation Haki to sense the nearby sailboat. Even as he contemplated a hasty retreat, he had already activated his fruit ability to elevate the vessel into the air. The women aboard the ship sensed the movement of the vessel and, realizing Rocha's intentions, hastily hoisted the anchor and sails to allow him to manipulate the ship's ascent. Thus, Rocha drifted towards the sailboat and opened the system's character panel. Host, Rocha, strength, A, agility, B, mentality, B, skills, swordsmanship B, armament Haki B, observation Haki B, conqueror's Haki B dash, Navy 6 styles, shave moonwalk paper art, Sin Flame, fruit ability, float fruit B, talent, steel balloon, equipment, withered wood, Sakura, 10, comprehensive evaluation. I shall refrain from commenting. Interpret yourself. During his final confrontation with Akiji, he had sensed that his strength fell short compared to the Admiral, deducing that Akiji possessed at least S-level power. The rest were at an A level, with the fruit ability reaching S-grade. Had he not employed an unexpected method to restrain Akiji's movements, the previous dragon's slash might not have landed so effectively. Yet even when it did connect, it was still anticipated and elementalized due to Akiji's observation Haki. Furthermore, coupled with years of rigorous combat training against Garp, Rocha felt that prolonging the engagement would ultimately lead to greater losses on his part. The capability to manipulate cold was indeed appalling. In a mere instant, it could envelop an entire city. The icy pillars formed by the cold air that erupted from beneath him had startled Rocha in midair, had he not quickly severed the ice column, causing Akiji to lose his balance and resort to moonwalk. Escaping the pursuit would have been exceedingly difficult. Akiji's freezing fruit ability was truly troublesome, exhibiting significant development in speed, attack power, maneuverability, and shaping. Currently, dealing with Akiji alone was challenging, should he find himself encircled by two admirals, and if Kazuru were to join the fray. It would indeed be uncertain whether he could evade capture. It seems that during this period, he must refrain from wandering carelessly. Rocha clicked his tongue, feeling an unprecedented urgency to enhance his strength. Clearly, he had been too complacent in his previous endeavors, maintaining an audacious demeanor, but now faced with genuine monsters. He found himself in a precarious situation. Unbeknownst to him, Rocha was nearing the clouds. Upon breaking through the cloud cover, he spotted several women standing on the sailboat. Their expressions filled with concern as they gazed at him. "Rocha, are you all right? Your clothes are completely torn." As soon as he landed on the boat, Nami and Karina began to touch him, alarmed by his disheveled appearance, fearing that he might have sustained injuries. The expressions of the others also conveyed worry. Robin stepped forward, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. "I'm fine. A mere admiral is nothing to worry about. If he cannot defeat me, then surely I can outrun him," Rocha proclaimed with a bravado that belied his apprehensive words. This elicited eye rolls from Nami and Karina, while the gentler personalities among the group chuckled softly. However, Michida, visibly trembling with fear, said, "Wah, Captain Rocha, that is a Navy admiral. What should we do if he comes back with his soldiers next time?" "Ha. Then you must train hard. I won't go easy on you during our training sessions. You need to enhance your devil fruit abilities and strengthen your martial skills." Rocha laughed heartily, his words leaving Michida breathless. "Captain Rocha, Just then, Robin approached, but as words formed on her lips, she swallowed them back. Her expression tinged with melancholy. Seeing Robin in such a state, Rocha could not help but reach out to pat her head. Although Robin was older, she presently resembled a helpless child. "Robin, you are one of us. As your captain, it is my duty to protect you. But such words will lead the Navy to place a bounty on you, turning you into a fugitive. This could jeopardize your future voyages." Robin's voice was filled with deep remorse, akin to a frightened kitten. Having lived with Rocha and the crew for over 20 days, she had grown accustomed to a relaxed camaraderie, devoid of the usual captain's authority. This was her first experience of such an atmosphere after years of wandering. Karina and the others had immediately stepped up to protect her, which deeply moved her. Even in the face of a Navy admiral, they had not faltered. In the end, Rocha had insisted they retreat while he stood alone against the admiral. Initially, upon hearing that Akiji was sent to capture her, she had resigned herself to her fate. Thus, she was astonished by Rocha's formidable resolve to confront the admiral head-on. Now, the thought that her presence might transform Rocha into a bounty criminal, perpetually pursued by the Navy, weighed heavily on her conscience. "It's all right, you are one of us. Regardless of the circumstances, we will face them together. Since Rocha invited you aboard, I have faith that you are a crew member worthy of trust," Nami encouraged, smiling as she patted Robin's shoulder. Having spent so many days with her, Nami had come to understand Robin's character. Though sometimes a bit cunning, she was not malevolent. Particularly after learning about Robin's past through Rocha, Nami felt a deep sense of kinship with the young woman. Both shared a tragic upbringing, yet at least I have my sister Noki Gao, while Robin has been left with nothing, perpetually fleeing. This circumstance allowed Nami and the others to readily accept Robin's presence among them. Hahaha, in truth, even if you wish to depart at this moment, it would be futile. It appears that Akiji has already discerned the deception I previously spoke. With my identity now exposed, I am certain to be pursued by the Navy. However, I have long anticipated such a day, so you may remain here in peace. As long as I am by your side, no harm shall befall you." Captain Rocha consoled Robin with a carefree tone. "Thank you, Captain Rocha," Robin said, her eyes brimming with tears as she collapsed into his embrace, weeping like a child. "Phew, I'm relieved you didn't add you are a good person at the end." Rocha sighed softly, gently patting Robin's back to soothe her emotions. Chapter 61. Arrival at Sky Island. Enough of this. Stop taking advantage of Robin. Hurry back and change your clothes, Nami exclaimed as she pulled Rocha away and pushed him toward the cabin door. As Rocha's comforting lingered, Robin couldn't help but blush. She was already aware of Rocha's flirtatious nature and his tendency to be touchy. However, she had always managed to evade his advances. but this time she found herself reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace. Seeing Robin's flushed cheeks, Nami quickly guessed Rochas' intentions and promptly separated them to spare Robin from any harassment. "Oh dear, Nami, you really are quite jealous. How stingy," Rocha lamented, shaking his head in disappointment while muttering complaints before turning his attention to Karina. "Karina, please activate the barrier to envelop the ship. We are about to ascend and break through the White Sea." Before entering the cabin, Rocha reminded Karina, "Okay, no problem." She replied with an okay hand gesture and immediately activated the barrier around the ship. This was her first time creating such a large barrier, so it took considerable effort. Nevertheless, they ascended quickly, soon breaking through the dense clouds and reaching the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, at which point Karina dismissed the barrier. This was also where Rocha typically concealed the Dragon Island, but for Nami and the others, it was their first encounter with such heights. Previously, even when approaching the island, they would lower their altitude and never venture to such heights. This truly marked their inaugural experience. At that moment, after changing his clothes, Rocha emerged from the cabin. What thin air! Is this truly Sky Island? Why is there nothing here? He mused, gazing at the vast expanse of white before him. Karina, caught off guard by the sight, suddenly turned pale. "We haven't even reached Sky Island yet. It's another 10,000 meters above this. You all better acclimate to this environment quickly," Rocha stated. "Another few thousand meters. Is that even a place where humans can reside?" The group exclaimed, beginning to doubt whether the inhabitants of Sky Island were truly human. "Haha, considering how much time has passed. The people of Sky Island have likely evolved into forms we cannot even imagine, perhaps growing little wings or something," Rocha jested. "Wouldn't that make them angels? Humans don't sprout such things," they retorted, bemused by Rocha's whimsical suggestion. "Who knows? They might even have green faces and fangs," Rocha quipped. At this, the more timid girls among them immediately envisioned such frightening creatures, their faces paling at the thought. "Why you? Don't scare me like that. They can't possibly look like that, right?" Nami stammered, clutching Rocha's clothing anxiously. "Ha! No matter how they look, I will protect you. What are you afraid of? Besides, with your current strength, those inhabitants of Sky Island are unlikely to pose any threat to you," Rocha chuckled, amused by Nami's innocent demeanor. Usopp is indeed renowned as a member of the timid trio, harboring an intense fear of ghosts and phantoms. "Kulme, allow me to guide you through the paths by which ordinary folk ascend to the Sky Island." With his observation Haki activated, Rocha soon detected the presence of living beings emanating from a certain direction. Ordinary folk ascend to the Sky Island? Could it be that this layer of white sea harbors other routes for ascent? Indeed, there must exist a passage to the realm above the White Sea somewhere in this world, though I remain unaware of its location. Likely, only the world government and a select few are privy to its existence. Thus, the sailboat journeyed steadily towards the gates of heaven, while Rocha elucidated the tumultuous currents and concealed pathways that enable ordinary beings to reach the White Sea. Along the way, they encountered no inhabitants from the original Yunin village, the descendants of the ancient residents of Elbaf Island. A mere 4 centuries past, all progress remained remarkably smooth. Instead, they came across several creatures resembling sea beasts, likely mutated by the tumultuous currents of the Blue Sea. It was the first encounter for the group with such beings amidst the skies, eliciting their astonished admiration. As time passed, they soon arrived at the terminus of the cloud route. The gates of heaven? What is this? Will ascending lead us to paradise? Is this some peculiar jest of the Sky Islanders? Karina's lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to appraise this unconventional name. Before long, their vessel entered the gates of heaven, where they encountered the Guardian, whose life force Rocha had sensed to guide them here. Hold on. Those from the Blue Sea wishing to enter the land of gods must pay a fee of 1 billion scudo. The Guardian, an elderly woman, immediately halted their advance upon their arrival. "What? 1 billion? Are you jesting? 1 billion? Are you here to rob us?" Both Nami and Karina gasped in astonishment at the Guardian's demand. "Oh, of course, you may choose not to pay and simply pass through." The old woman bestowed upon them a peculiar smile. "Really? That is splendid." Upon hearing that payment was unnecessary, The two women immediately brightened. For nothing brings greater joy than the prospect of a free passage. Rasha observed this scene without comment or objection. Their purpose in visiting the Sky Island was to confront Enel. Why should they pay an entry fee? As they watched the departing vessel, the Guardian wore an enigmatic smile, holding an object resembling a camera in her hands. Soon, the sailboat reached its final destination, revealing a path of clouds before them. Before Nami and the others could utter a word, a swift shrimp-like creature lifted the boat and propelled it into a mist of cumulus clouds. As the sailboat broke through the fog, they found themselves soaring above 10,000 meters in the White Sea. Wow, how beautiful! The group, experiencing the Sky Island for the first time, could not help but express their awe, even Rasha, captivated by the breathtaking vista before them. Before me, Angel Island appeared as a celestial paradise, with enormous vines seemingly ensnaring a cloud, lush with verdant life, revealing glimpses of structures within. Every gaze was profoundly captivated by this enchanting sight. I shall venture forth to investigate the situation. You may explore the island for now. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Legio. Rasha gently tugged at Legio, rousing her from her reverie of admiration for Angel Island. Do take care, she advised. Legio met Rasha's gaze, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes, but she quickly regained her usual smile and nodded in acknowledgement. The vessel sailed towards Angel Island, while Rasha expanded her observation skills, attuning her senses to the surroundings. She harbored no concerns about the women encountering any misfortune on the island. Except for Vivi Machida and Robin, who had joined later, the others had experienced considerable growth in their abilities. Most importantly, with Karina's barrier fruit at their disposal, there was little that could harm them on Sky Island. Not the priests, nor Enel himself. Chapter 62. God Enel after expanding his observation Haki. Rasha swiftly sensed the presence of the island of the gods, Appiato. He also became aware of Enel, the god residing within. Rasha understood that Enel must have sensed him as well. After all, the combination of the Rumble fruit and the Mind's network could envelop the entirety of the Sky Island region. Furthermore, Enel's Mind's network could hear any sound within the island. Uttering words of defiance would lead to punishment by the judgment of God. Thus, upon arriving here, he had refrained from mentioning Enel's name. As he was merely probing the area, he chuckled to himself, pondering the intriguing nature of this blue sea dweller. A user of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, capable of flight. How peculiar. Moreover, he possessed a strange ability to withstand his judgment of God. How amusing. Within the palace of Appiato, Enel lowered his hand, which he had just raised in preparation to unleash his judgment upon Rasha, who was soaring through the skies. However, upon witnessing Rasha's retreat, he retracted his hand, not out of a sense of mercy, but rather due to his keen interest in the abilities of Rasha and his companions. As a god, how could he lack formidable subordinates? Those who could withstand his judgment were undoubtedly of considerable strength, prompting him to offer these blue sea dwellers an opportunity, a chance to face the trials of the divine. Should they succeed, he would personally bestow upon them the honor of becoming his subordinates. Yahahaha! I hope you can pass the trials of the god and come before me, blue sea dwellers. Enel exclaimed, taking a bite of a crimson apple, his laughter echoing with a unique resonance. Meanwhile, Rasha, who had already pinpointed the location of Appiato and was preparing to return to reunite with the other women, suddenly sensed the impending judgment from Enel descending upon Angel Island. It was evident that it was directed towards Nami and the others. However, he remained calm, confident in the abilities of Reiju, who had mastered observation Haki. She could promptly alert Karina to activate the barrier. The judgment required a brief moment of charge, providing ample time for Reiju to perceive the incoming attack. The other women aboard the ship had also begun their training in Haki. Although they had yet to master observation Haki, their senses had become remarkably acute. This level of attack posed little threat to them, but it would be prudent to return swiftly. With this thought in mind, Rasha quickened his flight toward Angel Island. Unbeknownst to him, Enel harbored intentions of recruiting them as his subordinates. Had he been aware of this, he would have undoubtedly scoffed at Enel's aspirations. Rasha's decision to return rather than confront Enel directly stemmed from the formidable nature of Enel's fruit abilities. The natural rumble fruit was among the most formidable in the pirate world, with attributes that could be deemed invincible. Among the myriad of devil fruits, it was a remarkably perfect specimen, unparalleled in its destructive potential. The ability to instantaneously arrive upon God's Island, coupled with an expansive network of perception, renders this entity exceedingly formidable, even surpassing the likes of Aokiji. While Aokiji currently boasts a greater offensive capability than Enel, a disparity in speed remains evident. After all, Enel possesses the remarkable ability to teleport across the entire island, an agility that Aokiji lacks. However, should the combatants shift to Kizaru, the scenario would differ significantly. Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi grants him extraordinary speed, but his teleportation is linear, lacking the capacity to maneuver around obstacles without the aid of the Yata no Kagami, which requires a reflective target. In contrast, Enel's short teleportation is devoid of such complications. In terms of abilities, the Pika Pika no Mi and the Goro Goro no Mi bear striking similarities. One embodies the swiftness and strength of light, while the other harnesses the might and velocity of lightning. Both are among the most elusive and rapid of the natural-type devil fruits, particularly in their active elemental forms. Even when confronted with attacks infused with Busashoka Haki, should the adversary employ their own advanced Kinbunchika Haki to activate their elemental form, Enel can nearly disrupt any opponent's assault, making it exceedingly difficult for others to inflict harm upon his corporeal form. This prowess far eclipses that of natural-type devil fruit users like Smoker and Sandman. Without a doubt, Enel represents the most formidable adversary that Rochas has encountered, aside from Aokiji. It is his estimation that Enel's fruit ability development is undoubtedly at an A level. While not reaching the heights of a Marine Admiral, it is swiftly approaching the realm of awakening. Moreover, he has developed a terrifying technique capable of obliterating an entire island. Known as Raijin, his physical resilience is remarkable. After sustaining damage from a Rankari, he merely wiped the blood from his lips and seemed unscathed, a feat that speaks volumes about his endurance. To put into perspective, Lucci's Rokushiki technique is merely several times more potent than a Rankari, while a Rankari itself boasts tenfold the power of a standard impact shell, highlighting Enel's formidable physique. The Heart Network, akin to the level of Kinbunchika Haki, likely ranks at an A level. Under the enhancement of the Goro Goro no Mi, this network can detect the electrical signals of every individual within Skypiea, allowing him to hear the sounds of the entire island. Furthermore, he can precisely target any enemy beyond his line of sight using his fruit's abilities. This omniscient perspective, striking with divine judgment from an unseen vantage point, presents Rochas with a daunting challenge. The mere thought of dodging Enel's lightning spheres without having seen him is a source of considerable anxiety. Should he employ such an unscrupulous tactic, Rochas would face dire consequences. Currently, Rochas' greatest advantage lies in Enel's ignorance of Busashoka Haki. With his passive elemental form, Enel's arrogance prevents him from evading any attacks, which is a distinct advantage for Rochas. Confronted with such a daunting character, even Rochas, typically prone to recklessness, must adopt a more prudent approach. Otherwise, despite possessing the ultimate speed of his dragon's Void Slash, he cannot guarantee that he can outpace Enel's teleportation. Should he fail to eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop and allow them to escape, the ensuing turmoil would be truly catastrophic. A relentless barrage of remote assaults awaits. Rochas certainly does not wish to endure such treatment. Thus, prior to his arrival, he devised a most prudent strategy. He planned to first ascertain Enel's location, and when the true battle commenced, he would have Karina create a barrier to enclose both Enel and himself within it. In this manner, Enel would be deprived of any chance to flee. Although Aokiji's area of effect techniques have yet to breach his defenses, he is confident in his ability to withstand Enel's lightning strikes. It is a matter of either not engaging in combat at all, or, should they fight, ensuring that no future threats remain and leaving the opponent with no opportunity to exploit. The power of the Rumble fruit is indeed formidable. Even Oda had to orchestrate Enel's departure from the pirate world to the moon for his own amusement. Nevertheless, even such a powerful figure as Enel met his demise at the hands of Luffy. To this day, Rochas cannot forget Enel's exclamation of "so fast" when confronted with Luffy's golden spiral. Had this elder not been forced by Oda to forget his own identity as lightning, Luffy's speed would not have even grazed him. It can be asserted that if the Rumble fruit had been consumed by a different formidable individual from the Blue Sea rather than the fortunate Enel, their power could have surpassed that of a marine admiral. Ultimately, Enel's downfall stemmed from his premature appearance and his lack of exposure to the existence of Haki. Had he been introduced later, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a figure of the Yonko caliber. Chapter 63. The Objective. The land of gold following the traces of the women. Rochas soared swiftly through the skies, soon arriving at the charming streets of Angel Island. "Rochas!" Nami exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand as he descended gracefully. "Are you all right? I thought I saw lightning strike just moments ago." Although the women appeared unscathed, he felt compelled to inquire nonetheless. "Yes, we are all fine," Nami replied reassuringly. "What on earth happened?" Rochas questioned, observing a group of individuals in berets sprawled across the ground on the charming street. The surrounding residents of the Sky Island looked on in disbelief, seemingly aware of the situation, yet feigning ignorance. He was acutely aware that Enel could hear his every word. "We're not entirely sure," Karina admitted. "This guy claimed I was illegally trespassing and demanded payment, but we refused. He then attempted to apprehend us and escalated the situation, as you witnessed. Strangely, a bolt of lightning struck just then. Had I not reacted swiftly, it could have struck us." Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that she had not taken the incident to heart. Beside her, a blonde girl covered her mouth in disbelief. "Karina, did you all just come in without paying at the entrance?" "What's the issue, Cornus?" Karina asked, puzzled. "I believe the entrance fee is 10 billion ace coins per person," Robin stated, her arms crossed, her expression placid. "But I recall that the elderly guard said we could enter without paying," Vivi added, her brow furrowing as she recalled the guard's peculiar expression. Could this be a trap? The 10 billion ace coins were roughly equivalent to 100,000 berries from the Blue Sea. Under normal circumstances, paying this fee would grant them access for sightseeing. However, that was no longer an option. Attacking the direct subordinates of the priests was tantamount to a death sentence. The recent lightning strike was indeed a divine punishment. Wait. Are there really gods in the Sky Island?" The others exclaimed in disbelief, astonished at the notion of legendary deities residing above. Realizing they had stirred a significant predicament. It must be the power of a devil fruit. That lightning likely originated from a user of the Rumble fruit, Rochas deduced. "Oh, I see." Hearing Roxas' explanation, the others felt a sense of relief. They were no strangers to natural-type users, aside from those of admiral caliber. Even the likes of the Shichibukai crocodile had fallen to Rochas. Furthermore, considering that Karina had withstood the recent lightning strike, their fear of natural types had diminished. Speaking of which, the inhabitants of this Sky Island truly do have wings, just like angels, Nojiko remarked, recalling Roxas' earlier speculations about the appearance of the Sky Islanders. A smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, Captain Rochas, have you visited the Sky Island before? Otherwise, how could you possibly know?" Mijita chimed in agreement. Rochas merely smiled in silence, while Cornus wore a slightly sullen expression. "There's no need for you to worry, Cornus. As you witnessed, the recent lightning had no effect on us." Karina reassured her with a warm smile. During this moment, Nami approached Rochas, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "It truly is just as described in the tale of Roland. The Golden Country does exist here, and your earlier exploration was surely motivated by the search for it." Rochas grinned and replied, "Indeed, the Golden Country likely exists and should be part of Gaia Island. Having been swept to this Sky Island by the soaring ocean currents 4 centuries ago, I have just pinpointed its location. It lies in that direction." He gestured towards Appiato. "Gaia Island, the Golden Country, an island perched 10,000 meters above the ground. It's simply astonishing," Robin remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Despite having heard Rochas mention the existence of Sky Island before. "Rochas, let's set off immediately to find the Golden Country," Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to uncover the riches of the Golden Country. "Certainly, we can depart now. But first, Let us meet the nature-type devil fruit user, Rochas said, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair. Nami's eager demeanor also contributed to her charm, a sentiment shared by Karina. The bond among the three had long transcended mere acquaintance. Their character flaws seemed to Rasha like spices that enriched the tapestry of life. Wonderful. Let's embark at once. I shall unearth all the gold of the Golden Country. Nami cheered exuberantly, clearly overjoyed. Karina, having calmed Cornus's nerves, observed the jubilant Nami with a hint of curiosity. Upon realizing that the Golden Country was indeed real, she wholeheartedly supported the idea of setting off at once. These two sisters truly shared similar temperaments. It was surprising that they had come in pursuit of gold and were aware of Appiato's history. No wonder they had searched for its location upon arriving at the White Sea. Enel, who had been observing Rasha and his companions, expressed his astonishment. Reclining lazily on a couch, he munched on an apple while directing the divine maidens nearby. Summon the 4 divine officers to my presence. Yes, my lord. The maidens replied respectfully upon receiving the command. Since you have chosen to bypass the divine trial and come directly to me, let the difficulty of the divine trial be heightened as your punishment for violating the rules, Enel declared with a chilling smile. Originally, the divine trial required facing a single divine officer. Now, it would entail confronting all of them. Chapter 64. Nami's surprise. Enel had resided on God's Island for 4 years. For years prior, he had obliterated his homeland, Burka, and upon arriving at the Sky Island, he vanquished the original deity of the island, Gonfal, thereby establishing his dominion over the entire Sky Island and claiming the territory of Appiato. Besides training the 4 priests to enhance their abilities, he found little else to occupy his time. Enel, having completely severed diplomatic ties, had never descended to the Blue Sea, remaining oblivious to the existence of Haki, particularly the armament Haki. In his eyes, his elemental powers rendered him invincible, and coupled with the omnipresent network of his mind that enveloped the island, he regarded the inhabitants with the same disdainful gaze one might afford to ants. His overwhelming power led him to neglect his training for an extended period. However, as time wore on, Enel began to feel a sense of ennui. He perceived his existence as dreadfully mundane, until one day, he caught wind of a rumor, the rumor of the Infinite Land. This ignited his ambition to create the Arc Maxim, preparing to journey to the Infinite Land, which was none other than the moon, to further his reign. Until the Arc Maxim was completed, all his amusement stemmed from the previously liberated indigenous inhabitants of Appiato, the Sky Islanders and the outsiders who had ascended to the Sky Island, coveting his vast treasures of gold. Thus, Enel exhibited a peculiar tolerance towards the audacious Sky Islanders who dared to challenge him, perceiving them merely as monkeys seeking to appease a god. This disposition also led him to overlook the transgressions of Karina and the inquisitive Rochas, who sought his gold without undergoing the divine trial. Even Rochas' intent to fly directly to him with his companions, bypassing the divine trial altogether, was met with forbearance. Enel, intrigued by the potential amusement they could provide, was initially swayed by Karina's protective barrier, which could withstand his divine judgment, igniting within him a desire to subjugate them. He believed that their prowess would enable them to overcome the divine trial and present themselves before him. Little did he anticipate their intention to flout the established rules. Thus, he resolved to transform the singular trial into one for 4 challengers. Now, he was eager to ascertain whether Rochas and his companions possessed the strength to defeat the 4 priests, intending to accompany him in the conquest of that infinite land. Meanwhile, after soothing the somewhat anxious Cornus and escorting her back home, the other women returned to the sailing vessel alongside Rochas. It appeared that, within a short span, the women had formed a commendable bond with Cornus. This was primarily due to the seemingly innocent and endearing nature of Cornus, which bore resemblance to Kaya's gentle and kind demeanor. Furthermore, she was the first Sky Islander to welcome them upon their arrival, which made them hold her in high regard. On the shores of the sailing vessel, prompted by Rochas, everyone gathered in the main cabin. Though perplexed, they remained silent, attentively observing as Rochas produced a piece of paper and began inscribing upon it. After Rochas presented the document for their perusal, astonishment spread across their faces. What? Oh, Machida, upon glimpsing the contents Rocha had penned, could not contain her surprise and exclaimed immediately. Fortunately, Vivi, quick-witted and agile, swiftly covered her mouth. Upon regaining her composure, Machida offered a shy smile and promptly changed the subject, asking, "Captain Rocha, are you feeling hungry? Would you like some chocolate cake? I could prepare a delicious chocolate cake right away." She was acutely aware that every word she uttered was being monitored from a distance, so she quickly followed up on her previous statement. The other women wore serious expressions, taken aback by the formidable adversary they encountered on this Sky Island journey. Even Rasha was exercising caution, compelling them to take the situation seriously. Rasha turned to Karina, who gave him a thumbs up, signaling her complete readiness. On a note, Rasha outlined a strategy to deal with Enel, emphasizing that Karina's barrier fruit was pivotal. The plan involved erecting a barrier to confine Rasha and Enel, while simultaneously creating a smaller barrier to protect the others. This way, even if Enel could summon the lightning that might exist in the sky, he would be unable to harm them. "I'm hungry. Let us eat," Rasha said, adopting a relaxed demeanor upon seeing Machida heading off to make his chocolate cake. The matter concerning Enel merely required his cautious attention. Failure would not incur any dire consequences. With Karina's barrier fruit at their disposal, there was no need to fear his divine judgment. Indeed, Rasha could easily sever Enel's divine judgment if necessary. Although Enel's underhanded tactics were troublesome, if he proved obstinate, Rasha would resort to his ultimate maneuver, levitating the entire Appiato and relocating it. He had little faith that Enel would abandon the golden ships on this island before completing his arc of prophecy. This was, after all, his stronghold. If they could force him into direct confrontation, Rasha would have a chance to capture him. Should Enel truly fear Rasha's absence, he would have no choice but to return to Qinghai with tears, seeking other fruit targets in the Golden Land. "Hey, Rasha, once you find the gold in the Golden Land, what do you plan to do with it?" Nami, noticing that others were either cooking or preoccupied with their own affairs, struck up a conversation with Rasha out of boredom. She presumed Enel was already aware of their discussions regarding the Golden Land, so she felt untroubled bringing it up now. "Gold? I have no desire to purchase anything. It's merely something you and Karina desire, so I shall assist you in obtaining it." Upon hearing Nami's inquiry, Rasha pondered thoughtfully, but realized he had no personal wishes that required wealth to fulfill. "Oh, Rasha, you're so wonderful. As a heartfelt gift for me, I've decided to surprise you," Nami exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. She hadn't anticipated Rasha caring for her so deeply, especially when it came to resisting such formidable foes. "What surprise? Do tell," Rasha inquired, puzzled, as he felt he knew everything about Nami and wondered what she could possibly reveal that would astonish him. "Hee. You will know when the time comes, but do not be startled." Nami smiled mysteriously, revealing nothing of the surprise she had prepared. Rasha shrugged. Since Nami chose not to elaborate, he would await the revelation with anticipation. "I shall look forward to your surprise, and in return, I will gift you something as well." "Hee. I am eager to receive your gift too," Nami said playfully, then linked her arm with Rasha's as they rose to join the others at the dining table. With everyone acting as chefs, lunch was prepared swiftly. The kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate several cooks simultaneously, a design intended to facilitate Rasha's recruitment of numerous chefs to prepare meals for him. Chapter 65, For Women Versus. For priests above Appiato, Rasha showed no hesitation in revealing his whereabouts, drifting directly towards Enel. Previously languid, Enel sat up from the sofa, his expression dark and uncertain. This group from the Blue Sea has actually mastered the Heart Network? He had anticipated that Rasha would land on the Sky Island to search for something, and had arranged for personnel to monitor and guide them. He never expected them to come straight to him. The ability to cover this island with a Heart Network indicates a formidable skill. At the very least, his subordinates lacked such capability. How intriguing. My anticipation for the amusement these Blue Sea individuals may bring is growing. Having regained his composure, Enel reclined once more, a sinister smile playing on his lips. To locate the presence of a god through the Heart Network is an encounter of a caliber I have never witnessed before with Blue Sea folk. Haha, splendid. This saves me the trouble of having to instruct you on the Heart Network later. I eagerly await the entertainment you all shall provide. You four, ensure you perform admirably. Hold nothing back in defeating these Blue Sea individuals. Returning to his languorous state, Enel picked up an apple and began to bite into it, addressing the awaiting four priests. Yes, Lord God, they replied, kneeling respectfully. Subsequently, the four priests exited Enel's palace, standing like statues at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of Rochas and his companions. They were also curious about what extraordinary qualities could command such seriousness from their god, warranting the presence of all four priests. They're here. Enel, lazily reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes, revealing a playful smile. Rochas, do you see that palace below? The god of the sky island should be there, right? Nami pointed at the palace beneath them. Yes, that is indeed the place, Rochas replied. Strange, why are there four peculiar individuals standing at the palace entrance? As they drew closer, they spotted the four priests standing at the entrance to the palace. Who knows? However, their strength seems considerable. Are you interested in testing your skills against them? Rochas suggested, eyeing the four priests with a budding desire for the women to gauge their abilities. This appears quite interesting. I wish to try out what you taught me. Count me in, Noki expressed, her interest piqued. I want it too, Nami exclaimed, raising her hands. Ever since her training began, she had been diligently striving to enhance her strength. During her battle with Mr. Tu Bon Clay in Alabasta, their duel was ultimately interrupted by Crocodile's appearance. Since boarding the ship, she had not achieved any notable victories, while Karina, who joined her on the ship, effortlessly defeated Mr. 3. Moreover, the barrier fruit's powers had greatly aided Rochas, consistently providing protection for everyone, which left Nami regretting her prior decision not to consume a fruit. She now fervently yearns to prove herself through a battle, not merely as a navigator, but as a formidable fighter as well. Rochas affectionately patted Nami's head, fully aware of her sentiments. Whenever a fight is imminent, Nami is always eager to be at the forefront. Who else wishes to join the fray? Rochas inquired, glancing towards the remaining women. Vivi and Machida promptly shook their heads, indicating their lack of interest in participating. I, too, harbor no desire for combat. May I entrust this to Sister Reiju and Sister Robin? The gentle Koya expressed her disinterest in battle with a hint of distress. Since you expressed it so, how could I possibly refuse your request? Robin replied with a smile, resting her chin on her hand. Indeed, both Reiju and Robin share similar temperaments, exuding a nurturing elder sister aura, and they dote on little Koya immensely. Karina, ever vigilant against the potential appearance of Enel, chose to remain by Rochas' side, prepared to react at a moment's notice, rather than engage in battle. Though Robin boarded the ship later than the others and could not compare to Karina in terms of combat power, her devil fruit ability was quite remarkable. Over the past 20 days aboard the ship, Rochas had not neglected to provide intensive training for this enchanting woman, ensuring that all crew members were equipped to handle various extraordinary situations. He offered numerous developmental strategies for Robin's flower fruit, which greatly enlightened her. Previously, Robin had primarily employed her ability to restrain enemies and execute attacks through means such as breaking. Now, she has conceived many innovative ideas for utilizing her powers, and her strength has not been neglected either. The strength training in the crew's training room has yielded significant results. Robin now wields her breaking techniques with greater potency. Soon, Rochas' ship arrived before the palace gates, and the group leapt ashore. Intruders, halt your advance. To meet the divine, you must first pass our trial, declared the four priests as Rochas approached, halting their steps. With the principal figure yet to appear, Rochas and his companions paused, observing them. The strongest of the four priests, noticed how Rochas' group had sensed to stop and relaxed his serious expression slightly. However, seeing that a considerable portion of the opposing group consisted of women, he frowned and, after some contemplation, spoke up. Very well, outsiders. You may send forth 3 challengers at a time to face one of our priests. You shall pass through once all 9 of you have been defeated, or if you vanquish all 4 of us. Ultimately, presented a challenge, harboring skepticism about the combat prowess of these women. This trial seemed less like a test and more akin to slaughter. Had this been a trial conducted in the designated arena, It would have typically involved all participants facing one of their number, but Enel's demeanor compelled him to exercise caution. Perhaps there are one or two formidable women among them, alongside a seemingly nonchalant man who appears to possess his own confidence. To avoid any mishaps, he has set conditions. There is no need for such complications. A straightforward one-on-one duel will suffice. Luoxia interrupted the other party's attempt to drone on about the rules. What? Are you underestimating us? The other several priests could no longer remain seated, feeling that these women lacked genuine strength. Yet, Luoxia's audacious claim to take on all four of them disregarded their esteemed titles as the four great priests. Very well, if you desire a duel, we shall grant you this opportunity. Was somewhat angered. They had consistently triumphed over countless challengers in the trial grounds. Never had they anticipated a day when they would be underestimated. However, Luoxia could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of these clowns daring to prance about. Had he not feared frightening Anilu, he would have effortlessly eliminated these petty karami with a single stroke of his sword. Chapter 66. Instant defeat of the three divine officials. Without a chance to retaliate, I shall go first. I choose that rotund fellow. He appears quite resilient. Nami stepped forward, glancing at the four divine officials before ultimately selecting Shadeli from the trial of the sphere. What? You little girl, do you really underestimate me? Hey, you over there. Are you certain you want this woman to challenge me? I am the guardian of the trial of the sphere with only a 10 survival rate. Upon hearing Nami's remarks, Shadeli was incensed, for she had audaciously claimed he was easy to strike. In his estimation, it should have been the man leading this group who would challenge him first. Yet it was a woman, prompting him to address Rochas. Enough with the nonsense. Let me witness your prowess. Nami interrupted his inquiry, launching into action. Utilizing the technique known as shave, she appeared before Shadeli and unreservedly unleashed a punch aimed at his plump abdomen. What? So swift. Shadeli barely registered the movement before Nami was upon him, her fist poised to strike. Although he sensed the trajectory of the impending blow through his mind's eye. Evasion was futile, as Nami's speed far exceeded his expectations, leaving him to absorb the full force of her punch. Boom! His spherical form crumpled like a deflated balloon, hurtling toward the palace wall. When the other three divine officials turned to look, they were met only with the sight of a collapsed wall and Shadeli, motionless amidst the rubble. What? Shock etched upon their faces as they regarded Nami, the one responsible for Shadeli's swift defeat. As divine officials, they were acutely aware of one another's abilities. Even those among them who believed they could best Shadeli would not have achieved such a simple victory with a single strike. In that moment, they comprehended why their divine master placed such importance on the arrival of this group. Yet, in truth, they had misjudged the situation. Even Enel himself was unaware of the true strength possessed by Rochas and his companions. You insufferable girl, allow me to be your opponent next. Shura, the guardian of the trial of the rope, ascended upon his 3-meter bird, diving towards Nami with a flaming spear in hand. Whoosh! Nami evaded the attack with shave, then spoke coolly, your opponent is not me. With a graceful stride, she returned to Rochas' side, casting a glance over her shoulder. Seeing that her two sisters had no intention of stepping in, Reiju followed suit. Then allow me to be your adversary. She placed a finger upon her lips, her expression somewhat alluring, yet her gaze, revealed through a single eye, scanned the three divine officials rather than focusing on Shura. Is it really necessary to complicate matters? Perhaps I could simply defeat all three of them in one blow, Reiju pondered. It matters not who steps forth. You shall meet your demise. Despite his earlier arrogance, Shura had shed his initial disdain. Given that Nami possesses the formidable capability to annihilate Shadeli, one must consider that those she chooses to trust also wield considerable strength. The towering three-zhong bird ascends once more, with a long spear clutched tightly in hand as if poised for a devastating strike. Below him, Reiju stands with her arms crossed, a nonchalant smile gracing her face, entirely dismissive of his presence. This casual demeanor only serves to ignite the fury of this Azura, propelling his charge with even greater swiftness than before. Fire of the hot bay. Azura bellows the name of his technique, the spear ablaze with searing heat, intent on piercing through Reiju's form. Yet, just as the spear is about to make contact, her figure vanishes, and the spear once again meets nothing but empty air, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Where did she go? Azura's pupils dilate, astonished by Rei-Ju's speed, and he prepares to release the life force surrounding him. A haunting voice resonates from above, accompanied by an acute sense of impending danger that alerts him incessantly. Danger. Danger. Now drenched in sweat, he grits his teeth and thrusts the spear upward. However, a slender hand has already grazed his helmet, followed by a teasing exclamation. Venomous impact. A resounding clash ensues. Azura's vision fades to white as consciousness slips away, along with the three-zhong bird beneath him, both collapsing into a massive pit in the ground. The remaining two priests, Gaidaz and Ohm, are rendered speechless, yet another priest has been obliterated in a single blow. Azura, who ranked just below the mightiest priest Ohm, has met the same fate as Shadley at the hands of that woman. Ohm, we were deceived. These individuals possess far greater power than we anticipated. They are toying with us. Gaidaz realizes the gravity of their situation, understanding that these seemingly frail women each harbor remarkable strength. The prowess displayed by Nami and Rei-Ju alone surpasses their capabilities. The notion of a one-on-one duel seems ludicrous. It would require all four of them to confront even one of their opponents to stand a chance. At this juncture, no alternative remains. Lord Enel had commanded them to exert every effort to defeat these adversaries, yet appears they are now powerless to impede their advance. Ohm's expression darkens, a stark contrast to his earlier condescension. However, the rules have been established. To retract now would leave them defenseless against the multitude, compelling them to continue adhering to the established guidelines. Damn it, I shall take the field next. If I falter, Ohm, you must preserve the dignity of the priesthood. Gaidaz states, equally grim-faced, aware that his strength pales in comparison to Ohm's, and thus resolves to create an opening. Let anyone come forth. As he steps into the open space, bracing himself for battle, Robin emerges, placing her hands in a defensive posture over her chest. In that moment, Gaidaz's physique unexpectedly sprouts 6 additional arms. 6-wheeled flower. The anchor flower 2 hands grasp Gaidaz's arms, 2 seize his feet, while another pair clutched his neck. Gaidaz now found himself posed in a manner reminiscent of a captive strongman, his visage betraying sheer terror. What is this? My arms. Are they wielders of the devil fruit's powers? He cried out in panic, bewildered by his current predicament, straining against the hands that bound him. Yet, it felt as though his very strength had been siphoned away, for no matter how he exerted himself, his efforts dissipated inexplicably. Moreover, Robin did not merely grip him carelessly. She had seized him at the fulcrum of his strength. Every time Gaidaz attempted to muster his power, Robin needed only to apply the slightest pressure. Instantly, he would deflate like a punctured balloon, unable to concentrate his might and thereby remain ensnared. Furthermore, Robin had spent 20 days honing her strength aboard the ship. Even in his normal state, Gaidaz's power could not compare to the current capabilities of Robin. As Gaidaz strained, his face flushed crimson, and he clutched tightly at his own neck, rendering him breathless. His eyes widened in terror, blood vessels bursting, his eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. His body writhed in futile attempts to break free, but all efforts proved in vain. Crack, crack, crack. A muffled sound emanated from within Gaidaz. The ominous sound of bones fracturing. His eyes rolled back, foam gathering at his lips, as his body collapsed to the ground in a bizarre contortion, reminiscent of a boneless fish. Chapter 67. The Emergence of Enel. A shocking encounter with electric therapy. Damn it, you treacherous woman. Ohm cried out anxiously, already overwhelmed. He had collapsed to the ground even before Gaidaz had made a move, and Robin across from him had yet to act. In battle, you wouldn't expect others to announce, I'm about to attack, before striking, would you? Rochas remarked with a light chuckle, feeling as though he were witnessing a theatrical performance, albeit one where several actors had exited the stage before the play had even begun. Ohm gritted his teeth, unable to muster a retort against Rochas' words. Indeed, to expect reminders from others while lacking the strength oneself is a testament to weakness. His earlier outburst had been merely instinctive. Now it's your turn. Hurry and make your move. The hilt of OM's sword emitted a plume of iron mist, swiftly forming a cloud sword. Its tip aimed menacingly at no Kigo. She, too, wielded a renowned blade from Colonel Mouse's treasure trove, though its name eluded her. The blue scabbard adorned with intricate patterns and the blade's sharp brilliance perfectly matched no Kigo's demeanor, leading her to choose it at first sight. Unperturbed by provocation. No Kigo simply smiled softly, drew her sword, and assumed her stance. Iron Whip. With a thunderous shout, OM swung his cloud sword, the once slender blade elongating like an agile eel. It appeared pliable, yet it ruthlessly shattered the cobblestones in its path. Standing her ground, no Kigo did not resort to any flamboyant maneuvers. She merely executed a single, decisive slash, severing the cloud sword with ease. Even iron of such formidable hardness could be cleaved. OM was utterly astonished to discover that this seemingly inconspicuous maiden possessed the prowess to slice through steel. As the fourth to board the ship, no Kigo had entered the crew's training chamber alongside Nami and others to hone their skills. She had set her sights on Rochas' swordsmanship, dedicating herself to the practice of swordplay, whether during training or while preparing meals, constantly refining her technique. Perhaps it was talent, or perhaps the influence of the training chamber, but within 2 months, she had attained the capability to sever iron. Wave slash. No Kigo unleashed a wave of sword energy toward OM. Having learned the techniques of shave and moonwalk, she naturally picked up the skill of the wind leg. Realizing that the principles behind kicking up air currents and executing sword strikes were similar. Thus, she swiftly mastered Rochas' wave slash, though its power differed significantly. While Rocha could unleash slashes spanning hundreds of miles, she could only manage a distance of merely a few dozen miles. Nonetheless, even this was beyond what OM could withstand. The moment the sword energy made contact with the iron cloud sword, it was cleaved in two, and just as it was about to slice through OM as well, a figure crackling with lightning appeared beside him, extending merely a finger and unleashing a torrent of thunder. The sword energy was pierced by the lightning and dissipated into nothingness. Ori, I am genuinely impressed. I hadn't anticipated you possessed such formidable strength. Enel applauded with a lazy smile, his hands clapping in appreciation. My apologies, Lord God. I failed to halt their advance and lost the trial. Omu, saved by Inaru, knelt upon one knee, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead as he spoke with utmost reverence. You may rise. This time, I shall grant you leniency. After all, their strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin. However, have you been neglecting your training? You could not withstand even a single blow. Inaru cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone imbued with a chilling edge. Upon hearing this, Omu initially breathed a sigh of relief, yet the subsequent words weighed heavily upon him. They had accompanied Inaru from Baika to the Island of the Gods, never before having encountered such disarray. This was a first. People of Qinghai, your prowess is commendable. Inaru paused, fixing his gaze on Rasha, especially you. As their leader, your strength ought to exceed that of these women. As a reward for your victory over the priests, I, the deity, bestow upon you the title of envoy, inviting you to join my ranks in the conquest of the infinite lands. The moment these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes riveted upon him. After a lengthy pause, Rasha could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. With his lead, the other women soon joined in. Inaru's brows knitted together upon witnessing this scene. People of Qinghai, your irreverence towards the divine is quite unbecoming. It appears a measure of punishment is in order. The previously languid countenance of Inaru transformed into a dark scowl, his displeasure palpable at Rasha and the other's demeanor. 20 million volts. Inaru extended his hand forward, summoning a surge of blue electricity from his fingertips. Yet, in that instant, Rasha had already flashed before him, and the full brunt of the 20 million volts struck him without reservation. Sparks erupted around them, but Rasha emerged with naught but a singed garment and scathed. This electric therapy is rather invigorating. Rasha exhaled lightly, then called out, Karina now. Understanding his intent, she gestured to activate her barrier fruit ability. A verdant barrier enveloped both Rasha And Inaru. Is this the power of the devil fruit that obstructs my divine judgment? Inaru expressed surprise at Rochas' ability to endure his 20 million volts unscathed, but his curiosity quickly shifted to the surrounding barrier. He approached its edge, tapping it with his finger, producing a crisp sound, and then unleashed another bolt of electricity upon it, yet it remained entirely unscathed. Are you attempting to provoke the divine? People of Qinghai? Inaru arched an eyebrow, perplexed by Rochas' intentions, and added, Is it your aim to confine your companion here to meet his demise? Someone will indeed perish here, but that individual shall be you, Rocha replied with a light chuckle, stretching his limbs. Inaru's haughty demeanor had become exceedingly irksome, and he resolved to deliver a sound thrashing before employing the devil fruit extractor. Chapter 68. The Shedding of the Thunder Fruit. Inhabitants of Qinghai, you exude confidence. Do you not? Soon, I shall bestow upon you the divine punishment you so richly deserve, and thereafter, I shall take all those young maidens back with me to serve as my attendants. Aniru's half-closed eyes betrayed no emotion, yet from the chilling tone of his words, one could infer his profound fury. Roa, unperturbed, drew forth his twin blades and, in a swift flash, appeared before Aniru, unleashing a formidable strike without reservation. Aniru regarded the audacity of Roa with a hint of derision, but as the blade descended, an inexplicable warning echoed through his heart, alerting him to the imminent danger posed by Roa's assault. Faced with this overwhelming sense of peril, he instinctively obeyed his inner voice, and in an instant, he employed the lightning-quick movement to evade the blow. What was that just now? Why did my heart resonate with such intense forewarning? Aniru pondered. Yet before he could elucidate the matter, Roa's attack came once more. This time, however, he did not retreat. Instead, he instantaneously melted all the gold ornaments adorning his body, manifesting a golden staff in his grasp. He then positioned the staff before him, preparing to block Roa's incoming strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated, as Aniru was forced to kneel upon one knee under the overwhelming force. His expression contorted in anguish, struggling to maintain composure, while Roa's smile seemed to him nothing short of mockery. Just moments ago, Aniru had been so arrogantly self-assured, priding himself as a deity above all. Yet now, he found himself humiliated, kneeling in disgrace. Weren't you so brave a moment ago? Now, you kneel before me. Cool me. Let me witness what punishment you can inflict upon me, and what you might do to my crew. Roa's words ignited a powder keg of fury within Aniru, precisely as he had intended. Goading Aniru into a fit of rage would render his attacks all the more effective. Even Akainu had employed such tactics with great success. Inhabitants of Qinghai, do not be so presumptuous. Do you not know who I am? I am the god of Skypea. Aniru's wrath was palpable, as powerful currents of electricity surged from his body, striking Roa with ferocity. It seemed that Roa, too, felt the effects of the lightning, causing his grip on his blades to falter slightly. Aniru wore a triumphant expression, retreating 2 paces before thrusting his palm forward, unleashing a colossal beam of blue light toward Roa. Boom! 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 The beam engulfed Roa's figure, crashing against the barrier and eliciting anguished cries from within. Mfa! Hearing Roa's tormented screams, Aniru could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. Ha! This is the price of provoking a god. May you be reduced to ashes. In the midst of Aniru's raucous laughter, a hand shrouded in a dark aura pierced through the lightning, seizing his wrist. Aniru's countenance shifted to one of sheer astonishment as the lightning dissipated, revealing Roa within, his expression somewhat theatrical, as if performing. Ah, how delightful! How about you now? Rochas' hair now stands on end, resembling the fiery mane of Kyo Kusanagi from the King of Fighters. However, when Rochas claims to feel comfortable, he speaks the truth. Inaru's lightning seems to have stimulated Rochas' yet to be fully developed steel balloon talent. His body's vitality has surged dramatically, and at this moment, he is fervently seeking to replenish his energy. Were it Big Mom, one might suspect a craving for food. How could this be? Inaru, taken aback by the scene, exhibited a comical expression, then shook his head, insisting it was merely an illusion, certainly just a figment of his imagination. Once he regained his composure, his expression turned decidedly more menacing. Max, 200 million volts discharge. Electricity swirled around him, and Eneru's palms crackled with lightning once more. This elemental force, more potent than any attack he had previously unleashed. Yet before he could unleash his technique, a fist loomed before him, magnifying in size. After expending so much energy, surely he must be weary. Allow me a moment's respite. Armed. Friendship-breaking fist. Boom! The fist struck firmly against Eneru's face, contorting his expression as if his very eyes might pop from their sockets. However, before his body could be flung away, an immense force yanked him back. As Rochas seized his wrist, another heavy punch landed squarely on Eneru's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Rochas positioned himself atop Eneru, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to the latter's face. How brutal Rochas is! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Karina's forehead just moments prior. When Eneru unleashed a surge of lightning that engulfed Rochas, she had felt a pang of concern, but she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Rochas emerge unscathed. Hee. This fellow must have trespassed upon Captain Rochas' forbidden zone, which explains his fury. Leiju rested her chin on her hand, her expression radiating an ineffable tenderness, clearly relishing Rochas' protective demeanor towards his crew. Ever since departing from the Vinsmoke family, Rochas' conduct had consistently pleased her. The women reflected on Rochas' typical disposition, which could be aptly described as indulgent towards them, causing their cheeks to flush. After a considerable while, once Eneru's visage had transformed into a bruised and battered mask of his former self, Rochas ceased his assault. "Why? Can you touch someone who is a god?" Eneru trembled, moving his hand slightly. He had lost all strength to wield the power of thunder, the pain coursing through his nerves preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness. He could not fathom how he, the embodiment of lightning and a user of the natural type rumble fruit, could be touched by another, unable even to activate his elemental transformation, as if that black fist were capable of seizing his very essence. "Oh, not yet unconscious? Your physical constitution seems rather formidable. Then, here, take another punch for me." Armament and Conqueror's Haki entwined around his fist, black lightning crackling in a cacophony of sound. As he delivered a devastating blow to Eneru's chest, the ground buckled beneath them, and Eneru's chest caved inwards, yet Rochas intentionally refrained from damaging his heart. At this moment, Eneru was still alive. "Your abilities are commendable, but they now belong to me." Rochas retrieved a square box, imbued with a mechanical aura, from his storage space. He pressed the box against Enel's heart, and instantly, from metallic claws sprang forth from its surface, viciously piercing Enel's chest to secure him. Subsequently, several tendril-like tubes extended, inserting themselves into Enel's heart. These tubes appeared to extract something, as they transmitted a flickering energy imbued with the essence of lightning into the box. The once unconscious Enel was jolted awake by this agonizing sensation, unleashing a thunderous cry that reverberated through the skies. What is this sound? It is Enel. What on earth has transpired? Gandalf, the once benevolent god of the Sky Island, clad in knightly armor and mounted on a monstrous bird, gazed seriously at the depths of the palace of Upheave. He had previously learned that a group of sea dwellers had ventured into Enel's palace. As a former merciful deity, he was reluctant to allow these sea dwellers to perish in silence. He yearned to offer them assistance and plead for Enel's forgiveness. However, the current circumstances left him utterly perplexed, as it was Enel who emitted a chilling wail. With no time for further contemplation, Gandalf urged his monstrous bird to soar swiftly toward the temple. Chapter 69. The first application of the Thunderfruit, surprising as it is. Wapple. It is the voice of Enel. A group of Shandian warriors is currently racing through the Appiato forest, evidently having heard Enel's call. They have detected a group of outsiders entering Appiato territory, and the commotion from their battle with the four priests has also drawn their attention. Thus, they intend to attempt an attack on Enel. They have made countless attempts in the past, only to be thwarted by the four priests and forced to retreat. Now presents a prime opportunity, as the four priests of the trial ground are absent and even Enel has not made an appearance. Wapol believes this is their greatest chance to reclaim their homeland. Full speed ahead. This time, they must defeat that Enel fellow and take back their homeland. Wapol proclaimed an inspiring phrase, leading the charge towards the temple, while the Shandian warriors behind him displayed excited smiles as they followed suit. Meanwhile, Enel's cries echoed incessantly. His life force continuously siphoned away by the extractor, and his once robust form visibly withered. After half a minute, the cries ceased, and within Rochas' perception, Enel fell silent. The god of the Sky Island, who once commanded an expanse of territory, met his demise due to his arrogance and narrow-mindedness. Just as CP9 blindly trusts in iron blocks, Enel perished because he believed in his strength, neglecting his own training. The energy-laden metallic box suddenly emitted gas and began to disperse. A golden yellow devil fruit, adorned with strange patterns and electric spines, materialized before everyone. As Rochas picked up the devil fruit, the extractor shattered on the ground. At last, the thunder fruit is in hand. Rochas tilted the devil fruit in his grasp, a smile spreading across his face. Upon seeing Enel's silence, Karina also deactivated the barrier. Subsequently, everyone gathered around Rochas, curiously observing the devil fruit. Could this truly be the thunder fruit? What was that device just now? Karina was the first to voice her curiosity about the device that could absorb Enel's thunder fruit. Indeed, it is the thunder fruit. As for that device, it is the devil fruit extractor given to me by Old Man Shiki. The float fruit I possess was extracted by him just before his passing. Rochas had anticipated the women's inquiries and was prepared with an explanation. Indeed, it was all attributed to the Golden Lion Shiki. After all, no one would know the truth. A devil fruit extractor? Such a wondrous invention exists in this world. Is this truly a feat of technology? Reiju, possessing broader knowledge, had never heard of such a device, especially given her father's background as a scientist researching bloodline factors, which made her even more curious about this extraordinary invention. Laughter erupted as the marvels of technology were discussed. Vegapunk, the genius, had even managed to create artificial devil fruits, and Kaido was collaborating with others on the same endeavor. After a hearty chuckle, Rochas began to elaborate on the concept of these artificial devil fruits, noting that if technology could produce such creations, developing a devil fruit extractor was certainly within reach. Artificial devil fruit, exclaimed Machida, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Having spent years navigating the initial segments of the Grand Line, she had witnessed little of such phenomena. The notion of an army composed of artificial devil fruits struck her as terrifying, beyond her capacity for imagination. However, it must be noted that Kaido's artificial devil fruits do possess flaws, and Vegapunk has little interest in producing them, Rochas added, contemplating the situation. How many of the devil fruit extractors does Captain Rochas have left? This is the last one. Such devices are not easily crafted, came the reply. What a pity. Reiju remarked with a hint of regret. If such a powerful technological device could effortlessly extract devil fruits, Rochas could potentially amass an army of them. Now that he was at odds with the world government, it was inevitable that Rochas would be declared a wanted man, prompting him to prioritize strengthening his crew for their safety on the treacherous seas. Here, Nami, this fruit is intended for you. Rochas tossed the fruit toward Nami, who caught it with a look of disbelief. Rochas, this devil fruit is for me? Indeed, I specifically selected this devil fruit for you. Once consumed, it will grant you immense power over thunder. No one is more suited for it than you. The prowess of the Enel fruit was well known, and Nami was astonished that Rochas had utilized the last of his devil fruit extractor for her benefit. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nami leaped into Rochas' arms, embracing him tightly and planting a few affectionate kisses on his cheek. All right, now eat it. Rochas, with a fond smile, affectionately ruffled her hair while urging her to consume the devil fruit. Nami nodded, taking a bite of the fruit. A peculiar, indescribable flavor enveloped her palate, and she struggled to endure the taste. However, unbeknownst to her, Karina had stealthily approached from behind, snatching the fruit and thrusting it into Nami's mouth, a triumphant grin adorning her face. Ha ha ha. Remember when you laughed at me? I promised I would make you taste this when the time came. as Nami's muffled cries echoed. The devil fruit slid down her throat, leaving her momentarily incapacitated, only to spring back to her feet soon after. "Are you trying to kill me?" Nami fumed, gripping Karina's collar in indignation, though the playful banter was merely a jest between friends. "What's the big deal? I went through the same thing myself," Karina said, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly, indicating that she had previously endured the same ordeal. Nami, gazing at Karina, who wore a hint of smugness, felt an irritable surge within her. However, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes, and an enigmatic smile graced her lips. A jolt of electricity coursed through Karina's body. A soft sigh escaped her lips, and she clutched her skirt, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, displaying a touch of bashfulness. Nami, with a mischievous grin, turned away, pretending as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Karina, her face aglow with embarrassment and biting her lip, vowed to make Nami suffer a humiliating moment in front of Rochas tonight, even though they both found themselves in embarrassing situations daily. Observing the unfolding farce, Rochas pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, realizing that these two adversaries were far from finished. Chapter 70. The new deity of Sky Island, as Nami was still acclimating to her newfound abilities. The tranquil skies were suddenly pierced by the melodious call of a bird. Soon after, they beheld Gone Full, the former deity of Sky Island, clad in armor and astride a peculiar avian creature, soaring above them before gently descending. Concurrently, the forest echoed with rustling sounds, heralding the arrival of the Shandians at the palace of the God Island, where three factions converged. Reiju and Rochas, attuned to the presence of others through their observation Haki, sensed the approaching figures. However, Rochas remained silent, and Reiju chose to dismiss it. As the other two factions drew near, they discovered Enel sprawled on the ground, his life in question, alongside three other fallen priests, while the whereabouts of the last priest remained unknown. This is Enel. Enel is dead," a soldier from the Shandian squad exclaimed, his voice betraying an indescribable blend of excitement and joy. The surprise was utterly unforeseen. The deity Enel, who had ruthlessly ruled Sky Island with overwhelming power, effortlessly vanquishing any resistance, was now lifeless. "Enel, he is dead?" Gone Full's eyes widened in disbelief. No one understood Enel's prowess better than he, having once been easily defeated and cast down from his pedestal by Enel himself. Yet, the sight of Enel's withered body was an undeniable testament to his demise. "Blue Sea people, did you do this?" Gone Full inquired, his gaze fixed on Rochas with astonishment. Rochas merely shrugged, responding, "Is there anyone else here besides us?" Although he already knew the answer, Rochas' admission still rendered Gone Full speechless. Dismounting his steed, Gone Full solemnly bowed to Rochas, stating, "Esteemed warrior, I am Gone Full, the former deity of Sky Island. I am profoundly grateful to you for ridding us of the calamity that was Enel. The people of Sky Island have endured immense suffering over these 4 years, and it is your formidable intervention that has saved them." Gone Full expressed his sincere gratitude to Rochas, performing the highest tribute despite the latter's youthful appearance. There is no need for such formality. My intention to defeat Enel was not solely for the people of Sky Island. It merely coincided with my own objectives. However, we do not engage in such endeavors without reason. Having vanquished Enel, I am now the new god of this Sky Island. Everything here belongs to me, including all the gold. Rochas spoke with an indifferent demeanor, his expression unperturbed. Upon hearing this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Even Nami and the others were taken aback by Rochas' claim to the title of God of Sky Island. "Blue Sea people, I care not for your motives, but this land of Bass belongs to us, the Shandians. It is our homeland, regardless of your aspirations to be the deity of Sky Island. I implore you to depart from this sacred ground." Wapol responded first, his countenance darkening as he raised his cannon, aiming it at Rochas. The warriors behind him immediately tensed, brandishing their weapons toward Rochas. "Do not be so tense. Should your hands tremble and inadvertently discharge a bullet, it would spell doom for you all." With a smile gracing his face, Rochas uttered these chilling words. The Shandians, drenched in sweat from fear of Rochas' imposing demeanor, remained steadfast in wielding their weapons. For their leader, Wappa, had not yet lowered his own. Esteemed warrior, please forgive their rudeness. They're compelled by their own grievances to act thus. Ganfu hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully once more. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal serpent, akin to a mountain in size, emerged. Gazing down upon all present, is the Lord of the Void, Nolan. The Shandians gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Nolan. He fixed his gaze upon the diminutive humans below, seemingly lost in thought, before unleashing a thunderous roar. Rochas furrowed his brow, irked by the cacophony emanating from Nolan. With a piercing gaze, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki directly at Nolan. In an instant, Nolan felt the overwhelming force of Rochas' aura, his pupils constricting to the size of pinheads as his body trembled uncontrollably before crashing to the ground. This shocking scene left Ganfu and the Shandians in a state of disbelief. The formidable Lord of the Void, Nolan, had succumbed to the mere glance of this youth. Such an extraordinary ability eclipsed even Enel's mastery of lightning. Suddenly, one of the Shandians felt an overwhelming weakness wash over his body, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground, as he too collapsed in a heap. This phenomenon seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as all Shandians, including Wappa, fell to the earth. "Thank you, Legio." Rochas expressed his gratitude towards Legio, who shrugged, indicating that even without her intervention, they could not harm him. Long before the Shandians had raised their arms, Legio had released a colorless, odorless toxin upon them. While not lethal, those afflicted would find themselves utterly drained and incapacitated. "Esteemed warrior, please do not harm them." Ganfu, now in a state of panic, knelt before Rochas, pleading for mercy on behalf of the Shandians. This former god of the sky displayed true compassion, even in this dire moment, advocating for the very people who had threatened him. "Fear not, I harbor no desire for their lives. Had I wished for their demise, they would have perished the moment they laid eyes upon me." This state merely facilitates a more fruitful dialogue. Rochas gestured to indicate his lack of intent to cause harm, urging Ganfu to rise. He felt an unease at having an elder bow before him. "I have heard of your people, the Shandians, and the tale of Nolan and Calgera from 4 centuries past." Rochas' words elicited immediate astonishment from the Shandians. They were taken aback that a person from the Blue Sea possessed knowledge of their ancestors and the story of Nolan. "Although everything on the floating island belongs to me, I am willing to allow you, the Sandians, to reside here, provided that you pledge your loyalty to me." Rochas articulated his intentions, recognizing that these Sandians are valiant warriors of formidable strength. While they may not rival some of the pirates from Qinghai, they are men of unwavering resolve, capable of rising again despite enduring grievous injuries for the sake of their aspirations. Such individuals command Rochas' respect. Although he aspires to be the deity of the floating island, he does not intend to reside there permanently. Therefore, having this band of stalwart warriors pledge their allegiance to him to uphold his dominion over the floating island would be most advantageous. Additionally, Ganfuea, once a wise deity, could assist in managing the island upon Rochas' departure, aligning with his plans. Chapter 71. The Surrender of the Sandia Warriors. What? You're truly willing to relinquish the precious BAS, the land, to us. Upon hearing that Rochas was allowing them to return to their homeland, Wappa exclaimed in elation. The desire to return to their roots had always been a longing for them. Now, this new god of the sky island was granting them that wish, igniting excitement among the Sandio warriors. "Ha! Precious? To me, land is merely an abundant resource." Rochas responded with a hearty laugh, raising his hand to activate his fruit ability. The dragon's island, long concealed beneath the white seas, began to ascend, eventually soaring above Appiato. "BAS is flying?" Everyone present, except for Rochas and his companions, stood in awe, gazing at the levitating land. "A miracle. Is this the power of a deity?" Wappa murmured, unable to resist the overwhelming might of Rochas. "I can effortlessly lift the lands of the Blue Sea to the Sky Island. Henceforth, the Sky Island shall never lack for land." Observing Wapa's reaction, Rasha chuckled and dropped another bombshell. Moreover, I can not only allow you to dwell in Appiato, but also reignite the lights of Sandora. At his declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the Sandia crowd. Sparking animated discussion. The scene was quite peculiar, with a group of seemingly powerless Sandia people sprawled on the ground, engaged in fervent discourse. Silence. Wapa suddenly bellowed, halting the chatter among the Sandia. Reiju, Rasha softly called, and she nodded in understanding. Then, she exhaled a breath that quickly enveloped the Sandia warriors. Before long, Wapa felt a resurgence of strength coursing through his body. He knelt heavily upon the ground, his forehead pressed to the earth, and proclaimed loudly, "If you are willing to let us return to our homeland and rekindle the lights of Sandora, I, Wapa, will dedicate my utmost efforts to safeguard all of Sky Island for you." The promises made by Rasha were irresistibly enticing for the Sandia. Their yearning to return to their homeland and reignite the lights of Sandora was palpable. "Please wait for me here." Hearing Wapa's response, Rasha smiled, then spoke to the women behind him before soaring into the sky. Where is Captain Rasha heading? Who knows? The women were equally perplexed, though the older Robin and Reiju had a faint inkling of Rasha's intentions. He must be around here somewhere. As Rasha ascended into the higher skies, he scanned the sea of clouds but found no target, prompting him to climb even higher. I found it. A massive golden bell stood majestically at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Sky Island. The lights of Sandora, its resonant and exquisite chimes, were said to guide fleets navigating through the storms, much like a beacon in the night. Ratchet gazed at the imposing bell before him, his mind drifting back to a scene from the original animation, and his fists itched with anticipation. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch to the golden bell. The resonant chime reverberated through the heavens and earth, even reaching the depths of the azure sea beneath the white ocean. This is... On the opposite shore of Gaia Island, Kulikate paused in his labor, astonished as he looked skyward, the enchanting sound of the bell echoing in his ears. Sandora truly exists. My ancestors did not deceive me. Tears of joy welled in Kulikate's eyes, though the reason behind it eluded him. The sound of the bell was the culmination of his lifelong aspirations. The warriors of Sandia in Appiadon were also moved to tears. As Ratchet levitated the golden bell back to the ground, the Sandia people fell to their knees in reverence. Lord Ratchet, we, the warriors of Sandia, pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Witnessing the submission of the Sandia people, Ratchet nodded in satisfaction and addressed the astonished Gonfol. Please inform the residents of Sky Island. From now on, those chaotic regulations may be abolished. Life on Sky Island shall no longer be constrained by excessive rules. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, Gonfol regained his composure and promptly replied, "Yes, esteemed warrior, no, divine lord. You may all depart now, and notify your clans to migrate here. Henceforth, Appiadon will no longer be a forbidden land. Both the Sky Islanders and the Sandians can coexist here." With Ratchet's declaration, the Sandians bowed deeply several times before Wapa led the warriors back to Cloud Hidden Village to share this joyous news with their kin. Norkageo, I find myself hungry once again. After settling all matters, Ratchet approached Norkageo with a weary expression. Although he had not expended much energy, the electric therapy from Enel left him feeling as if his body were evolving, and he was now eager to replenish his energy. Observing Ratchet's demeanor, the women exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, this is too much. Nami and Karina could not contain their laughter. What happened to the previously imposing Divine Lord? Tears of mirth streamed down their faces. Even Reiju and Robin found themselves chuckling. Ratchet's expression darkened, but he maintained his composure, shooting a glare at Nami, silently vowing to make her pay later. She responded with a playful glimmer in her eyes before resuming her laughter. Upon returning to Dragon Yonder Island, the women began preparing the food Ratchet required. This time felt different. He craved more sustenance than before. From noon until night, even the entire crew of chefs struggled to keep pace with Ratchet's voracious appetite. What has come over Captain Ratchet? That recent battle hardly drained his energy, yet he is consuming food for such an extended period. Machida, after serving several exquisitely crafted chocolate cakes, returned to the kitchen, unable to suppress her astonishment. Who knows? But at this rate, I fear Rochas may end up devouring you tonight. Nami replied to her, continuing her work without pause, tirelessly preparing dishes, while Machida immediately resumed her culinary endeavors with a sudden burst of energy. After 2 hours had passed, Rochas finally ceased his thoughts of eating, yet he felt he had not yet satisfied his hunger. He let out a sigh of relief, having finally stopped. Vivi appeared somewhat fatigued. The intensity of several hours spent crafting meals was something she had never anticipated. Having boarded the ship later and being still quite young, her stamina was indeed insufficient. "All right, Vivi, you should go rest now," Nami urged, helping Vivi up and indicating for her to return to her quarters. After watching Rochas step outside to catch some fresh air and digest his food, she too made her way back to her room. That night, upon returning to his quarters, Rochas discovered a figure lying on the bed. With a mischievous grin, he approached. "Today it was you, Nami, who laughed the loudest, right? Soon, I shall make you beg for mercy." As he lunged forward, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Nami's hair was yellow, yet this figure's hair was blue. "No Kigo," Rochas exclaimed, observing the slightly flushed cheeks of No Kigo, who had her eyes tightly shut, embracing the philosophy of not letting an opportunity for a delightful meal go to waste. He continued unabated. The night passed in silence. Chapter 72. The Pirate King? I declared my ambition to become the sovereign of the world. As dawn broke, Rochas rose and donned his attire, gently tucking Nojiko under her covers. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by Nami's mischievous grin. "Ah, this must be the surprise you mentioned. Selling your own sister?" Perhaps Nojiko had willingly consented. It remained a mystery when these two young ladies had conspired in secret. Approaching, he playfully tugged at Nami's cheek, silently hinting that such surprises should be more frequent in the future. After a long-awaited breakfast, the crew gathered in the hall. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, Rochas announced his intention to linger a while longer, allowing him to relax instead of setting sail. Nevertheless, his daily strength training remained unwavering. "Captain Rochas, you previously mentioned that there exists a historical text on the Sky Island, correct? When shall we embark on an exploration of that region?" Robin inquired, taking a seat beside him, her eagerness to decipher the historical text palpable. However, Rochas's need for sustenance had delayed their plans, and she had longed to investigate the ruins of Upheave the day before. The historical text, if memory serves, should be located at the base of the Golden Bell. Rochas recalled, prompted by Robin's mention. Amidst the whirlwind of events, he had nearly forgotten their prior discussion regarding the historical document, which purportedly detailed the location of the Sea Kings. Now reminded, he was prepared to respond. Though the others held no particular fascination for the historical text, their curiosity was piqued in the absence of other pursuits, and they followed along. Upon reaching the site of the Golden Bell, they discovered the monumental stone tablet embedded at its base. Gazing at the vast stone, Robin felt a surge of excitement as she approached to caress its surface, meticulously interpreting the inscriptions. Suddenly, she noticed a line of text inscribed on the gold beside her. "I have come to this place to carry this text to the ends of the world. Pirate, Gol di Roger." The Pirate King. Had he also visited the Sky Island? Why would he leave such a message? The realization struck Robin with such intensity that she staggered back, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She had not anticipated that the historical text would be linked to the legendary Pirate King. "What is it, Robin? Are you all right?" The other women observed her distress, bewildered as to what could have so unnerved her. Was the content of the stone tablet truly that shocking? Their curiosity was ignited. As they approached, they too beheld the inscription on the gold beside the stone tablet, though its meaning eluded them. As it was inscribed in ancient script. "What does this signify?" "It appears to be a later edition, separate from the historical text," they queried. "That is indeed the work of Pirate Joel D. Roger," Rochas interjected. "What? The Pirate King?" the women exclaimed in unison, for his name was known to all. "Captain Rochas, can you decipher ancient texts as well?" Robin inquired in astonishment, for according to previous descriptions from Rochas, she had never visited Sky Island. How then did she come to know of this text? Surely it could not have been spoken by the Golden Lion? It perplexed her. However, the inscription was evidently newly carved. The text of history pertained to the secrets of Laugh Tale, and throughout the ages, only one individual had ever set foot there. Thus, I surmise it must be remnants left by the Pirate King in his quest for the historical texts, Rasha mused. With a smile, Rasha added that any claim of knowledge derived from watching animations would be incomprehensible to the women. Such notions far exceeded the conceptual boundaries of their world. Upon hearing Rasha's words, the others began to grasp the significance. Ah, now I understand why Robin had such a high bounty even in her youth, one remarked. Perhaps you could truly become the next Pirate King, Nami said with a touch of wistfulness, acknowledging Robin's monumental importance in this narrative. I have no interest in being the Pirate King. I have stated before, if I were to reign, it would be as the king of the world, Rasha retorted disdainfully. As a traveler from another world, endowed with a system, his vision extended far beyond mere piracy. He believed that should boredom ever envelop him, he would overthrow this world and establish a new order as its sovereign. Nami and the others did not contest his words. They had witnessed Rasha's growth firsthand. When they first entered the Grand Line, they found his declarations hard to believe. Yet now, it seemed increasingly plausible. This man before them was maturing at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, Robin made a rubbing of the historical text from Sky Island. Nami and Karina then insisted that Rasha accompany them on a treasure hunt. Most of the gold resided within Eneru's palace, yet the ruins still harbored significant treasures. The stomach of the Sky Lord, Nolan, could be deemed a mere fraction of the riches, but Rasha was relentless. After delivering a thorough beating, he hoisted the Sky Lord and shook him as one would dispose of refuse. Countless relics and gold tumbled from Nolan's mouth, affirming that Appiato truly lived up to its moniker as the land of gold. Rasha had lost count of how much wealth he had accrued in this place. He might well be richer now than the Golden Emperor himself, while Nami and Karina dreamt of treasure with smiles upon their faces. Thus, they lingered on Sky Island for several more days. Makita wielded her umbrella like a sword, striking fiercely at Nami. However, Nami met this onslaught with a light-hearted smile. In a flash, she teleported behind Makita and, with a mere touch, unleashed a powerful electric current upon her. With a cry of agony, Makita emitted a sound that made hearts race. "Hahaha, you've lost again," Nami exclaimed triumphantly. The defeated Makita wore an expression of begrudging acceptance, aware that her strength paled in comparison to Nami's. Now, with the Thunder Fruit at her disposal, Nami had grown even more formidable. She had fallen countless times in her efforts to familiarize herself with the fruit's powers. At this moment, it could be said that Nami was the strongest fighter in the crew, second only to Rasha. Although engaging in combat with Karina results in a stalemate, where both parties inflict minimal harm upon one another, when it comes to adversaries, Nami's destructive capability surpasses that of her opponent. Chapter 73. Welcoming the Dragon King back to his throne. I truly cannot fathom why Captain Rasha would grant you the consumption of that fruit. The speed exhibited just now could nearly rival that of Captain Rasha himself. If he were to partake of the fruit, wouldn't he then become the swiftest man alive? Machida, her cheeks flushed, rose and dusted off her attire. Nami often employed such embarrassing techniques during their battles, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Machida when considering sparring with her. It has been previously mentioned that Rasha's fruit bears no adverse effects. He himself has indicated the possibility of consuming another fruit, yet he remains uncertain. After all, the abilities bestowed by the float fruit are already formidable, and the limitations imposed by seawater and sea prism stone give him pause. The swiftest man? Machida, you certainly dare to assert that. If Rasha were to discover this, you would undoubtedly be in for a night of reckoning. Nami erupted in laughter, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Huh, surely not. Machida suddenly appeared alarmed, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she cast a furtive glance at Rasha, who was engrossed in his training with Reiju. Judging by his focused demeanor, it seemed he had not overheard their conversation, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief. No, I suspect Rasha has indeed heard it, considering he possesses the observation Haki. He is akin to a god now, What could he possibly be unaware of? Observing Machida's moment of relief, Nami mischievously smiled and draped her arm over Machida's shoulder, saying, "I would be delighted to have you join our sisterhood. This way, you can truly comprehend the extent of Rochas' power." Nami raised an eyebrow at Machida, who now appeared utterly despondent, a visage of surrender. However, it seemed she bore no strong aversion to Rocha. Perhaps she had already succumbed to his charm during this time. The more Machida pondered, the redder her face became, ultimately transforming into a vaporous maiden as she dashed out of the training room, leaving Nami convulsed in laughter. These two are truly something else. After deftly countering Reijiu's attack, Rocha could only shake his head in exasperation. He had indeed heard the exchange between the two women. He was perpetually attuned to the state of his observation Haki, actively listening and perceiving the dynamics within the Sky Island. He chuckled to himself, pondering, "Isn't this quite delightful? Another crew member has fallen under Captain Rocha's spell. I wonder if I am next?" Reijiu halted her assault, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Being the first crew member to master observation Haki, she was well aware of Nami and Machida's words. Yet, the latter part of her response bore a tantalizing allure, her movements accentuating her figure enticingly. Upon witnessing Reijiu's sultry demeanor, Rocha could not help but swallow hard. An opportunity. Suddenly, Reijiu surged forward, her palm poised to press against his chest. Yet, Rocha seized her hand, pulling her closer, enveloping her in his embrace with her back against his chest. Her captured arm was drawn into an embrace, rendering her immobile. Is Captain Rocha so eager? Does he wish to possess me already? Reijiu remained unfazed, revealing half of her face as she raised her lips in a teasing manner towards Luoxia. This little enchantress truly had a way of enticing others. Today, if I do not teach you a lesson, you will remain oblivious to who commands the ship. Luoxia thought fiercely to himself, and then approached Reijiu. In an instant, Reijiu's pupils constricted, her expression flickering with a hint of panic. She had not anticipated that Luoxia would genuinely come closer. Even though Luoxia had a tendency to be hands-on, he would never force his crew members. This was the very reason she felt emboldened to flirt with him, but she did not expect Luoxia to take it seriously, which left her momentarily at a loss for resistance. As time passed, Reijiu's gaze became hazy, seemingly forgetting that she was there for training. "Wow, I didn't expect Sister Reijiu to be so bold," Nami exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, having observed the scene for quite some time, along with a few of the girls. Hearing Nami's exclamation, Reijiu's eyes instantly regained clarity, and she unleashed a surge of strength that even Luoxia could not react to in time. Swiftly breaking free from his embrace, her cheeks flushed as she covered her mouth in shock. "I have lost composure. I shall conclude today's training here. You all may continue." Though still shy, Reijiu did not flee like Machida, but rather nodded gracefully at Nami and the others before elegantly exiting the training room. "I truly envy Sister Reijiu." Kaya gazed at Reijiu's retreating figure with admiration, then glanced down at her own chest. "When will I grow up?" she said in a somewhat downcast tone, as she was only 15, and Luoxia had deemed her too young. "Kaya-chan, do you truly desire Captain Luoxia's affection?" Vivi remarked, her cheeks also flushed. Although she was somewhat mature for her age, Vivi was actually a year younger than Kaya, making her only 14. "Vivi-chan, you are incorrigible." Kaya's face turned crimson as well. Being the youngest crew members on board, the two quickly became inseparable friends, and Vivi readily discerned Kaya's infatuation with Luoxia. Luoxia glanced at those present, sensing that the atmosphere of training had dissipated. He shrugged and exited the training room, feeling a hint of hunger and heading out for a meal. However, unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted below in the Blue Sea world. Headlines of the World Economic newspaper read, "Shocking! The true identity of the East Blue's strongest bounty hunter. The dual-sword wielder Luoxia is revealed to be the disciple of the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Luoxia has deceived all high-ranking Navy officials regarding his identity. The once hunter of pirates, East Blue's strongest bounty hunter. Is he finally to become a pirate himself? Shocking. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, and Golden Lion's heir Luoxia are revealed to share such a relationship. Nico Robin has officially joined Luoxia's crew. Former members of the Flying Sky Pirates claim they will seek out Luoxia's whereabouts. Welcome back, young master. In the first half of the grand voyage, upon an uncharted isle within the paradise, Crocodile, adorned with bandages and a cigar clenched between his teeth, gazed at the newspaper in his hand with a somber countenance. Nico Robin, what a cunning woman she is. Is this man merely the next host for your parasitic ambitions? Umph. I shall inevitably vanquish him and ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. With a swift motion, Crocodile discarded the newspaper, turning away in a determined stride. This news held no sway over him. He had awakened to his true purpose, intent on reclaiming his strength to rise as the sovereign of these seas. In the new world, within the palace of the Royal Highlands of Dressrosa, Doflamingo surveyed the newspaper in his grasp, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Fu. The second Golden Lion, is it? How intriguing. Having concealed his identity until now, what motives lie beneath this revelation? This ocean grows ever more fascinating. Since Rochas' triumph over Crocodile, he had taken an interest in this individual, commanding his subordinates to gather information on Rocha. Yet, to his astonishment, the man appeared as though he had materialized from thin air. Aside from the 5 years spent in seclusion on a deserted island, only the events following his debut revealed themselves. It was as if any information regarding his past had vanished entirely, capturing the attention of this sovereign of the underworld. Chapter 74. The First Bounty and the Indomitable Resistance. Within the esteemed office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was seated at his desk alongside 2 venerable friends. Damn that Morgans! Where does he place the dignity of the Navy? Sengoku lamented, his fingers drumming heavily upon the desk. The cause of his ire stemmed from the World News Agency's account of Rochas' audacious mockery of the Navy's upper echelons. Everyone has been outwitted by that little rascal. Carp guffawed, unabashedly munching on Senbei. Carp, refrain from your jests. Our current priority is to quell this nefarious trend. This boy, having already matched a vice admiral and eluded Akiji, will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Navy. Carp had a knack for provoking Sengoku at the most opportune moments. The pressing concern was how to apprehend this imp. From Akiji's description, it was evident that he possessed a unique constitution akin to that of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Ordinary vice admirals posed no threat to him. Only an admiral held the necessary strength to capture him. Yet, how this boy had acquired the abilities of the legendary Gold Lion remained a mystery. The Navy lacked aerial capabilities, and should the remnants of Gold Lion's crew find Rocha, it would pose a significant threat. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly analyzed the situation. As she pointed out, the remnants of Gold Lion not only comprised numerous formidable pirates, but also boasted their own research team. This was a force not to be underestimated. If Rocha were to gain their support and be afforded time to grow, the seas might soon witness the emergence of a new emperor, thereby disrupting the precarious balance of power. Had Rocha entered the New World, he would undoubtedly face fierce competition. The territories there were saturated, and to establish himself, he would inevitably clash with various prominent pirates. Such conflict could benefit the Navy, allowing them to profit from the ensuing chaos. However, the crux of the matter was that Rocha had no need to secure territory in the New World. He was a mobile fortress, soaring through the skies, rendering his movements inscrutable. Alas, it appears we must issue a bounty, Sengoku sighed. Dispatching an admiral solely for the purpose of capturing Rocha was currently implausible, as they had their own missions to attend to, and capturing Rocha would be no swift endeavor. Considering the boy's strength and his exploits in the East Blue, a bounty of at least 600 million berries seemed appropriate. Isn't a 600 million berry bounty rather excessive for a first-time bounty? Sengoku responded, astonished. No, it is precisely right, Tsuru replied. The real trouble would arise if he were to unite with the remnants of the original flying pirate crew from the New World. A first bounty of 600 million would certainly rouse the interest of those big shots in the latter half, compelling them to invite this boy to their ranks. Given his disposition, it is highly improbable that he would align himself with such individuals, thereby achieving our objective. Tsuru elucidated her reasoning in one breath, and Sengoku understood her intentions clearly. the perils of adulation. By offering a substantial bounty, various factions have turned their full attention to Rocha. The small pirates, undoubtedly resentful, will incessantly harass him. Furthermore, the great pirates will not relinquish the opportunity to recruit such a newcomer. Should their attempts fail, Rocha will inevitably offend these powers. Very well, let it be so. The Sinner Rocha has laid waste to the 16th branch of the East Blue Navy, slaying Colonel Rat and 2,000 naval soldiers, while harboring the criminal Nico Robin. Now, with a bounty of 600 million berries. Ultimately, Sengoku has decreed a bounty of 600 million on Rocha. At this moment, Rocha finds himself reveling in the Sky Island, blissfully unaware of the bounty placed upon him by the Navy. He reclines in his palace, resting his head upon the lap of Lachi, with conies attending to him. Days prior, Wapple and Gonfall had visited Rocha's palace, accompanied by a cadre of Sky Island maidens, claiming they wished to serve as his divine attendants. The principled Rocha, of course, declined their generous offer. Nevertheless, they persisted, asserting that a deity ought to have their own divine maidens, and insisted on presenting these maidens to him. Resigned to the situation, Rocha selected conies and Lachi from the group, sending the remaining maidens back with Wapple and Gonfall, who departed the palace with a sense of relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. Initially, Rocha found it uncomfortable to be waited upon, but after a few days, he could not deny the appeal. Divine Lord. Lachi tenderly offered him a peeled grape, which he accepted eagerly. The delightful blend of the maiden's fragrance and the grape's sweetness was utterly delectable. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the target Sky Island. Do you wish to sign in? With a sudden start, Rocha sat upright. This was the moment he had awaited. His movement startled both conies and Lachi. Divine Lord, what has happened? Was it too much pressure from conies? Conies, somewhat flustered, inquired, having just been massaging Rocha's calf when he abruptly sat up, fearing she had caused it. No, it's nothing. Today is uneventful. I wish to hear some music. Rocha waved his hand reassuringly to conies and reclined once more. Following his command, conies took out her harp and began to play, while Lachi massaged Rocha's temples to help him relax. Sign in. It was then that Rocha re-engaged with the system. Ding! Acquired martial arts Wing Chun. Ding! Obtained observation Haki experience pack. Ding! Gained 20 death resistance. Death resistance? Rocha's pupils constricted in an instant. Was this the death resistance he understood? He hastily opened the system panel to examine the description of his death resistance. When death resistance reaches 100, the host shall not perish. No means within this world shall be capable of ending the host's life. Currently, the resistance stands at 20. Each year, the host will experience a death resistance aura, which, upon the host's demise, will consume one layer of this aura to absorb the impact. Furthermore, the host's vitality will be restored to its peak condition. What an extraordinary ability. As long as one achieves 100 resistance, what could a seemingly immortal being like Kaido possibly represent? Before me, he is merely an inferior. He may feign immortality, but I possess true indestructibility. Coupled with the resilience of the iron balloon, no one in these vast seas shall pose a challenge to me, not even the enigmatic M. The surprise has come quite unexpectedly, and now even his face involuntarily bears a jubilant smile. Chapter 75. Targeting the Boeing Archipelago, this remarkable resistance to death can be regarded as the finest reward, second only to the steel balloon and the float fruit. In contrast, the other two rewards pale in significance. The observation Haki has, as usual, advanced by a small degree, followed by yet another reward. At this moment, a perplexed expression akin to the iconic black question mark emerged above Rocha's head. Am I practicing Wing Chun in the world of pirates? With the physique acquired from his pirate realm, employing such martial arts should yield commendable results, right? Suddenly, a thought sprang to Rocha's mind. What if Robin were to learn martial arts? The ultimate mastery of armament Haki combined with the powers of the flower fruit and martial arts. Such a combination could be formidable. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Robin would possess not merely 4 hands, but could even manifest arms of gigantic proportions. He even envisioned Robin declaring, Wing Chun, Nico Robin, before engaging in battle. The thought was exhilarating, and it would conveniently compensate for Rocha's lack of physical combat skills. This technique could also be taught to the other young women, making it a rather advantageous prospect overall. Having had a fulfilling day, Rasha was blissfully resting his head on Laki's thigh. "Hey, Rasha, look at this." At that moment, Nami rushed over, clutching a newspaper in her hand. "What is it, Nami? Is there new intel?" Rasha's languid and somewhat mischievous grin, coupled with a hint of satisfaction, caught Nami's eye, inciting her ire. Unbeknownst to her, Rasha's amusement stemmed from the reward he had just received. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? A major event has unfolded in the East Blue. Take a look for yourself." Nami tossed the newspaper beside Rasha. Due to Machida's fruit ability reaching new heights, not only did it affect herself, but could also nullify gravity for those nearby. This capability was something Rasha had never possessed. Indeed, each fruit's developmental trajectory is distinct. Machida's ability to eliminate gravity from others had piqued Nami's curiosity regarding the recent clash between Rasha and Akiji, and she was astonished to discover such significant developments upon descending to the East Blue. "What? Let me see." Rasha picked up the newspaper and scanned it intently. "New Flying Sky Pirate Crew, Captain Rasha, life or death uncertain, bounty, 600 million berries." The newspaper featured a striking image of Rasha, taken when he decisively defeated his opponents at Arlong's base. In the photograph, he held his hand in a relaxed grip, exuding an air of supremacy and regarding his foes with a disdainful gaze, emanating an aura of sovereignty. "Not bad, quite handsome," Rasha mused as he scrutinized his own striking visage, continually praising himself. "What? You have a bounty of a staggering 600 million. Do you have any idea how chaotic things are below? Countless pirates are frantically searching for your whereabouts. A once unknown individual suddenly commanding such a high bounty is bound to attract attention from many eager to surpass you." Nami explained, her urgency evident. "Ha! Merely jesters in the grand scheme of things. Let them come. None shall prove to be my match." Rochas scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the petty challengers who dared to confront him. This time, however, it was different. He had heard whispers that even the 4 emperors had expressed a desire to extend an invitation to him, dispatching agents to seek out his whereabouts. The 4 emperors? Intriguing. Yet, as long as it is not one of them personally confronting me, the others are hardly my adversaries. There is no cause for concern. Roxa gestured for Nami to remain calm, urging her to ease her mind, assuring her that he would handle any matters that arose. Observing his unwavering confidence, Nami felt a sense of helplessness and eventually turned away, covering her head. "Nami, wait a moment," Roxa called after her. "What is it?" "I still need to train," she replied, looking at him with curiosity, unsure of what he wanted. "We will likely cease our voyage for a while. I have an important place to visit," Roxa stated gravely. "An important place? Is it dangerous?" Nami subconsciously adopted a serious demeanor upon seeing Roxa's earnest expression. She understood he never jested about significant matters. "It isn't particularly perilous, though my absence may extend longer than usual," Roxa reflected after a moment. "When are you departing?" "Tomorrow." With that, Roxa stood and lifted Nami, returning to the main hall to inform the others of his impending departure. During this period, they would halt their journey, allowing the women to focus on enhancing their abilities on the Sky Island. Curiosity piqued, the women began to inquire about Roxa's destination, prompting him to elucidate his predicament. Ever since their time in Alabasta, Roxa had been experiencing an insatiable hunger, his body desperately craving energy. Even consuming vast quantities of food daily left him unfulfilled, as if he were drawing nearer to the insatiable condition of Big Mom. If this hunger remained unquenched, he feared he might succumb to a similar food craving disorder. His body incessantly urged him for energy. He needed to evolve. Thus, Roxa recalled Usopp's training ground, the island known as the Boyne Archipelago. This cluster of islands, resembling a flower, was comprised of several carnivorous plants, aptly named the Baron of Stomach. Yet, within the depths of these islands lay a plethora of enticing flora, their fragrances attracting marine beasts and sea kings alike, rendering it a veritable gastronomic paradise. Roxa yearned to reach this archipelago to complete his evolution, transcending his currently underdeveloped steel balloon physique. Upon hearing Roxa's explanation, the women were astounded, realizing the reason behind his increasingly voracious appetite. No wonder Noki and the others were tirelessly preparing food, often exhausted, yet still unable to keep pace with Rox's consumption rate. They soon grasped the significance of his decision to halt their voyage, though trepidation lingered in their hearts. Rest assured, you are well aware of my capabilities, are you not? There is nothing on those islands that could pose a threat to me. A few mere islets are easily vanquished at my whim. Roxa reassured the women with a relaxed demeanor, assuring them that everything would be fine. Yet, their primary concern remained Rox's peculiar physical condition. Great power is invariably accompanied by risk, and Rocha's peril lies in the necessity of continually consuming sustenance to replenish energy and transcend physical limitations. We understand, and you must exercise caution. We shall await your return here, Nami said tenderly, her voice imbued with warmth. This man has consistently devoted himself to their well-being, aiding them in their endeavors. Now, all she could do was embody the virtues of a devoted partner, patiently waiting for his return, as they were unable to assist in any meaningful way at the moment. With time still on their side, Rocha began to instruct the several women in Wing Chun, as well as the intricacies of armament Haki, ensuring that they could continue their training in his absence. As night descended, Rocha consoled Nami, Karina, and Nojiko, calming their spirits, while even the previously exuberant Machida found tranquility under Rocha's influence. Nami felt a swell of joy at this development, relieved to share the burden and experiencing immense satisfaction in the process. Chapter 76, The City of Seven Waters. A night visit to the ice mountain in the stillness of night. Rocha chose not to journey to the Boyne archipelago, but instead ventured to the world-renowned shipbuilding haven, the City of Seven Waters. This metropolis boasts a history spanning over a millennium, and despite the annual onslaught of tsunamis known as the gods of water, the island's economy and its people have remained unscathed, flourishing even in modern times. 8 centuries ago, the shipwrights here united to create the most formidable warship in history, the Hades, Preto, Tom, the craftsman who once built the Oro Jackson for the pirate King Roger, invented a maritime train capable of traversing the seas, liberating the inhabitants from their fear of the gods of water. Currently, the mayor of the City of Seven Waters is none other than Tom's disciple, the esteemed president of the renowned shipbuilding company Carrera, known as Ice Mountain or Iceberg. On this particular night, Iceberg was diligently attending to the affairs of the city. As the mayor, he was inundated with countless responsibilities, relegating most matters of the shipbuilding company to his subordinates. Among them was Rob Lucci, one of the 5 foremen and an undercover agent of CP9. As Iceberg was engrossed in his work in the study, he was suddenly startled by the sound of his window being flung open by an unseen force. The evening breeze rushed in with a whoosh. Pausing his writing, he rose to approach the window, taking in the vibrant, illuminated cityscape outside. After inhaling the fresh air, he closed the window and returned to his desk. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Iceberg inquired, still focused on his documents without raising his gaze. Addressing the seemingly empty room. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of Master Tom's disciple, your senses are remarkably keen, Rocha remarked, emerging from the shadows of the room. Upon seeing Rocha's visage, Iceberg's pupils narrowed momentarily before settling back into a more composed demeanor. "You jest, sir. With your formidable strength, it would indeed be effortless for you to approach me unnoticed, would it not, Golden Lion to Rocha?" Iceberg acknowledged, revealing Rocha's identity. Yet, it was hardly surprising, given Rocha's current prominence. He commanded the attention of figures both great and small across the globe, making it difficult for anyone not to recognize him. With a light chuckle, Rocha made no effort to refute the statement and comfortably took a seat on the sofa, as though in the comfort of his own home. "What brings you to seek my company, Lord Rocha?" Iceberg ventured, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. "Given that you are the disciple of the world-renowned shipbuilding Master Tom, my purpose here is, of course, related to shipbuilding," Rocha replied. "Shipbuilding? Then surely it would suffice to contact my shipbuilding company," Iceberg countered, his curiosity piqued. "Your personal visit must imply another matter at hand, is it not? Although I am a disciple of Master Tom, I have not engaged in shipbuilding for a considerable time. However, my skills in this craft are certainly commendable, being of the highest caliber. No, what I seek is the clandestine assistance of Mayor Iceberg to construct a vessel. Yet I harbor doubts regarding your subordinate's capabilities. Rocha disregarded Iceberg's skepticism, instead pouring himself a cup of hot tea with nonchalance. Perhaps you should first examine the blueprints for the ship I require, he suggested. Subsequently, Rocha tossed the design of the super battleship he had acquired from Nami across the table. Iceberg picked up the blueprint and scrutinized it closely. This is? His hands trembled slightly, and his face betrayed an unmistakable expression of astonishment. How did you come by this design? That is of no concern to you. You need only confirm whether it can be constructed, Rocha replied, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. Forgive me, but I cannot build this battleship. My abilities are insufficient, and the vessel structure is far too complex, Iceberg stated, glancing at the relaxed Rocha and then back at the blueprint. With a firm resolve, he rejected Rocha's request. Do not be hasty in your refusal. I am aware of a secret you guard closely concerning Pluton, the ancient weapon, Rocha remarked, his expression unwavering as he uttered words that made Iceberg's countenance shift dramatically. Pluton? Surely, you jest. I have no secrets related to Pluton. It is simply that my skills are inadequate to construct such a ship. Iceberg was drenched in cold sweat, yet he maintained his initial stance of denial. The blueprints for Pluton are likely in the possession of another disciple of Master Tom, Jr., the cyborg Frankie. I happen to know Frankie's whereabouts as well. You wouldn't want any harm to befall your junior, would you, Mayor Iceberg? As Rocha spoke, Iceberg slumped into his chair, his expression frozen in shock, mouth agape in disbelief. The connection and secrets he shared with Frankie were known only to him. How could Rocha possess such knowledge? Furthermore, I can reveal that your foreman Kaku, as well as foreman Rob Lucci and your secretary Khalifa, are all agents from the world government CP9. The world government has long been aware of you and has dispatched agents to uncover the secrets of Pluton. My revelations should suffice to demonstrate my sincerity, Mayor Iceberg. Rocha's subsequent revelations left Iceberg utterly astounded, rendering him speechless. Not only did Rocha possess knowledge about Pluton, but he was also aware of the undercover identities of CP9 agents infiltrating his ranks. Most incredulous was the realization that those he had trusted for 5 years were, in fact, spies. Doubts began to creep in, yet Rocha's demeanor and words seemed devoid of deceit, prompting him to reflect on the peculiar behaviors exhibited by the trio over time. Ultimately, the Iceberg arrived at a realization he had never dared to contemplate. He had long been targeted and infiltrated. What now? Would Mayor Iceberg acquiesce to my request for shipbuilding? Though Roa's tone appeared inquisitive, it was in fact a matter of certainty. Iceberg would undoubtedly refrain from revealing the secret he had vowed to protect at all costs. After a moment of deliberation, Iceberg suddenly lifted his gaze to Roa. Your Excellency, I can agree to assist you in constructing this warship, yet I have a condition. Do enlighten me, Roa replied, his expression tinged with amusement. I wish to secure your assistance in the future, should the world government truly set its sights on Frankie. I desire an opportunity to call upon your aid. Additionally, I hope you can discreetly eliminate the CP9 infiltrator, Iceberg stated with solemnity. Roa regarded him with surprise, pondering if that was all. Yet, unbeknownst to him, was the weight of his current position. He had managed to escape unharmed from an admiral and possessed the strength to contend with one for a period. For a notorious pirate, with a bounty reaching the 600 million mark, the chance to engage with an individual of such caliber was indeed a rare opportunity, particularly for someone of Iceberg's stature. Chapter 77. A subtle shot for the Iceberg. No problem. I can certainly accommodate your request. However, we must exercise caution regarding the CP9 undercover situation. Hastily addressing it could attract the attention of the world government. In the future, I shall assist you in resolving these matters, and for now, you may utilize them boldly. In pursuit of the secrets of the Pluto, they would not prematurely reveal their identities. Rochas readily agreed to the Iceberg's request. Such matters were trivial in his eyes. There is yet another matter I wish to inquire about, Your Excellency. Upon hearing Rochas' agreement, Iceberg exhaled in relief and posed another question. What is it? Rochas asked, somewhat perplexed, as he did not anticipate Iceberg having further inquiries. It is said that in ancient times, shipwrights crafted the super battleship Pluto due to its overwhelming destructive power. Subsequent shipwrights banded together to construct a super battleship capable of rivaling the Pluto, fearing the potential threats it posed should it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. This design you possess, Lord Rochas, must be the culmination of countless shipwrights' efforts, is it not? Iceberg's demeanor was notably grave. This design could be considered on par with that of the Pluto, yet is far more comprehensible in its structure. Frankie once mentioned that Robin might be the one to awaken the Pluto, although the meaning eludes him. Rochas speculated that utilizing the Pluto may indeed have ties to ancient scripts. Yet, the design Rochas provided would not require such complexities if the materials are sufficient. It could even be produced in mass quantities. Who can say? Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. Rochas' response was rather intriguing, as this was a product bestowed by the system, and he himself was unaware of its origin. Whether it is true or not is left solely to Iceberg's conjecture. Is that so? I understand, Iceberg replied, closing his eyes as if grasping an epiphany. Rochas, however, remained utterly bewildered. What had he comprehended that eluded him completely? Does Lord Rochas have any additional requirements for this battleship? Iceberg subsequently inquired, emphasizing the necessity of consulting the ship's owner regarding their needs, lest the vessel be created without fulfilling their expectations. Aside from it being a large sailing ship, I require you to construct entertainment facilities aboard and convert the energy acceleration requirements to electrical energy, replacing the cannons with those that operate on electric power as well. Modifying the energy apparatus in the design to store electrical energy should pose no challenge for you. Mayor Iceberg, correct? Rochas pondered for a moment and realized that aside from the ship's size and the abundance of entertainment facilities, he had no further demands. However, Nami's electrical energy could be harnessed effectively. Not only could it propel the vessel through the fabric of time and space, but it could also be concentrated to unleash an electromagnetic cannon, a rather formidable prospect. Considering that Iceberg evaluated the battleship to be capable of contending with the Pluto, one could surmise that the electromagnetic cannon could indeed possess the power to obliterate an island. Indeed, I wish for you and your junior to personally craft this vessel, and it must be done in utmost secrecy, unknown to the outside world. It seemed that Luo Xia recalled something suddenly, and thus presented another request. Bing Shan furrowed his brow. Creating the ship in secrecy posed no issue, yet inviting his junior, despite their mutual trust deep down, was a challenge he found difficult to overcome. Nevertheless, as it was Luo Xia's request, he steeled himself and acquiesced. I understand. Let us discuss the matter of the deposit. To construct such a grand ship, Bing Shan nodded in agreement and began to address the financial requirements for shipbuilding. However, before he could finish, the scene before him left him utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Luo Xia had inexplicably produced a massive gold ingot, towering even over him. It was a singular, colossal piece of gold that Bing Shan had never encountered before. This, Bing Shan stammered, his astonishment rendering him nearly speechless. Hahaha, my ship will be crafted from the finest materials. You should have access to the channels of Baoshu Atom, right? This sum should suffice to procure the necessary materials for the ship. The remainder shall serve as your compensation. Luo Xia laughed heartily, relishing in the delightful shock he instilled in others. Witnessing their expressions of utter disbelief was genuinely entertaining. Such a gold ingot was but a mere drop in the ocean in the grand scheme of Upheave in the Sky Islands. Sufficient. Too much indeed. Bing Shan was still reeling from the shock, his words slightly stammered. Ha! As I said, the rest is your remuneration. Do not be modest. I may require some time before I return to claim the ship. The precise duration remains uncertain. In any case, once it is completed, I would appreciate Mayor Bing Shan's assistance in safeguarding it. Luo Xia rose, casually draping an arm around Bing Shan's shoulder and giving him a reassuring pat. Exuding confidence in him, Bing Shan felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering if Luo Xia had always possessed such a boisterous nature. Yet it did not seem unpleasant. I shall take my leave now. I entrust the matter to you, Mayor Bing Shan. Farewell. With the negotiations concluded, Luo Xia refrained from further interrupting Bingshan's affairs. After leaving behind a telephone bug, he waved goodbye and swiftly departed the study. The Golden Lion too, he mused, truly an extraordinary individual. Gazing at the now vacant room, Bingshan was momentarily lost in thought, mumbling to himself. He bore none of the imposing aura typical of a formidable figure. Instead, he appeared rather carefree and unrestrained. Yet his actions were bold and generous. Nonetheless, he possessed a formidable intellect, far from the naive or simple-minded types. Meanwhile, having exited Bingshan's study, Luo Xia hastened towards the direction of the Boeing Islands. The previous small sailboat felt excessively confined, now that he possessed the design for a super battleship. He envisioned crafting a true war vessel that belonged solely to him. Henceforth, he could embark on his journeys with greater grandeur rather than relying on that diminutive sailboat. Chapter 78, Evolution, the Pinnacle of Worldly Power. 2 days later, after an indeterminate expanse traversed across the ocean, Rochas finally arrived at the Bonin Islands. Is this truly the Bonin Islands, renowned as the Sea Lotus? At last he had arrived, gazing down at the 5 islands resembling colossal blossoms. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. From his aerial vantage point, the islands indeed appeared like blooming lotuses, with a vast circular formation at their center, which was none other than the mouth of the Baron of the Stomach. This maritime region exuded an unparalleled aroma of exquisite cuisine, with the breeze carrying the fragrance skyward. Rochas inhaled deeply. Gurgle, gurgle. Rochas felt his stomach rumble with hunger once more, prompting him to plunge into one of the islands. Oh, what a delightful island it was! As if he had truly become a captive of gourmet delights. Before him hung meaty fruits from the trees, and along the roadside blossomed pasta flowers. He plucked a generous piece of meat and devoured it. The aroma was intoxicating, far from that of naturally grown produce. It resembled fare crafted by master chefs. High-quality ingredients typically require the simplest of cooking methods, yet the offerings of this island needed no preparation whatsoever. Rochas became utterly entranced in this culinary paradise, consuming food at an ever-increasing pace, even swallowing it whole without bothering to chew. Just as he was relishing his feast, he felt an unexpected itch atop his head. Looking up, he discovered a carnivorous plant vigorously gnawing at his skull. Nonetheless, even as it gnawed away with its teeth, it could not breach his defenses. Lost in the ecstasy of indulgence, Rochas remained oblivious to the sensation akin to ants crawling over him. After delivering a powerful punch to the carnivorous plant, he rose and surveyed the glimmers of eyes peering out from the surrounding foliage. With a fierce glare, he emanated a formidable aura, causing the flesh-eating plants to flee in terror. They could not comprehend how what they had deemed harmless sustenance had suddenly transformed into a superior being perched atop the food chain. Once the lesser creatures were subdued, Rochas continued his feast undisturbed, consuming the majority of the nearby delicacies before embarking on a quest to discover more culinary treasures on the island. After a brisk search lasting several minutes, he inadvertently kicked a piece of aromatic meat that rolled into the underbrush. Upon parting the foliage, he was awestruck by the sight that unfolded before him. His eyes beheld a ramen waterfall, accompanied by eggs and fish cakes larger than himself, along with grape-sized fruits and enormous, bone-in cuts of meat hanging from the trees. "Let the feast commence," Rochas exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he dove into the ramen waterfall, indulging in a grand banquet. Having discovered the fabled culinary paradise, Rochas could at last satiate his insatiable appetite. 2 years later, Rochas emerged from a deep pit, his physique having expanded to an impressive 10 meters. The remnants of various sauces within the pit suggested that this had once been a place abundant in culinary delights. Had his body finally undergone evolution? Rochas gazed at his dramatically enhanced physique and the absence of hunger in his belly, as immense power coursed through his entire being. With a whoosh boom, Rochas' figure vanished, leaving behind a substantial crater where he once stood. His body felt as though it encountered no resistance. This force propelled him hundreds of meters into the sky. It was only when the momentum dissipated that gravity reclaimed him, resulting in another earth-shattering roar that sent birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Though he was merely 10 meters tall, he had created yet another deep pit upon impact with the ground. Rising to his feet, he casually waved his hand, conjuring a tempest that sent trees swaying violently. This power was indeed remarkable. Rochas observed the commotion he had stirred with a mere flick of his wrist, and he retracted his hand, utterly satisfied with the evolution of his body. With a sense of nostalgia, he opened his panel to review his attributes. Host, Rochas, strength, S, agility, S, mentality, S, skills, swordsmanship, armament Haki, S, observation Haki, S, conqueror, S, Haki, and marine 6 styles, shave, moonwalk, gale foot, sticky hand, sinful flame, Wing Chun, death resistance 20, fruit ability, float fruit, talent, iron balloon, equipment, withered wood Sakura, 10. His physical attributes had ascended to S level. His dual Haki had also reached S, and his fruit's potential was commendable. Rochas felt he was on the brink of awakening. Now, he believed that should he encounter Akiji again, he would not flee in disarray as he had before. When he next faced Akiji, he would make him pay. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to his body, as his stature gradually diminished until he returned to his original height of 2 meters, and opened his eyes once more. Ah, this archipelago is truly delightful, though regrettably, I cannot take it with me, he lamented, gazing at this gastronomic paradise of a forest. At this moment, it was utterly devoid of life, all food transformed into energy for Rochas' body. The Boyne archipelago was home to carnivorous plants, luring sea beasts to the island, only to devour them to nourish the flora, resulting in an abundance of extraordinary vegetation. Should he forcibly remove the archipelago, the gastric baron would not be able to feast upon the numerous sea beasts, leading to the island's demise. However, he could certainly return frequently to this archipelago to procure supplies, and Rochas planned to transplant some unique plants back with him. For instance, colossal grapevine species and trees that bore ham would be delightful. Even if they could not be cultivated, the women would surely enjoy a taste of the exotic. After departing from this island, Rochas soared to another island, rich with delectable delights. He filled his storage space to the brim with ingredients and uprooted several plants along with their soil. At the base of the roots, he discovered a colossal pipe that resembled a vine, likely the special conduit through which the gastric baron replenished nutrients, due to space constraints preventing the inclusion of living beings. Rochas could only carry the float fruit with him. Flying over the White Sea, he was unperturbed by the potential lack of moisture and sunlight as he sped back to the Sky Island. Sky Island, presently on the Divine Dragon Island. Nami and Nojiko, with their long hair flowing down to their waists, were seated on sun loungers beside the swimming pool. Sigh, that fellow has been gone for 2 years. Not a single word from him. Will he ever return? Nami remarked, a hint of melancholy and longing evident on her face. Well, Rochas mentioned that he is completely resolving the issues with his body. With his strength, he is unlikely to encounter any danger. We should wait a little longer. Nojiko replied gently, though she too missed Rochas. I don't care. If that guy doesn't come back soon, I will go down and find him myself. We have the record pointer for the Boeing Islands. I want to see how long it will take for him to evolve. Suddenly, Nami seemed resolute, her face displaying a determined expression. She had waited far too long, and the intense longing compelled her to see Rochas, to express her feelings of yearning, and then to exhaust him. Chapter 79. 2 years later, back to Sky Island. I concur with this proposal. Our strength now allows us to navigate the seas without concern. Even if we encounter an admiral, we shall not falter. It is time to retrieve our captain. At this moment, Karina approached Nami and the others, balancing a glass of chilled beverage, and settled into a beach chair to bask in the sunlight. In the pool, Koya, Vivi, and Machito were frolicking joyfully, while Reiju sat at the pool's edge, smiling as she observed them. Robin, beneath a sunshade, quietly immersed herself in a book. Everything appeared harmonious. Today was a rare occasion for the group to relax together, all adorned in bikinis, enjoying leisure by the pool. Throughout these 2 years, they had diligently honed their abilities. Yet they also took time to unwind and entertain each other. Since he returned, let us surprise him. Karina covered her mouth, emitting a unique laugh, her eyes glinting with a mischievous spark, plotting something unknown. Rochas had truly delayed for too long. Even she missed him dearly. Suddenly, they all sensed a surge of vital energy from above. Over the past 2 years, their observation Haki had matured, and they were well acquainted with each other's auras. This unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar presence momentarily stunned them. They collectively gazed skyward, and indeed, there was Rochas, wearing that infuriating grin. "Hello, ladies. Mind if I add one more to your company?" Rochas waved cheerfully as he descended slowly. Longyu Island remained unchanged. The orange trees transplanted from Nami's hometown had borne fruit once more. The pathway was immaculate, suggesting it was regularly cleaned. "Rochas, you scoundrel, why have you returned?" Upon seeing Rochas, tears of excitement welled in Nami's eyes, but she quickly stifled them. Reflecting on the 2 years of waiting, she tossed her head defiantly and huffed. Yet, her overwhelming sentiment revealed her true feelings beneath the fade. Rochas chuckled and approached Nami, pulling her into an embrace. Unable to resist, she clung tightly to him. "You idiot! We waited so long for you. If you hadn't returned soon, we would have come to drag you back. Our strength has grown significantly." Nami playfully thumped his chest, showcasing her newfound strength. "I know. I missed you too, Nami-chan. I've resolved my physical issues, and I will not leave you again." Rochas caressed Nami's long hair, which now cascaded down to her waist. She had transformed remarkably in these 2 years, not only in strength, but also in appearance. Rochas had once jokingly remarked that if Nami grew her hair long, she would be stunning. This comment led the girls to believe that he preferred long-haired types, prompting several of them to let their hair grow as well. Initially, Nami, Nojiko, and Karina all sported long hair that cascaded down to their waists. Influenced by them, Koya began to grow her hair longer as well, leaving only Reiju and Michita with short hair. As Rochas gazed across the scene, the youthful innocence of the girls had faded. They had now blossomed into maturity. Observing the longing and excitement in their eyes, Rochas gently patted Nami's waist, and she understood, realizing that one should not monopolize attention for too long. Once Nami stepped away from Rochas' embrace, Koya was the first to leap towards him. "Brother Rochas, I missed you so much," Koya exclaimed, nuzzling against Rochas' chest. As the first crew member to join the ship, her feelings for Rochas were no less than those of Nami and the others. However, Rochas had always refrained from advancing their relationship, citing their youth as the reason. Otherwise, given Koya's obedient nature, he would have surely taken the initiative long ago. Feeling the ripe fruit that Koya had become, Rochas sensed that he could finally reach for the bounty. "I missed you too, Koya-chan. It has indeed been a long time, and you've grown." Rochas smiled as he affectionately ruffled Koya's hair, which barely reached his chest, causing her to blush. Then, in a surprising turn of events, Koya leaped up, wrapping her arms around Rochas' neck and leaning in closer. "Koya-chan is quite bold," Rochas remarked, watching the scene unfold. Robin covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth. However, after this bold moment, Koya quickly released her grip, burying her flushed face in embarrassment. This display of audacity in front of everyone left her flustered, but the intense longing she felt could not be contained, leading her to act on impulse. Soon, Karina, Nojiko, and Michita followed Koya's lead, embracing Rochas without a hint of shyness, as they all shared a deep bond. When it was Vivi's turn, she bashfully approached, shyly pecking Rochas on the cheek before scurrying back to Koya's side, where they both hid their faces in embarrassment. Reiju, on the other hand, was more straightforward. She tugged at Rochas' collar to draw him down to her level and leaned in directly. This was no mere peck. It was a fervent response that took Rochas by surprise. "Wow, Sister Reiju." Koya and Vivi gasped, covering their faces, though they peeked through their fingers to catch the moment. "Captain Rochas, it's been a while," Reiju said contentedly, releasing Rochas' collar and licking her lips before offering her greeting. "Ah, it has indeed been a while, Reiju," Rochas thought to himself, swallowing hard at her enticing gesture, contemplating that he would eventually win over this enchanting woman. Then his gaze shifted to Robin, who had joined the crew last. Rochas had never harbored expectations of swiftly charming this mature and astute lady. Captain Rochas, do you wish for me to approach you like Miss Reiju did?" Robin teased, her laughter ringing softly as she caught Rochas' glance. "Ha ha ha, not at all. It has simply been a long while since I last saw Robin, and I yearn for a gentle embrace. Luo Xia awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating this desire, though he deemed it impractical. At that moment, however, Robin approached, lightly tapping him before retreating. Let this be considered a reward for Captain Luo Xia's return, but do not overthink it. Robin displayed a playful smile, seemingly unconcerned with her recent action. A smile also graced Luo Xia's face as he began recounting the events of the past 2 years by the poolside with the young ladies. He spoke of the myriad peculiar plants found in the Boeing archipelago and shared delectable dishes from the culinary paradise, all while ensuring the transplanted flora was well settled. As night fell, Luo Xia commenced testing Nami, Karina, Nojiko, and Machida on the prowess they had cultivated over the years. Ultimately, the young ladies faced a resounding defeat, for Luo Xia's combat prowess had transcended their level. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the unexpected involvement of Reiju. As a modified individual, Reiju possessed considerable physical strength, far exceeding that of the other young women. However, even she fell short when matched against the iron balloon, succumbing easily to Luo Xia's might. He could only light a cigarette and reflect on the profound solitude that accompanies invincibility. Chapter 80. Setting sail, a new drink up, Machida exclaimed, wielding her umbrella as a weapon against Rocha. The umbrella was enveloped in the aura of armament Haki and augmented by the weight of the gravity fruit. However, in the face of this formidable strike, Rocha merely raised his arm to block, not even employing his own Haki. Clang! The impact of the umbrella meeting his arm produced a sound akin to metal clashing, indicating considerable strength. It seemed she had indeed trained well. Rocha couldn't help but admire her effort. Then, with a swift motion, he launched a punch toward Machida. Yet, his intentions were obvious, and Machida, with her observation Haki, quickly retracted her umbrella. Just as Rocha's fist was about to connect, Machida opened the umbrella, the force of his punch creating a gust that pushed her back slightly. This small distance allowed Rocha's fist to narrowly miss her. What was that? A combination of the gravity fruit and the paper fruit? Rocha pondered, feeling the sensation of almost landing a blow, only to have it slip away like an elusive eel at the last moment. Machida chuckled, not deigning to answer his curiosity. With a graceful movement, she propelled herself toward Rocha, executing a backflip to land on his shoulders in a peculiar pose reminiscent of a father carrying his daughter. With her legs wrapped around his neck and a mischievous grin on her face, she exclaimed, 10,000 kilograms, guillotine choke. In an instant, the previously weightless Machida's mass multiplied to a staggering 10 tons, her legs tightening around Rocha's neck as gravity bore down on him. The sudden increase in weight caused Rocha to stagger, the ground beneath him cracking under the pressure. Hahaha, Captain Rocha, you let your guard down, Machida taunted, reveling in her successful maneuver. She had tirelessly trained to enhance her fruit's capabilities, aspiring to reach the awakening state Rocha had mentioned. This level won't suffice, Rocha chuckled, seizing Machida's smooth thigh. Amidst her startled cries, he swung her around a few times before gently placing her on the ground. After all, she was both his crew member and his woman, and he couldn't bear to simply throw her down. 10 tons of weight alone won't do. Your advantage lies not in sheer mass, but in your ability to switch weights fluidly in combat, he noted, patting her backside as a reminder. This method of attack was a glaring flaw when facing someone capable of enduring her weight. It would be wise for her to employ it sparingly in the future. Ouch. Ouch, I concede. Captain Rocha, you're just too powerful. Such strength must be unparalleled in the world, Machida exclaimed, rubbing her sore behind. After testing the capabilities of several women the previous night, he was now assessing the combat prowess of the girls. It was undeniable that the existence of the crew's training room, combined with 2 years of diligent practice, had yielded impressive results. The development of the young maidens has been remarkably balanced. They have diligently cultivated their abilities in fruit powers, martial arts, strength, and Haki without neglecting any aspect. They have even learned a set of combat techniques from the 6 forms training method previously articulated by Rocha, and through rigorous practice, they have devised a fighting style that suits them well. Machida has transformed her original reliance on the weight of her fruit into a technique utilizing a compact umbrella for gravity-based slashing attacks, and has even studied some swordsmanship from Nokigao. Oh, you surely underestimate the monsters of the sea. There are at least 2 beings whose strength can rival mine, and many others who are slightly weaker. Rocha chuckled heartily at the sight of the girl's forlorn expressions, lifting one onto his shoulder to sit there. He then approached the other spectators among the girls, nodding in acknowledgement. Your current strength is quite impressive. With good coordination, you could stand a chance even against a general. Especially you, Nami, and Karina. The potential of your fruit abilities is remarkably high, capable of making a significant impact in practical combat. Hearing their names singled out, Nami and Karina exchanged smiles tinged with pride. Among the adventurers, their prowess stood unparalleled, leaving even Reiju, once stronger than them, in the dust. With that said, it is time for us to set sail again, Rocha declared, noting the eager glints in the girl's eyes. After all, they had lingered on Sky Island for far too long, and it was high time to embark on new adventures. Hooray! The more spirited among the maidens leaped with excitement. The next destination is Water 7, Rocha announced, reflecting on the state-of-the-art battleship he had commissioned Iceberg to construct 2 years prior, which he anticipated was now completed and awaiting his collection. The place for signing in had also been refreshed, conveniently located in Water 7, allowing him to claim rewards that had long been overdue. This voyage, unlike the previous one, with 9 members, now included 11, as Rocha as former divine maidens. Cornus and Lachi expressed their desire to accompany him. How could the maidens of the divine lord not be at his side to serve him? Cornus and Lachi were resolute in their stance, harboring grievances over Rocha's 2-year absence. Rocha felt a pang of helplessness, though he could command them as their god. He fondly recalled the leisurely days of being tended to by them 2 years ago and ultimately acquiesced, as he was quite tempted by their presence. The current Sky Island, under the management of Gon 4 and several others, has flourished beyond its former state. With better land utilization, the variety of food sources has significantly increased. The era of peace has afforded the divine guardians of Sky Island more time for training, and the warrior Wappa from Sandia has grown even stronger, fully capable of assuming the role of protector. Rocha felt assured in entrusting Gon 4 and the others with the defense of Sky Island. Over the past 2 years, various amusing incidents have also transpired. The descendants of Nolan and Kulikate ascended to the Sky Island through the soaring currents, where they encountered Wappa, the descendant of Kalgala. This meeting seemed to be the culmination of fate, as these 2 legendary heirs crossed paths once more. The tolling of the bell 2 years prior by Rocha rekindled the fervor within this man. Wappa fulfilled the long-held aspirations of his ancestors by ringing the bell of Zyondala, once again guiding Nolan to the island. Chapter 81. Return to Water 7. Celestial Beings. Roxa, look. Ahead lies Water 7. Is truly magnificent, Nami exclaimed joyfully, pointing towards the horizon. The long-awaited voyage had invigorated her spirits, making everything appear refreshingly new. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Roxa marveled at the sight of the enormous maritime fountain, allowing himself a moment of admiration. The last time he visited this place was in the evening. He had not properly appreciated the local culture and scenery of Water 7. This time, he was determined to explore thoroughly. Before long, the sailboat arrived at a secluded shore of Water 7, allowing them to disembark. Ding! The sign-in system has detected the target Water 7. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! You have received Celestial Beans, X10. Ding! You have acquired an advanced culinary book. Ding! You have obtained an agility enhancement package. Ding! The next sign-in location is Sabeti Archipelago. Sign-in will be available in 40 days. Please proceed to the sign-in location. Celestial Beans. Another product from a different world. Roxa could not suppress his glee, grinning widely. Celestial Beans are truly remarkable, akin to a game-breaking item in the Dragon Ball universe. This item, conceived within the realm of animation, is so extraordinary that its scarcity was woven into the narrative in later stages of Dragon Ball. Another life-saving artifact. After signing in at so many islands, he had already acquired several protective items and skills. Now with this new resource, Roxa felt empowered enough to battle the Navy for a month without concern. Here we go again. Roxa, every time you arrive at a new island, you light up like a child. Is it really that exhilarating? Nami remarked, observing Roxa absorbed in his delight. This exuberance was not new. He often wore such a smile upon arriving at new islands, primarily due to the exceptional rewards from the sign-ins, which frequently included surprising treasures. Nami, why don't you explore for a while? I have a matter to attend to. Specifically, I need to meet the mayor of this place. Roxa did not share the thrill of his card-drawing fortune, but instead excused himself, taking flight toward the mayor's office situated at the highest point. He had not forgotten his primary purpose for this visit, to inspect his super battleship. Talp, 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 in the quiet office. The only sound was the scratching of a pen against paper. Iceberg was absorbed in his paperwork when the sudden knock at the door startled him and his accompanying secretary. Kumin, without lifting his head, Iceberg called out naturally, and the person outside pushed the door open. Long time no see, Mayor Iceberg. I have come to fulfill my promise and to collect what is owed. A voice, both strange yet familiar, resonated in Iceberg's ears. Startled, Iceberg shot his head up, and a smile of joy spread across his face. Long time no see, Roxa, Iceberg replied with a grin. Beside her, Califa furrowed her brow, gazing at the somewhat familiar visage of Rocha, struggling to recall who he was. She swiftly reverted to a serious demeanor, addressing the mayor of Ice City. Mayor, this is not the time for idle chatter. You have numerous affairs yet to attend to today. Ah, Califa, my dear, it's only courteous to engage in a little conversation when an old friend pays a visit. I shall tend to my duties later, Mayor Bing replied, rising to counter her. Life has treated you well these past 2 years, Mayor. It must be quite pleasant to have such a stunning beauty as your secretary, Rasha remarked, walking directly to the sofa and taking a seat, reminiscent of their first encounter 2 years prior. Sir, you're crossing the line into harassment. Califa adjusted her glasses, the reflection obscuring her gaze. Haha, Rasha, you came here for that matter from 2 years ago, didn't you? The item has been prepared. Though I didn't expect your notion of a while to stretch into 2 years, he replied. Indeed, besides retrieving the item, I am here to fulfill the promise made back then and assist you in resolving your troubles. Upon hearing Rasha's response, Bing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that so? Has the time finally arrived? Bing smiled. Califa observed their cryptic exchange, her frown deepening. Who exactly is Rasha? Why does he sound so familiar? Moreover, Bing has been under her surveillance. There shouldn't have been anyone able to approach him without her knowledge. You must have found it rather challenging to maintain your guys under CP9's watch over these past 2 years. It must have been a burden, Bing mused. Initially, it was easy for him to act naturally without knowledge of CP9's identity, but it became considerably more difficult once he was aware. CP9, Califa's expression faltered. Her first thought was that some on the island had been compromised, and that Rasha was there to assist Bing in dealing with CP9. 2 years ago, Rasha, Califa's pupils dilated. She recalled the sensational figure known as the second Golden Lion. Rasha, having vanished for 2 years, many believed him to be deceased. Little did they know he would reappear here after such a time. This was a significant individual. She knew her abilities could not match his. I must alert my comrades to retreat, she thought urgently. As Califa's tumultuous thoughts surged, she remained oblivious to the conversation between Bing and Rasha. Hey, CP9 lady over there. Don't just stand. Come sit with us for a moment, Rasha called out suddenly, snapping her back to reality as she approached them. However, halfway there, she suddenly recalled Rasha's previous words, and her expression shifted to one of shock. Well, what? Am I the one exposed? Believing the threat lay with her comrades on the island, she realized to her horror that it was she who had been compromised. Flee. This was the only thought left to Califa. She had no chance of defeating Rasha, who had faced Kazan 2 years prior, and thus, escape was her only option. Whoosh. Just as she turned to escape through the window, she found herself face to face with Rasha, whose presence was almost overwhelming. Cold sweat trickled down Califa's back as she took 2 steps back, then raised her hand to her mouth to emit a sharp whistle, a signal occasionally employed by CP9. She hoped this would alert Lucci and Kaku to her predicament. Stop whistling. Your comrades outside have long since vanished, likely dealt with by now, Rasha chuckled, gently removing her hand from her mouth. Khalifa, stricken with fear, offered no resistance to his actions. At this moment, Rochas' observation Haki had already enveloped the entire island, with Lucci and Kaku firmly within his perceptive grasp. The two, along with Bruno, who was disguised as the tavern owner, had already engaged with the women, and given their abilities, they were no match for these formidable adversaries. It seemed they had located her so swiftly because the women had not concealed themselves, allowing their spies to detect them and communicate their findings. Chapter 82. The gigantic warship. I apologize, Miss Agent, but it would be best if you took a brief rest. With a swift motion, Rasha positioned himself behind Khalifa and gently tapped her, causing her to roll her eyes and faint into his embrace. Mr. Rasha, do you intend to incapacitate her first before removing her? The iceberg made a gesture across his throat, presuming that Rasha wished to avoid any excessive bloodshed in the office, opting instead to subdue her before taking further action. Alas, we are all civilized individuals. How could I possibly engage in such brutal and sanguinary acts? Rasha replied earnestly, subsequently hoisting Khalifa onto his shoulder. Mayor Iceberg, I must trouble you to accompany me to meet my companions, after which you can guide us to the ship. After sensing the locations of Nami and the others, Rasha turned to Iceberg. Oh, certainly. Iceberg, regaining his composure, followed suit, yet a lingering question troubled him. When did pirates ever epitomize civilization? Have they not always been known for their bloodthirstiness and savagery? However, he was not well acquainted with Rasha, having only agreed 2 years prior to assist in shipbuilding, and thus refrained from voicing his thoughts. Water City is relatively expansive, yet its waterways facilitate convenient transportation. Nonetheless, Rasha's act of carrying a person over his shoulder piqued the curiosity of passersby. A well-meaning individual, about to approach for an inquiry, caught sight of Mayor Iceberg behind Rasha and prudently suppressed their curiosity. As the mayor of Water City, Iceberg held considerable authority in the eyes of the populace. Following his instincts, Rasha made his way to a more secluded area of the city, where he soon spotted several women in an open space. Rochas, you have finally arrived. Nami sensed your presence approaching and mentioned you had prepared a surprise for us. What is it that has you all so mysteriously engaged? Karina greeted Rasha, her gaze shifting with curiosity to the unconscious Khalifa draped over his shoulder. Surely the surprise, merely another beautiful woman? Rasha glanced at Nami, who mischievously winked at him, evidently having utilized her observation Haki along with the powers of the rumble fruit to glean the thoughts of everyone in the city. It was clear that their conversation had been disclosed to Nami, yet she had kept the secret from the others. Indeed, I have prepared a surprise for you, and it is the perfect moment to reveal it. Rasha unceremoniously dropped Khalifa onto the ground. Is this woman also affiliated with those individuals? Are they all part of the CP9 organization? Karina inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded the blonde woman on the ground. You are already aware that they are members of CP9? Those ruffians introduced themselves as CP9 members right off the bat, attempting to take Sister Robin with them, and warned us to mind our own business. I initially thought they were formidable, but it seems they are of such low caliber. Makita chuckled, then disdainfully regarded the trio sprawled on the ground, who had boasted brazenly before the battle, creating an atmosphere of tension among the onlookers. In the heat of combat, they could not even withstand Nami's thunderous strike, which truly reflected an overestimation of their capabilities. Unaware of their own limitations, they remained cautious in their dealings with adversaries. Rasha cast a glance at Robin, whose demeanor was composed, even offering him a smile. Clearly, she was not as flustered as she had been 2 years prior. Her newfound strength instilled a sense of confidence within her. As long as she wasn't face-to-face with Akiji, the nightmare that haunted her, Robin would not lose her composure as she had in the past. However, one day, Rasha would ensure that she confronts and overcomes her fears. Mayuri Thibir, please lead the way, Rasha said, addressing Iceberg. Of course, Iceberg replied, casually selecting a wooden plank. He levitated it using his abilities and then tossed the trio of Lucci onto the plank to transport them, while Rasha carried Khalifa in his arms. Rasha harbored his own thoughts about the members of CP9. Rather than eliminating them as he had in the past, he intended to recruit these individuals. Lucci and Kaku possessed remarkable talent. Kaku, in particular, had developed his Zoan fruit ability from nothing to awakening in just 2 years. Bruno's Dordor fruit also held significant potential, while Khalifa, tall and fair, was the epitome of an excellent secretary. Before long, Iceberg guided Rochas and his companions to a secluded port. A colossal wooden structure loomed over the sea, where a group of oddly dressed ruffians laughed and chatted animatedly at the entrance. "Who goes there?" One of them suddenly called out to Rochas and his party, catching the attention of the others, who glared at them menacingly. However, upon recognizing the visitors, their expressions softened, though their demeanor remained less than cordial. "What is this? It's you, Iceberg. What brings you here? Come to claim a ship?" "Indeed, I appreciate your care of the Frankie family over the past 2 years." Iceberg nodded in acknowledgement. "If it weren't for the generous payment you provided and our captain's orders, we wouldn't have bothered to watch over this place." The lead ruffian scoffed before taking his leave with his gang. With the arrival of those to retrieve the ship, their task was now complete, rendering further presence unnecessary. "Mr. Rochas, please follow me," Iceberg said, clearly unfazed by the ruffian's attitude, having grown accustomed to it. He opened the door with a smile, beckoning Rochas inside. "Wow, it's enormous." Upon entering, the women gasped in awe. Even Robin, usually composed, slightly parted her lips in astonishment, as only the vast estate of the Rajan family, which spanned an entire island, could evoke such a reaction. At the bow stood a woman with her eyes closed and arms crossed, while on either side, a golden dragon and a roaring lion were intricately carved. "This is the statue of the goddess of the sea. May it help you withstand fierce winds, bring good fortune, and guide your path," he expressed, wishing them well on their journey. Curious about the appearance of the ship's bow, Rochas listened intently as the Iceberg explained. "It holds no significance for me. Rather, please introduce me to this vessel," Rochas replied with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. The Iceberg paused momentarily, realizing that for Rochas, who possessed the power of the float fruit, ordinary winds and waves posed no hindrance to his progress. This magnificent 3-masted sailing ship stretches 120 meters in length, featuring a main mast and 2 auxiliary masts. Equipped with 3 main cannons and 20 secondary cannons. It houses 3 energy stations that, upon your request, can replenish power to enhance the ship's speed. The main cannon at the bow is also capable of firing an electromagnetic projectile after charging energy. Furthermore, the vessel can accommodate over 1,000 individuals for lodging. Subsequently, the Iceberg began to share various details about the warship. "Captain Rochas, where are your other crew members?" "I have not seen them," the Iceberg inquired, perplexed, as he had only encountered Rochas' female companions thus far, with none of the other crew members in sight. "Crew members? Aren't they right before your eyes?" Rochas responded, equally puzzled, as he realized there were no other crew members present. "Does Captain Rochas intend to navigate this grand sailing ship with merely 12 individuals? That seems rather challenging. I would advise you to recruit a few dozen sailors for better efficiency." The Iceberg was taken aback by Rochas' response, having assumed that the request for this colossal warship stemmed from a larger crew, only to discover it comprised just a handful of people. Chapter 83. The Luxurious Warship. No need for Mayor Bingshan to concern himself with that. With Robin present, she can manage the affairs aboard the vessel simultaneously, Rochas replied with a smile. Robin, too, aptly showcased her abilities, and immediately, a series of arms sprouted from the ground. This spectacle rendered Bingshan akin to a hellish emissary, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. A user of a devil fruit, indeed. Mr. Rochas' ship is truly replete with exceptional talents, Bingshan mused, falling silent thereafter. Given the convenience of such a devil fruit user, what need was there for ordinary sailors? You are free to board and observe. Over there is the gateway to the sea, from which Mr. Rochas may retrieve the warship at his discretion. I shall return to attend to my duties. I leave the matters of CP9 in Mr. Rochas' capable hands. Bingshan gestured towards another door, bid farewell to Rochas, and returned to his office. Once Bingshan departed, the more vivacious girls resembled untamed horses, unrestrained in the absence of outsiders. They immediately leapt aboard, spinning in delight, and from their joyous expressions, it was evident they were thoroughly pleased with the ship. Rasha, look, the space in this hall and kitchen is so vast, and the facilities are quite comprehensive. Noki exclaimed as she entered the cabin, her first pursuit being the kitchen, which boasted ample room for dozens to work simultaneously, fulfilling Rasha's specifications. The hall featured a decorative large fish tank, a bar counter, a small kitchen, and several sets of sofas arranged in a cozy circle, maximizing comfort. Indeed, this is splendid. The money spent was well worth it, Rasha remarked, embracing Noki as he tested the softness of the sofa. The place was impeccably clean, remaining spotless even after 2 years. He then proceeded to the lower levels of the ship, which comprised 3 tiers, predominantly serving as crew quarters. The captain's quarters were the most spacious, accommodating at least 20 to 30 occupants. As Rasha descended further, he unexpectedly discovered several cell-like spaces on the 3rd level, likely designed for detaining misbehaving crew members or perhaps captives. Fortuitously, there were several individuals requiring confinement, so Rasha summoned the unconscious figures from outside, who floated into the ship. After securing the CP9 agents with handcuffs fashioned from sea prism stone, he incarcerated them within the cells. The handcuffs had been procured by Bingshan from the black market, thanks to Rasha's generous payment, which ensured everything was arranged satisfactorily, including the construction of the cells. Quite excellent. This way, there is no need for a guard to watch over them. I shall return later to check on them. Rasha mused, satisfied with the accommodations for CP9. He then ascended back to the hall, where the girls had completed their tour of the ship and were chattering excitedly about something. Upon seeing Rasha approach, they greeted him warmly. Rasha, we plan to go ashore to procure some items. The ship is still quite sparse, and I believe we need additional decorations to enhance its appeal, they said enthusiastically. Just as I spotted an area on the deck suitable for planting trees, Nami cheerfully suggested, let's transplant some orange and grape trees. She then took hold of Rasha's hand and led him to the planting zone, sharing her plans with enthusiasm. We also need to stay here for a while. You can explore the city at your leisure and purchase whatever you desire. Money is no object, Rasha declared with a grand gesture, emphasizing their financial freedom. Having brought back a considerable amount of gold from the Sky Island, converted into at least several billion berries, he was more than equipped for daily expenses. Ah, you are simply the best, Nami exclaimed, and in a burst of joy, she embraced Rasha and planted a kiss on his cheek before joining her friends for a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Nokigao was busy in the kitchen, and Rasha approached her, presenting the exceptional cookbook he had acquired. What a unique recipe book! It features meals that accelerate recovery and alleviate fatigue, as well as enhancement sets for training. How did you come by this extraordinary compilation? Nokigao exclaimed upon receiving the cookbook, marveling at its rarity. I obtained it from the Boyne Archipelago. It was developed by an elderly gentleman who has lived there for years. It's perfect for you to study, Rasha explained with a smile, attributing the discovery to Hercules from the Boyne Archipelago. He was adept at deflecting inquiries from the ladies with ease. This gentleman must be a culinary master. It's truly remarkable. I can hardly wait to try these recipes myself, Nokigao said joyfully, clutching the cookbook. As the ship's chief cook, she was thoroughly pleased with Rasha's gift and even rewarded him with a small token of appreciation. An hour later, Rasha left the kitchen, feeling quite satisfied. Captain, have you had enough to eat? Would you like another meal? Leiji teased as he stepped onto the deck, while Robin sat quietly nearby, engrossed in her book. Though a smile graced her lips. Haha, I'm temporarily full. You know, my physique has evolved, allowing me to regulate my appetite now, Rasha replied with a hint of embarrassment, scratching his head as he changed the subject. Leiji looked at him with a peculiar expression and said, Father called about a year ago, but since you were away, it was left unattended. We could simply call again to find out. Then it seems the battle suits are ready. I shall inquire about Gaji's whereabouts using the snail phone. We should return to the North Sea in a couple of days, Rasha said, revealing a spark of excitement at the thought of the battle suits. Who could resist the allure of transformation? Observing the man's childlike glee, Leiji chuckled softly and produced a snail phone. Chapter 84. The joining of CP9 is this Mr. Vinsmoke Gaji? Upon connecting the call, Rasha spoke in a casual tone. Silence ensued from the other end. Hello, is anyone there? Rasha glanced at the transponder snail in his hand, recognizing it as the one Gaji had given him earlier. Kid, what do you want? Speak quickly. Gaji's impatient voice came through. It's been a while. I suddenly thought of you. By the way, has my battlesuit been completed? Rasha chuckled, recalling how he had persistently urged Gaji to expedite the suit's creation, only to leave him waiting for a year and a half. After all, Gaji had become one of his future in-laws, and Rasha felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was completed a year and a half ago. We are already on the third generation now. If not for Reiju telling me you were evolving, I would have thought you perished in the Grand Line. The transponder snail visibly displayed Gaji's frustration, marked by a pulsing hashtag. The German kingdom is still near the North Sea. If you want the battle suit, come to the North Sea to collect it. Gaji stated the location before abruptly hanging up, leaving no room for further conversation. To him, Rasha seemed solely interested in retrieving the suit, and he preferred to devote his time to technological research rather than engage in idle chatter. After a few awkward chuckles at the beeping sound of the transponder snail, Rasha handed it to Reiju, who merely smiled, well aware of her father's temperament. In the evening, Nami and the others returned to the ship after exploring Water City, excitedly sharing tales of interesting places and delicious food with Rasha. The night, accompanied by Nami and her friends, was far from dull. They chatted casually or ventured to the training room to hone their skills. The following day, Rasha descended to the third level of the ship's hold, intrigued by the sight of the 4 CP9 members. They had awakened the night before, and Noki had kindly prepared dinner for them. However, they remained silent until Rasha's arrival. Gold Lion 2, Rasha, it is indeed you. Rumor has it you perished 2 years ago. I am surprised to see you alive, and even more so to encounter a big shot now, Lucci remarked, his serious demeanor betraying no emotion, even in captivity. So you're a CP9, quite audacious of you to have kidnapped me. Rasha responded with a grin, appearing quite approachable. Yet, to CP9, he resembled a malevolent figure cloaked in charm. May I inquire what purpose the esteemed Gold Lion 2 has in capturing us? With your strength, you could easily annihilate us. What could you possibly want by taking us prisoner? Lucci's question echoed the sentiments of the others, as they struggled to comprehend what value they possessed that warranted their capture. The secrets of the world government? They are unable to reach that level. And as for the secrets within CP9, revealing them would undoubtedly lead to a relentless pursuit by the world government. Each scenario presents a dead end for them, and their spirits are undeniably burdened. It's quite simple. Your abilities are commendable, and I happen to be in need of a few skilled hands. I wish to recruit you under my banner. Rasha made no attempt to conceal his intentions, stating his plans with frankness. What? Am I mistaken? Or are you jesting? You wish to enlist agents of the world government into your pirate crew? Are you not afraid that we might be undercover? The members of CP9 narrowed their eyes in surprise, taken aback by Rasha as subjective of courting them. Undercover? To me, there are only those who are useful and those who are not. Any schemes or machinations are futile endeavors to me. I will vanquish all who come with my absolute strength. Rasha remained unfazed, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his gaze. With their current power, even sending 2 admirals to pursue him would not pose a significant threat to his fleet. Even if 3 admirals were to confront him simultaneously, he could easily retreat unscathed. Why should he fear the world government? Rasha's arrogant demeanor was somewhat incredulous in the eyes of the 4. A pirate from the first half of the Grand Line, unafraid of the world government's threats, had indeed faced naval admirals before. Could it be that he had already reached the level of an admiral? Are you already at the admiral tier? Lucci asked directly, his eyes wide with astonishment. You have seen the strength of my other crew members, have you not? 2 years ago, they were not as formidable as you, but now they have surpassed you significantly. So what do you say? Would you like to join? Rasha did not disclose his current level of power, but indicated the remarkable growth of his female companion's abilities. If we were to refuse, how would you deal with us? Lucci did not directly answer Rasha as proposal, but instead inquired about the consequences of rejection. Although Rasha had not stated his own strength, it was implied, as mentioning the prowess of his companion suggested he could easily elevate their abilities to a higher level. The allure of power was indeed significant for CP9, especially for Lucci, who had originally joined the world government for the sake of sanctioned killings. Yet, in the face of true strength, such motives seemed trivial. Death. In response to Lucci's question, Rochas simply uttered a single word, accompanied by a smile. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the four. The seemingly harmless young man before them, with a beaming smile, had spoken words that sent chills down their spines. The other three immediately looked to Lucci, as he was the actual leader of CP9, while the superior Spandam held no regard in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lucci calmly responded, "We shall join. However, I have a query for Captain Rocha. Is your intention in recruiting Nico Robin to aspire to become the Pirate King?" Lucci swiftly adapted his address, smoothly transitioning to calling Rocha Captain. Yet, regarding Robin's situation, he harbored a lingering doubt. Did Rocha truly possess the ambition to become the Pirate King? The Pirate King? Well, although I have mentioned it twice already, it does no harm to reiterate. The world government has become a source of discontent for us, and my aim is to overthrow it and establish a new order to become the sovereign of the world. The title of Pirate King is scarcely worthy of my consideration. Rocha spoke with a smile about what he deemed a rather ordinary matter, yet to others, he emanated an aura that left them utterly awestruck. Even without employing the conqueror's Haki, the force of his presence still intimidated them, leaving several in a state of dazed admiration as they gazed at him. Chapter 85. The Death of Spandam. Rocha's hit list. Although you have agreed to join me, a minor initiation ceremony is still required. Until this ceremony is completed, you must remain here. Rocha's sudden proclamation startled several astonished members of CP9. What ceremony? Even amidst their shock, Lucci managed to inquire. Your commander of CP9 should be Spandam, correct? I happen to harbor a strong aversion towards that individual. The ceremony will be deemed complete once you personally eliminate him. For those familiar with One Piece, Spandam is undoubtedly a target of disdain. Viewers were revolted by his actions, particularly towards Robin. Though they have yet to meet, he has already found a place on Rocha's death list. Another name that springs to mind is Momonosuke. This individual is equally despicable, and once they arrive in the New World, it is imperative that they locate him and dispatch him before the people of Wano. Spandam, you say? Very well. Lucci grasped Rocha's intent. By executing Spandam, they would inevitably become fugitives, marked with bounties by the world government, rendering their return to it impossible. Fortunately, they all shared a profound dissatisfaction with Spandam, who constantly wielded his authority over them. He was merely a powerless figure. Yet he had ascended to this position through sycophancy towards the world government and his father. Lucci and the others' response greatly pleased Rocha. Without further ado, under Lucci's guidance, Rocha steered the colossal warship towards Eni's lobby. Their time in Water 7 had been thoroughly enjoyed, and they had already acquired their rewards. There was no reason for them to linger any longer. Before departing, Rocha also had Iceberg procure a significant amount of sea salt, a unique seasoning prized in culinary arts. Eni's lobby, known as the Island of Eternal Day, is perpetually bathed in light, devoid of night. Behind Eni's lobby stands a grand portal known as the Gate of Justice, which leads only to two destinations: the Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, and the underwater prison, Impel Down. Indeed, Eni's lobby possesses its own unique characteristics. As Rocha gazed upon this sunlit expanse, it appeared as though heavenly radiance had descended, even as dark clouds loomed in the vicinity. This extraordinary phenomenon led Rocha to speculate. Eni's lobby, along with the latter half of the New World, such as Thunder God Island and even Drum Island and Alabasta, may very well be the products of awakened natural fruit users from centuries past. It is plausible that Eni's lobby's environment was altered following the awakening of a light fruit user, or perhaps this remarkable spectacle emerged after the demise of such an individual. Strange islands like Punk Hazard, Whole Cake Island, and Spring Island, where candy rains fall, also seem to reflect transformations brought about by the awakening of Paramecia users. In Rocha's view, only awakened natural fruit users possess the capability to permanently alter an island's environment, although he had not witnessed the conclusion of One Piece before his traversal. He had speculated about the 800 years of blank history. Could it be that this Grand Line was once a battlefield, What transpired 8 centuries ago that altered the climate of this great maritime route and gave rise to so many peculiar islands? Suddenly, a loud exclamation interrupted Rochas' reverie. "Who are you ruffians? Leave this area immediately, or we shall arrest you all for trespassing on Judicial Island." As the ship drew closer, the agents and navy stationed on Judicial Island took notice of the colossal vessel. An agent shouted towards Rocha at the bow of the ship. With no pirate flag flying, the agents presumed it to be a merchant ship that had inadvertently entered these waters. "Huh? Trespassing on Judicial Island? Apologies, but that is precisely my intention." In the agent's astonished gaze, the warship gradually lifted off the sea and soared into the sky, majestically approaching Judicial Island. "What is happening?" one agent bellowed, his mouth agape. Some agents believed they were ensnared in a hallucination, vigorously rubbing their eyes in an attempt to dispel the sight of the warship. Unperturbed by the chattering agents below, Rocha unleashed his formidable conqueror's Haki, enveloping and impacting the entire island. In an instant, all agents and marines collapsed, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. Even the other CP-9 agents could not withstand the pressure, kneeling before its might. Rocha's conqueror's Haki had reached an A-class level. While it did not rival Shank's ability to intimidate elite vice admirals, it was nonetheless formidable. Following his instincts, Rocha's warship ascended to the highest point of Judicial Island. On the platform below stood the remaining 3 CP-9 agents, Owl, Lion, and Gabra. They gazed up at the colossal entity in the sky with terror-stricken eyes. "Eliminate these 3 below and bring Spandam up here. I shall slay him before their very eyes," Rocha commanded, his gaze icy, addressing Lucci behind him. He held little interest in the trio, who had no significant role even in the later episodes of the anime. Mere passers-by. "Understood, Captain Rocha," the 4 replied, their eyes reflecting a cold resolve. They swiftly utilized their Soru and Jeppo techniques to ascend the platform, confronting their adversaries. "Lucci, what do you intend to do? Are you betraying the world government?" Gabra was the first to question Lucci, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him and a similarly poor rapport with Kaku. However, he could not deny their formidable strength. Facing a battle, 3 against 4 would be a significant disadvantage. He could only resort to verbal jabs to exert pressure. Lucci remained silent, transforming into his leopard human form, his intentions unmistakable. Gabra, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, shifted into his werewolf form. The stage was set for a monumental clash, as Lucci and his 3 companions overpowered Gabra and his 2 allies, with a clear disparity in strength and numbers. Their overwhelming triumph was entirely anticipated. Without a trace of regard for the feelings of former colleagues, their current stance is decidedly misguided, and should Rocha cast blame upon them later, it would be a burden they cannot bear. Subsequently, Lucci found Spandam sprawled on the ground in the highest office of Judicial Island, resembling a lifeless dog. The impact of the Conqueror's Haki upon him was akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, nearly suffocating him. Once he was brought onto the platform, under the terrified gazes of Gabra and the others, the 4 of them swiftly reduced him to mere fragments with a single, decisive strike. Thus, the events on Judicial Island reached a conclusion. With CP-9 apprehended, they were equipped with a secretary and a shipwright. Rocha could now confidently proceed to the North Sea to acquire his battle attire. Chapter 86. The Dual Fruit Acquisition and the Invitation to Captain Rocha. This discovery was made within Spandam's office. Upon returning to the warship, Lucci promptly presented 2 boxes to Rocha. To his astonishment, upon opening them, he found 2 devil fruits. One resembled a banana, and the other a cantaloupe. It was immediately evident to Rocha that these were the oxox fruit in its giraffe form and the bubble fruit. What a remarkable coincidence! This must have been Spandam's intention. Having recently acquired these 2 devil fruits for Kaku and Khalifa to consume. Is this fate at play? Spandam likely had no inkling that the 4 members of CP-9 had already been recruited by Rocha, ultimately meeting their demise at their hands. Given the timeline, it seemed they were just on the verge of Luffy setting sail, or perhaps he had just embarked on his journey. "Kaku, you shall partake of the Zoan-type oxox fruit in its giraffe form, while Khalifa will consume the bubble fruit. Rasha tossed the fruits to the two, reminiscent of the abilities they had previously possessed. Is it truly appropriate for us to receive devil fruits so soon after joining? Kaku inquired, somewhat taken aback. Although these fruits were acquired by another, the decision ultimately rested with the captain. Rasha's unexpected generosity in bestowing the freshly obtained devil fruits upon them was surprising. The devil fruits hold little significance for me. If I desire more, I could easily procure them at any moment. Consider these as your initiation rewards for boarding the ship. Rasha replied nonchalantly. If one truly wishes for devil fruits, they could simply extort one of the underworld's titans, Mr. Don Quixote da Flamingo. I doubt he would refuse. If he does, a little force could be applied, and with his numerous family members, seizing a few as leverage wouldn't be excessive, would it? With this thought, Rasha felt a tinge of excitement at the prospect of confronting Doflamingo in the future, looking forward to the moment of triumph. Upon hearing Rasha's words, the two did not hesitate to take a bite of their respective fruits. However, their expressions quickly soured as the taste was overwhelmingly dreadful. Yet, their training as agents compelled them to maintain composure, swallowing the revolting fruit. Make sure to consume the entire fruit. Otherwise, the abilities may not be fully realized, and you might not awaken them later. Rasha's remarks sent a chill through both Kaku and Califa. Finish it. Although they had never encountered such a notion before, they dared not defy Rasha's command and grimly forced the entirety of the fruits down their throats, feeling as if they might perish from the experience. After consuming the fruits, Kaku and Califa collapsed to the ground, as if struck by a wave of despair. Well then, it's time to withdraw. The Navy has likely received word and is en route, Rasha announced. With their objective accomplished, he maneuvered the warship skyward, eager to avoid waiting for naval reinforcements. After determining their course, Rasha intended to traverse the calm belt directly towards the North Sea. Navigating through the doldrums saved a considerable amount of time. Within just 10 days, Rasha had soared to the North Sea, locating the moving battleship of the Vinsmoke family. Long time no see, Judge, Rasha greeted as he disembarked, directing his words toward Judge, who had been waiting at the port, having already deduced that a colossal warship was approaching. This is what you requested, Judge remarked succinctly, tossing a watch-like device towards Rasha. Simply press the button, and the battle suit will automatically envelop you, he added, providing a brief explanation of its usage. Remarkable convenience. Who would have thought such a small device could suffice? Is this a technological breakthrough? I recall that you previously required a belt. Rasha examined the watch with intrigue, donning it after a moment of contemplation. Upon pressing the button, a radiant light enveloped him, and a suit resembling military attire materialized on his form, imbued with a futuristic aesthetic that was quite impressive. The combat suit boasted cloaking capabilities, its surface adorned with a thin layer of vibranium, capable of nullifying inferior observation Haki detection and absorbing a degree of damage. The footwear was equipped with a propulsion system for swift movement and flight, integrating arc reactor technology, enabling his hands to harness energy to unleash lightning and flames. Solar and electrical energy could be gradually replenished, with the primary advantage being the ability to unleash his full potential. Judge continued to elucidate the functionalities of the battle suit. However, Rasha could no longer contain his eagerness to experiment. In a flash, he executed a swift maneuver, followed by several rapid steps, his form flickering in and out of visibility. With the cloaking feature activated, only the faintest sound remained, as if something were perpetually shifting within the air, yet his figure remained elusive. Impressive. I feel the energy expenditure has diminished significantly, allowing for perfect control of my power. Most importantly, this material will not tear even if my body expands. It will grow alongside me. Rasha nodded in satisfaction, appreciating this feature immensely. Should he unleash his full might in the future, a drastic increase in size could lead to an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction, and he certainly did not wish to engage in combat in such a state. You cannot fathom the power of technology. With deeper research into the reactor, my techniques have advanced. Even flowing metal can be stored within the device, transforming into armor at the moment of activation, Judge stated, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if boasting to Rocha, regardless of whether he comprehended the implications. Yet, Rocha remained somewhat astonished. Flowing metal? Is that not akin to Iron Man's armor? Has Judge made breakthroughs in nanotechnology? He could not help but admire the technological prowess of the pirate world, even if it veered off course, as long as it pertained to technology. Innovative solutions could be devised and implemented. Quite impressive, isn't it? Would you be interested in joining my ranks? The funding is ample, and you may select your own research personnel, thus saving you the trouble of waging wars for financial resources. Moreover, with my protection, you can advance into the new world with my strength backing you. With a hint of arrogance, Garcia was taken aback by Rocha's sudden proposition. Ample funding? Do you truly comprehend the extent of resources required to sustain a research team? This is not a matter that can be resolved with mere billions. Rocha's unexpected invitation left Garcia astonished, followed by a skeptical glance in his direction. This fellow dares to consider supporting an entire research team, yet with his current stature, he cannot possibly possess such wealth. Haha, financial matters are trivial, whether it be billions or tens of billions. Even 100 billion is of little consequence to me. Upon hearing Garcia's remarks, Rocha burst into laughter, realizing that Leju had yet to inform him of the vast fortune he possessed within an entire golden realm, filled with untold riches that even he had not meticulously calculated. 100 billion? I could easily unearth a substantial gold nugget from the ruins to acquire that. Chapter 87. Marrying Reiju? The enhancement of Nami's combat power. Rocha's confident remarks appeared to be devoid of deceit, although the source of his substantial wealth remained a mystery. The prospect of joining Rocha's ranks occupied his thoughts for a while. Primarily, Rocha's potential was immensely promising. 2 years prior, he had already reached a level capable of withstanding an admiral of the Navy, and from Reiju, he learned that Rocha had evolved, suggesting that his strength had indeed intensified. Boldly speculating, he could very well have attained the rank of admiral. Though he lacked territory in the New World, once he assumed control of the remnants of the Golden Lion, he would swiftly establish a formidable power not to be underestimated. The ability to provide advanced technology, such as the arc reactor, hinted at even greater innovations, compounded by his connection with Reiju. Regardless, Rocha was an enticing option, igniting a spark of ambition within him. To gain renown in the New World as the Vinsmoke family, why would he settle for dominance in the North Blue? Ultimately, it was merely a paradise within a paradise. With this thought, Judge's eyes brightened, and he spoke. If you can provide the necessary funding, I would consider allowing the Vinsmoke family to join you, provided the financial chain remains unbroken. I have one condition. What condition? Do enlighten me, Rocha inquired with curiosity. Judge's response indicated his intrigue. Ample funding held considerable allure for him. You must marry Reiju and bear a child. Of course, the marriage need not be immediate. Merely agreeing to this condition suffices. Marry Reiju? Rocha was taken aback, never expecting such a stipulation. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Reiju, both equally flummoxed, while Nami, nearby, was nearly gnashing her teeth in frustration. She had arrived first. If anyone was to marry, it should be her, not Reiju. No, if anyone is to wed, it should be me first, Nami exclaimed vehemently. Judge and Rocha found themselves speechless, surprised by Nami's earnestness. Judge considered Reiju merely as a final bargaining chip. After all, she was his daughter, and should she and Rocha conceive, it would foster a familial bond between him and Rocha. This arrangement would ensure that he would not lose favor or funding due to the inclusion of other research teams. Ahem, you may take as many wives as you desire. However, if you do not agree to marry Reiju, I will not readily join your ranks, Judge coughed. Then addressed Rocha. He genuinely could not comprehend why Rocha sought so many women, and not merely for fleeting pleasures. Did this man lack any ambitions he wished to fulfill? Such formidable strength squandered on matters of the heart. Very well, I agree. By the way, please hand over the other battle suits. And I require several more to be crafted. Rocha verbally acquiesced to placate the situation and then pointed at the duo of Kaku and Lucci, indicating the need for a few male battle suits to enhance their combat capabilities. Everything you need is here, including some battle suits equipped with second-generation technology. As if anticipating the moment, Gaji produced 2 bags, one containing special combat suits for Nami and her companions, and the other filled with second-generation military combat attire. Oh, it seems everything has already been prepared, quite considered indeed. Luo Xia retrieved a bracelet adorned with a lightning emblem from the bag. It was evidently Nami's customized battle gear. After equipping Nami with the bracelet and activating it, a futuristic combat suit complete with a cape materialized around her, resembling the style of a future island. Luo Xia pondered whether the cape was merely a personal preference of Gaji's. Once he had assisted the girls in transforming with their bracelets, they all donned suits that echoed the futuristic aesthetic coupled with capes. Gaji's taste was commendable. The battle suits fit impeccably and accentuated the beauty of the girls. Nami, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Nami joyfully twirled beside Luo Xia, evidently pleased with the appearance of her combat attire. Though the other girls did not voice their thoughts, their gazes were fixed intently on Luo Xia. In response, he could only give them a thumbs up, which elicited even broader smiles from their faces. Let me see how much power this suit can provide me. Suddenly, Nami extended her hand towards the sea, her palm gathering crackling bolts of lightning. Whoosh! Boom! Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. A 3-meter-tall pillar of lightning erupted from Nami's hand, racing towards the distance. The ferocious electricity caused fish and various small sea creatures to surface, rendered motionless. It was not until Nami retracted her electrical energy that the lightning beam dissipated into a mere glimmer. How powerful! Nami marveled at the commotion she had created, observing the sea surface littered with aquatic life. She felt her electrical energy had become more concentrated, her electric current inflicting greater damage. And her battle suit was storing her power, ready to amplify her skills when she unleashed her techniques. Hearing Nami's murmurs, Luo Xia chuckled. It seems Nami has become our fleet's second greatest asset. Once her Haki matures, and she garners more combat experience, she might very well reach the level of a general. General-level power? Can I really attain such monstrous strength? Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Xia's assessment was beyond her expectations. Could she truly achieve such formidable prowess? That's wonderful, Sister Nami. Kaya gazed at Nami with admiration, her heart swelling with envy. Though Kaya was neither skilled in combat, nor particularly eager to fight, she couldn't help but envy others for possessing the strength to assist Luo Xia. Don't worry, Kaya. I'll protect your safety, Nami confidently assured, patting her chest. Humph, what is there to be so proud of? My barrier fruit can accomplish that too, Karina muttered, her tone tinged with jealousy, though she genuinely felt happy for Nami. Since that's settled, we shall take our leave for now. Use these funds to develop further, and if the battle suits undergo any upgrades, contact us through the snail. Observing the eager anticipation of the crowd to test their current prowess, Rochas decided not to linger any longer. In the astonished gaze of Gaji, he extracted a substantial ingot of gold from his spatial pocket and cast it onto the ground as funding for his technological advancements. Subsequently, he boarded his spaceship and ascended, returning to the Grand Line. However, unbeknownst to Rochas, chaos had erupted at the Navy headquarters and within the New World. The incident at Judiciary Island heralded Rochas' return and, with overwhelming force, suppressed the island, leaving the world government utterly humiliated. Now, maritime factions were ridiculing the Navy's incompetence, mocking them for allowing an assault on their territory and the assassination of Judiciary Island's supreme leader, while ultimately, the Navy was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 88. The new candidates for the 7 warlords at the naval headquarters, yet another meeting centered around Rochas, commenced. Upon our arrival at Judicial Island, chaos reigned. Aside from 3 CP9 agents who remained conscious, the rest were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, including 2 giants, indicating that Golden Lion Rochas' strength had evidently surpassed that of 2 years prior. At the conference table, Akiji languidly recounted what he had witnessed on Judicial Island. The ability to envelop the entire island with Conqueror's Haki undoubtedly suggested that the opponent's power had likely reached the caliber of a Marine Admiral. Even he hesitated to claim he could subdue Rochas. Initially, it was presumed that Rochas, fearing pursuit by the Navy, had chosen to conceal himself, yet in merely 2 years, He had elevated his prowess to such heights. These pirates are infuriating, continuously instigating monumental upheavals that reverberate throughout the world, particularly Rochas' actions, which are unprecedented. Not only did he seize a marine base, but he also breached the hitherto impregnable judicial island, bringing nothing but disgrace to the Navy. Sengoku seethed with frustration, recalling how the Golden Lion had previously infiltrated the legendary underwater prison, Impelled Down, which was said to be escape-proof. Now, Rocha, the successor of the Golden Lion, had similarly breached a fortress that had never been compromised since its inception. The actions of these two were strikingly similar, both undermining the Navy's long-established authority and rendering the world government and the Marines a source of ridicule. Haha, has this little brat grown stronger again? Kapu chuckled, munching on senbei, his laughter erupting at the most exasperated moment for Sengoku. What is so amusing, Kapu? You ought to devise a plan instead of merely sitting there eating senbei. Sengoku's temper flared, his frustration palpable. Well, the newly appointed warlord was recently defeated in the New World, right? The world government must be discontent with him and consider replacing him. Why not let this little brat take his place as a warlord? Kapu casually suggested, his hands still occupied with senbei, crumbs adorning his beard. Sengoku paused, as if struck by a revelation. He had never contemplated this possibility. 2 years prior, after Rocha vanquished Crocodile, the position of warlord had remained vacant. Following directives from the world government, the Navy sought the fastest rising pirate in the past 2 years to fill this role. However, upon entering the New World, he had provoked the 4 emperors and suffered a crushing defeat. His arrogance had led to many prominent pirates in the New World taking offense, resulting in a series of beatings that forced him back to paradise, diminishing the warlord's deterrent effect. In retrospect, Kapu's words held considerable merit. Rocha's strength indeed warranted the title of warlord, and his position alongside Nico Robin could be effectively monitored, with the Navy yet to develop airships for aerial combat. Sengoku was at a loss as to how to handle Rocha. If he could persuade Rocha to assume the role of a warlord, it would alleviate a significant burden. Moreover, recruiting Rocha into the Navy could restore some of the lost prestige. Who would have thought that you, Garp, could devise such a strategy? Even Admiral Crane has begun to regard this unreliable fellow with newfound respect. Haha, what are you talking about, little Crane? Haven't I always acted this way? It is merely that Fleet Admiral Sengoku is too dim-witted to have considered it. Garp chuckled, granting him a semblance of respect, while simultaneously belittling Sengoku. Garp, you rascal! Sengoku exclaimed in anger, but soon deflated, ignoring him thereafter. Regardless of the insults hurled, this old fellow remained unfazed, displaying no concern for the pressures faced by the Navy's fleet admiral. Although Rocha possesses the abilities of the float fruit, his past actions suggest he is charting a course akin to that of paradise, likely heading toward the Sabeti archipelago next. Hey Garp, you will remain at the Sabeti archipelago to await Rocha and extend an invitation to him to join the 7 warlords. Should he decline, alter the plan and apprehend him instead. Sengoku pondered for a moment, with the Navy's personnel stretched thin and the other 2 admirals dispatched elsewhere. Only Garp and Akiji were suitable to invite a figure of Rocha's caliber. Snore, snore, snore. Unbeknownst to them, Garp's nose had developed a conspicuous bubble, emitting a series of snoring sounds. You rascal, stop pretending and get up. Sengoku immediately seized Garp by the collar and shook him, but no matter how vigorously he shook, Garp remained as immobile as a corpse. This fellow always adopts such an attitude when faced with troublesome matters. Exasperated and resigned, Sengoku released him. Knowing Garp's disdain for the celestial dragons would complicate matters, especially since the celestial dragons frequently visit that location. Sigh. It seems something significant has transpired within the Whitebeard pirates lately. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, has left the New World, seemingly in pursuit of something that has led him to paradise. Akiji, go monitor the movements of Whitebeard in the New World. Report immediately if anything arises. Matters concerning the Yonko's pirate crews are not tasks for ordinary elite vice-admirals. The loss of an elite vice-admiral would be a steep price to pay for any misstep. Hence, it is prudent to dispatch an admiral for this task. Understood. Akiji replied lazily. Sengoku nodded and scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on a target. Mongoose, you will temporarily proceed to the Sabeti archipelago to await any signs of Rocha. Report promptly without engaging in conflict. The yellow ape is likely nearing the completion of his mission. I will direct him to support you in negotiations with the second Shiki. So long as the opposing party does not propose excessively outrageous conditions, we can allow for some reasonable passage. Sengoku commanded the mongoose. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The mongoose replied with a markedly more respectful demeanor than Akiji. Finally, he could draft a report to submit to higher authorities. After the meeting concluded, Sengoku wiped the sweat from his brow. Recently, it seems we have reached a peak period as numerous new pirate stars have emerged, with several remarkably promising newcomers surfacing across the seas. This has caused him considerable distress, as the internal turmoil within the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, coupled with the rising tide of these new pirate stars, presents a significant challenge. At this very moment, at the heart of the events, Rocha remains blissfully content aboard the ship. Suddenly, a tremendous noise jolts him, nearly causing him to spit out what he was secretly savoring. In an unexpected turn, Nami bursts into the kitchen, startling both him and Nojiko. Rocha, still caught in the act of indulging, is taken aback by Nami's entrance. Fortunately, he swiftly activates his observation Haki, sensing Nami's approach just in time. Rocha, come out and take a look. The combination of this ship's cannon and my lightning is simply astounding, Nami exclaims, grabbing his arm and pulling him out. Thankfully, Rocha manages to compose himself quickly, avoiding any embarrassing situations, and they make their way to the main cannon control room on the deck. Chapter 89. The Devil's Triangle. Nami extended her hand to rest upon the energy transfer apparatus of the power furnace, whereupon her palm crackled with electricity, absorbing countless currents. Soon, the energy device brimmed with power, emanating a crimson glow, while the control panel displayed a message indicating it was ready for launch. Nami maneuvered the cannon toward a rocky area and pressed the launch button. Boom, 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 before Rocha's astonished gaze. The cannon unleashed a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles composed of innumerable electrical currents, a display of force far surpassing the electromagnetic cannon Nami wielded in her combat suit. Upon striking the reef, a violent explosion ensued, producing a mushroom cloud. Where the rocky formation once stood, a vast crater remained, now filled with churning seawater, as the ocean's surface gradually returned to tranquility. Such destructive power must eclipse that of my own nation, Rocha thought, somewhat dumbfounded by the commotion caused by Nami's cannon. If all three main cannons were to fire simultaneously, even a moderately sized island would likely be obliterated with ease. This caliber of warship, undoubtedly a product of the system's blueprints, likely housed some of Pluto's advanced technology. The iceberg truly spared no expense in crafting the world's most formidable vessel. What do you think? Does this power rival that of an admiral? Nami remarked with a hint of pride, realizing how her abilities harmonized with the warship, significantly augmenting her importance, and perhaps garnering more of Rocha's attention. I must be the main character here. Is that so? Your attacks can't even breach my barrier. An admiral wouldn't just stand there and let you hit them, Karina teased with a playful smirk. In response, an indignant Nami immediately engaged in a spirited argument with Karina, leaving Rocha as a bewildered spectator. He then retrieved 2 large chicken legs from his space, munching contentedly while observing, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of relaxation. Hey, Rocha, you tell us, who is stronger? Both women suddenly shouted in unison, their competitive spirits ignited as they demanded a verdict. I think I'm stronger, Rocha replied, his lips glistening with grease. However, he found himself unable to provide a definitive answer to their query and opted instead to divert the conversation. The 2 women exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent agreement, and then dragged Rocha to the training room. Fueled by their irritation, they unleashed the martial arts they had honed over the past 2 years, eager to demonstrate their prowess. Yet, they seemed to lack a measure of recollection. With their martial arts skills, they couldn't even tickle Rocha and were swiftly defeated, enduring the humiliation of a loss. Having previously left the kitchen unsatisfied, Rocha was now well fed. Time passed swiftly, and soon a fortnight had elapsed. Upon returning to the Grand Line, Rocha did not immediately head to the Sabeti archipelago, but instead sailed leisurely. Upon encountering an uninhabited island, he utilized his abilities to make it float, beginning his collection of the island's resources. In the future, as we venture into the new world, whether it be the swift formation of an archipelago or soaring into the sky to harvest the resources above, every moment is of utmost significance. Yet on this particular day, the visage of the sea has transformed. The once azure sky has succumbed to an ominous gloom, shrouded in dense fog. It is perplexing how the climate here has abruptly shifted without warning, as if the heavens have suddenly darkened. Nami emerged from her quarters, where she had been diligently sketching nautical maps, sensing the abrupt change in the scenery outside. Immediately, she made her way to the deck. I cannot fathom it either. Just moments ago, the skies were clear, yet upon entering this maritime expanse, a thick fog enveloped us without notice. Michida, the lookout, remarked with a hint of confusion. She had been stationed at the mast, vigilantly monitoring the surface of the sea to report back to Nami. But the suddenness of the situation left her unprepared as she plunged into the fog. It seems we have entered the Devil's Triangle, she surmised, piecing together the familiar mist and their navigational course, concluding that this area was likely the lair of the notorious Moria. Is it safe here? Should we ascend to escape this region? Nami inquired of Rocha, her voice tinged with caution, for this eerie maritime zone provides no forewarning of impending calamities. Do not fret. I shall remain vigilant, observing the surroundings at all times, and should any issues arise, I will address them, Rocha reassured her. His thoughts drifting to the charming little specters aboard Moria's ship, his heart stirred with the desire to recruit this ghostly princess onto their vessel. Though the initial powers of her spirit fruit were indeed formidable, even if later overshadowed by potent Haki that could nullify the effects of paramecia types. Was Rocha truly enamored with the fruit's abilities? Well, as long as we maintain our course in this direction, we shall reach the Sabeti archipelago. I shall retreat to my quarters for a brief nap. You can manage the situation on the deck and steer the ship, Nami declared, glancing at the direction of her log pointer before yawning and making her way to the cabin. The strenuous task of charting the seas and practicing martial arts with Rocha had left her somewhat fatigued, prompting her decision to rest. I shall also return for a shower. Would you care to join me, Rocha? Karina stretched languidly and beckoned alluringly to Rocha, her attire bearing traces of oil from her recent culinary endeavors with Nojiko, leaving her with an oily scent. Perhaps later. This is not the right moment, Rocha replied, feeling a flicker of temptation but ultimately choosing to decline, as he was more inclined to investigate the location of the eerie, three-masted ship. With Rocha's refusal, Karina shrugged and made her way back to her quarters alone. Most others were in the training room, with Kaku and Lucci remaining inside, unaffected by the outside world. Now, only Rocha and Michida remained on the deck. The dense fog obscured Michida's surroundings, rendering her observation Haki rather limited, thus diminishing her current utility. However, Captain Rocha, feeling somewhat bored in solitude, summoned Michida to engage in casual conversation. Captain Rocha, with your current prowess, are you unable to disperse this fog? It would certainly facilitate our observations, Michida inquired, her curiosity piqued by the shrouded atmosphere. Alas, that is not feasible. The expanse is far too vast, and it appears to be the result of certain permanent natural phenomena or abilities. With my present capabilities, I cannot alter the climatic conditions of this area, Rocha replied, shaking his head. This maritime region is indeed peculiar, perpetually enveloped in a cloak of black mist. Rocha speculated that it might be the work of an exceptionally powerful devil fruit user, or perhaps the site of their demise. Chapter 90. The terrifying three-masted sailing ship and the pitiful transparent fruit user. The colossal warship advanced steadily through the vast expanse of sea, its presence imposing yet enigmatic. After an indeterminate passage of time, a realization dawned upon Rocha, who had been engaging in light conversation with Michida on the deck. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, a spark of revelation igniting a smile upon his lips. What is it, Captain Rocha? Machida inquired, bewildered by Rochas' sudden excitement, having just been immersed in their pleasant exchange. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Could it be that they were about to embark on some perilous endeavor? Shaking off such thoughts, he lightly tapped his head, chiding himself for allowing his imagination to wander. Steer towards that direction, Rocha commanded, pointing decisively. Understood, Machida replied, though the thick fog obscured all visibility, leaving him unaware of what had stirred Rocha's enthusiasm. Nevertheless, his unwavering trust in Rocha prompted him to follow the captain's directive without question. Rocha's observation Haki had enveloped a vast area of the sea, and moments ago, he had detected an abundance of life forms in a specific region. If his instincts were correct, this direction would lead them to the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. Earlier, while engaged in their conversation, he had sensed a few life forms, but their scarcity and concentrated nature hinted at humans whose shadows had been severed by Moria, wandering this maritime expanse. However, the recent surge in detected life forms indicated something far more significant: the presence of the feared vessel. Indeed, before long, a shadow akin to a mountain emerged in the distance. What is that? A sea king? Or perhaps an island? Nami emerged from the cabin, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern as she gazed at the immense silhouette ahead. Having just awakened from a brief slumber, she had activated her observation Haki and was immediately overwhelmed by the influx of life signals, prompting her to hasten to the deck. She had initially believed they had traversed the treacherous Devil's Triangle and arrived at a new island. Little did she know that land still lay ahead in this mysterious region. No, that's a grand ship, the very culprit behind the frequent disappearances in the Devil's Triangle over the years. The warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, Rocha declared, a slight smirk playing upon his lips as he unveiled the truth and named the infamous figure. Another warlord of the sea? Should we take a detour? Nami questioned, her brow furrowing in contemplation. No, we shall approach directly, Rocha replied confidently. Wait, is this your objective? You're not seeking the crew of the warlord, are you? Just like Robin and Machida? Nami's keen intellect grasped Rocha's implication in an instant. His familiarity with this area suggested he had come here with intentions related to the warlord of the sea. However, her understanding of his true purpose remained elusive. Reflecting on the fate of the previous warlord, Crocodile, she casually inquired about Rocha's intentions. Well, not entirely, Rocha responded, feeling a hint of awkwardness. Nami had an uncanny ability to read him. Among the crew, she was certainly one of the most perceptive. Indeed, the truth lay just beneath the surface. Upon witnessing Rocha's reaction, Nami instinctively slapped her forehead in exasperation. Her casual inquiry had inadvertently confirmed her suspicions. Do you have a penchant for these narratives of commandeering crew members? It appears that most of your crew have been acquired through your methods, she remarked, a hint of disbelief evident in her tone. Regrettably, she lacked the awareness of NTR. Otherwise, she would have surely unleashed a torrent of sarcasm upon Rocha, the impish youth. Rocha simply chuckled in response. Well, it matters little. Given your current prowess, even the warlords of the sea should pose no threat. Do as you wish. Nami, dismissive, waved her hand in a gesture of indifference. As they drew nearer, the colossal shadow before them revealed its true form. The other crew members, sensing the commotion, emerged from the ship's hold, curious about the spectacle. What is this place? Such a grand castle in the sea, they inquired, their eyes wide with wonder. The immense shadow was none other than a gigantic island vessel, imbued with an aura of decay and eeriness. Rather than an island ship, it resembled a ghostly fortress. The size disparity between Rocha's formidable warship and this island vessel was akin to that of an elephant compared to an ant. Surrounding the island ship was a massive wall, adorned with 4 chains that tethered to a colossal mast at its center. The castle's entrance was framed by a gaping mouth. As if the terrifying 3-masted ship had detected Rocha's presence, the maw slowly opened, with currents of water surging in, seemingly intent on engulfing Rocha's warship. Rocha, fully aware of Moonlight Moria's tactics for ensnaring passing vessels, made no attempt to resist and gradually steered into the entrance. What lay before them was an island enveloped by dilapidated walls, at the heart of which loomed the shadow of a grand castle. The atmosphere suggested the habitation of some malevolent entities. Along the shore, a few derelict pirate ships, ensnared in cobwebs, bore witness to the fate of unfortunate marauders who had failed to escape this cursed place, ultimately consumed by the island vessel's merciless grasp. Rochas' warship came to a halt at the coastline, and after anchoring, the group disembarked onto the island. No sooner had they set foot on the land than Rochas' observation, Haki, detected a life form rapidly approaching. Be cautious. The master of this place has already sensed our presence. Someone is hastily heading our way. Before Rocha could voice his warning, Nami, with her heightened sensitivity, interjected, having sensed the impending presence from a considerable distance. Minutes later, peculiar expressions adorned the faces of the gathered crew. Nami, trembling slightly, drew closer to Rocha, clutching his arm in fear. Rocha, do you think ghosts exist in this world? Surely, there can be no such supernatural beings. The oppressive environment, coupled with the eerie ambience, left them acutely aware of the void ahead, yet they sensed an object lurking in the distance. Despite her newfound strength, Nami's inherent timidness remained unchanged, even after 2 years. She still quaked at the thought of specters, entirely neglecting the notion of devil fruit users as a potential explanation. Indeed, there are specters and otherworldly phenomena in this realm. Nothing seems extraordinary. Rochas found the situation exceedingly intriguing and could not help but voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, Absalom, standing before the gathering, was captivated by the striking beauty of the young woman before him. As his gaze shifted to Rochas, who was encircled by admirers, a fierce jealousy ignited within him. Oblivious to the presence of Kaku, Lucci, and Bruno, who were also men, lurking in the corner. Particularly, the sight of Nami, who was entwined with Rochas' arm, stirred something within him, compelling him to approach Rochas. "No, don't come any closer," Nami exclaimed, her face paling in terror at Rochas' warning. Sensing Absalom's advance, she swiftly unleashed a powerful electromagnetic blast. A tremendous surge of electricity engulfed the transparent fruit user, culminating in a spectacular explosion in the darkened forest behind him. Poor Absalom departed without uttering a single word. Chapter 91. Princess of Ghosts. The adorable Perona, the dazzling white lightning gradually dissipated, and Nami slowly retracted her hand. A trench lay on the ground, marked by the charred remnants of an explosion, and before them, at an unknown moment, a corpse emanating a meaty aroma had collapsed. Is this an orc? Was this the creature that stood before us moments ago? Upon recognizing the fallen body, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, her mind flooded with questions. The figure of Absalom was indeed peculiar, sporting a mouth reminiscent of a tiger, yet possessing a physique akin to that of a normal human. It must be the work of Gecko Moria. One should be wary of their own shadows, for this warlord's devil fruit ability, the shadow fruit, allows him to sever other shadows and affix them to corpses, transforming them into zombies that inherit the personality and combat prowess of their shadow's owner. A truly formidable ability. Rochas succinctly elucidated Gecko Moria's capabilities and then instructed Lucci, "You three should advance ahead and scout the situation. Report back immediately if any issues arise." "Understood, Captain Rochas." The trio of subordinates replied without a hint of dissent, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Let us proceed as well. Gecko Moria will likely receive news of his crew's demise and come this way." Rochas gently stroked Nami's orange hair and addressed the group. They then made their way towards the ghostly castle at the center of the three-masted ship. "Captain Rochas, you seem quite intrigued by Gecko Moria. Are you considering recruiting him?" Legio inquired as they walked. Rochas appeared to hold a favorable view of Moria's abilities. Reflecting on his past interactions with formidable individuals, Legio surmised that Rochas aimed to enlist such powers under his command, much like he had attempted with Crocodile previously. However, the latter had declined, and his absence only underscored Rochas' keen interest in strong allies. She speculated that had Enel's fruit not been so well suited for Nami, Rochas would likely have sought to recruit him as well. Indeed, I find Moria's recent research here quite fascinating. If utilized properly, it could forge a formidable force, Rochas admitted, somewhat surprised by Legio's perceptiveness. He had indeed contemplated recruiting Gecko Moria, not realizing that Legio had caught on to his intentions. "Ah, It seems Captain Rochas is not only drawn to beautiful women, but also to the idea of gathering powerful allies, Lejo teased, giggling as if she had uncovered a little secret about him. Wait, why has the presence of Lucci and the others suddenly ceased ahead? There are no other life signs. Have they encountered something? Nami pondered aloud, sensing only the three of them through her observation Haki, yet they had inexplicably stopped moving. Moreover, Bruno had not returned to report. Rochas, already suspecting the identity of the individual responsible for halting Lucci and his companions, felt a smirk tug at his lips. Let's ascend and investigate. As the crowd surged forward with great haste, Calipha of CP9 shielded her eyes, feigning ignorance of the three individuals ahead. An air of negativity enveloped the scene, accompanied by peculiar sounds. There knelt Luffy and Kaku, adopting an OTZ posture, while Bruno curled up tightly, his limbs drawn together as several phantoms traversed through their bodies. Forgive me, I have inexplicably permed my hair. I shall never sport such an odd mustache again, he lamented. My nose has grown long due to my lies. Truly a private matter. Ah, if there's an afterlife, I wish to become a shell, and if there were a hole, I would love to burrow into it, resembling a bull or horse, indeed a private matter. The palpable aura of despondency spread among the trio, their utterances steeped in negativity, prompting Calipha's display of unfamiliarity towards them. Suddenly, an eerie laughter erupted from the depths of the Black Forest, its tone suggesting the presence of a charming young girl. What now? A ghost? Nami mused, already aware that this was likely the work of a devil fruit user. Having deduced from the previous translucent fruit wielder that these oddities were mostly caused by such powers. The source of the laughter offered no response to Nami's query, continuing to emit its strange giggles. At that moment, Rochas' demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression darkening before erupting into an even louder cackle. He bore a striking resemblance to a villain, causing Perona to freeze in fear, rendered speechless as only Rochas' laughter echoed through the forest. What troubles you? Nami inquired, exasperation evident in her gaze directed at Rochas. Nothing. Seeing her so joyful compelled me to join in her laughter. Rochas replied with a broad grin. Humph. Captain Rochas is quite amusing, Reiju chuckled, while Kia and Vivi shared similar expressions of mirth. Meanwhile, Perona remained in a deep slumber within the castle, her spirit having detached from her body to observe Rochas in the forest. Are you the human who killed Absalom? Perona floated forth from the woods, her gaze fixed on Rochas, encircled by the women. Is this the one? He seems to possess a rather formidable devil fruit ability. What shall we do now, Rochas? Karina regarded Perona with caution, recognizing her ability to hover in the air and the impact she had inflicted upon Luffy and the others. This warranted her serious attention towards Perona as she readied her stance to unleash her powers. However, at that moment, Rochas vanished in an instant. Where did that man go? Perona exclaimed, bewildered at the sudden absence of Rochas, who had just been amidst the women. Just then, a hand gently tapped her shoulder. Oh my goodness, a ghost. As Perona turned around, she was met with Rochas' beaming smile, which startled her to the point of her eyes bulging comically. After a startled gasp, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Ha. Despite being the ghost princess, she possesses such a timid nature. This simply won't do. Observing Perona's fainting spell, a question mark appeared above Rochas' head, followed by a hearty laugh as she embraced the unconscious Perona. Her mental fortitude rivals that of the timid trio from the original tale, and yet she is still the ghost princess. Chapter 92, The King of Negligence Moria, Part 1. Is this little girl the reason for their current predicament? Nami gazed curiously at Perona, who lay unconscious in Rochas' arms. Surprised by how petite she appeared, yet her development was quite commendable. Well, do not be deceived by her childlike appearance. She is actually a year older than Reiju. Is that true? Nami looked at Perona in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this seemingly youthful maiden was, in fact, 5 years her senior. Captain Rochas, how do you intend to handle these young ladies? Kaku inquired, a shadow of concern crossing his face. The trio, having emerged from their despondency, regained a semblance of composure, though Kaku lowered the brim of his cap to obscure his expression from view. Perona, you say? Let us bring her aboard. She shall henceforth be one of our crew members. Rocha replied without hesitation. A crew member? Upon hearing Rocha's response, Kaku's face sank even further, while Lucci, mirroring his sentiment, tilted his tall hat downwards. I feel like I might perish. Bruno, devoid of a hat, wore a look of distress. And upon learning of her status as a crew member, his expression darkened further. Haha! Rocha erupted into laughter. The three, having recovered from their previous melancholy, now appeared even more despondent, their shoulders slumped and expressions devoid of enthusiasm. Captain Rocha, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll return to the ship. Lucci forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. Me too, Kaku and Bruno chimed in unison. Ha, off you go. Rocha waved his hand dismissively, yet the absurdity of their demeanor struck him as remarkably humorous, so much so that he chuckled again. Rocha's casual permission set the trio into a frenzied retreat, vanishing from sight at a pace far exceeding their usual speed. This hardly seemed indicative of their supposed discomfort. Captain Rocha, what strategy do you plan to employ to win over this ghostly girl? Given her appearance, she is likely to cause quite a stir upon awakening. After Lucci and the others had departed, Reiju turned to Rocha with her inquiry. Well, first we must defeat Gecko Moria. Once he joins us, his crew will, by extension, become mine, Rocha asserted with unwavering confidence. My crew is my crew, and the subordinate's crew is also mine. Is that unreasonable? Holding steadfast to this conviction, he dismissed any notion that Gecko Moria might refuse, even after having just dispatched one of his officers. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the art of capturing individuals, if necessary. He would simply bind her aboard, much like he had done with Nami and the others, and familiarity would soon follow. He, truly worthy of being Captain Rocha. Reiju chuckled softly, her tone ambiguous as to whether it was praise or mockery. Upon arriving at the castle, he did not rush to meet Moria. Instead, he sought out the corporeal form of the little ghost. After restoring her soul to her body, he cradled her form and proceeded towards Moria's location. The sensation of holding a physical body was distinctly different. It felt far more comfortable. With a touch of observation Haki, he swiftly reached the grand hall where Gecko Moria resided. He. Are you the pirates who have dared to intrude here? It is truly remarkable that one can pass the trials set by Absalom and Perona, suggesting that they are no ordinary pirates. Moonlight Moria swiftly became aware of the arrival of Rocha and his companions. He reclined on the central sofa of the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows, his lips curling into a distinctive laugh. Upon entering, Rocha was greeted by the subdued illumination, the imposing figure of Moonlight Moria, and the fierce crimson glimmer emanating from his eyes, barely visible in the shadows. It must be said that these characters make a striking first impression. However, Moria is an exception, a rare example of mediocrity. In his youth, he possessed strength that could rival the young Kaido, excelling in swordsmanship, physical combat, and fruit abilities. Alas, following a crushing defeat, he succumbed to decline, his unreliable subordinates contributing to his downfall in that great battle. Ultimately, his spirit waned, reducing him to a mere shell reliant on the assistance of others. His catchphrase transformed into "I'll leave it to you," a testament to his profound degradation. Nevertheless, his subordinates remained fiercely loyal and respectful towards him. Moonlight Moria, once a formidable pirate renowned across the seas, now finds himself in such a state due to his defeat by Kaido. Have you truly relinquished the spirit of a warrior? Are you content to wallow in this degradation? Rocha spoke in a calm tone, intending to provoke this king of decline with words before confronting him directly. You little brat, who do you think you are to act so brazenly before me? Upon hearing Rocha's words, Moria rose, his voice tinged with anger. His massive frame added a considerable sense of intimidation, particularly within the eerie confines of the ghostly castle. Your strength should be quite impressive. Therefore, I shall claim your shadows. But first, let's engage in a little duel. The Shadow Master, previously incensed, suddenly regained his composure. Having grown accustomed to laziness, he sat back down, and with a mere gesture, summoned shadow clones that sprang forth from his own shadow. These shadow duplicates mirrored Moonlight Moria's form. composed entirely of shadow, yet immune to most forms of harm. He had grown reliant on others to handle his affairs, even if his subordinates were defeated. Another version of himself would manage the situation. Meanwhile, he lounged leisurely on the sofa, observing the unfolding drama. At this rate, you may find it difficult to even stand, Rochas remarked, furrowing his brows. Moria's physique could be likened to a sphere, with only his neck protruding from his rounded body. And the once long legs had now been reduced to stunted limbs. He, young one, defeat my clone first, and then we shall see. I intend to harvest your shadows and transform them into zombies, thereby augmenting my ranks. Moria let out a chilling laugh, propping himself up with his elongated head. The Shadow Master swung his massive hand toward them. Just as he was about to strike, Rochas vanished, and a green barrier materialized before the Shadow Master. Clang! The sound of shadow claws clashing against the barrier resonated through the air. In that moment, Rochas had already appeared before Moria. Moria gazed in astonishment at the fleeting figure of Rochas that suddenly appeared before him, his eyes widening in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth, which had been lifted in a grin, now fell. Nonetheless, his smile did not vanish. Rather, it transferred to Rochas' visage. Rochas, with a serene smile, regarded him. His fist enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki, and then he struck Moria's belly, which was larger than Rochas himself, with a powerful blow. This punch indented Moria's abdomen, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind from his back. Moria shattered the sofa. His body propelled through the air as he collided with the wall, crashing through it. All the candles and lights in the room extinguished or shattered amidst the raging tempest. Chapter 93. Moonlight Moria, Part 2. With a violent force, Moria was hurled through the wall of the room, crashing to the ground outside the castle. Blood spilling from his mouth as he knelt in agony. He felt as though that punch might very well send him to the heavens. The might of Rochas' punch was terrifying indeed. It was only due to Rochas holding back that Moria had any chance to breathe. Otherwise, with the fearsome power akin to the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, a full-force strike to Moria's unguarded abdomen would surely have sent him soaring to the skies. Haki? That little brat has mastered Haki. Moria gazed upward in shock at the shattered opening above, where smoke billowed and debris continued to fall. Yet amidst the haze, he distinctly saw Rochas' disdainful smile. That infuriating brat. Enraged, Moonlight Moria clenched his fists, crushing the dirt and rubble within his grasp. He admitted he had underestimated this